When 3 billion humans traverse to become wild deities, a realm devoid of celestial beings and filled with malevolent spirits emerges, where treachery thrives. How shall these 3 billion wild deities foster their followers, cultivate their divine subordinates, exorcise evil, and ascend to the throne of the celestial emperor? Will you forge an indomitable path through the annihilation of countless demons? Or will you survive for millions of years to become the supreme celestial emperor? Liu discovers that among all the wild deities, only his offerings can amplify 100-fold. A believer sacrifices a strengthening herb to you, and you receive a dragon blood flame herb. A believer sacrifices a corpse of a blazing fire crow, and you receive the corpse of a golden sun crow. A believer offers a saint's weapon, and you obtain an imperial weapon of ultimate Tao. A believer sacrifices a 3-life empress, and you receive a goddess of the underworld. Let me be direct. From this moment, I shall be the celestial emperor, wielding the authority over all realms. Who supports me, and who opposes? Liu sat high in the celestial court, gazing indifferently upon the vast underworld beneath him. Chapter 1. Commencing as a wild deity, a 100-fold offering. A bird adorned in white feathers flaps its wings, soaring through the clouds. The clouds shift, and the mountains race by. With keen eyes, the bird surveys the earth before it suddenly dives down. It gracefully snatches a small fish from a stream and ascends once more, darting through dense trees, vibrant blossoms, and bustling swarms of bees, until a humble village comes into view. It alights on an ancient willow tree at the northern edge of the village. As it preens its feathers, it observes a multitude of villagers kneeling before a dilapidated earth deity shrine. The villagers of the family village humbly offer their respects. May Lord Zhongyue bless us with favorable weather in the coming year. The village chief, Li Diang, bows deeply, filled with sincerity. The villagers of the family village humbly offer their respects. May Lord Zhongyue protect our young men from malevolent spirits. A dozen elderly villagers tremble as they kneel behind the chief, their voices equally earnest. The villagers of the family village humbly offer their respects. May Lord Zhongyue bring prosperity to our village. The strong men, women, and children behind the elders follow suit, chanting in unison. Light the incense. The chief commands. Everyone ignites 3 sticks of incense. Bow again to Lord Zhongyue. The chief raises the 3 sticks of incense and bows. All follow suit, kneeling in reverence. The faint blue smoke rises, enveloping the shrine in a mystical aura, as if a deity were seated in the heavens, savoring the villagers' offerings. May Lord Zhongyue partake of these offerings. 3 bows to Lord Zhongyue. The chief bows for a 3rd time. May Lord Zhongyue partake of these offerings. 3 bows to Lord Zhongyue. The villagers echo the 3rd bow. Liu finds himself in a daze. He gazes at the kneeling villagers, their simple garb contrasting with his translucent form. Moreover, he realizes he is situated within a statue of the earth deity, confined within a space barely 10 feet in diameter. This statue seems to have transformed into a cage, preventing his escape. Have I traversed dimensions? Am I trapped within the earth deity's statue? What is this madness? He gently closes his eyes, discovering a wealth of information flooding his mind. 3 billion people have traversed the globe, starting as wild deities. These 3 billion wild deities are divided into 30,000 regions, each housing 100,000 wild deities. You may access 6 interfaces: personal information, personal tasks, believer information, regional chat, regional trade, and divine warfare. In this vast realm, feel free to cultivate followers, ascend in divine rank, and compete for the ultimate title of Celestial Emperor. 3 billion people from Blue Star have become wild deities. I am not even a true earth deity, merely a wild one. Liu's mouth twitches. He finds himself at a loss for words. How could such an absurdity occur? What magnitude does this world possess to accommodate 3 billion wild deities? Wait, the information mentions realms. Could it be that the 3 billion wild deities are spread across multiple worlds? He opens his personal information. Personal information name, Liu. Divine name, Lord Zhongyue. Divine rank, wild deity, achieves promotion to earth deity at the 9th rank. Divine level, non-mainstream, requires 100 units of divine power to promote to the 9th rank. Divine power, 2 units. Incense power, 765 units. 1,000 units of incense power condense into 1 unit of divine power. Divine techniques, dream induction technique, 1 unit of divine power. Golden blade technique, 1 unit of divine power. Infeffing soldiers, 1 unit of divine power. Infeffing temple priests, 1 unit of divine power. Dream induction technique, golden blade technique. Infeffing soldiers. Infeffing temple priests. Liu murmurs. He senses that if he wishes, he could effortlessly invoke these 4 divine techniques with a mere gesture. However, the dream induction technique requires a sleeping entity as its target, while infeffing soldiers necessitates a ghost. As for in Feffing temple priests, specific conditions must be met. Only the golden blade technique can be freely wielded. Though he is curious about the potency of the golden blade technique, he currently possesses only 2 units of divine power. He dares not squander them on experimentation. This is the very foundation of his existence. To ascend from a wild deity to an official earth deity requires a staggering 100 units of divine power. He furrows his brow. 1,000 units of incense power must be accumulated to form a single unit of divine power. 100 units of divine power necessitates the gathering of 100,000 incense. Clearly, this is not an easily attainable goal. Thus, for a deity, incense power is of paramount importance. With incense power, all things are possible. Without it, one is but a clay statue. In O Wonder, deities and myths and legends place such emphasis on incense power. This is the essence of divinity. His gaze flickers. He promptly opens the believer information interface again. How is incense power generated? Naturally, it relies on believers. Believers are the most crucial asset for a deity. He has comprehended this principle. His state of mind transitions swiftly. Believer information daily incense power, 124 units. Tao level believers, 0 daily provides 100,000 units of incense power. Heaven level believers, 0 daily provides 10,000 units of incense power. Saint level believers, 0 daily provides 1,000 units of incense power. A level believers, 0 daily provides 100 units of incense power. B level believers, 5 daily provides 10 units of incense power. C level believers, 65 daily provides 1 unit of incense power. D level believers, 91 every 10 days provides 1 unit of incense power. Most of them are D level believers. The quality of believers is quite low. Liu raises an eyebrow. He casts his gaze toward the throng of villagers kneeling outside the shrine. They appear sincerely devoted, yet it seems they are merely putting on a facade. He looks back at the offering table. Upon it lies the tribute prepared by the villagers. In addition to the customary 3 offerings, there's a singular item gleaming with a white radiance in his eyes. This item is the true offering the villagers prepared for their biannual grand festival. As a deity, during the annual grand festivals, I can collect 1 offering from my believers. This offering will be enhanced by divine rules, receiving a 20% amplification. Moreover, the biannual grand festivals also yield a one-time accumulation of 10 days' worth of incense power. Liu murmurs. This information also surfaced in his mind, granting him a fundamental understanding of divinity. Thus, the twice-annual grand festivals are of immense significance to a deity. After all, the enhancement of a mere object by 20% is an exceedingly rare occurrence for anyone. For beings such as these wild deities, it is, of course, even more precious. Naturally, this item, designated as a grand offering for the high sacrificial rite, also comes with certain stipulations. It must remain untouched by any direct divine causality. In other words, only objects that are wholly acquired through the faith of the believers may serve as grand offerings, thereby receiving the amplification of the divine rules. He gently gestured, and immediately, the item on the offering table, radiating a white luminescence in his eyes, levitated gracefully before soaring into the divine realm. The confined space, measuring a mere 10 feet in radius, belongs solely to his divine realm. Your believer has completed a grand sacrifice. Your believer has offered you a first-tier strengthening herb. You have gained 1,240 units of incense wish-powered. Divine rules amplification in progress. The first-tier strengthening herb you receive has undergone a hundredfold amplification through divine rules. You have obtained a 4th-tier dragon blood flame herb. Liu was taken aback. A hundredfold amplification? What sorcery is this? Wasn't it promised to be a mere 20% enhancement? Chapter 2. Ascending to Divinity as the 9th rank Earth Deity. Liu stared blankly at the information before him, feeling utterly bewildered. The insights that had previously emerged in his mind had clearly informed him that the offerings collected during the biannual grand ceremonies would yield a 20% enhancement, equating to a 1.2-fold increase. Yet now, what was this astonishing 100-fold increase? He promptly opened the regional chat. If he were still in his corporeal form, he imagined his heart would be racing fervently at this moment. Upon opening the regional chat interface, a torrent of messages flooded in. Holy moly! The offering from my devotee is a first-tier corpse of a firefox, and the 20% enhancement is quite commendable, making it significantly larger. A 10-year-old bone-strengthening flower transformed into a 12-year-old one. Freshly crafted premium vitality pills, enhanced by 20%, selling for merely 3 units of divine power. Haven't you all adapted quickly? I'm still in a daze. Is there a kind-hearted brother willing to lend me 2 units of divine power? I promise to return the favor with a personal touch once I have a corporeal form. Looking for a partner. A sweet girl from the south seeking someone to keep warm with. My goodness, I just discovered a dog demon outside my devotee's village. How terrifying. Is anyone in need of a first-tier greatsword? 2 units of divine power for 1. What the heck? I'm completely flabbergasted. My devotee's offering is actually a stolen wife? My devotees are a band of rogues. It seemed that the others indeed received a mere 20% enhancement. But why did my offerings boast a 100-fold increase? A joyous expression illuminated Li Yu's face. The disparity between a 100-fold increase and a 20% enhancement was astronomical. A 20% enhancement could only marginally elevate the quality of a first-tier item. In contrast, a 100-fold enhancement could elevate a first-tier item to the status of a fourth-tier item. The advantages were simply monumental. This collective grand transmigration evidently granted him a golden opportunity. He opened the regional trading interface. This platform not only enabled deities within the same region to trade with one another, but also allowed any valuable item to be sold to the deity shop. However, the prices in the deity shop were unlikely to be high. In fact, the primary function of the deity shop was to establish a price for items. Based on the information observed in the regional chat, a first-tier item in the deity shop was roughly priced at 1,000 units of incense merit, equivalent to 1 unit of divine power. A first-tier item enhanced by 20% was approximately valued at 1,500 units of incense merit, clearly surpassing the 20% enhancement. But what about my offerings after the 100-fold enhancement? He gazed at the dragon blood flame grass that had been enhanced. The entire plant floated within the divine realm, radiating a brilliant red glow, and one could faintly observe a small dragon-shaped mist swirling around it. In terms of appearance, it surpassed the first-tier strengthening grass that had previously adorned the offering table by leaps and bounds. Reaching out, he grasped the dragon blood flame grass, and with a thought, the fourth-tier plant vanished, appearing in the deity shop instead. A plethora of information floated above it. Name: Dragon Blood Flame Grass. Tier: 4th tier. Effect: when consumed by a human warrior at the peak of the 3rd tier Yuan Gang realm, there is a 50% chance to break through into a 4th tier Yin Yang realm warrior. Price: 360 units of divine power. 360 units of divine power. Li Yu's face beamed with delight. This was nearly equivalent to his current devotee's incense merit income over 8 years. And this was more than sufficient for him to elevate his divine rank from the unremarkable to the esteemed 9th rank. Once he ascended, he would no longer be a wild deity, but rather a legitimate earth god. He was undoubtedly several steps ahead of the other wild deities of Blue Star. While others struggled over 1 or 2 units of divine power, he effortlessly acquired 360 units. It felt akin to having cheat codes in a game. A thrilling sensation indeed. He murmured to himself, unable to suppress the smile that adorned his lips. Without hesitation, he sold the 4th tier Dragon Blood Flame Grass to the deity shop. As for the effects of this 4th tier treasure, he was indifferent. After all, among his current devotees, only 2 were 1st tier body refinement warriors. The rest were mere mortals, incapable of utilizing such a 4th tier item. With the sale completed, Li Yu felt an influx of 360 units of divine power within him. This newfound power instilled a profound sense of superiority. He even felt a renewed impulse to experiment with his golden blade technique. Keep it low-key, he reminded himself. Wasting divine power on testing divine techniques was rather shameful. He suppressed his restless urges and then gathered 100 units of divine power to begin his ascension. Outside the Earth Temple, the villagers who had been kneeling gradually stood up. They had long been accustomed to the biannual grand ceremonies, a tradition. Even though Zhang Yugong had never manifested any signs of divinity, no one considered the worship of Zhang Yugong a waste of time. After all, the act of venerating deities was, in essence, a pursuit of peace of mind. This was the sentiment of many villagers present. However, 5 elderly individuals held an extraordinary reverence for Zhang Yugong, presiding over the grand ceremonies each year. Where did that strengthening grass go? The stooped Li Yuming, over 50 years of age, was preparing to tidy the offering table, particularly ensuring that the most precious strengthening grass was secured. Yet, to his astonishment, there was no sign of the strengthening grass on the table. This left him utterly dumbfounded. Where did the grass go? The other elderly villagers, hearing his exclamation, immediately turned their attention, and upon discovering the absence of the strengthening grass, they grew increasingly anxious. After all, this was a 1st-tier spiritual herb valued at 90 taels of silver, the most valuable item in the village. They searched high and low, but the strengthening grass was nowhere to be found. Just moments before the 3rd bow, he had seen it on the offering table. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Village Chief Li Diang furrowed his brow. The other villagers also scattered, combing the area around the Earth Temple in search. Could it be that while we were kneeling in worship, some bird had snatched it away? One villager speculated. No way. This is the Earth Temple. No bird has ever dared to pilfer food from the Earth God's offering table. Li Diang shook his head. Then, a timid 7 or 8-year-old girl spoke up. Could it be that Zhang Yugong enjoyed it? At this remark, Village Chief Li Diang was momentarily stunned. The villagers also stood in shock. Zhang Yugong enjoyed it. In an instant, numerous pairs of eyes turned towards the statue of the Earth God within the temple. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resounded from the heavens. Chapter 3. Personal Task, Choosing the Temple Keeper. The thunder was ear-splitting, as if the heavens were proclaiming something. The villagers of Li family village were startled, quickly looking up at the sky, only to find no sign of impending rain, just a clap of dry thunder. Could it be that Zhang Yugong truly enjoyed it? Li Yuming, hunched over, murmured. He was the most respected elder in the village and one of the two-body refinement warriors among them. Though age had diminished his combat abilities, he could still easily overpower 2 or 3 adult men if he were to unleash his wrath. After all, he had successfully cultivated the stone-shattering palm in his youth, undergoing 2 transformations of vitality, endowing his palm with formidable power. Years ago, he could even shatter boulders the size of a human head with a single strike. The village's most valuable possessions had always been entrusted to him, especially the strengthening grass, which he had safeguarded for 7 years without issue. Twice every year, during the grand festivals, the robust herb must grace the offering table of the revered Zhanyue god. Yet, this time, it has mysteriously vanished. Surely, it has been enjoyed by the Zhanyue god. An elderly man, trembling with age, spoke earnestly, casting a particularly devout gaze upon the statue of the earth god. I concur. Our village's earth god is indeed most efficacious. Just a few years ago, the wife of Pai Ho struggled with infertility. After Pai Ho earnestly implored the Zhanyue god for offspring, within a year, his wife bore a healthy baby boy. Another elder chimed in. After the villagers scoured the surroundings once more, yielding no results, the village chief, Li Diong, resignedly remarked, "It must be that Ming Shu has enjoyed it. Though I am the village chief, I am also, aside from Li Yuming, one of the few martial artists in the village. Yet, I harbor doubts about the earth god's existence. After all, if deities truly existed, would the world be plagued by demons and evil spirits?" Each grand festival, he merely viewed it as a means to assure the villagers, which in turn facilitated his governance as chief, hence his apparent enthusiasm. Deep down, he even questioned whether the robust herb had been secretly hidden by Yuming. However, lacking evidence, he, as the village chief, would refrain from making such accusations, for it would undermine unity. The Zhanyue god has manifested. He has partaken of the offerings, surely. He will protect our village's sons from the harm of demons and evil spirits. Li Yuming knelt once more, sincerely bowing before the statue of the earth god. Numerous elders followed suit, offering their devout reverence. Observing Yuming's earnest demeanor, Chief Li Diong momentarily pondered whether it might indeed be true that the Zhanyue god had manifested and enjoyed the offerings. No, it is impossible. There are no deities in this world. Only martial prowess serves as the sole means of survival. Personal information: name, Li Yu divine name, Zhanyue god divine rank, earth god of Li family village, divine tier, from 9th rank, 1000 divine powers required to ascend to the 9th rank, divine power, 262 incense offerings, 2005 divine techniques, dream invocation technique, 1 divine power, golden blade technique, 1 divine power, summoning of soldiers, 1 divine power, appointment of temple priests, 10 divine powers, illness exorcism technique, 5 divine powers, flight technique, 10 divine powers, soldier artifacts, 10 divine powers, earth escape technique, 10 divine powers, strengthening of soldiers, 10 divine powers, cloud and mist technique, 10 divine powers, heavenly thunder technique, 10 divine powers. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power, I sensed that employing the golden blade technique, while consuming a single divine power, would yield results far superior to my previous state as a wild deity. Li Yu gazed at the personal information manifesting before him, a smile gracing his lips. Furthermore, he observed that his once translucent form was now fully corporeal, adorned in the ceremonial garb of the earth god, crowned with the divine headpiece, cradling the earth seal in his left hand and holding the divine register in his right. This appearance surpassed anything he had previously known. Have I finally attained a formal position? Indeed, it seems that in any realm, the universe's conclusion remains consistent. His smile widened as he gently waved his hand. Instantly, 2005 incense offerings surged from the corner of the divine realm, flooding into the earth seal. Subsequently, 2 pure, white streams of divine power, having been refined of all impurities by the earth seal, emerged and integrated into Li Yu's being. His divine power immediately transformed into 264. The benefits of having a formal position are undeniable. This earth seal is truly remarkable. Without it, refining 2000 incense offerings into 2 streams of divine power would require a full 2 hours. With the earth seal, it is accomplished in an instant. He mused with satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, he opened the personal tasks interface. Intrigued by the types of missions that the enigmatic force orchestrating the arrival of so many individuals to become deities would impose. Personal task 1, task description: as a deity, even with meager divine power, you require a temple priest to propagate your faith. Task objective: persuade a believer to voluntarily become a temple priest. Task reward: 2 first-tier blessing talismans, 2 divine powers. To persuade a believer to willingly become a temple priest? Li Yu arched an eyebrow. Upon seeing this task, he immediately thought of the dream invocation technique he possessed. It was evident that this task necessitated the use of the dream invocation technique. After all, while he was the earth god, He understood that deities do not manifest directly before their believers. Should a deity appear before a believer, the mystique and majesty would be lost, thereby undermining their faith. As a deity, one must maintain an exalted, mysterious, and formidable presence. Only then would mortals place their faith in you. Moreover, the rewards caught Liyu's attention. Although he regarded the two divine powers as relatively insignificant, given that he now possessed 264 divine powers as the Earth God, the first-tier blessing talismans were of great necessity. These talismans would not enhance him as a deity, but would instead benefit the believers. A blessing talisman could elevate a believer directly from mortal to first-tier martial artist. The importance of believers cannot be overstated. In this world, rife with demons and malevolence, enhancing the strength of believers naturally enables them to better withstand such threats. Furthermore, only with strengthened believers can he receive more substantial offerings. Which believer should be selected as the temple priest? Liyu's gaze fell upon the divine register in his hand. This register meticulously documented the information of all villagers in Li family village, detailing every minor and major deed. It included accounts of both virtuous and nefarious actions, along with a semblance of a life and death ledger. With a mere stroke of his hand, he could strike through the names of villagers recorded within, resulting in their immediate demise. Moreover, engaging in such actions would incur no punishment or require any expenditure of divine power on his part. This was his prerogative as the Earth God. He resolved to choose from among the 5 B-tier believers. Liyu, maintaining a calm demeanor, reviewed the life stories of these 5 individuals. Chapter 4. Become my temple priest. Walk the mortal realm in my stead. This Li Yuming seems promising. He is young and astute, having studied in a private school for 3 years, and spent 12 years venturing beyond Li family village, earning great respect. In his youth, he achieved mastery in the stone-shattering palm, undergoing 2 transformations of vitality and blood, becoming a martial artist of the body refinement realm. His character is commendable, having not committed any heinous acts. Liu nodded, deciding to select Li Yuming as his temple priest. Among the 5 B-tier believers, only Li Yuming had ventured beyond the village, acquiring considerable experience. His gaze shifted toward the temple's exterior. The hour had passed, clearly indicating that a significant amount of time had elapsed during his divine rank ascension. Li family village appeared peaceful and serene, especially under the cloak of night, enveloped in tranquility. Simple earthen houses were scattered throughout the mountains, each household cultivating their own fields. With the new year just passed, remnants of unmelted snow lingered in some fields. Liu stepped forth from the statue of the Earth God. During his time as a wild deity, the divine realm within the statue felt like a prison, preventing his escape. However, having ascended to the 9th rank as the Earth God, he was now free to leave his divine realm. Grounded in reality, he sighed, observing the encroaching darkness of the mountains surrounding the village before selecting a direction to walk. Yet, after traveling nearly a mile, he halted. Ahead lay a small hill, with undulating peaks beyond it. This marked the boundary of Li family village, and he felt a sense of trepidation. Stepping beyond would render him exceedingly weak. Deities become vulnerable once they stray from their domain. All divine arts necessitate tenfold divine power for their execution, and furthermore, one's divine rank may temporarily diminish by 1 tier. Liu murmured to himself, casting a deep gaze toward the undulating peaks ahead. If it were not imperative, he would not venture beyond his own domain. A decline in divine rank coupled with the requirement of tenfold divine power for casting divine arts is exceedingly perilous. Subsequently, he took several steps back into the sanctity of his own divine realm within the land temple. As for the other directions of the village, there was no need for exploration. As the rightful deity of the land, he was acutely aware of the vastness of his domain. He had merely wished to experience the sensation of standing at the boundary of his territory. His gaze turned toward the home of Li Yuming. At that moment, Li Yuming had already succumbed to slumber. Liu extended his right hand, gently pointing toward Li Yuming. A surge of divine power coalesced at his fingertip as he invoked the dream-calling technique. Li Yuming found himself bewilderedly standing before the land temple. He was unaware of the reason behind this dream of the land temple. Could it be due to the grand ceremony earlier in the day, when the precious body-strengthening herb was utilized by the Duke of Zhanyue? To be honest, he remained somewhat skeptical. Although he was devout in his reverence for the Duke of Zhanyue, he was also worldly enough to understand the nature of the outside world. His faith in the Duke stemmed from a deep yearning within his heart, a longing for the day when a deity would descend, banishing evil and demons, allowing humanity to live in peace. But did deities truly exist? He was uncertain. Li Yuming. Suddenly, a voice resounding with infinite majesty echoed from above. Li Yuming looked around, questioning who calls me. It was then he realized how vividly real this dream felt. Yet, he knew he was dreaming. This sensation was profoundly strange. Li Yuming, the voice, once again imbued with grandeur and authority, reverberated through the heavens. Startled, Li Yuming gazed upward at the land temple. There, a colossal and indifferent visage materialized, its eyes brimming with sovereignty, looking down upon him from a great height, strikingly similar to the Duke of Zhanyue enshrined within the temple. Duke of Zhanyue. Li Yuming exclaimed in shock, hastily kneeling before the apparition. His heart raced with exhilaration. After so many years, he had finally witnessed the manifestation of the Duke of Jianyue. Li Yuming, as the rightful deity of Li Village, it is my duty to protect you. However, there exists a distinction between divine and mortal. Do not utter such words lightly. Would you be willing to become my temple steward, acting on my behalf among mortals? The voice, filled with authority and indifference, reverberated through the entire realm, truly the might of a deity. I, the believer Li Yuming, am willing, Li Yuming declared, overwhelmed with emotion, bowing deeply. At dawn tomorrow, bow before me, and you shall become my temple steward. Do not forget. With those words, the entire dream world began to shatter into fragments. Li Yuming awoke, sitting upright suddenly. The words "do not forget" still echoed in his mind. The Duke of Jianyue manifested and sent me a dream, he murmured. The memories of the dream were too vivid, almost as if he had genuinely experienced those moments. The immense face of the Duke, obscuring half the sky, the elevated gaze, and the voice filled with unfathomable authority. All of it felt undeniably real. What is it? The rooster hasn't even crowed yet. Why are you up? His wife, Zhao Jiahua, groggily opened her eyes and mumbled. Jiahua, the Duke of Jianyue just sent me a dream. Li Yuming's voice trembled with excitement. Only he understood the depth of emotion contained within that voice. What? The Duke of Jianyue sent you a dream? Sleep a bit longer. Perhaps you'll dream of the city god next. Zhao Jiahua turned over, returning to her slumber. Believe it or not, I tell you, the Duke of Jianyue sent me a dream, asking me to become the temple steward, from henceforth representing him among mortals. As he spoke, Li Yuming's voice quivered even more, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. After all, he was to represent the land deity among mortals. What magnitude of existence was the Duke of Jianyue? He, Li Yuming, would henceforth embody a true deity among mortals, such a position of honor. Go to sleep. Stop making a fuss. If you keep this up, you might become the land deity yourself. Zhao Jiahua replied impatiently. She had little faith in the land deity. If the land deity truly existed, why had their son passed away from illness? At that time, she and Li Yuming had fervently prayed to the land deity. But did it yield any results? Their son had still succumbed to his illness. Foolish woman, lacking in vision, Li Yuming scoffed, rising to dress himself. He needed to prepare, for at the break of dawn, he would immediately head to the land temple to become the steward. Considering the temple's modest size, he even planned to erect a simple canopy outside to serve as his workspace as the steward. Before long, the sky began to brighten. Li Yuming, armed with tools, kicked his two sons awake, urging them to accompany him to the land temple. Uncle Yuming, what are you doing? Seeing Li Yuming with an array of tools, while his sons carried ladders and stools, the village chief, Li Diang, inquired curiously. Ah, Diang, I must tell you, last night, the Duke of Jianyue sent me a dream, asking me to become the temple steward, from henceforth representing him among mortals. Do not be too envious of your Uncle Yuming, Li Yuming proclaimed proudly. The village chief, Li Diang, looked utterly astonished. The Duke of Jianyue sent you a dream? To represent him among mortals? He gazed at Li Yuming as if he were a fool. Chapter 5. The appointment of the temple steward. The manifestation of the deity shocks the villagers. Soon, Li Yuming arrived at the land temple with his two sons. The land temple was situated on a small hill to the north of the village, accompanied by an ancient willow tree on its left, its branches cascading down in abundance. Dersheng, Demei, quickly set up the canopy. Li Yuming commanded with a wave of his hand. With sons to assist him, there was no need for him to toil alone. Father, are you truly going to become the steward of the land temple? Li Dersheng asked, his face contorted in concern. He was notably robust, towering over Li Yuming. Yet his martial arts aptitude was rather poor. At 28 years old, despite training for over a decade in the stone-cracking palm, he had yet to achieve a transformation in his chi and blood, failing to reach the physical cultivation realm and become a martial artist. Is there any doubt? The Duke of Jianyue has sent me a dream. Your father will henceforth be his representative among mortals, Li Yuming proclaimed, casting a sidelong glance at his eldest son, his formerly stooped back, now standing straighter. Li Dersheng and Li Demei exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. They harbored no belief in the dream of the Duke of Jianyue, suspecting it was merely a fanciful notion of their father. Nevertheless, out of respect for their father, they dared not contest his words. They resolved to comply with whatever their father dictated. Without further ado, the brothers began constructing the canopy, gathering some wood to assemble it, an easy task for them. At that moment, several elderly villagers, having heard the news, hurried over. Yuming, did the Duke of Jianyue truly send you a dream? Li Yitong, leaning on his cane, inquired with wide eyes, his voice trembling. He was 5 or 6 years older than Li Yuming and was the eldest in the entire Li village. Yuming, is it true? Did the Duke of Jianyue really appoint you as the steward? Diang told us you would represent him among mortals. Could it be that the body-strengthening herb from yesterday was indeed enjoyed by the Duke of Jianyue? Certainly, the body-strengthening herb was enjoyed by the Duke of Jianyue. Do you still doubt it? 7 or 8 elderly villagers gathered before the land temple, exchanging excited words with one another. Li Yuming straightened his stooped back with great effort. proudly addressing his old comrades. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. Last night, the deity Zhang Yu indeed bestowed upon me a dream, urging me to walk the earthly realm on his behalf. Henceforth, do not call me just Yu Ming. Refer to me as the temple guardian. The village chief, Li Diyang, wore a peculiar expression. He scrutinized Li Yuming's demeanor, sensing an authenticity that seemed beyond mere performance. However, he firmly believed that the dream from Zhang Yu was implausible. It was likely that Uncle Yu Ming simply dreamt of the deity himself. His conviction mirrored that of brotherly Deshing. After all, he had little faith in the existence of deities. Martial prowess was the sole truth. He even speculated whether Uncle Yu Ming had surreptitiously taken the strengthening herb, staging this spectacle to convince others that the herb had been favored by Zhang Yu. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at Li Deshing and Li Deming, whose martial talents were lackluster. It was not unfathomable that Uncle Yu Ming might have pilfered the herb to ensure one of the brothers could ascend as a martial artist. All right, my old friends, the hour of Chun is approaching, and I must pay homage to Zhang Yu to officially assume the role of Temple Guardian. Silence, please. After conversing with his comrades for a moment, Li Yuming glanced at the sky, his expression turning grave, given his esteemed status in the village. The solemnity in his countenance silenced the elders, who promptly stepped back, their eyes fixed on him without blinking. Outside, many curious villagers had gathered, eager to witness the unfolding events. Zhang Yu appeared in a dream. Uncle Yu Ming was to become the temple guardian? This was indeed a rare occurrence. Their village had never had a temple guardian before. Li Yuming of Li Family Village pays homage to Zhang Yu. I, Li Yuming, am willing to serve as Zhang Yu's temple guardian, walking the earthly realm on his behalf. Li Yuming, with a serious expression, knelt before the earth deity's temple, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations, his voice resonating with solemnity and a palpable fervor that enveloped the onlookers. The villagers of Li Family Village held their breath, the atmosphere growing so still that a pin drop would have echoed. In the divine realm, Li Yu observed Li Yuming kneeling before the temple, his expression calm. He extended his right hand, and in an instant, 10 strands of divine power converged, slowly forming a radiant divine talisman. This talisman bore intricate, enigmatic runes, exuding an air of majesty. It was the Temple Guardian's divine talisman, specifically designated for conferring the title of Temple Guardian. Once embodied, it bestowed upon him a fragment of divine authority. The earth's seal flew forth, imprinting upon the talisman, transforming its original white hue into a resplendent purple. From this day forth, Li Yuming shall be my temple guardian, traversing the earthly realm on my behalf, he proclaimed. Simultaneously, the talisman in his hand transformed into a beam of purple light, soaring from the divine realm. From this day forth, Li Yuming shall be my temple guardian, traversing the earthly realm on my behalf. A voice, resounding with authority and detachment, seemingly descended from the heavens, echoed above the earth deity's temple. This voice towered above, casting its gaze upon the earth. Any villager who heard it felt as if they beheld a deity standing majestically in the celestial expanse, its features obscured, yet its eyes radiated boundless majesty. A beam of purple light erupted from the earth deity's statue, swiftly merging with Li Yuming. In that instant, Li Yuming's once gray hair transformed to a deep black. His once stooped spine straightened with newfound vigor. The deep creases on his face softened significantly, and his previously clouded eyes sparkled with clarity. A subtle aroma of incense enveloped him, as if he had regained 20 years of youth. His entire demeanor was now transformed, appearing as if he were an entirely different person. The surrounding villagers were left in astonishment. They had just heard the deity's awe-inspiring voice and witnessed the miraculous transformation of Li Yuming. The deity Zhang Yu had manifested. Had he truly communicated with Uncle Yu Ming? I just heard Zhang Yu's voice. Am I not dreaming? Murmured a villager. Uncle Yu Ming has become young again. The deity has truly manifested. Several elders knelt down, fervently bowing towards the temple, tears streaming down their faces. The other villagers soon followed suit, their expressions brimming with excitement. What had they just witnessed? The manifestation of Zhang Yu. Their village, Li Family Village, was indeed under divine protection. In that moment, the fervor of the villagers intensified. Many resolved to offer incense to Zhang Yu at dawn and dusk, hoping for even more blessings for their families. Did deities truly exist? Had the manifestation of Zhang Yu really occurred? Village chief Li Diyang felt a shiver run through him, promptly kneeling as well. He was engulfed in disbelief. Could it be that deities truly existed in this world? Was their village truly blessed by a deity? He had clearly heard the deity's authoritative voice, felt the palpable change in Uncle Yu Ming right before his eyes. Zhang Yu was real. Chapter 6. Becoming the Temple Guardian, Rejuvenation, and the Surge of Faith. Indeed, deities should occasionally reveal miracles. Only through such manifestations can the faith of the believers deepen. A smile graced Li Yu's face. Originally, he had merely 5 B-grade believers. Yet now, this number had surged to 11. Furthermore, the C-grade believers had increased from 65 to 79. This was still only a fraction of the villagers present. Once the news spread and they witnessed Li Yuming's remarkable transformation, he was confident that the vast majority of Li Family Village would become more devout. a deity that had manifested. A deity whose presence was so vividly apparent would undoubtedly stir the hearts of the villagers, greatly amplifying their faith. With my divine rank at the 9th tier, the temple guardian I confer should achieve a mid-2nd tier strength. Previously, Li Yuming had undergone only 2 transformations of vitality, and even in his youth, he could only be classified as a mid-1st tier martial artist. Now, he had leaped past the upper limits of the 1st tier. Reaching the mid-2nd tier, Li Yu's expression remained serene. Were he still an unremarkable wild god? The temple guardian conferred through a single strand of divine power would only attain an upper 1st tier status. With Li Yuming now at the mid-2nd tier, next year's offerings should be more exquisite. He murmured to himself, for the biannual grand festival held immense significance to him. Most importantly, were the offerings for the grand festival. A 100-fold amplification. 1st tier items could be enhanced to 4th tier quality. What if they could acquire 2nd tier items? Although festival offerings could not directly intertwine with the deity's karma, the temple guardian, though divinely appointed, could obtain items without direct divine correlation. Thus, the items acquired by the temple guardian could also serve as grand festival offerings. Li Yu opened the personal tasks menu. Personal task 1, now displayed as completed. Ready for reward collection. He immediately claimed his reward. In an instant, 2 strands of divine power materialized within him, and 2 brilliantly radiant 1st tier blessing talismans floated before him. Who should receive the blessing talisman? His gaze drifted toward the temple entrance. Meanwhile, before the earth deity's temple, Li Yuming marveled at his transformation. His face a canvas of disbelief. Is this truly me? He wondered, extending his hands to examine them. Did they still belong to him? He felt more invigorated than he had in his youth. Moreover, within him, a unique energy emerged. One not born of martial cultivation in the 2nd tier, but something altogether extraordinary. It was not merely a sensation of ethereal ambiguity that enveloped him. Not only that, but he also felt as though he had mastered 5 distinct spells. The first, known as the minor golden blade technique, could be wielded through the energy within his body, equivalent to a strike from a mid-tier practitioner of the 2nd rank. The second, the minor cloud mist protective technique, allowed him to condense clouds and mist for defense, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a mid-tier practitioner of the 2nd rank. The third, the underground divine movement technique, enabled him to traverse underground for a distance of 10 miles in one go. The fourth, the disease-repelling symbolic water technique, permitted him to draw symbols that transformed into healing waters, capable of treating minor ailments. As for the final spell, it was called the divine invocation technique. This allowed him to summon the power of deities, vanquishing demons and dispelling evil spirits. Li Yuming expressed his profound gratitude for the blessings bestowed by Lord Zhangyue. Li Yuming vowed to exert every effort in fulfilling the will of Lord Zhangyue upon this earth. He trembled with excitement. Initially, he had thought that becoming the temple keeper of Lord Zhangyue merely entailed performing the duties of a caretaker. Now, he realized that serving as the temple keeper and acting on behalf of Lord Zhangyue was far from an empty phrase. He had acquired an extraordinary strength, tenfold greater than before. This was power rivaling that of a mid-tier true energy realm master of the 2nd rank. A true energy realm master, no less, whose status would be significant even within a county. And he, Li Yuming, had, in an instant, transformed from an aging, frail practitioner of the 1st rank into a mid-tier true energy realm master of the 2nd rank. At this moment, an increasing number of villagers flocked from all directions. As they listened to the animated explanations of others, their eyes widened in disbelief at the remarkable transformation of Li Yuming, and they quickly knelt down in awe. Lord Zhangyue had truly manifested. This was indeed the land deity of their Li family village. Many brought offerings of incense, hastily lighting them in reverence as they presented them to Lord Zhangyue. Lord Zhangyue, please bless my son with safety and success in the county, beseeched one devotee. Lord Zhangyue, please grant my family health and freedom from illness. Another implored. Lord Zhangyue, I wish to prosper. Please bless me with wealth. Cried yet another. Lord Zhangyue, I am 32 and still unmarried. Please help me find a beautiful and virtuous wife. The villagers began their fervent prayers. Many had previously visited the land deity merely for formality, lacking sincere devotion. After all, none had ever witnessed the land deity truly manifesting. Yet, now it was different. The land deity had genuinely appeared, who would not desire the protection of the divine. The aura emanating from Yuming uncle caused the village chief, Li Diyang, to narrow his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Li Yuming. While others were shocked by the drastic changes occurring within Li Diyang, he, as a practitioner of the 1st rank who had undergone 2 transformations of vitality, could sense that the aura of Li Yuming had become terrifyingly potent. It felt akin to the powerful masters within the county. Had Yuming uncle become the temple keeper of Lord Zhangyue, and had the deity significantly enhanced his strength? Was this the might of the divine? Waves of awe surged within Li Diyang, accompanied by profound envy. So it was that sincere belief in the deity could yield such astonishing rewards. What of martial arts singularity? Could one truly ascend to the rank of a 2nd-tier master in an instant through relentless training? It was the sincere faith in Lord Zhangyue that stood as the true path. Without hesitation, Li Diyang bowed deeply in reverence. He yearned for advancement. Two new Class A devotees had unexpectedly emerged. In the divine realm, a hint of surprise appeared on Li Yu's face. Class A devotees were equivalent to 10 Class B devotees, each capable of providing him with 100 units of incense power daily. In just 10 days, the incense power from a single Class A devotee would be sufficient to coalesce into a divine force. Undoubtedly, any Class A devotee was among the most treasured assets of the deity. However, achieving Class A status was no simple feat. It required not only sincerity, but also profound recognition and reverence towards the deity. One of the two Class A devotees was Li Yuming, which was within my expectations. After all, having become the temple keeper and with his strength elevated to the second rank, a transformation of faith was entirely reasonable. Yet the other was surprisingly the village chief, Li Diyang. I recalled that he had previously been merely a Class D devotee. To leap from Class C to Class B and then to Class A all at once? Quite intriguing. He sought to. Li Yu's gaze fell upon the kneeling village chief, Li Diyang. Simultaneously, the land register opened automatically, revealing the life stories of Li Diyang. He could also hear the chief's earnest prayers. Chapter 7. Purchasing the Blessing Talisman, Divine Grace Like the Sea. A Rise in Martial Prowess? I never anticipated that this village chief possessed such a strong heart for martial arts. It was unfortunate that his martial aptitude was rather poor, and he lagged far behind Li Yuming. At 35, he had only completed 2 transformations of vitality, reaching the first rank's middle tier, and had made no further progress. He was generally fair-minded, having committed minor faults, but no major transgressions. He had performed small acts of kindness, but none of great significance. Given such sincere devotion, I shall grant your wishes. Li Yu's expression remained calm. He possessed 2 first-tier blessing talismans. A first-tier blessing talisman could elevate an uninitiated devotee to a first-tier practitioner of the refining body realm. Upon elevation, they would undergo 2 transformations of vitality, becoming a mid-tier practitioner of the first rank. This was one of its functions. The first-tier blessing talisman also had another purpose. It could elevate a practitioner already at the first tier by 2 minor realms, though not crossing major realms. This meant that a practitioner of the lower tier could be elevated directly to the upper tier. A mid-tier practitioner could be raised to the first rank's limit. However, even a practitioner of the upper tier could still only ascend to the first rank's limit. As for the other first-tier blessing talisman, he scanned the list of Class B devotees. At that moment, the number of Class B devotees had increased to 27. Yet, most were elderly or middle-aged, with only 2 young individuals. One was Li Xiaowu, aged 22, and the other was Li Deming, aged 25, the second son of Li Yuming. A family must not gain too much honor. I shall bestow this first-tier blessing talisman upon Li Xiaowu, he mused. As for selling the first-tier blessing talisman in the divine shop, he had no such intentions. Even though first-tier items, including the blessing talisman, were remarkable, they would fetch no more than 2 units of divine force in the divine shop. Would a dignified land deity of the 9th rank truly lack such trifling divine power? With this thought, he suddenly had a revelation. Instead of selling, could he perhaps buy? As a deity from the Blue Star, he possessed the ability for regional trading. Any Blue Star deity could list items for sale in regional trading. Now, on the second day since his arrival, it was likely that many Blue Star deities had completed their personal tasks and received their rewards. Among the 100,000 Blue Star deities, it was reasonable to assume that someone would list first-tier blessing talismans for sale. Although, in his eyes, the first-tier blessing talisman was far more valuable than 2 or 3 units of divine power. Perhaps in the eyes of some Blue Star deities, 2 or 3 units of divine power were more significant. He promptly opened the regional trading interface. Immediately, he saw a plethora of first-tier blessing talismans available for sale. In comparison to enhancing devotees, many Blue Star deities preferred to acquire divine power. A smile crept across Li Yu's lips. While he temporarily lacked for divine power, he was in dire need of items that could bolster the strength of his devotees. The might of his devotees ensured better survival and would aid him in procuring offerings. He extended his hand and placed 1 first-tier blessing talisman in the divine shop, observing the value assigned by the shop. 2 units of divine power. Good heavens. They are all swindlers. A first-tier blessing talisman worth 2 units of divine power, and yet you dare to sell it for 5? Could one truly anticipate that even after attaining divinity, there would still be gullible fools? Li Yu expressed his astonishment. He observed a first-tier blessing talisman on the regional trading board, with some astonishingly priced at 5 divine powers each. Such audacity to list them. The majority, however, were priced at 4 divine powers apiece, with only 7 talismans available at 3 divine powers each. 3 divine powers. This price was indeed acceptable. A glimmer flashed in his eyes as he promptly purchased all 7 first-tier blessing talismans priced at 3 divine powers each. This expenditure amounted to 21 divine powers, leaving him with 234 divine powers. Instantly, the 7 first-tier blessing talismans materialized, joining the previous 2, shimmering with a radiant white light in the divine realm. Now he possessed 9 first-tier blessing talismans. Li Yu's gaze shifted once more to the believer information. there were 27 B-level believers, excluding 15 elderly men and women. Along with Li Xiuwu and Li Deming, there remained 10 individuals, all middle-aged, aged between 30 to 40. Alas, a larger family may garner more favor, potentially enhancing their devotion. He included Li Deming within the blessing range of the first-tier talismans. After all, with 7 additional first-tier blessing talismans at his disposal, there was no need for frugality. Following this, he selected 6 individuals from the remaining 10 middle-aged believers. As for reserving a few blessing talismans for future B-level believers, that notion did not cross his mind. The regional trading still offered first-tier blessing talismans for sale. He could always procure more if needed in the future. Moreover, he surmised that acquiring first-tier blessing talismans should not pose a significant challenge. Each first-tier blessing talisman encompassed 6 martial arts techniques, allowing the selection of one to bestow upon a believer. Let it be the Gale Blade technique. Swift and ferocious, it surpassed the cracking stone palm that Li Yuming practiced. Li Yu murmured softly. With a gentle snap of his fingers, 9 first-tier blessing talismans soared from the divine realm. Before the land deity shrine, numerous individuals had completed the 3 essential rites of worship, bowing, lighting incense, and making wishes, and were preparing to depart. Although the manifestation of Zhanyue Gong was exhilarating, life must continue. One couldn't linger indefinitely before the shrine. Yet at that moment, 9 beams of white light erupted from the statue of the land deity, darting into the bodies of 9 believers still kneeling in fervent devotion. Among them was Li Dayang. In that instant, Li Dayang felt a brilliant white talisman materialize within him. The talisman radiated a dazzling white light, disintegrating into a torrent of vitality coursing through his body. In the blink of an eye, his previously twice transformed vitality underwent yet another 2 transformations. His martial arts realm surged from the mid-level first tier of the body refinement stage to the peak of the first-tier body refinement stage, just one step away from advancing to the second-tier true Qi realm as a martial artist. Simultaneously, the other 8 individuals, including Li Yoming's second son Li Deming, erupted with powerful vitality. In an instant, they transformed from ordinary mortals, experiencing 2 transformations of vitality, to mid-level first-tier body refinement martial artists. Their prowess rivaled that of the strongest individuals in the village. Moreover, they were suddenly endowed with the Gale Blade technique and a wealth of insights regarding it, as though they had diligently practiced the technique for an extended period, achieving a mid-level first-tier mastery. In a flash, Li Family Village boasted 8 mid-level first-tier martial artists and 1 peak first-tier martial artist. Such was the might of the deity. Chapter 8. Personal Task 2. Ping Mountain Divine Talisman. Grateful for the blessings of Zhanyue Gong, we, the Li Family Village, shall honor Zhanyue Gong with unwavering devotion for generations to come. The village chief, Li Dayang, bowed fervently, tears welling in his eyes. Heaven knows the immense pressure he faced as the leader of a village amidst a world rife with malevolent spirits. He made a journey to the county town every couple of months, often encountering chilling news. For instance, reports of a village plagued by evil spirits, with no survivors emerging, or tales of demons devouring entire populations within a 10-mile radius. He dreaded the day when Li Family Village might also fall victim to such malevolence. Hence, he exerted himself in martial training, hoping to bolster his martial prowess to protect the village should such horrors arise. Yet at 35, with his vitality waning, he had only completed 2 transformations, reaching the mid-level first tier. The prospect of achieving a 3rd transformation seemed utterly distant. This persistent anxiety weighed heavily on him. But now, Zhanyue Gong manifested. In an instant, he accomplished 2 transformations of vitality, ascending to the peak of the first-tier martial artist. How could he not be exhilarated? How could he not be filled with joy? His faith in Zhanyue Gong intensified, blossoming from the depths of his heart. Grateful for the blessings of Zhanyue Gong, Li Deming could scarcely believe that he had achieved 2 transformations of vitality in such a manner. At 25, despite his father Li Yuming's guidance, he had yet to complete a single transformation to become a martial artist. Truth be told, he had lost all hope, convinced that he would never attain martial prowess in his lifetime. Yet now, Zhanyue Gong had bestowed upon him the gift of becoming a mid-level first-tier martial artist. Grateful for the blessings of Zhanyue Gong, the remaining 7 individuals were equally overwhelmed with excitement, bowing in reverence. They had not anticipated that as ordinary villagers, they too could receive the blessings of Zhanyue Gong. Li Xiuwu, in particular, was moved to tears. Orphaned at 7 when his parents ventured into the mountains to hunt and never returned, he had remained a lonely child. Had it not been for the villagers' compassion, often inviting him to their homes for meals, he might have perished from hunger long ago. Growing up on the kindness of others, he had always felt inferior. He never imagined that he would also receive the blessings of Zhanyue Gong, becoming a martial artist like the village chief and Uncle Yuming. With 8 new martial artists emerging, Dayang's strength surged significantly. Such was the might of Zhanyue Gong, whose divine power was immeasurable. Li Yuming was elated. This transformed the very fabric of Li Family Village's strength. In this perilous world, they now possessed newfound confidence to face dangers. However, Why were these 9 individuals the ones to receive Zhang Yuegong's blessings? Just moments ago, others were rising to leave, while only a select few remained kneeling in utmost devotion. Li Yuming pondered thoughtfully, casting a glance at those still on their knees. He discerned that most of the most devout believers of Zhang Yuegong, excluding the elderly and women, had received blessings. A realization dawned upon him. Only those who offered sincere devotion to Zhang Yuegong had the opportunity to receive divine gifts. As the temple keeper, he resolved to inspire the villagers to cultivate even greater faith in Zhang Yuegong. Morning and evening, 2 incense sticks must be lit. No household could be exempt. Anyone daring to neglect even a single stick would face dire consequences. Anyone who failed to sincerely worship Zhang Yuegong would suffer his wrath. They too deserved the blessings of Zhang Yuegong. Zhang Yuegong had manifested once more. Deming and Xiuwu, 2 young men in their 20s, had also received divine gifts. Why had Zhang Yuegong not bestowed upon him? The other villagers exclaimed in astonishment, with some expressing envy and jealousy. Li Yuming strode forward, anger flaring in his voice as he admonished, "Can't you see? A bunch of simpletons. They received the blessings of Zhang Yuegong because they sincerely worshipped him. While you were ready to leave, they remained kneeling in earnest prayer. Do you understand? To receive Zhang Yuegong's blessings, one must exhibit profound devotion. The divine observes us from above. Every action of yours is under the watchful eyes of Zhang Yuegong. Those who sincerely worship him shall undoubtedly receive his blessings. If one fails to receive divine grace, it is prudent to reflect upon oneself and consider whether one's faith is sufficiently fervent." The crowd suddenly grasped this truth, their faces marred by regret. Why could they not demonstrate a more profound devotion to the illustrious deity? Resolutely, they resolved to exert themselves upon returning home, vowing to enhance not only their own faith, but that of their entire family towards the revered deity. In the divine domain, Li Yuming, with his worldly experience, articulated such insights that would gradually cultivate a deeper faith within the entire Li family village. Li Yu expressed his satisfaction. The village records indicated a population of 223. Previously, the believer information interface had noted only 165 believers, with 8 residing elsewhere. This implied that among the remaining 215, there were at least 50 individuals who were not even at the lowest tier of believers. Of course, some among these 50 were children under 5, who were unlikely to develop faith and could be disregarded. Now, upon opening the believer information interface, he observed, believer information, daily offerings, 531. Tier 1 believers, 0, providing daily offerings of 100,000. Tier 2 believers, 0, providing daily offerings of 10,000. Tier 3 believers, 0, providing daily offerings of 1,000. Tier 4 believers, 2, providing daily offerings of 100. Tier 5 believers, 26, providing daily offerings of 10. Tier 6 believers, 102, providing daily offerings of 1. Tier 7 believers, 50, providing 1 offering every 10 days. The total number of believers reached 180. A significant number had ascended to Tier 3 believers. However, the news of his divine manifestation had yet to spread throughout the village, and many had not yet arrived. In the coming days, it was certain that this number would rise further. A satisfied smile graced Li Yu's face. Appropriate divine manifestations were undoubtedly the most effective means of enhancing the believer's devotion. In that brief moment, 4 additional Tier 5 believers emerged. He chose to disregard the villagers gathered outside the temple and instead opened the personal tasks to check. Personal task 1 was complete. A new personal task had refreshed. He placed great importance on personal tasks, as evidenced by the substantial rewards from the Tier 1 Blessing Talisman. The rewards from personal tasks likely included significant enhancements to the believer's abilities. Personal Task 2. Task Description. You have acquired a temple steward. Now let the steward cultivate more believers for you. Task Objective. Total number of believers must reach 300. Task Reward. 1 Ping Shan Divine Talisman. 5 units of Divine Power. Chapter 9. Deities at War. A new divine mandate. The total number of believers must reach 300. Li Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Including the 8 who were away, Li Family Village had only 223 individuals, of which 18 were children under 5. This meant that, excluding the 8 individuals away and the 18 children, he could have at most 197 believers in Li Family Village, still over 100 short. It seemed he needed to cultivate believers in surrounding villages, he mused. Yet, he was uncertain whether any of the 30 billion wild gods from Blue Star resided nearby. One could easily imagine that if another Blue Star deity were in the vicinity, cohabitation would be nearly impossible. The competition for believers fundamentally represented a struggle for interests. At that moment, he comprehended why deities in Blue Star's myths would engage in divine wars for the sake of faith, even to the point of annihilation. Believers were the most vital assets for deities. To acquire more believers often necessitated seizing them from other deities. Even if one refrained from aggression, others would come to take from you. He resolved to have Li Yuming send someone to investigate. Simply knowing which nearby villages had deities that had recently manifested could reveal the presence of Blue Star deities. He calmed his expression. What of the other Blue Star deities? His offerings had multiplied 100-fold, granting him 360 units of divine power. Meanwhile, the other blue star deities remained in their wild god state, yet to ascend from the 9th tier and become legitimate land gods. A higher divine tier was enough to easily crush the opposition. He opened the deity warfare interface for examination. He had attempted to access this interface yesterday, but found it inaccessible. He speculated that it was because he had still been an inconsequential wild god at that time. Deity warfare. Activation conditions. Divine tier must reach the 9th level and one must have been a deity for over a year. Requirements for activation. 100 units of divine power. The higher the divine tier, the more divine power required. Activation effects. 1. Compulsory matching with a deity of equal or higher divine tier for warfare, divided into 3 segments. 2. The first segment. Believer warfare. Extraordinary believers from both sides engage in combat. The side that loses sees its deity's power diminish by 30%. 3. The second segment. Subordinate warfare. Subordinate deities or spectral soldiers clash. The losing side's deity's power decreases by 20%. 4. The third segment. Deity warfare. Deities engage in combat until one perishes. Warfare rewards. The losing side's surviving believers, 5-fold divine power required for activation, a certain quantity of blessing talismans, fragments of divine laws, etc. So this is deity warfare? Liu's eyelids twitched slightly. Upon reading the details of this interface, his first thought was that unseen forces were encouraging them to engage in mutual slaughter. The rewards were overwhelmingly generous. His current number of believers was insufficient. If he were to initiate deity warfare and emerge victorious, he would immediately reap a multitude of believers and fulfill personal task 2. Moreover, the divine power rewards were substantial, alongside blessing talismans and fragments of divine laws. Undoubtedly, this deity warfare interface would ultimately lead to the demise of many blue star deities. Just as horses cannot thrive without night grass, humans cannot prosper without unexpected wealth. Is it not the same for deities? If one could obtain a windfall, their power would soar. He sighed softly. The deity warfare could indeed provide deities with such a boon. However, it was fraught with peril. The matched deities would invariably be of equal or higher divine tier. What does not lower than mean? It implies that the party voluntarily choosing to engage in deity warfare could potentially match with an opponent of a higher tier, but never one of a lower tier. Only if one refrained from voluntarily matching and was compelled into deity warfare could they face an opponent of a lower divine tier. Furthermore, the warfare was divided into 3 segments, highlighting the critical importance of believers and subordinate deities. The strength of believers and subordinate deities directly influences the outcome of the warfare. In other words, the strength of believers and subordinate deities determines the life and death of deities. Would those blue star deities who placed tier 1 blessing talismans on the market regret it after ascending to the 9th tier as legitimate land gods? He chuckled softly. With 234 units of divine power still at his disposal, he pondered for a moment. Ultimately, he decided to expend 160 units of divine power to access the regional trade interface and purchase 40 tier 1 blessing talismans. Once more tier 9 land gods emerged in this region and gained access to the deity warfare interface, they would undoubtedly begin purchasing tier 1 blessing talismans in droves. At that time, the price of tier 1 blessing talismans would surely escalate. It might even reach a point where they would become a coveted rarity. After all, tier 1 blessing talismans were currently only available as rewards for Personal Task 1. The rewards for Personal Task 2 have yet to materialize, leaving only 74 divine powers remaining. However, for the time being, this is sufficient. Each divine technique requires 10 divine powers to cast. Moreover, the divine war remains inaccessible. As one must be a deity for at least a year, it is only the 2nd day now. Li Yoming's expression gradually calmed. Yet, aside from the importance of believers, the significance of deities is paramount. Presently, he finds himself lacking any deities under his dominion. From the information regarding the divine war, do shadow soldiers count as a form of deity? Perhaps they do not qualify as deities, but they certainly represent a formidable combat force in the deity's warfare. A glimmer of insight struck him. How can one acquire shadow soldiers? The answer is quite simple. Any believer whose name is recorded in the land registry, upon death, can have their souls summoned by him through divine techniques, thus becoming a shadow soldier. Shadow soldiers can depart from his territory while retaining their strength. This serves as a powerful means for deities to wage war. Patience is key. Within a year, he should be able to summon several shadow soldiers. If all else fails, a bright spark ignited in his eyes. In the dead of night, Li Yoming sat cross-legged, diligently practicing. After becoming the temple steward during the day, his mind not only filled with 5 new spells, but also a new cultivation technique. This technique, known as the refinement of qi into divine method, enables him to enhance the ethereal energy within him, perhaps better termed as qi. It could even elevate his cultivation from the mid-2nd tier to the upper 2nd tier. Naturally, he would not squander time. Even at night, he tirelessly pursued his training in hopes of one day ascending to the upper 2nd tier. The stronger his prowess, the better he could represent the illustrious Zhang Yue Gong in the mortal realm. At that moment, A wave of drowsiness swept over him, and he collapsed into bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he once again beheld the majestic and towering Zhang Yuegong. Li Yuming, the resounding voice echoed with boundless authority, filling the entire dreamscape. As my temple steward, it is your duty to propagate my faith. Within a month, I expect to see over 300 believers devoted to my worship. Furthermore, as my temple steward, you must be aware of the information regarding foreign deities. Go forth and investigate the other foreign deities in the vicinity. Li Yuming dutifully heeded the divine oracle of Zhang Yuegong. Chapter 10. The ingestion of the neighboring village. Completion of personal task. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Each household in Li family village now sent forth incense offerings to the land deity every morning and evening. Even the youngest of children were brought by their parents to present incense to the earth god. The enthusiasm among the villagers was palpable. Indeed, following the divine manifestation of Zhang Yuegong and the appointment of Li Yuming as the temple steward, 2 more villagers had received divine blessings in the 10 days since. The villagers soon realized that these 2 individuals had shown exceptional piety towards Zhang Yuegong and were generally kind-hearted. This revelation transformed the collective mindset of Li family village. To earn the blessings of Zhang Yuegong, one must be benevolent and exceedingly devout. This was the essential condition. Although Li Yuming had previously conveyed this message, the villagers' understanding and personal realization made a profound difference. With this newfound enlightenment, the atmosphere within Li family village underwent a remarkable transformation. Villagers began to treat one another with kindness and greeted each other with cheerful smiles. There was no need for the temple steward Li Yuming to enforce this. Everyone willingly participated in the morning and evening incense offerings. Who wouldn't wish to receive the blessings of Zhang Yuegong and become a formidable warrior? Meanwhile, across the river in Chun family village, Li Yuming sat with an imposing demeanor. Beside him sat the village chief, Li Diyang. Behind them followed 8 mid-tier first-stage warriors, including Li Xiuwu and Li Dimiai, along with 2 mid-tier first-stage warriors appointed to ensure the safety of the land temple. Li Yuming would not allow any disrespect within the temple grounds. Are you truly Li Yuming? Chun Matsi, the village chief of Chun family village, gazed incredulously at Li Yuming. They were of the same generation, having often brawled as children. Just 2 months prior, he had encountered Li Yuming, who seemed hunched and aged, with a face lined with wrinkles and hair turned mostly white. But now, he appeared revitalized, with a radiant complexion and lustrous black hair, as if he had reverted to youth. Could it be that the rumors from Li family village were true? Had the earth god truly manifested? Was Li Yuming really appointed as the temple steward, transforming his white hair back to black? Impossible. Surely, no such deity exists. Chun Matsi suspected that Li Yuming must have consumed some miraculous treasure. Chun Matsi, I shall not waste words. I have come to inform you that Chun family village is henceforth incorporated into Li family village. The original deity statue in the Chun family land temple will be removed. And henceforth, we shall worship Zhang Yuegong, Li Yuming stated calmly. After 10 days as temple steward, an air of authority began to envelop him. What did you say? Chun Matsi exclaimed, astonished, questioning whether he had misheard. Incorporation? Li family village seeks to absorb us? The surrounding villagers from Chun family village erupted in outrage, ready to retaliate. Were it not for the intervention of some elders who restrained them. Cannot comprehend? Diyang, enlighten him, Li Yuming replied, his expression unwavering. Li Diyang rose, his face impassive, and approached Chun Matsi. Uncle Chun, according to our customs, as you are the elder, I should not raise my hand against you. However, the temple steward represents Zhang Yuegong in the mortal realm. His commands are the commands of Zhang Yuegong. I apologize for any offense. His tone remained calm. Li Diyang, you wish to challenge me? Chun Matsi's anger turned into mockery, as he brandished a wooden club and shouted, do you think because I am old, I cannot overpower you? Come, let me teach you a lesson. With that, he swung the club towards Li Diyang. As the village chief of Chun family village, he too was a mid-tier first-stage warrior who had undergone 2 transformations of vitality. Though aged, his experience was formidable. Bang! Li Diyang remained unfazed, effortlessly catching the swinging club in his hand. Despite Chun Matsi's exertion, the club remained immobile, and Chun Matsi's face flushed with effort. Do not bully my father. A furious shout erupted from the side, as Chun Matsi's eldest son charged forward, wielding another club. Chun family village had 2 warriors at the body refinement stage. One was the village chief, Chun Matsi, and the other was his son, Chun Ergo. The latter, robust and powerful, swung with great force. Yet, Li Diyang merely extended his hand, effortlessly seizing the club once more, rendering it immovable. Release it, Li Diyang chuckled softly. Suddenly, Chun Matsi and Chun Ergo felt an overwhelming force emanating from the club, causing them to lose their grip and stumble backward unsteadily. Their palms split open, blood gushing forth. You! Chun Matsi stared at Li Diyang in disbelief, exclaiming, you have reached the limit of the first stage? How is this possible? Just a short while ago, he had been akin to his son, merely a mid-tier first-stage warrior with 2 transformations of vitality. His voice trembled as he glanced between Li Yuming and Li Diyang. grappling with the possibility that the legends were true. Had the earth god of Li family village truly manifested? Chun Matsi, Li Yuming stood up, asserting, "Behind me are 8 mid-tier first-stage warriors, all bestowed by the divine manifestation of Zhang Yuegong. Fellow villagers of Chun family village, you must have heard of our earth god's miraculous deeds. Some of you may have even visited our land temple to pay homage to Zhang Yuegong. However, you are residents of Chun family village, and Zhang Yuegong is the rightful deity of Li family village. Your visit from neighboring villages may not yield significant results. It would be far more advantageous to merge directly with our Li family village, where you will all be under the auspices of the revered Zhang Yue, shielded from malevolent spirits and demons. Moreover, you may even receive the blessings of Zhang Yue, enabling you to ascend as warriors. Many among you are likely familiar with the former states of the 8 individuals, yet now, they stand as divinely bestowed warriors." As his words resonated, Li Xiaowu, Li Deming, and the other 8 stepped forward, drawing their machetes, their vitality surging forth. Instantly, the blades were enshrouded in a crimson aura. With a decisive strike, the 8 warriors swung their machetes, rending the air with a piercing shriek. They are all mid-tier warriors. Chun Mazi and Chun Ergo gasped in disbelief. The gathering of villagers from Chun family village erupted in excitement. So many warriors? All granted by the land deity of Li family village? Numerous gazes ignited with fervor. In this era rife with demons, warriors hold the utmost persuasion. Everyone yearns to become a warrior. Only by becoming one can they contend with the forces of darkness. And now, a path lay before them. Chun Mazi and Chun Ergo's astonishment transformed into fervent ambition. They too aspired to advance. Merely 5 days later, Chun family village officially merged with Li family village, which was thereafter renamed Sihai village, embodying the notion of inclusiveness and grandeur. Li Yuming had come to realize that his primary role as the temple steward was to cultivate a greater following for Zhang Yue. The name Li family village was inappropriate, suggesting a singular lineage. Thus, he decisively opted for the renaming. In the divine realm, Li Yu observed the completion of Personal Task 2 with a smile gracing his face. Li Yuming had indeed demonstrated remarkable fortitude by annexing the neighboring village. It had been 7 days since Chun family village's absorption, and merely 22 days since he issued the divine edict. Li Yuming had already fulfilled this command. The Pingshan divine talisman, its purpose remained a mystery. Could it be to level mountains? He gazed at the Pingshan divine talisman that had materialized before him upon claiming his reward. Chapter 11. The Demon Extermination Task. Observing the blue star deity vanquish evil. Name, Pingshan divine talisman. Rank, first tier divine talisman. Effect upon use. It can flatten mountains not exceeding 300 zhang in height into fertile land. It truly is to be taken literally. A direct mountain leveling? Li Yu marveled. The ability to flatten mountains and reclaim land is indeed a formidable divine power. From his 9th grade divine status, such a feat would typically be inconceivable. Yet now, merely by completing Personal Task 2, he had obtained a talisman imbued with such terrifying power. Although it is limited to mountains under 300 zhang, the surrounding peaks of Sihai village are not particularly towering, none exceeding that height. This talisman shall be retained for now. Sihai village does not yet require mountain leveling. Furthermore, with such a limited number of followers, utilizing the power to flatten mountains would be somewhat wasteful. I wonder if any blue star deities might sell the Pingshan divine talisman? Li Yu mused. In the span of 17 days, the incense and prayer offerings had converted into 11 units of divine power, with 5 units as task rewards and 1 consumed for a dream. He currently possessed 89 units of divine power, with daily incense and prayer offerings now reaching 782 units. Nearly every 3 days, he could garner 2 units of divine power. Over the course of a year, this would amount to over 200 units. Moreover, the number of followers would continue to grow. He opened the regional trading interface for inspection. Unfortunately, there were no Pingshan divine talismans available. Perhaps he should check again in a few days. After all, he had only just completed Personal Task 2, and it is likely that most blue star deities have yet to do so. He whispered softly. However, some blue star deities must have completed theirs. After all, the first 2 tasks were not significantly related to the deity's divine rank. Both 9th grade land gods and lesser wild gods could potentially complete the initial tasks rapidly. Yet this 3rd task, his eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the 3rd personal task. Personal Task 3. Task description. As your followers multiply, your presence will inevitably attract the attention of the wolf demons from Qianling Mountain. It is prudent to strike first and eliminate the wolf demons to protect your followers. Task objective. Eliminate the wolf demons on Qianling Mountain. Task reward. 1 Ling Tian Divine Talisman, 5 first-tier Blessing Talisman, and 30 units of divine power. The wolf demons of Qianling Mountain, Li Yu pondered. From the supplications of his followers, he had gained some insight into this region. Sihai village is situated to the west of Tsangmu town, approximately 20 li from a dense mountainous area. Within this wilderness, there are 4 villages, and just north of these villages lies the highest peak in the region, Qianling Mountain. This mountain harbors a multitude of wild wolves, along with a fearsome wolf demon. Every 3 years, the wolf demon emerges, randomly selecting one of the 4 villages to abduct and devour villagers. Each time, it demands the lives of 9 before it is satisfied. The former Lee family village had been fortunate, having evaded the wolf demon selection for 9 long years. In contrast, Shin family village was not as fortunate. 3 years prior, the wolf demon had consumed 9 able-bodied men. This calamity facilitated their swift merger with Lee family village. Now united as Sihai village, the terror of the wolf demon still lingered in their hearts. They yearned for divine protection against the wolf demon's onslaught and aspired to become warriors, possessing the strength to confront the beast. Uncertain of the wolf demon's strength, Liu contemplated. In terms of the martial prowess of this world, a lesser wild god, given ample divine power, might possess the strength of a second-tier limit. Meanwhile, a 9th-grade land deity could wield 4th-tier limit strength. The 4th tier, known as the Yin-Yang realm, is referred to as a master in this world. His gaze flickered. From what he understood, a 4th-tier Yin-Yang realm master is already considered an extraordinarily powerful martial artist in this realm. Of course, this is merely the perspective of Li Yuming, Li Deyang, and others. The exact status of a 4th-tier Yin-Yang master in this world remains to be clarified with further understanding. However, being labeled a master surely implies formidable strength. Yet, the precise level of the Qianlang mountain wolf demon remains unknown, as does the weakest tier of demons in this world. He murmured to himself. This is something even the most knowledgeable villagers, Li Yuming and Li Deyang, cannot ascertain. They only understand that only through martial training can one contend with demons. Yet, what tier of warrior can truly oppose them remains uncertain. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe how the other blue star deities tackle this task. It stands to reason that everyone's starting point is relatively comparable. The demons faced in the 3rd task should not differ vastly in strength. His expression remained placid. Even though he had become a deity, he would not act recklessly. After all, having ascended to divinity, one must not squander their life. He opened the regional chat interface, perusing it slowly without contributing to the conversation, merely observing. He believed that if anyone attempted the 3rd task, many would eagerly share their experiences. Even if they were on the brink of death, they would surely post about it first. The first 2 tasks were uniform among all. The 3rd task should not deviate significantly either. Seated cross-legged in the divine realm, he relished the dialogues of the blue star deities. In this monotonous world, his greatest pleasure lay in witnessing these whimsical deities engage in conversation. Without the regional chat interface, he would have been at a loss on how to pass the time. After all, as a deity, he did not need to devote time to cultivation. He merely had to monitor the development of his believers. The idle hours stretched endlessly before him. Moreover, the information on the regional chat refreshed at an astonishing speed. There were many deities who shared his penchant for idleness. After 3 days of lurking, his spirits lifted slightly as he finally encountered a deity broadcasting strategies for the 3rd, personal task. Brothers and sisters, I have noticed many inquiries regarding the strength of the demons in the 3rd task over the past couple of days, and I am here today to address them. The first 2 tasks were not particularly challenging. Many of our brothers and sisters have completed them. However, the 3rd task is different. It involves slaying demons. As a lesser wild deity, our strength is likely at the 2nd-tier limit, while the sanctioned temple priest is probably at the 1st-tier level. I have amassed 15 units of divine power, allowing me to unleash the golden blade technique 15 times. I have just issued a divine decree for my temple priest to lure the target of the 3rd task into the village. Wishing everyone good luck. I shall personally test the strength of the task's target for my brothers and sisters. More than 2 hours passed. The individual spoke again. The demon has entered the village. I have proof. Wild boar, demon JPG. I'm going in first. Await my news. Chapter 12. An analysis by the deity of Blue Star. Please grant divine arts. An hour later, Liu furrowed his brow. No news. Could it be that he had perished? Various messages continued to refresh in the regional chat. What happened to that brother? I'm still waiting for an update. I'm also awaiting news. I am on par with that brother. If he can succeed, I will immediately have my temple priest draw the task target here. Could he have possibly perished? Surely not. Is the 3rd task truly that difficult? It seems that brother has indeed met his end. This task may require us to advance beyond the 9th rank before we can complete it. Let us disperse. The brother has fallen. Burn paper offerings if there is a need. In this world, there is neither hell nor underworld. Where are we to burn paper? Come on. We are deities ourselves. We might even become city gods in the future. What need have we for paper offerings? Brother, we are merely wild deities now. We are still far from becoming city gods. After a moment, Liu contemplated closing the regional chat interface, intending to venture out of the divine realm and stroll around Four Seas Village. Presently, the area of Four Seas Village had nearly doubled. Consequently, his jurisdiction had expanded correspondingly. This meant that the other villages had merged into Four Seas Village, a transformation sanctioned by the divine rules. Through this process, his jurisdiction could continue to grow. He even mused about sending people to establish villages in various locations only to merge them back into Four Seas Village. Would this not allow his jurisdiction to expand indefinitely? However, this was merely a fleeting thought. He felt that the stringent divine rules would never permit such brazen exploitation. Brothers and sisters, I have returned. I have not perished. But I have also not completed the third task. Suddenly, a message flashed through the regional chat. Within this interface, every individual had an avatar that represented themselves, making impersonation impossible. Thus, Liu immediately recognized that this was indeed the brother who had risked himself against the demons. His spirits soared as he focused on the individual's words. I can responsibly inform everyone that the target demon of the third task possesses strength at the second-tier limit, comparable to us. I battled fiercely with that wild boar demon, unleashing a total of 10 golden blade techniques, inflicting grievous wounds upon it, causing blood to flow profusely. However, the wild boar demon, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, despite my overwhelming assault, managed to escape from my jurisdiction. I regret not completing this task. So you essentially squandered 10 units of divine power? Stunned JPG. Foolishness. Outraged JPG. That brother was testing the strength of the demons for us all. How could you be so cowardly? Doged JPG. The second-tier limit. Liu's gaze flickered. It appeared that this task posed considerable difficulty for the wild deities of Blue Star. After all, these lesser wild deities had strengths that matched the second-tier limit, aligning with the task's target. However, lesser wild deities were still deities. The power of the deities stems from the laws of the divine realm, which greatly restrain demons and malevolent spirits. If meticulously arranged, even lesser wild deities could feasibly slay second-tier limit demons. Merely a second-tier limit demon. There was no need for the deity himself to intervene. Li Yuming could handle it. Li Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Although Li Yuming's abilities could be likened to a mid-tier second-tier being, he would naturally struggle against a second-tier limit demon. Nevertheless, as his temple priest, Li Yuming could invoke the divine summoning technique. When the temple priest employed the divine summoning technique, he could choose to respond or remain indifferent. If he chose to respond, he could utilize the deity's body to cast divine arts. However, the power of the divine arts invoked through the priest's body would only be 1/3 of the deity's own might, yet the consumption of divine power would remain unchanged. Still, this could be performed outside the jurisdiction. Why can temple priests walk among mortals in the world? It is precisely due to the divine summoning technique. Even with a mere 1/3 of the power, it suffices to obliterate any second-tier demon. He spoke calmly, then turned his gaze to the outside of the divine realm. In the Earth Temple, the temple priest Li Yuming was fervently educating numerous villagers from the former Qin family village who had come to pay homage to Zhang Yugong. No, it was not brainwashing. It was teaching the path of benevolence. The 3 years were drawing to a close, and the wolf demon from Qianling Mountain would soon descend once more to feast upon the unwary. But now, you are residents of Four Seas Village. We have the protection of Zhang Yugong. As long as you sincerely worship Zhang Yugong, lighting incense morning and night, you need not fear being devoured by the wolf demon. The divine might of Zhang Yugong envelopes Four Seas Village. This is a forbidden ground for demons. Li Yuming's impassioned voice stirred the villagers, filling them with fervor. With Zhang Yugong's protection, they need not worry about being taken by the wolf demon. Four Seas Village is a sanctuary from demons. In these terrifying times, anyone who hears such words would be invigorated. Indeed, the world is such that finding a place free from the menace of demons and malevolence is exceedingly difficult. They had even heard tales of entire villages, towns, and counties being completely consumed by demons. Instantly, the crowd, as if invigorated by elation, knelt fervently before the Earth Temple, offering incense and making wishes to Zhang Yugong. Li Yuming sat with satisfaction. Beside him, his eldest son, Li Dushing, promptly presented a cup of tea. Dushing, I know you yearn for the grace of Zhang Yugong to elevate you to the status of a warrior. After all, your brother is already a warrior, and you do not wish to be outdone. However, you must understand that only the most devout believers of Zhang Yugong can receive his blessings. Your sincerity is lacking. Li Yuming took a sip of tea, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Father, I have been quite sincere. Why not beseech Zhang Yugong on my behalf? Li Dushing replied with a rueful expression. He had indeed been earnest, lighting incense diligently each morning and evening. Sincerity is not determined by your actions, but rather by the depths of your heart. Whether you genuinely and wholeheartedly revere Zhang Yugong is something only you can know. As for asking me to petition Zhang Yugong for blessings, do not even entertain such thoughts. Li Yuming set down the teacup, speaking softly. From the moment he became a temple priest, he had come to a realization. To be a competent temple priest, one must never trouble Zhang Yugong with trivial matters. Unless an immensely significant situation arises, one must not initiate communication with Zhang Yugong. After all, Zhang Yugong is a deity, and time is an invaluable treasure. How could he waste the deity's time? Just then, he was enveloped by drowsiness, which suddenly invigorated him. For he realized that the deity Zhang Yugong must have a divine message to convey. You may leave. He gestured to his eldest son, bidding him to exit. Once the door was closed, he rested his head upon his hands and succumbed to a deep slumber. Days turned into over a week. and the rudimentary shelter had transformed into something more respectable, now boasting a proper room. Surrounding the land temple, four warriors patrolled diligently, ensuring that even in sleep, he was safeguarded from any peril. Moreover, this was in front of the land temple, beneath the watchful gaze of Zhang Yuegong. Who would dare to harm him here? Just as he drifted into slumber, he beheld the formidable figure of Zhang Yuegong appearing in the heavens, gazing down at him with an indifferent expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he fervently knelt upon the ground and proclaimed, Li Yuming pays homage to Zhang Yuegong. Chapter 13. Within 10 days, ascend the mountain and slay the wolf demon. I have heard that the Thousand Wolves Mountain is plagued by a wolf demon, bringing calamity upon the people. As you are the custodian of my temple, you must eradicate this demon to alleviate the suffering of the populace. Within 10 days, ascend the mountain and slay the wolf demon. The voice, resounding with majesty, echoed through the air. Li Yuming bowed respectfully, his heart brimming with reverence as he affirmed, Li Yuming shall dutifully adhere to the divine edict of Zhang Yuegong. As his words faded, the dreamlike realm before him shattered, and he awakened in his chamber, the authoritative command of slaying the wolf demon still resonating within his mind. The voice was imbued with such power that merely hearing it dispelled any lingering doubts. This was the second divine message bestowed by Zhang Yuegong. I must execute this task flawlessly. Li Yuming's eyes sparkled with determination as he tightened his fists. As a temple custodian, fulfilling the divine edict was of utmost importance. Everything he possessed stemmed from the deity. Presently, he was the sole custodian of the temple. Would there be others in the future? If he could accomplish this task to perfection for Zhang Yuegong, even if other custodians emerged, his position would remain unshaken. He would continue to be the most valued custodian in the eyes of Zhang Yuegong. He understood the principle of being vigilant even in times of peace. As for how to execute this divine command beautifully, after a moment's contemplation, an idea began to form. He opened the door and addressed his eldest son, who awaited outside. Go summon the village head and the deputy village head. The village head of Sihai village was, of course, Li Diang, while the deputy village head was Chun Matsi, the former head of Chun village. Before long, Li Diang and Chun Matsi hurriedly arrived. Uncle Yuming, what is the matter? The three of them settled into the room, and Li Diang spoke in a low voice. Chun Matsi also turned his gaze to Li Yuming. Both aware that he typically would not seek them out unless there was significant news, Li Yuming usually focused solely on matters of faith, neglecting all other affairs. Nevertheless, within the village, Li Yuming's status was unquestionably the highest. A divine edict from Zhang Yuegong has been transmitted. Li Yuming's countenance grew solemn. The divine edict. Li Diang's expression immediately turned grave, even prompting him to rise from his seat. Chun Matsi followed suit. Having been in Sihai village for 7 days, he had witnessed the deity's blessing just 3 days prior. He had seen an ordinary middle-aged man kneeling before the land temple, offering incense, when a beam of white light emanated from the deity's statue, transforming him into a first-tier, mid-level martial artist in the blink of an eye. Witnessing such a spectacle had eradicated any doubts he held regarding the existence of Zhang Yuegong. Thus, he was filled with excitement at the prospect of the divine edict. He yearned to receive Zhang Yuegong's blessing and become a first-tier peak martial artist, or perhaps even harboring ambitions of ascending to the second-tier Qi realm. Zhang Yuegong commands me to ascend Thousand Wolves Mountain and slay the wolf demon within 10 days. Li Yuming declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, both Li Diang and Chun Matsi gasped in astonishment. To slay a wolf demon? Their expressions revealed a mix of fear and exhilaration. After all, the wolf demon of Thousand Wolves Mountain had existed long before their births. Every 3 years, 9 villagers from the 4 villages were claimed by the wolf demon, a grim reality they had known since childhood. Now, was the time finally ripe to eradicate the wolf demon? The 3-year cycle was nearing its end. If they could slay the demon, they would no longer have to endure such losses every 3 years. Their trepidation stemmed naturally from the formidable strength of the wolf demon. Yet, with the deity Zhang Yuegong at their side, their fears began to dissipate. What could a wolf demon amount to in the presence of a deity? Uncle Yuming, what should I do? Li Diang inquired, his heart racing with excitement. The threat of Thousand Wolves Mountain extends beyond Sihai village. It also endangers Zhang village and Liao village. You must visit these 2 villages and inform their village heads and residents that I, Li Yuming, the custodian of Zhang Yuegong, have been commanded by the deity to ascend Thousand Wolves Mountain and slay the demon within 7 days. They are welcome to witness the battle. If they are too fearful to enter the mountain, we shall bring back the wolf demon's corpse for them to observe. Li Yuming's eyes gleamed with ambition. However, merely slaying the wolf demon was not enough. This divine command was an opportunity to integrate Zhang village and Liao village into Sihai village, converting their residents into devoted followers of Zhang Yuegong. By notifying them in advance, he aimed to ensure that the news of his impending expedition to slay the demon would spread like wildfire in both villages. The more skepticism and disbelief, the better. When he emerged victorious after slaying the demon, his prestige would soar to the pinnacle of both villages. I understand. I shall undertake this task immediately, Li Diang nodded, and he and Chun Matsi hurriedly departed. Watching their retreating figures, Li Yuming settled himself down cross-legged, plunging once more into his training. 7 fleeting days passed. Throughout this time, news of Li Yuming's intent to ascend Thousand Wolves Mountain and slay the wolf demon reverberated through Zhang Village and Liao Village. Even the youngest child was aware of this development. Few believed the tale. After all, it was the wolf demon of Thousand Wolves Mountain. According to the village elders, it had terrorized the 4 villages for over 60 years, a fearsome creature. Who could possibly slay such a demon? It was inconceivable. In earlier years, several martial masters from the county had ventured into the mountain with the intention of slaying the wolf demon, yet none returned. They were all devoured by the beast. Afterward, no one from the county dared to venture near again. Zhang Rongguei, the village head of Zhang Village, shook his head in disbelief. I cannot believe that Li Yuming could possibly slay the demon. Although Zhang Village and Li Village were somewhat distant, around 5 to 6 miles of mountainous terrain, he was relatively familiar with Li Yuming. After all, he had also been a martial artist in his youth. Among the 4 villages, there were only a handful of martial artists, and they were all acquainted. How could an elderly man, whose vitality had waned, audaciously claim he would eliminate a demon? Surely, he was merely delivering provisions to the wolf demon. Uncle, I heard that Li Village is now called Sihai Village, and their land deity has manifested. Li Yuming has become the custodian, and it is said he has received blessings from the land deity, rejuvenating him. A young man chimed in. Do you believe that? Zhang Rongguei scoffed, dismissing the notion with a derisive smile. The land deity has manifested? Rejuvenated? He must have been influenced by too many tales. Isn't this news circulating with credible detail? The young man chuckled. If Li Yuming can slay the wolf demon, he will be my father from now on. Zhang Rongguei's expression turned icy. Just then, a group of young men rushed over, gasping for breath as they exclaimed, Uncle Rongguei, Li Yuming has entered Thousand Wolves Mountain. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and Zhang Rongguei was left momentarily speechless. He truly entered the mountain? Is Li Yuming courting death? For countless years, none who ventured into Qianlang Mountain emerged alive. Chapter 14, Summoning the Divine. Invoking the majestic might of the Earth God. Qianlang Mountain lies approximately 9 li north of Sihai Village. However, amidst these towering peaks, 9 li is no trivial distance. At this moment, leading the way was Li Yuming, followed closely by Li Diong, Li Xiuwu, and a total of 10 martial artists. Meanwhile, the deputy village chief, Chen Matzi, remained behind in Sihai Village with the remaining 4 martial artists. In the distance, a few young individuals, villagers from Zhangjia Village and Liao Village, were stealthily concealed behind large trees, their eyes wide with trepidation. They were exceedingly anxious. Had it not been for the orders of their village chief, they would have fled at once. Where were they? This was Qianling Mountain. Who would dare approach this place? The demon wolves roamed the mountains. It was a forbidden zone for the 4 villages. You shall also enter the mountain and slay all those wolf cubs, commanded Li Yuming. Understood, replied Li Diong and the others, their expressions turning solemn. Each wielded a gleaming machete, their muscles taut, eyes ablaze with determination. They were no longer the same as before. After all, they had all reached the body refinement stage, their vital energy undergoing a metamorphosis. Furthermore, they had mastered the Gale Blade technique, making them formidable indeed. With their weapons in hand, a murderous intent arose within them. As they entered the mountain, Li Yuming waved his hand with gravity, stepping into Qianlang Mountain. Li Diong and the 10 followed behind, subtly spreading out. They had all entered. Look at Li Xiuwu. Compared to before, he seems like an entirely different person. And is that truly Li Yuming? He appears to be in his 30s. Exclaimed the young villagers from Zhangjia and Liao Village, exchanging astonished glances. Could it be that the earth god of Sihai Village had indeed manifested? Was the rumor true that elder Li Yuming had been blessed and rejuvenated? Had Li Xiuwu and the others also received divine favor, becoming martial artists? Rumors might be exaggerated, but witnessing such transformations firsthand left them in disbelief. Let us wait. If they truly managed to slay the wolf demon, then the tale of the earth god's manifestation will undoubtedly hold water, said Zhang Qianan solemnly. He was the most outstanding young man from Zhangjia Village, already on the cusp of a breakthrough in vital energy transformation. With just another year or two, he would surely attain the body refinement stage and become a martial artist. We should retreat further, suggested a young man from the Liao family. The others nodded and quickly distanced themselves. The dense woods of Qianlang Mountain were filled with towering trees and low shrubs, blanketed in a thick layer of ice and snow. 11 individuals exhaled white mist as they ascended the mountain. A howl pierced the air from nearby as a wolf with glowing green eyes emerged, fixating its gaze upon Li Yuming's group, drool dripping from its maw. Following it were several other wolves, each towering above the ordinary, exuding a menacing aura. Kill them all, commanded Li Yuming, his expression unwavering. Kill, shouted Li Diong, charging ahead. As a first-tier peak martial artist, he wielded the only machete in the village, dashing towards a wolf with lightning speed, striking down with his blade. The speed was akin to a flash. It was the Gale Blade technique. The machete, infused with vital energy, shimmered crimson as it cleaved through the air, severing the wolf's head before it could react. Blood splattered everywhere. A chorus of furious howls erupted from the remaining wolves as they lunged at the group. Kill! Roared Li Xiaowu, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Utilizing the Gale Blade technique, he evaded the wolves' attacks, swiftly countering. With a thud, a wolf's head flew into the air. The other villagers, emboldened, fought with relentless vigor, despite it being their first battle. The insights bestowed upon them by the divine talisman regarding the Gale Blade technique were genuine. They wielded their blades as if they had practiced the technique for years, swiftly dispatching the 15 wolves in mere moments. The steaming blood of the wolves splattered across the snow, creating a scene reminiscent of crimson plum blossoms blooming on the white canvas. Onward, Li Yuming commanded calmly, leading his 10 companions further up the mountain. As they progressed, waves of wolves attacked, yet all fell beneath their blades. They even encountered leaders of the wolves, formidable foes comparable to first-tier mid and upper ranks. But Li Diang dispatched them with ease. Within an hour, the group spotted a massive cave in the distance. The wolf demon cave is ahead. You all step back. Li Yuming instructed gravely. Li Diang and the others nodded, promptly retreating several dozen yards to hide behind the towering trees. Sihai Village's temple priest, in accordance with the divine edict of the earth god, has come to exterminate the wolf demon. Li Yuming inhaled deeply and bellowed, his voice resonating, stirring the snow and wind. The sound echoed back from Qianling Mountain, reverberating throughout. Sihai Village's temple priest, in accordance with the divine edict of the earth god, has come to exterminate the wolf demon. By the divine edict of the earth god, we have come to eradicate the wolf demon, to slay the wolf demon. Wolf demon. The villagers of Zhangjia Village and Liao Village at the foot of the mountain were taken aback by the resounding echoes. Is that the voice of Elder Li Yuming, coming from Qianling Mountain? They mused. The once frail elder had become so formidable. Surely he had received the blessing of the earth god. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted from the wolf demon cave, the earth trembling slightly. The accumulated snow around the cave fell away, and snowflakes danced from the branches of nearby trees. Earth god. A low, chilling voice emanated from the depths of the wolf demon cave. In this world, what divine being exists? If there were one, I would relish the taste of divinity. After feasting on you, I shall demolish your temple and devour your entire family. In the next moment, a massive wolf, towering over 2 zhang, emerged from the cave. Its icy eyes glowed a fierce crimson, its fur as dark as ink, suffused with a sinister aura. It gazed down at Li Yuming, a look of disdain evident in its eyes. Such pitiful creatures dare to seek my demise? It sneered, opening its jaws to snap at Li Yuming. Simultaneously, a wave of sinister energy enveloped it, forming a colossal wolf claw, intent on seizing Li Yuming before devouring him whole. In the rear, witnessing the colossal demon wolf before them, Li Diang, Li Xiaowu, and the others were engulfed in anxiety, sweat beading on their foreheads and spines. This was the fearsome wolf demon, renowned for its terror. Just the sight of it felt like a mountain pressing down upon them, the pressure overwhelming, their faces pale. Abomination! How dare you show such disrespect to the divine? Li Yuming, unperturbed by the immense terror of the demon wolf, spoke earnestly. I humbly beseech the majesty of the earth god to descend. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the summoning ritual. This wolf demon's strength exceeded his capabilities. Alone, he could not hope to match it. Only by invoking the might of the earth god could he hope to slay the wolf demon. Boom. As his voice echoed, a radiant golden light surged from the temple of Sihai Village. It arched across Zhangjia and Liao villages, resembling a magnificent rainbow as it descended upon Li Yuming on Qianling Mountain. The golden brilliance radiated divine power. An overwhelming pressure cascaded forth. In that instant, the colossal wolf demon found itself immobilized, its expression one of horror, an abyss of fear surging within its heart. Chapter 15. I, the earthly divine of Sihai Village, bestow upon you death, divine beings. The wolf demon was paralyzed by terror. It gazed at the descending golden light, feeling the overwhelming divine might within it, its heart quaking in dread. How is this possible? In this world, deities truly exist. The legendary divinity has manifested before me. Its colossal form trembles in the face of such terrifying divine might, immediately sinking to its knees in abject fear, pleading, Great deity, spare my life. Great deity, please have mercy. I, a mere creature, shall never harm another. I am willing to submit to you, great deity, and serve you. Please grant me my life. Trembling in terror, it kneels and beseeches. The immense wolf body bows to the ground, a sight both astonishing and awe-inspiring. Li Diang, Li Xiaowu, and others exhibit expressions of shock. Is this the power of the deity? Even the formidable Zhang Yugong has not yet appeared. Merely the overwhelming divine aura emanates forth, and the terrifying wolf demon of Qianling Mountain kneels in submission. Their faith in Zhang Yugong deepens, transforming into fervent devotion. At this moment, a golden radiance spreads magnificently, forming a colossal golden visage in the heavens. Though the features remain indistinct, the eyes are strikingly clear, cold yet regal. gazing down with authority upon the kneeling wolf demon below. This scene leaves the villagers of Zhangjiakan and Liaojia village dumbfounded. They gawk, mouths agape, at the immense golden face. The overwhelming divine presence engulfs them, making them feel incredibly insignificant. While what? A young man stutters, words failing him in his astonishment. Indeed, they had just heard Li Yoming's thunderous command, invoking the arrival of Zhang Yugong's divine might. They witnessed an astonishing rainbow arching across the sky and descending into Qianlang Mountain, forming a gigantic golden face. If this is not a deity, then what is? The tales from Sihai village were true. The land deity of Sihai village does indeed exist. Immediately, they kneel, their eyes reflecting excitement, exhilaration, and reverence. The reign of the wolf demons of Qianlang Mountain has come to an end. The deity descends, vanquishing evil. From this day forth, the villagers shall no longer live in fear of being devoured by the wolf demons. They have resolved that upon returning, they will hasten to Sihai village's temple to pay homage to the deity. In Zhangjiakan, the esteemed village chief, Zhang Ronggui, stands agape. Just moments ago, a magnificent rainbow descended upon Qianlang Mountain, and now a golden visage looms above it. Could it be that the deity has manifested? Li Yuming entered Qianlang Mountain, beseeching the deity to reveal its divine presence and eradicate the demons. Trembling, he kneels, tears streaming down his face. The other villagers follow suit, kneeling in worship towards the golden visage, visible even from 6 or 7 miles away. All the villagers are filled with fervor. A true deity. In Liaojia village, villagers, including the village chief, prostrate themselves in reverence. The deity has manifested, slaying demons for them. Who could witness such a spectacle without feeling exhilarated? Had they seen this golden visage appear at a distance, they might have been bewildered and frightened. However, for the past 7 days, Sihai village has been proclaiming that Li Yuming, guided by divine will, would enter the mountain today to eradicate the demons. Witnessing such a miraculous phenomenon, they now comprehend everything. Li Yuming has summoned the deity to vanquish the wolf demons. I, the land deity of Sihai village, decree your demise, Li Yu intones, gazing down at the terrified, pleading wolf demon. His voice reverberates, echoing across the expanse of Qianlang Mountain. In the next moment, as his thoughts coalesce, dark clouds gather above, and thunder rumbles ominously. A lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, descends from the heavens, resembling a twisting, roaring dragon, and directly shatters the wolf demon's skull. In its final moments, the wolf demon frantically summoned its demonic energy to form a shield above its head. Yet, the overwhelming celestial might is insurmountable. Under divine authority, the wolf demon perishes. Even its soul is reduced to ash beneath the heavenly thunder. As the vast golden visage dissipates, the golden radiance enveloping Li Yuming also fades. The divine might in the air evaporates, yet traces of its presence linger upon Qianlang Mountain, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Li Yuming's complexion pales. Bearing the weight of the deity's power has undoubtedly imposed great strain upon him. However, he senses that, having channeled the deity's might, the energy within him has increased by 1/3, bringing him closer to the pinnacle of the second tier. Go forth and cleanse the mountain of all wild wolves, lest they descend and harm the villagers, he commands, taking a deep breath. Yes, Li Diyang, Li Xiuwu, and the others still bear expressions of excitement. The power of the deity is indeed unfathomable, commanding the force of the heavens, wielding thunder to vanquish evil. The terrifying scene of dark clouds gathering and thunder crashing is visible to the villagers of Zhangjiakan, Liaojia village, and Sihai village from afar. All are filled with exhilaration, awe, and trepidation. Is this the might of a deity? Truly frightening. At this moment, whether among the village chiefs and elders of Zhangjiakan or those of Liaojia village, thoughts of merging with Sihai village arise. If Zhangjiakan can merge with Sihai village to receive the protection of its land deity, why cannot they? In a world rife with demons and malevolence, who would not desire the sanctuary of a deity? In the divine realm, Li Yu gazes at the 20 units of divine power that have suddenly diminished, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The invocation of the deity consumes 10 units of divine power, and the casting of the thunder technique requires another 10. This divine power is indeed fleeting, vanishing in mere moments. Yet, the thunder technique is undeniably formidable, befitting one who wields such authority. A subtle smile graces his lips. Next, he turns his attention to the personal task. At this moment, personal task 3 is marked as complete. He promptly claims the task reward. He places great value on the Spirit Field Divine Talisman. The enhancement of his believer's strength cannot rely solely on his blessings. They must also learn to cultivate and improve themselves. The Spirit Field Divine Talisman can transform a plot of land into a spirit field, yielding spirit rice. Consuming spirit rice can significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of lower-tier warriors. With a deep breath, a Spirit Field Divine Talisman appears before him, along with 5 first-tier blessing talismans. Additionally, he gains 30 units of divine power. His total divine power now reaches 102. As he gazes at the Spirit Field Divine Talisman, information unfolds before him. Chapter 16, Enemies of the Deity. Malicious entities. Name, Spirit Field Divine Talisman. Rank, First Tier Divine Talisman. Effect, upon use, transforms 1 acre of land into a Grade C Spirit Field. 1 acre. Grade C Spirit Field. Li Yu's eyes gleam. This world possesses spirit fields. Cultivating spirit rice upon these fields yields precious spirit rice. According to the memories he has received from Li Yuming, spirit rice is exceedingly valuable, primarily due to the scarcity of spirit fields. To Li Yuming's knowledge, there is only 1.5 acres of spirit field in the county, a prized possession of the most powerful faction within the city. Moreover, that 1.5 acres is merely a Grade D spirit field, far inferior to the Grade C spirit field. This spirit field divine talisman can be used now. However, it is also a miraculous event. Perhaps Li Yuming should wait until he incorporates the 2 villages into Sihai village before utilizing it. I wonder how many more believers I will gain from the slaying of the wolf demons, he muses. He discovered that a new Class A believer had emerged, Li Xiaowu. To his astonishment, the 3rd Class A believer turned out to be him. He had a vivid recollection of Li Xiaowu, having previously perused his life story. Orphaned at a young age, he grew up relying on the kindness of others. His appearance was quite commendable, and he possessed a sharp intellect. Back when there were only 2 divine blessing talismans available, he chose Li Xiaowu over Li Deming. This clearly indicated that Li Xiaowu was indeed exceptional, at least among the youth of Sihai village. TSK. With both parents deceased, he already fit the archetype of a protagonist. He chuckled softly. Of course, regardless of the protagonist, under his guidance, they would all be his believers. Now that Li Xiaowu had ascended to Class A believer status, it was time for him to progress further. His expression remained unperturbed. In his possession, he still held 39 first-tier divine blessing talismans. He had his own thoughts regarding these blessings. Only upon reaching the Class B believer tier could one receive his blessings. The elderly and mature women could undergo a healing ritual to rid themselves of ailments and restore their health. Meanwhile, middle-aged individuals and young men and women would receive a first-tier divine blessing talisman, enabling them to become martial practitioners. Naturally, blessings could not be dispensed too frequently. Occasional bestowals would ensure a more devout faith. Alternatively, a concentrated large-scale blessing could also suffice. Personal Task 3 had been completed. He wondered what Personal Task 4 entailed. Li Yu's gaze shifted towards the personal tasks. He was not averse to these tasks, for who wouldn't he appreciate assignments devoid of penalties and replete with rewards? The Personal Tasks interface opened, revealing a new task. Personal Task 4. Task Description. The wolf demon has been vanquished. You may now develop in peace for a time. However, as the belief grows stronger, it will inevitably attract the attention of malevolent entities. Task Objective. The number of believers must reach 1,500. Task Rewards. 5 first-tier Divine Blessing Talismans, 1 second-tier Divine Blessing Talisman, and 40 units of Divine Power. 1,500 believers would certainly draw the attention of malevolent forces. Li Yu furrowed his brow. In this world, demons and malevolent spirits abounded. According to Li Yoming's memories, Sihai village was a settlement under Tsangmu town, which, in turn, belonged to Xian County. Within Tsangmu town, there existed malevolent spirits. There was a paper effigy shop, its origins unknown, appearing sporadically. Any being that laid eyes on this paper effigy shop would transform into one of its paper figures. This was the legend surrounding the malevolence of Tsangmu town. All who had encountered the shop had already perished. The demons were formidable, and the malevolent spirits, even more enigmatic. Both were dire threats to deities. Li Yu's countenance turned stern. The Thousand Wolf Mountain merely harbored demons lurking outside a few rural settlements. In this world, countless more powerful demons existed. The malevolent spirits were even more insidious. Unfortunately, he was still far from attaining the 9th rank. The road ahead was long and arduous. He muttered softly, feeling a considerable sense of impending danger. His immediate priority was to swiftly complete Personal Task 4 and reap its rewards. The more believers he amassed, the greater the divine power he could accrue. The stronger the believers, the higher the quality of offerings he would receive during the grand festival next year. With such exponential growth, his benefits would multiply. 1,500 believers. The 4 villages combined would not even reach 1,000 believers. This necessitated the expansion of Sihai village. He maintained a placid demeanor. However, such matters could not be rushed. The elevation of a deity required time. The villagers of Sihai village jubilantly returned to the village, each bearing the carcasses of wild wolves. An abundance of elders, women, and children gathered around, their faces alight with joy. How much wolf meat could be distributed? This would sustain them for quite some time. In this current world, merely surviving a year without starvation was already a significant achievement. Eating meat? That was a luxury beyond compare. Only during the new year could they catch a glimpse of meat. The rest of the year was spent consuming meager rations. Thus, the sight of so many wild wolves was particularly exhilarating. Regardless of the taste of wolf meat, it was still meat. A total of 93 wild wolves were butchered into strips of meat. Every villager in Sihai village was entitled to 10 pounds of wolf meat. Other scraps were also to be shared. Li Diong waved his hand, issuing commands. Based on his estimates, the 93 wild wolves would yield at least 15,000 pounds of meat. After all, these wolves were not small. Currently, Seahai Village had only 459 residents. Even distributing 10 pounds each would amount to 4,590 pounds. As for the remaining wolf meat, part of it would be reserved for merging with Zhang Family Village and Liao Family Village, while another portion would be sold in town. Moreover, there were 6 fierce wolves showing signs of transformation, reaching the mid-tier and upper-tier levels. The meat from these 6 formidable wolves would be exclusively allocated to the martial practitioners of the village. Remember this. This is a gift from Lord Zhang Yu to us. Without the protection of Lord Zhang Yu, and without his slaying of the wolf demon, we would not enjoy our current good fortune. Those who are more devout in their worship of Lord Zhang Yu will be well known to him. The divine presence is but 3 feet above our heads. Li Yuming proclaimed, surveying the villagers. Yes. We must first pay homage to Lord Zhang Yu and thank him for vanquishing the wolf demon. My father was devoured by the wolf demon. Lord Zhang Yu avenged him. I, Li Dihu, shall devote my life to the worship of Lord Zhang Yu. The multitude of villagers immediately followed behind Li Yuming, heading toward the Earth God Temple in a grand procession. At that moment, vast throngs of people approached from 2 other directions. Zhang Rongui, Liao Jinji, what brings you here? Li Yuming, observing the large contingent of villagers from Zhang Family Village and Liao Family Village, felt a smile tug at his lips, though his demeanor remained composed. Chapter 17. The Surge in Believers, the Unification of 4 Villages. Gazing at Li Yuming, who appeared to be in his 30s, Zhang Rongui was filled with astonishment. Though Li Yuming was actually 2 years his senior, walking together made it feel as if they were from different generations. Truly, divine grace was as vast as the ocean. He marveled inwardly, his expression solemn, as he bowed to Li Yuming. Temple Master, I am Zhang Rongui, the village chief of Zhang Family Village. Here to pay tribute to Lord Zhang Yu. We intend to merge Zhang Family Village with Seahai Village. I, too, from Liao Family Village, share this intention. Interjected the middle-aged Liao Jinji hastily. Haha, welcome, Zhang Family Village and Liao Family Village. From this moment forth, we shall all be residents of Seahai Village, eternally under the protection of Lord Zhang Yu. Li Yuming laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. For over 100 years, the 4 villages in this region had existed separately. Little did he expect that today, he, Li Yuming, would orchestrate their unification, eternally under the protection of Lord Zhang Yu. Zhang Rongui, Liao Jinji, and the numerous villagers trailing behind them beamed with joy. With divine protection, they would no longer need to fear being devoured by demons. A grand procession of villagers made their way to the Earth God Temple. Upon reaching the vicinity of the temple, each villager, including those from Seahai Village, took out incense, lighting it in reverence. All villagers of Seahai Village, we thank Lord Zhang Yu for slaying the wolf demon and safeguarding us. Li Yuming proclaimed loudly, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Lord Zhang Yu, for slaying the wolf demon and protecting us. Li Deyang, Li Xiuwu, Chun Matzi, Chen Ergu, Zhang Rongui, Liao Jinji, and all the villagers echoed in unison. Their voices resonated with a solemnity that drifted far and wide. In the divine realm, Li Yu gazed at the vast sea of villagers kneeling outside the Earth God Temple. A smile graced the corners of his mouth. He could feel it. The number of believers had surged significantly throughout the day, and many were experiencing an elevation in their levels of faith. Slaying the wolf demon was indeed the most potent miracle, a monumental event benefiting all the villagers. And it avenged the blood debts of many. A real deity, one who slays demons for the villagers and bestows blessings upon the faithful. Who wouldn't wish to believe in such a god, especially in a world rife with malevolent spirits? He chuckled softly, opening the believer information to take a glance. Believer information, daily incense offerings. 1, 694, level 0 believers. 0, daily offering of 100. 000 incense. Level 1 believers. 0, daily offering of 10, 000 incense. Level 2 believers. 0, daily offering of 1. 000 incense. Level 3 believers. 4, daily offering of 100 incense. Level 4 believers. 62, daily offering of 10 incense. Level 5 believers. 665, daily offering of 1 incense. Level 6 believers. 91, every 10 days. Offering 1 incense. A total of 822 believers. The daily incense offerings had dramatically increased, allowing him to gather divine power almost every 2 days. Li was quite satisfied. He then noticed, in addition to Li Yuming, Li Deyang, and Li Xiuwu, there was another level 3 believer, Li Xiuling. The young man who had only recently received blessings had surprisingly become a level 3 believer so swiftly. He raised an eyebrow. He had perused Li Xiuling's life history. It was unremarkable. Born and raised in the village, he had never ventured beyond its borders. His parents were farmers, and he had 2 younger brothers and a sister, thus naturally following in their footsteps. At merely 23 years of age, he appeared much like a man in his 30s. However, since he had become a level 4 believer and received his blessings, his fate had altered. Now, as a level 3 believer, he stood at the forefront. He retrieved the land registry to examine the information of all level 4 believers. Among them, 6 had committed numerous wrongdoings, and he had no intention of bestowing blessings upon them unless they exhibited sincere faith for over a decade and engaged in virtuous deeds. Apart from the 10 level 4 believers who had already received blessings, there were still 46 eligible for blessings. Among them were 33 elderly individuals and middle-aged women, while the remainder comprised 13 middle-aged men and young adults. Liu's gaze remained tranquil as he waved his hand. One by one, the first-tier blessing talismans appeared beside him, radiating a brilliant white light, a total of 18. Seizing the moment while the awe of slaying the wolf demon lingered in the villagers' hearts, bestowing these talismans would undoubtedly engender even greater devotion. The slaying of the wolf demon was a divine might akin to a prison, while the granting of talismans was a divine grace as vast as the sea. Furthermore, it was time for Seahai Village to expand outward. More martial artists were necessary to accomplish this task effectively. Currently, the number of martial artists in Seahai Village, including those recently integrated from 2 other villages, stood at merely 19. Among them, 3 were elderly and frail, unable to fight. Yet, this mattered little. With the first-tier blessing talismans he bestowed, their vitality would rejuvenate, restoring them a decade of youth. He focused his thoughts, and the 18 first-tier blessing talismans swiftly flew out from the divine realm. Zhang Rongwei was filled with piety. From the moment he witnessed the divine miracle of the wolf demon's demise, his heart brimmed with devotion to Zhang Yuegong. When he was young, his 3 brothers and 1 sister had all fallen victim to the wolf demon. He harbored an intense hatred for it. Yet, as the years passed, even the martial masters from the county had ventured up the mountain only to meet their demise at the hands of the wolf demon. Now, having aged, he could no longer dare to entertain thoughts of vengeance, consumed by fear of the beast. Thus, when he first heard of Li Yoming's intent to ascend the mountain to slay the demon, he was incredulous. In his heart, the wolf demon seemed invincible. But now, the wolf demon lay slain, vanquished by a deity. His fear transformed instantly into profound faith in Zhang Yuegong. Grateful for having avenged his loved ones, he felt immense gratitude. Just then, he saw beams of white light surge forth from the statue of the land deity. One such beam swiftly entered his body, revealing itself to be a dazzling white blessing talisman. As the talisman disintegrated, an overwhelming surge of vital energy flooded through him. In an instant, he underwent the 3rd and 4th transformations of his vitality. His once frail body regained its vigor, and much of his gray hair reverted to black, while his sagging skin tightened and his strength surged. What is this? He gazed in disbelief at his hands, astonished by the unprecedented surge of power. Was this truly him? Had he reached the first-tier limit? He glanced around and noticed that several others in the crowd were also being invigorated by the vital energy, evidently having completed multiple transformations as well. Was this the blessing of the deity? Had he also received the grace of such a magnificent god? He murmured in awe, overwhelmed with devotion, tears streaming down his face as he prostrated himself before the statue of the land deity. Zhang Rongwei is eternally grateful for the blessings of Zhang Yuegong. I dedicate my life to serve our God. In that moment, he felt as if he were illuminated, as if he had discovered the very meaning of life. Chapter 18, Territorial Expansion and the Ghosts of Siblings. Li Yuming looked on in astonishment at Zhang Rongwei, Chun Matzi, and Liao Jingxian. These 3, of the same generation as him, had all completed 2 transformations of their vitality as martial artists. In the past, he, Zhang Rongwei, Chun Matzi, and Liao Jingxian had constituted the backbone of the 4 villages. To think they all received the blessings of Zhang Yuegong. Clearly, these old fellows held a deep faith in him. A smile spread across his face, but upon reflection, it made sense. As the pillars of the village, they bore the heaviest burdens, their shoulders carrying the safety of an entire village. Now, with Zhang Yuegong manifesting his divine power and slaying the wolf demon, their faith was naturally profound. He then turned his gaze to Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling, the only 2 who had received blessings twice. Now, both had become first-tier limit martial artists. To receive blessings twice, their faith in Zhang Yuegong must be nearing his own. He mused on this, feeling nothing but joy without any other thoughts. The more devoted the villagers were, the more it signified his success as the temple keeper. Presently, the village boasted 6 first-tier limit martial artists and 26 first-tier mid-level martial artists. He surveyed the newly added 13 martial artists among the villagers, his heart swelling with happiness. So many martial artists. This was something he had never dared to dream of in the past. Previously, the 4 villages combined had barely 8 martial artists, with each village typically housing 1 elderly and 1 middle-aged martial artist, while the new generation had yet to be cultivated. Yet now, so many had emerged. All of this was the grace of Zhang Yuegong. Moreover, he was confident that even more villagers would receive Zhang Yuegong's blessings and become martial artists. In the stillness of the night, with all sound hushed, Liu stepped out of the divine realm and stood upon the earth. He gazed up at the crescent moon. Clear as water, his expression serene. He gently raised his hand, and the moonlight gathered around him, forming a strand of even more brilliant moonlight. In myth and legend, It was said that demons could consume the essence of the moon to evolve. From this strand of moonlight, it seemed that these myths were not mere fabrications. In this beam of moonlight, there indeed resides a chilling energy. However, his gaze fell upon his domain. Instantly, all the moonlight within the confines of his domain converged and gathered in his hand. Yet, despite consolidating all the moonlight from the domain, it still amounted to merely a single strand of moonlight, slightly more resplendent than before. The energy contained within this beam of moonlight was exceedingly sparse. The cold energy of the moonlight was far too dispersed. He mused that even after an entire night, gathering the moonlight from the entire domain would likely yield less than 1/10 of a divine essence. He shook his head. This was even inferior to the devotion offered by a Class A believer. At this moment, the scope of his domain had expanded significantly once more. He sensed that it was nearly 3.2 times the size of the original Li family village. Portions of Zhang family village and Liao family village surprisingly lay outside his domain. Now, the area of the domain had reached 50 acres, neither a fraction more nor less. Was this the limit attainable at the 9th tier deity level? He murmured to himself. Fortunately, both Zhang family village and Liao family village had their residence situated within his domain. Yet, the essence of moonlight gathered over a night within this 50-acre expanse still failed to amount to even 1/10 of a divine essence. For ordinary demons, even consuming the essence of the moon would never allow them to gather all the moonlight from a 50-acre area as he had. 50 acres is a vast expanse of 5,000 mu. Thus, relying on the consumption of moonlight essence to augment one's power was indeed arduous. He reflected that, like the previous wolf demon, it might take a century of consuming moonlight essence to perhaps coalesce a total equivalent to 10 divine essences. No wonder demons resorted to consuming humans. Solely depending on the consumption of moonlight essence for cultivation was far too slow. Humans, being the essence of all beings, could generate a devotion far surpassing the demon's prolonged consumption of moonlight essence. Consuming a single human might equate to days of cultivation. Liu lamented. Yet, this does not justify the demon's consumption of human lives. Having become the rightful deity of the land, he naturally must protect humanity. After all, humanity is the source of his faith. With one less human, there is one less soul to provide him with devotion. He took several strides and quickly arrived at the site of the former Liao family village, standing beside an ancient well that had been abandoned for many years. The well was covered with a lid, weighed down by several stones. Ghostly energy. He gazed at the ancient well. From the moment Liao family village became his domain, this well had lost all semblance of mystery in his eyes. The well contained a thick aura of ghostly energy and resentment, indicating the presence of spirits beneath. With a gentle wave of his hand, the stones and the well cover flew off. As the deity of the land, he only needed to expend divine power when casting divine spells. In reality, being the deity of the land did not render him powerless without casting spells. Quite the contrary. Even with just the basic abilities of a 9th tier land deity, his strength would not be inferior to the extreme limits of a 3rd tier. At this moment, with a mere flick of his sleeve, he could easily send the stones and well cover soaring. This required no expenditure of divine power. Moreover, there was not just one spirit. His expression remained calm. Clad in the garments of the land deity and adorned with the crown of the land deity, he held the seal of the land deity and spoke softly. Will you not come forth to pay your respects to this deity? Do you expect this deity to seek you out? As his words fell, an even denser ghostly energy surged from beneath the well, transforming into 2 ghostly figures. The first was a young man, appearing no older than 17 or 18 at the time of his death. His gaze towards Liu was filled with terror, yet he grit his teeth and stood protectively in front of the second ghostly figure. The latter, a timid girl who must have been no older than 15 at the time of her demise, exhibited eyes brimming with fear. After all, in their eyes, Liu radiated divine light, his majesty akin to that of the heavens. Merely standing before them instilled a sense of impending dissolution, as if they would be entirely obliterated. Liao Xiuer of Liao family village pays my respects to the revered deity. The girl promptly knelt down, tugging at the boy in front of her. Liao Qingping of Liao family village pays my respects to the revered deity. The boy followed suit, kneeling as well. Both bore a dense aura of ghostly energy but lacked any bloodthirsty malice, clearly indicating they had not harmed anyone. Why do you linger among the living? From whence does your resentment arise? Liu inquired coolly. In this realm, from the moment he became the deity of the land, he could faintly sense the existence of an underworld. Although this perception was somewhat vague, it led him to understand that there existed an underworld in this world as well. However, he had no knowledge of how the underworld operated or whether any deities governed it. Yet, it was reasonable to assume that all souls should journey to the underworld after death. Please, revered deity, intercede on behalf of us siblings. The girl deeply bowed, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 19. The Decree of Ghostly Messengers, Punishing Evil and Promoting Good. To elaborate, Liu spoke evenly. Although his tone was calm, it resonated with an air of authority in the ears of Liao Xiuer and Liao Qingping. Revered deity, my brother and I were orphaned at a young age. relying on each other for survival. However, due to my beauty, the eldest son of the wealthy Liao Daqiang, Liao Xiong, sought to take me as his concubine. I refused. One evening, while I was here drawing water, I happened to encounter Liao Xiong, who attempted to force himself upon me. I vowed to resist him to the death. But in his rage and humiliation, he pushed me into the well. My brother came searching for me, and was also pushed into the well by Liao Xiong, who had been hiding nearby. We both perished within the well, and it was subsequently sealed by the village chief, while Liao Xiong. At this point, Liao Xiong's eyes brimmed with hatred. He somehow obtained a talisman that prevented us, even in ghostly form, from approaching him. And now, he has gone to the town, opening a tavern, living a life of unending ease. The young girl lamented, I can only despise that even as a ghost, I cannot take revenge. Please, revered deity, intercede on our behalf. She repeatedly bowed deeply, one after another. Liao Qingping remained silent beside her, continuously bowing as well. Liu extended his right hand, and the land register materialized in his grasp. As his gaze fell upon it, the register automatically turned to the page of Liao Xiong. It recorded Liao Xiong's life story, with one entry mirroring Liao Xiong's account perfectly. As the rightful deity of the Four Seas village, he was tasked not only with rewarding the virtuous, but also punishing the wicked. Above 3 feet, there are deities. This was not merely a hollow phrase. As the deity of the land, every detail of the villagers' lives was meticulously recorded in the land register from the moment they were born. Every good deed and misdeed was accounted for without omission. I shall take it upon myself to address your concerns. My domain is in need of ghostly soldiers and messengers. Would you 2 siblings be willing to serve under me as ghostly soldiers and messengers? He gazed down at Liao Xiong and Liao Qingping, posing the question. The second part of War of the Deities pertains to the war of subordinate deities. Moreover, ghostly soldiers are a part of this subordinate deity's forces. Furthermore, many matters require the assistance of ghostly soldiers and messengers. It would not do for him, as the esteemed deity of the land, to handle trivial matters such as binding souls. The revered deity is willing to intercede on our behalf. We are ready to obey your commands. Liao Xiong declared decisively. Liao Qingping immediately nodded in agreement. Excellent. A satisfied expression adorned Liu's face. He conjured forth 2 strands of divine power, radiant and formidable. Gradually, these 2 strands of divine power coalesced into 2 grayish-white divine talismans before him. Each divine talisman bore intricate and obscure runes, exuding an air of divine authority. These were the talismans of ghostly soldiers. Once integrated into a ghostly form, they could be appointed as ghostly soldiers. Furthermore, ghostly soldiers were divided into 2 categories. Firstly, there are the spectral soldiers dedicated to warfare. Secondly, there are the ghostly messengers tasked with the apprehension of souls. In accordance with the hierarchical structure of mortal dynasties, one could liken them to soldiers and officers, respectively. However, in the realm of the underworld, the ghostly messengers are transformed from the spectral soldiers. Thus, the appointment of a ghostly messenger also utilizes the divine talisman of the spectral soldiers, albeit with subtle differences in the intricate runes inscribed upon the talisman. Such nuances can be deftly manipulated during the condensation of the spectral soldier's divine talisman. I, the land deity of Sihai Village, hereby appoint Liao Xiong as the ghostly messenger of Sihai Village. I also appoint Liao Qingping as the ghostly messenger of Sihai Village. The authoritative voice resonated in the ears of the siblings, and in the next moment, 2 divine talismans transformed into radiant beams of light, merging into their beings. Instantly, their previously ethereal forms solidified. Moreover, they were adorned with eerie black robes, prominently inscribed with the character for messenger on both the front and back. This character subtly emanated a trace of divine power, distinguishing their essence from that of ordinary spirits. Additionally, they bore a phantom chain at their waists. This was the soul-binding chain, although it was currently composed merely of condensed ghostly energy. Its efficacy in soul apprehension was still upheld by the divine power infused in the character. Thank you for your divine bestowal. Liao Xiong and Liao Qingping exclaimed with profound joy, promptly bowing in reverence. They could both sense their newfound strength surging within them. Previously, they had merely bullied ordinary mortals, as any martial artist would have dared not approach them. But now, they felt emboldened, believing they could confront even the most vigorous martial practitioners without fear. Go forth. Retrieve Liao Xiong's soul, Liu commanded. The newly appointed spectral soldiers could only be considered as provisional ghostly messengers, their strength comparable to that of a mid-tier, first-level martial artist. Only through the application of 10 portions of divine power to enhance the spectral soldiers could they ascend to the rank of official 3rd-level ghostly messengers. A 3rd-level ghostly messenger's might was merely a fraction weaker than that of the temple priest, Li Yuming, akin to a lower-tier 2nd-level practitioner. Furthermore, should he employ divine techniques and equip the spectral soldiers with a magical artifact, they could elevate to a 2nd-level spectral soldier, resulting in a significant surge in power. As a 9th-grade deity, the most formidable spectral soldiers under his command would only reach the 2nd level. However, even 2nd-level spectral soldiers were considerably potent. their strength not inferior to that of upper-tier second-level practitioners. Such spectral soldiers were sufficient for his needs. Yes. Liao Xiao'er and Liao Chengping's eyes sparkled with excitement as they respectfully bowed and swiftly drifted towards the town. The character inscribed on their robes shimmered with a hint of divine power, enhancing their speed far beyond that of galloping steeds. Liu stepped forward and returned to the divine realm. Songmu town lay shrouded in silence under the cover of night, save for the whispering winds. Liao Xiong, reeking of alcohol, staggered out from the town's only tavern. He smacked his lips, a look of lingering satisfaction evident on his face. That girl was indeed beautiful. A true gem from the county town, even rivaling that wretched Liao Xiao'er. He resolved to return tomorrow, and the day after that, too. With bleary eyes, he let out a lascivious chuckle, but as March's chill set in, he shivered and quickened his pace. Around his neck dangled a palm-sized yellow talisman. Suddenly, he noticed a slender figure with cascading hair standing in the shadows of a nearby wall. The girl had her back to him, dressed in a white gown. Shivering in the cold wind, evoking a sense of pity, Liao Xiong's eyes brightened at the sight. He approached her, slurring his words, "My lady. What brings you out at this hour? Shall I escort you home to protect you from ill-intentioned souls?" He felt quite pleased with his offer. To take me home? To that well, perhaps? The girl slowly turned, her pallid face adorned with a ghastly smile, her gaze piercing through him. What well? Liao Xiong's complexion drained of color as he recognized her features. His eyes dilated in terror. Liao Xiao, didn't you die? How can you be here? Could it be a ghost? Chapter 20. The ghostly messenger's soul retrieval at the underworld court. Do you not remember? On that fateful night 5 years ago, you pushed me into the well, where I drowned. Liao Xiao'er glared at Liao Xiong, her eyes reflecting a chilling hatred. Were it not for him, she would have surely been married by now, perhaps even with children. Yet this beast had callously cast her into the depths, dooming her to death. He had even pushed her brother into the well, severing their bloodline completely. It's you. It truly is you. Do not come any closer. I never wanted this. You forced my hand. If you had acquiesced, I would not have cast you into the well. This is all your fault. Liao Xiong wailed in panic, scrambling backward. Overwhelmed by dread, Liao Xiao'er had returned as a ghost to seek vengeance. You wretched beast. Liao Qingping, clad in the ghostly messenger's attire, emerged beside her. His expression dark as he brandished the ethereal soul-binding chain towards Liao Xiong with great force. The talisman dangling from Liao Xiong's neck flickered momentarily. Yet, the soul-binding chain shimmered with divine power, shattering the talisman into fragments. This talisman, which had prevented the siblings from avenging themselves for 5 years, crumbled effortlessly beneath the might of the ethereal chain. Liao Qingping, you too have become a ghost. Liao Xiong screamed in terror, losing control of his bladder. He had never imagined that the siblings he had cast into the well would return as vengeful spirits. Brother, Liao Xiao'er tugged at Liao Qingping to prevent the chain from striking Liao Xiong. Liao Qingping gazed at his sister, perplexed. This beast has caused our demise. 1,000 deaths would not suffice for my vengeance. The Lord's command requires us to retrieve his soul. Until the Lord issues further orders, we cannot enact personal retribution. Liao Xiao'er inhaled deeply, shaking her head. Despite her burning desire to lash out with the ethereal chain and torment him, she recalled stories from her past life. Understanding that high-ranking figures despised impulsive actions from their subordinates. Now, as servants of the Lord, they must abide by his regulations. She firmly believed that the Lord would deliver the appropriate punishment to this wretch. Your words hold merit. Liao Qingping nodded in agreement. Then, with a sinister gaze fixed upon the now petrified and terrified Liao Xiong, he extended the ethereal soul-binding chain, which coiled around Liao Xiong's body like a shadowy serpent, binding him tightly. With a swift tug of the chain, Liao Xiong's soul was forcibly extracted from his lifeless body. I have become a ghost. Liao Xiong stared in horror at the motionless form on the ground, the body that was once his own. Let us depart. Liao Xiao'er's white gown transformed instantly into the ghostly messenger's attire as they headed towards Sihai village. The soul-binding chain extended a distance of 3 zhang, pulling Liao Xiong's ghostly essence along with them. The tranquil town remained enveloped in silence. Although Liao Xiong's anguished cries had undoubtedly reached the ears of the townsfolk, none dared to venture forth. No one dared utter a sound. Many residents appeared pale and trembled in fear, having just overheard the mention of ghosts. Had someone encountered a spirit? Please, may it not come to our home. The nearby townspeople fervently prayed. Outside the land deity temple, as Li Yuming lay in slumber, he was suddenly beset by a chilling aura, prompting him to awaken with alarm. From whence did this sinister energy emanate? He pondered in astonishment. This was the land deity temple, under the vigilant gaze of Zhang Yugong. Was it conceivable that some malevolent spirit dared to intrude here? He pushed open the door, and a surge of vital energy coursed through him, flowing into his eyes. Instantly, he beheld 2 specters clad in the garb of underworld officials, kneeling respectfully before the temple. One of the spirits clutched an iron chain, the end of which bound another ghost. The latter bore an expression of sheer terror. Liao Qingping, Liao Xiao, Liao Xiong? He exclaimed in surprise. Hadn't the Liao siblings perished in a well 5 years prior? This incident had stirred considerable gossip among the four villages, with even rumors suggesting Liao Xiong's involvement. Yet, lacking evidence, the matter had faded into obscurity. What was the current predicament? Had the deceased Liao Qingping and Liao Xiao returned as spirits? And had they captured Liao Xiong's ghost? Was it truly Liao Xiong who had cast them into the well to drown? Uncle Yuming, can you see us? Liao Xiao inquired, astonished. The four villages were not far apart, and her mother hailed from Li family village, thus she often visited. I am the temple steward of Zhang Yugong, traversing the mortal realm on his behalf. Naturally, I can perceive you. You wear the garb of underworld officials and kneel before Zhang Yugong's temple. Have you perhaps received his grace? Li Yuming speculated, his gaze flickering with insight. It turned out that the revered deity was Zhang Yugong. Uncle Yuming had indeed become the steward of the divine. Liao Xiao suddenly understood and quickly replied, Uncle Yuming, we have been granted the honor of serving as underworld officials under Zhang Yugong. Underworld officials? Li Yuming nodded, providing a sense of comfort. Though misfortune has befallen you, to serve as underworld officials under Zhang Yugong after death is indeed a stroke of fortune. After all, you two siblings have been nurtured under his watchful eye. Moreover, your maternal grandfather was a cousin of his, albeit long deceased. Having spoken, he retreated into his room, choosing not to inquire further. As the steward of Zhang Yugong, he was tasked with overseeing mortal affairs. However, as Liao Xiao and her brother had transitioned into underworld officials, their pursuits no longer pertained to the realm of the living. Matters beyond the mortal sphere were to be avoided. Having lived for over 50 years, he understood this principle well. Within the divine domain, Li Yu observed the kneeling figures of the underworld officials, Liao Xiao and Liao Qingping, alongside the captured ghost of Liao Xiong. A glimmer of satisfaction graced his features. Although Liao Xiao had been merely 16 at her death, she exhibited remarkable wisdom and restraint. She could be cultivated further in the future. With a gentle wave of his hand, the divine domain, which had expanded to a radius of 10 zhong, transformed into a formidable court of the underworld. Majestic pillars stood tall within the hall, surrounded by a dense, dark mist that exuded an aura of dread and authority. Clad in the ceremonial robes of the land deity and adorned with a corresponding crown, he took his seat at the head of the court. Before him lay a table upon which rested the land deity's seal and register. Bring Liao Xiong in, he commanded softly. As his voice resonated throughout the temple, Liao Xiao and Liao Qingping perceived a sudden blurring of vision, finding themselves within the transformed court of the underworld. Bound by ethereal chains, Liao Xiong was also brought forth. Bow before the revered deity. Liao Xiao and Liao Qingping immediately knelt, expressing their reverence. The revered deity? Where's this place? Liao Xiong's eyes were filled with helplessness and terror. Yet, under the divine authority that loomed over him, he found himself devoid of any will to resist. Trembling as he knelt in fear, never before had he felt such dread. He could not even muster the courage to lift his gaze to behold the radiant figure seated above him, akin to a blinding sun. Liao Xiong. 5 years ago you pushed Liao Xiao and Liao Qingping into the well, leading to their demise. Do you confess your guilt? Li Yu inquired, his gaze icy. I confess. Liao Xiong stammered, quaking in fear. In the presence of such overwhelming authority, he found no courage to utter deceit. Thus, I decree your soul to be shattered and dispersed. Li Yu proclaimed with gravitas. As his words fell, Liao Xiong's spirit disintegrated, turning to ash. Liao Xiao and Liao Qingping's faces illuminated with excitement and joy. At long last, their vengeance had been realized. After 5 long years, the murderer, Liao Xiong, had finally received his just deserts. In that moment, a phrase echoed in their minds. Good begets good, evil begets evil. It is not that retribution does not come, but the time has not yet arrived. Inform Li Yuming of this matter. He will know what to do, Li Yu instructed. With utmost obedience to the decree of the revered deity, Liao Xiao and Liao Qingping reverently acknowledged, mimicking the formalities of the tales they had heard. In a flash, they vanished from the divine domain. The once fearsome court transformed back into an empty expanse. Li Yu preferred the original state of the divine domain, an untouched void where everything floated in midair. Now that he had underworld officials, they required a place to conduct their duties. Li Yu contemplated. The divine domain was his private sanctuary and should not allow the entry of lesser deities, underworld officials, or ghostly soldiers. As a 9th-rank land deity, he possessed the capability to establish an underworld legal domain specifically for the use of these subordinates. The underworld legal domain would serve as an office for the underworld officials and ghostly soldiers. While its rank would naturally pale in comparison to the divine domain, it would still belong to a realm beyond the mortal plane, akin to a distinct pocket of existence. Creating an underworld legal domain measuring 3 zhong in length, 3 zhong in width, and 1 zhong in height would require 10 units of divine power. However, this power could not be spared. He shook his head, assessing his remaining divine power of 101 units. With a thought, 10 units of divine power surged forth from his being, swiftly exiting the divine domain and descending beneath the land deity temple. Gradually, a space thick with ominous energy began to take shape beneath the temple. suffused with a rich aura of darkness, continuously fed by the Earth's own shadowy essence. The underworld legal domain lay beneath the surface, distinct from the mortal realm, while his divine domain loomed above, offering an unobstructed view of all that transpired within. Those within the underworld legal domain, including lesser deities, ghostly soldiers, and underworld officials, could gaze upward only to behold the grand divine domain hanging high above, yet remain oblivious to the sights contained within. This is sufficient, he murmured. Once there are more subordinates, ghostly soldiers, and underworld officials, we shall expand further. His gaze shifted to one side of the divine domain, where the enormous corpse of a wolf demon lay in silence. This was the very beast he had effortlessly slain earlier that day with a bolt of heavenly lightning, a formidable second-tier wolf demon. Surely, such a carcass must hold some value in divine power. With calm determination, he opened the divine store within the area trading and placed the headless wolf carcass within. Instantly, the divine store displayed the value of the wolf's remains, 7 units of divine power. Not too shabby, he mused with a faint smile. Without hesitation, he sold the headless wolf carcass to the divine store, and 7 units of divine power materialized within him. He now possessed a total of 98 units of divine power. Closing his eyes, he began to contemplate the heavenly lightning technique in his mind. Having demonstrated it earlier that day, he realized that while he could wield this divine technique with proficiency, he had yet to attain true mastery. In numerous instances, he found his execution to be somewhat flawed. He believed that if he could truly master the technique of the heavenly thunder, its potency would increase significantly. If not for the lack of divine power, the most effective means of practice would be to demonstrate it in reality. Regrettably, due to limited resources, he could only simulate the technique in his mind. He felt a sense of helplessness, yet the prospect of gradually enhancing his strength was still commendable. After all, apart from the divine technique of heavenly thunder, the other 3 divine arts he had mastered, cloud and mist flight, earth escape technique, also shared this issue. Mastery did not equate to flawless execution. Achieving perfection in the divine arts would signify reaching the pinnacle of a 9th-grade land deity's power. A month swiftly passed. Zhangjia village, Liao family village, and the previously merged Chun family village had essentially fully integrated into Sihai village. All villagers of Sihai village were required to pay homage to Lord Zhangyue every morning and evening, offering incense. Even if the distance was great, they still needed to face the direction of the earth deity temple to pay their respects. Naturally, devout believers would personally visit the temple to offer their incense. The story of Liao Xiong's misdeeds, leading to his soul being claimed by ghostly enforcers dispatched by Lord Zhangyue, became a widely discussed topic among the villagers of Sihai. His corpse was even brought back for the villagers to see. Almost all of them regarded Lord Zhangyue with heightened reverence. Under the authority of Lord Zhangyue, anyone who committed wrongdoing would inevitably be pursued by the ghostly enforcers, facing dire consequences. Who would not feel fear upon hearing this? Above one's head, there are deities. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds are punished. It is not that retribution does not occur, merely that the time has not yet come. These 2 phrases became widely circulated within Sihai village, resonating deeply with all its inhabitants. This incident further solidified the villagers' faith. After all, divine grace is boundless. Divine might is formidable. Divine grace brings joy to believers, while divine might instills fear. The amalgamation of joy and fear naturally deepens their faith. Deming, go notify the village chief and others to convene. Li Yuming instructed his second son, Li Deming, as he stepped out of his room. A month prior, he had received a divine decree mandating that the number of believers be expanded to over 1,500 within 3 months. These 1,500 individuals must be villagers of Sihai, residing within its bounds. It was a daunting task, as Sihai village had only a little over 800 residents, leaving a significant gap. To expand, they would need to attract individuals from beyond their immediate vicinity. This was no easy feat after all. Would others truly believe that their village was under the protection of a deity? Thus, he had prepared for an entire month, and now, he was finally ready to commence. This time, I shall ensure the fulfillment of Lord Zhanyue's decree is executed flawlessly, Li Yuming mused, his gaze resolute. Chapter 22. Propagating Faith, Let Force Pave the Way. During this month, Sihai village had also completed its power transition. Li Yuming served as the temple priest, undoubtedly positioned at the pinnacle of authority, steering the direction of Sihai village. Zhang Rongguei assisted Li Yuming, while Li Dayong took on the role of village chief, managing daily affairs. Chen Matzi and Liao Jingxian served as deputy village chiefs, aiding Li Dayong. Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling led 2 hunting teams, each comprising 15 warriors, to hunt in the mountains. The remaining 10 warriors were assigned to the temple guard, responsible for patrolling the Earth Deity Temple and the village itself. A month ago, the village had only 26 mid-tier, first-grade warriors. However, over the past month, 14 individuals had received the blessings of Lord Zhanyue, rising to mid-tier first-grade warriors. Additionally, a new first-grade peak warrior, Chen Ergo, emerged as the captain of the temple guard. Presently, Sihai village boasted 7 first-grade peak warriors and 40 mid-tier first-grade warriors. Priest, are we preparing to take action? Li Diyang inquired, gazing at Li Yuming, who occupied the chief's seat. Below him sat Chen Matzi and Liao Jingxian, while opposite them were Zhang Rongwei, Li Xiuwu, Li Xiuling, and Chen Ergo. Indeed, only 2 months remain until the deadline of the divine decree. We must not only fulfill Lord Zhang Yue's command, but do so to the best of our abilities, Li Yuming stated solemnly as he surveyed the assembly. Priest, give us your orders. Whatever you instruct, we shall follow. Chen Matzi exclaimed passionately. With the village's population expansion, his status as deputy village chief would naturally rise. Since the fall of the great Zhou dynasty, demons and malevolent spirits had surged forth, leaving all to fend for themselves, leading to a de facto autonomy in the county town. Even villages and towns acted independently. Li Yoming's gaze swept over the gathering, not to mention the world at large. Even within our Tsangmu town, countless humans suffer under the torment of demons. To propagate faith, we must pave the way with force. His voice carried an air of determination. The crowd's eyes burned with enthusiasm, their blood surging. Diyang, how many new houses have you constructed? Li Yuming inquired, directing his gaze towards Li Diyang. 120 houses have been erected. Although they are merely simple wooden structures, they provide shelter from the elements, Li Diyang promptly replied. This was the result of a month's effort mobilizing the entire village. Thanks to the presence of so many warriors, who could carry hundreds of pounds of timber swiftly down the mountain, efficiency had greatly improved. Continue the construction. What about the food supply? Li Yuming asked, turning to Liao Jingxian. We still have over 4,000 pounds of preserved wolf meat from earlier, and the hunting team has made considerable gains this month. Altogether, we now have over 7,000 pounds of cured meat. Additionally, we have stockpiled more than 60,000 pounds of grain, Liao Jingxian reported gravely. This batch of grain was procured with the silver earned from selling numerous hunted creatures over the past month, including 2 of those wolves that displayed signs of transformation. Li Yuming nodded. Housing and food are among the means by which I will attract outsiders to join Sihai Village. In this era, having a roof over one's head and being able to eat and dress warmly is the greatest aspiration for many. These 2 factors are also the primary reasons for my month-long wait. Rongwei, Xiuwu, Xiuling, accompany me outside the village. Bring the hunting teams along, he commanded. Yes, priest. The 3 replied immediately. In the divine realm, has it begun? Li Yu observed Li Yuming leading his people out of Sihai Village, his expression calm. As the land deity of Sihai Village, believers could only offer incense within his jurisdiction to gain the power of incense wishes. It could be said that the divine realm was the core area enveloped by the divine laws. In contrast, the realm of the underworld belonged to the outer perimeter of these divine laws. As for the jurisdiction, it could only be considered a radiating area of divine law. In other words, if one were to leave his jurisdiction, the divine laws would cease to apply. Thus, offering incense outside of his jurisdiction would not generate any power of incense wishes. Without the generation of incense wishes, how could he obtain them? However, this past month had allowed him to accumulate 52 units of divine power. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his lips. Through regional chat, he learned that the believers of other wild gods in Blue Star did not possess as many. He could now garner 1,922 units of incense wishes daily, while the wild gods of Blue Star typically only received 600 to 700, with some even less than 400. This highlighted the significance of establishing an invincible deity image through the might of divine power. It also underscored the effectiveness of the 47 first-grade blessing talismans he bestowed. He smiled. The remaining deities of Blue Star, even upon fulfilling their personal task 3, can possess at most 7 first-tier divine blessing talismans. With the diminishing grace bestowed upon them, the faith levels of their believers inevitably exhibit disparities. Furthermore, in order to vanquish demons, one must first lure these malevolent beings into their designated jurisdiction before engaging them in combat within that realm. Moreover, the strength of these demons is not inferior to that of the deities themselves. Prolonged conflicts, even if ultimately victorious, may tarnish the divine image. Of course, the outcome heavily relies on individual strategy. Some individuals are inherently suited to ascend as deities. Perhaps their daily harvest of fervent devotion surpasses his own. Nevertheless, there remains less than 4 months before the grand festival, an occasion that amplifies offerings 100-fold. Anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Regarding the matter of offerings, he refrained from communicating it as a divine oracle to Li Yuming. After all, offerings must not be tainted by any direct causality linked to the deities. Should he relay the offering matter to Li Yuming as divine guidance, it would indeed establish a direct causal link. Thus, the responsibility for the offerings must rest solely upon Li Yuming's initiative. However, he believed that Li Yuming, as his temple steward, was quite competent. Hence, he anticipated that this year's second grand festival would yield splendid offerings. Subsequently, he accessed the regional chat interface and inputted a message. I am seeking a batch of spirit rice seeds. No restrictions on variety. Please contact if available. Throughout the past month, he had sent out similar messages almost daily. After all, he had yet to utilize the spirit field talisman he had acquired, primarily due to the lack of spirit rice seeds. He had contemplated asking Li Yuming to find a means of procuring them. Yet, spirit rice and spirit rice seeds are not the same. The spirit rice occasionally sold in the county cannot serve as seeds. Spirit rice is unique. Only a select few special individuals from each harvest can be designated as seeds. These seeds would inevitably be carefully selected, as they are the lifeblood of the county's most powerful faction and would never be sold to outsiders. In the regional chat interface, he was not the sole seeker of spirit rice seeds. After a month, several Blue Star deities had completed their personal task 3 by slaying demons, thus qualifying them for a spirit field talisman. Naturally, acquiring spirit rice seeds was essential, for without them, establishing a spirit field would be futile. He initially held little hope, merely sending out a routine message. To his surprise, in a fleeting moment, he received a communication from a female deity named Chu Yu. I possess a batch of white jade spirit rice seeds, 30 units of divine power. Would you be interested? 30 units of divine power? Liu pondered. He currently held 150 units of divine power, yet 30 units still represented a significant sum. Negotiation was certainly warranted. He speculated that the female deity, Chu Yu, had likely reached out to numerous Blue Star deities seeking spirit rice seeds, but had found no buyers. Considering the price was rather steep. Of course, in 3 months, this price would no longer seem exorbitant. However, since it had only been a little over 2 months since their ascension as deities, divine power remained exceedingly precious, rendering the cost rather high. What quantity are we discussing? He replied. If the quantity were sufficient, it would not be a loss. Nevertheless, negotiation was essential. The sooner he could plant the spirit rice, the sooner he could reap the rewards. As a resource capable of significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of believers, spirit rice would undoubtedly become a hot commodity in future regional transactions. Approximately 5 pounds, Chuyu responded. 5 pounds would indeed suffice to cultivate an entire acre of spirit field. Liu nodded lightly. He possessed only one spirit field talisman, which could create a single acre of Tier C spirit field. He had also observed that there were individuals selling spirit field talismans in the regional transaction interface, but their prices were exorbitant, with the cheapest starting at 150 units of divine power. At this stage, he believed that aside from himself, few could afford such prices. Even he could not justify expending 150 units of divine power for a single spirit field talisman, as that would deplete his entire divine power reserves. However, he had long harbored a plan to generate divine power. Previously, he had hesitated to implement it, considering that the other Blue Star deities possessed limited divine power. Yet now, after over 2 months, while they may still not have amassed enough divine power to ascend beyond the 9th tier divine rank, they surely had accumulated a reasonable amount. After engaging in negotiations with Chu Yu for quite some time, he ultimately settled on a price of 20 units of divine power for the transaction. The details of the exchanged items would manifest clearly, ensuring that the nature of the seeds was unmistakable. Moments later, 20 units of divine power vanished from within him, and before him appeared 5 pounds of white jade spirit rice seeds. Each seed was plump and round, glistening like jade. This was a first-tier spiritual item, which, when consumed, could significantly accelerate the nourishment of one's vitality, making it one of the most suitable spirit rices for mortals and body-refining martial artists. Moreover, with prolonged consumption over the years, even those with the most meager talents could undergo 4 transformations of vitality, achieving the pinnacle of first-tier body-refining martial artists. He could now cultivate a Tier C spirit field. His gaze shifted towards the land outside the temple. However, after some contemplation, he decided to wait. Li Yuming had ventured out to recruit people, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he expected that many would soon join Sihai village. The miracle of establishing a spirit field should not be squandered. It was the most effective means of instilling unwavering faith in newcomers. For the time being, he would focus on generating divine power. His eyes sparkled. This was indeed a significant matter. With a deep breath, he extended his right hand, and instantly, 10 units of divine power radiated outward, slowly forming a chain before him. After 2 hours, the chain took shape, transforming into a tangible soul-binding chain. The surface of the chain was adorned with numerous special runes, exuding an eerie yet dignified aura, possessing formidable power to restrain any ghostly entity. This was an artifact of the ghostly soldiers. Indeed, his plan to generate income revolved around selling ghostly soldier artifacts in the regional transaction interface. Ghostly soldiers possessing such artifacts would no longer be mere substitute ghostly envoys. They would ascend to become formal 4th-tier ghostly envoys, their power far surpassing that of substitutes. Substitute ghostly envoys typically ranked around the mid-tier of the 1st tier, while enhancing the ghostly soldier divine art could elevate them to 4th-tier ghostly envoys, granting them powers akin to lower-tier 2nd-tier beings. Li Yu's eyes gleamed. Currently, there should be no second deity from the 9th-tier land deities, at least not in this region. Therefore, he was the sole seller of ghostly soldier artifacts. This was a monopolistic venture. What type of business is the most lucrative? Naturally, it is a monopolistic one. He surmised that many Blue Star deities had already conferred positions upon substitute ghostly soldiers or ghostly envoys, and some must surely desire to enhance the strength of their substitutes. This created a market for his ghostly soldier artifacts. I won't price them too steeply. I must ensure that the interested blue star deities can afford them, he murmured. Without hesitation, he opened the regional transaction interface and listed the soul binding chain for 20 units of divine power each. Just a modest profit, I suppose. Perhaps I am being overly generous, he sighed. He then cast his gaze upon the information regarding the soul binding chain that appeared in the regional transaction interface. Name: Ghostly Soldier Artifact, Soul Binding Chain Tier, 2nd Tier. Effect: After refining, the reserving soldiers can be promoted to D-leveling soldiers. D-leveling soldiers can be promoted to C-leveling soldiers upon further refinement. Such an effect should indeed be quite enticing, especially at this present stage. Liu murmured. Were it not for the presence of Liu Ming, who already possessed the strength of a 2nd-tier mid-grade, he would have elevated Liao Xiaoer and Liao Qingping as well. After all, lacking 2nd-tier combat power makes it rather difficult to handle matters beyond the territory. Once he earns a bit of divine power from this wave, he will elevate Liao Xiaoer and Liao Qingping. Having 2 more 2nd-tier combatants would certainly allow for greater endeavors. A glint flashed in his eyes, and then he closed them again to continue contemplating the divine technique, Thunder Technique. Soldier artifacts? They could enable reserving soldiers to ascend to D-leveling soldiers? In a shrine within a mountain village, the wild deity, Chu Yu's gaze suddenly brightened. She had already consecrated 5 reserve ghost messengers, but now she felt their strength was somewhat lacking. After all, the inner region of that treasure land was guarded by 2nd-tier demon beasts. Her previous believers had merely acquired 10 pounds of white jade spirit rice seeds from the outer region. One can only imagine that the inner region must possess far more valuable treasures. However, lacking strength and with the treasure land located outside her territory, she had pondered for a long time without arriving at a solution. But now, the emergence of this soldier artifact has sparked a glimmer of hope. Although 20 points of divine power seemed a tad expensive, after some hesitation, she resolved to pay the 20 points. After all, she had just earned 20 points of divine power, so spending it wouldn't cause her much distress. However, just as she was about to make the purchase, she discovered that the soldier artifact had already been taken by someone else. Who acted so quickly? She felt a pang of regret. She should not have hesitated. She incessantly refreshed the regional trade interface, now hoping that someone would list another soldier artifact. Chapter 24. The Great Sale of Soldier Artifacts. Invading the Land of Demons. Sold so quickly? Liu opened his eyes in astonishment. He had just closed his eyes to contemplate the divine technique, Thunder Technique, and did not expect that the soldier artifact would already be sold. Feeling the 20 additional points of divine power within him, a broad smile spread across his face. A back-and-forth exchange had netted him an additional 10 points of divine power. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. He finally understood the thrill that unscrupulous merchants experienced. No, he was not a merchant. He was engaging in benevolence and virtuous deeds, striving to contribute to the strength of the deities under the banner of Blue Star. Onward. I shall continue to contribute. His heart raced with excitement as he immediately began to conjure the divine technique, soldier artifact, once more. Although it required 2 hours to fully condense a soldier artifact, there are 12 hours in a day. He could create 6 soldier artifacts. If all sold, that would yield a pure profit of 60 points of divine power. 60 points a day equates to 1,800 points a month. Of course, he also understood that there likely wouldn't be many deities from Blue Star willing to spend 20 points of divine power on a single soldier artifact. But earning even a little divine power is still a gain. Before his transmigration, he toiled like a beast for 10 hours a day. Who would have thought that becoming a deity would entail working 24 hours a day? Was he not busier than a mere beast of burden? This thought crossed his mind, leaving his expression somewhat peculiar. However, laboring like a beast before was for the sake of buying houses and cars for his boss. Now, laboring as a beast was for his own aspirations. They ought not to be confused. Approximately 30 miles from Sihai village, there lay a series of undulating, deep mountains. Numerous villages, large and small, nestled in the dense forests, leading lives almost completely isolated from the world. It was not their desire to be cut off, but rather that each village belonged to the private domain of a demon. This area was referred to as the Land of Demons by the citizens of Tsangmu Town, and it was regarded as a forbidden ground. Master of the shrine, our goal is to rescue the villagers of this Land of Demons? Zhang Rongwei looked at Li Yuming with some astonishment. This place was teeming with demons. It was deemed a forbidden area by the citizens of Tsangmu Town. This region was home to many minor demons, far less formidable than the wolf demons of Qianling Mountain. Moreover, this particular village was ruled by a fox demon whose aura barely reached the 2nd tier. I can kill it, Li Yuming replied, gazing at the village ahead. Slay the demons and bring back the villagers who have been reduced to prey. These villagers, who have suffered under the demon's tyranny, will undoubtedly harbor a more profound faith in the deities. This decision was made after much contemplation. To fulfill the divine mandate passed down by Lord Zhanyue, it had to be executed splendidly, addressing both the quantity and quality of believers. The plight of these villagers was far worse than what they had endured previously. The wolf demons of Qianlang Mountain had only come down to devour 9 people over 3 years, allowing the 4 villages some time to recuperate. However, here, the demons would feast on humans at the slightest whim. Should a friend of the demon arrive, they would capture a few villagers to entertain their guests. If the villagers were not enough to satisfy their appetite, no worries. They could simply procure some from the outside world. Yet, Zhang Rongguei hesitated upon hearing that there was a major demon in this land of demons. This is far too risky. After all, they were demons. Terrifying, formidable demons. What of the major demon? Behind us stands the immensely powerful Lord Zhanyue. If that major demon dares to show itself in front of Lord Zhanyue, it will surely be slain, Li Yuming declared fervently. Zhang Rongguei nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are backed by a true deity. Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling nodded in unison. In the eyes of these 2 A-grade believers, Lord Zhanyue was indeed invincible in this world. Let us proceed. Li Yuming took the lead, followed closely by Zhang Rongguei. Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling, all first-tier peak martial artists. Behind them trailed 20 mid-tier first-tier martial artists. Who are you? At the entrance of Fox Village, 2 burly men with green eyes stood guard. Upon seeing Li Yuming and his entourage, they were unafraid and barked a challenge. After all, they were subordinates of the Fox Demon Lord. Who among the human race would dare to act against them? In their eyes, the other humans were merely food. After all, when the Fox Demon Lord was in a good mood, he would grant them some meat to eat. Kill them, Li Yuming commanded indifferently. During the month of waiting, he had not been idle. He had visited the land of demons several times, uncovering many details about this area. These demon lackeys were all vicious and relentless, deserving of death. With a swift motion, 2 martial artists advanced, and with a flick of their blades, they dispatched the 2 burly men who bore expressions of disbelief. Though they were demon lackeys, they had not yet become martial artists. Soon, they found themselves within Fox Village. Immediately, a dozen burly men with bulging muscles and green eyes gathered, sneering. Where did these 2-legged sheep come from? Deliver yourselves to the Fox Demon Lord as a snack. Break their legs and send them to the pen. The leading man waved his hand. He was a martial artist, and he had 2 others under him. In his eyes, dealing with a dozen individuals was a trivial task. They are unworthy of life. Slay them all. Li Yuming's voice was cold as he looked at the group with green eyes. Those who consume their own kind have green eyes. The more they eat, the greener their eyes become. With swift, lightning-like strokes, the green-eyed men were easily slain. Even the 2 mid-tier first-tier martial artists among them, and the leading mid-tier first-tier martial artist were swiftly cut down. In the humble wooden huts and thatched cottages surrounding the area, numerous disheveled villagers peered out from behind, witnessing the brutal slaying of robust men with glimmering green eyes. Tears of vengeance streamed down many faces, fueled by a deep-seated hatred, not only for the demons, but also for those wretched souls who willingly served them, gorging themselves on the flesh and blood of their own kin. You must leave quickly, having slain the minions of the Fox Demon. It won't be long before it arrives. You will find it impossible to escape when that time comes, urged a trembling elder as he pushed open the door of a thatched hut, his sincerity palpable. Indeed, brave warriors, hurry and depart. Do not suffer the fate of becoming mere livestock for the Fox Demon, echoed another elder who stepped forward. Observing the 2 elders and the other villagers lurking in the shadows, Li Yuming spoke with a solemn expression. Dear villagers, I am Li Yuming, the temple priest appointed by the land deity of Sihai Village. I have come to slay the Fox Demon on your behalf. His proclamation sent shockwaves through the villagers of Fox Village, disbelief etched across their faces. Slay the Fox Demon? That terrifying creature cannot possibly be vanquished by mere mortals, they thought, dismissing Li Yuming's reference to the land deity as mere self-aggrandizement. You must flee. The Fox Demon is near, the 2 elders implored anxiously. Yet, Li Yuming's gaze was fixed ahead, where a fierce gust of wind arose, heralding the approach of a towering Fox Demon, over 10 feet tall. Its blood-red form radiating a dreadful aura. The villagers, paralyzed by fear, scurried beneath their beds, trembling uncontrollably. The 2 elders collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. The Fox Demon has arrived. With such events unfolding today, surely several more will be taken to be devoured. Chapter 25. The Surge of Believers and the Completion of Personal Task 4. Human warriors? Ha ha ha. I relish the taste of human warriors. So full of vigor and robust blood. The massive Fox Demon licked its lips, a glimmer of greed in its eyes. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So many human warriors? It seems I shall feast well. Among them, there was even a peak-tier human warrior. The ravenous demon's greed swelled as it envisioned the bounty before it. Capture them all. They are the finest of 2-legged sheep. With a sinister grin, the Fox Demon unleashed its demonic energy, manifesting into scarlet tendrils aimed at ensnaring Li Yuming and the others. You vile creature, you seek your own demise. Li Yuming's eyes flashed with murderous intent as the energy within him surged. It coalesced into a swirling white mist that enveloped him, forming a barrier against the crimson tendrils. As the tendrils became ensnared in the mist, Li Yuming extended a hand, summoning a colossal golden blade that shimmered with a radiant golden glow, which swiftly cleaved through the fox demon's form. Ah! The demon shrieked as one of its arms was severed, blood gushing forth. In the next moment, 5 golden blades materialized in the air, relentlessly striking at the demon's neck. The fox demon exerted all its strength to resist with its demonic energy, but the blades were insatiably sharp, cutting through the defenses with ease. In an instant, the demon's neck was severed, its head rolling away, while hot, demonic blood sprayed across the ground, the headless corpse standing momentarily before collapsing. The sight of the fallen fox demon left the 2 elders, who had collapsed earlier, stunned in disbelief. The fox demon is dead? Right before our eyes, it has been slain? They could hardly fathom the reality before them. Villagers, I have vanquished the fox demon, but this place is rife with other demons. You must follow me to Seahai Village, where the land deity's protection will ensure you are no longer prey. Li Yuming proclaimed with a resonant voice, bolstered by the energy within him, echoing throughout the village. The villagers, who had been cowering in fear, paused in shock. What? The fox demon has truly been slain? They questioned, incredulous at the audacious claim. Gradually, some began to peer through the cracks of their homes, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the massive demon's corpse sprawled on the ground. It's true. The fox demon is really dead. A bold villager rushed out, tears of joy streaming down his face. As more villagers emerged, a collective wave of emotion surged through them, tears of relief and joy flowing freely. Many had lost loved ones to the demon's insatiable hunger, and now, with its demise, a long-awaited vengeance had been fulfilled. Benefactor, please allow this old man to bow before you. The first elder, trembling, knelt before Li Yuming, choking on his words. All my sons, my daughter, 2 daughters-in-law, and 4 grandsons were devoured by the fox demon. In gratitude for your slaying of the demon, I am at a loss as to how to repay you. I vow to repay your kindness in the next life. One by one, the villagers knelt before Li Yuming, their hearts overflowing with gratitude. Dear villagers, you must gather your belongings. I will lead you away immediately. If you remain here, you will surely become fodder for other demons. Li Yuming assisted the elder to his feet, speaking with urgency. Nodding vigorously, the villagers were eager to leave this cursed place behind, especially with such a formidable benefactor to guide them toward a brighter future. By evening, Li Yuming and a large number of villagers from Fox Village finally returned to Seahai Village, gazing at the wolf meat hanging at every door. The villagers could hardly believe their eyes. The people of Seahai Village actually have meat to eat at every household? What kind of heavenly existence is this? They had not tasted meat in years, only the scent wafting from the fox demoness feasts. Shinmatsi, register them. Liao Jingxian, distribute houses, meat, and grain among them. For those without homes, ensure they are given a house for every 4 people, Li Yuming instructed. There were 112 villagers from Fox Village, amongst whom only 3 were elders and 6 were children. The scarcity of the elderly was a testament to the harshness of their lives, while the few children reflected the fox demon's gruesome preferences. Let them rest tonight. Tomorrow we will take them to the land temple to pay our respects, Li Yuming added, assigning responsibilities to his companions, who quickly set to work. Curious Seahai villagers stood nearby, offering friendly smiles to the timid newcomers from Fox Village. Everything felt dreamlike to the villagers, who had once known only despair. Bathing. In Fox Village, one could only bathe the day before becoming food. Eating meat? Having enough to satisfy hunger? Wearing clothes that covered their bodies? These were luxuries they had only dared to dream of. Yet now, all of it was within reach. Many secretly wiped away tears, obediently following the arrangements made for them. Thus, over the course of a month, Li Yuming returned with over 1,000 villagers from the land of demons and vanquished 7 demons, all of which were merely second tier and posed no threat to him. After all, he was not a warrior but a temple priest appointed by the deities. The vital energy within him enabled the execution of the Golden Blade technique and the Cloud Mist protection spell. Clearly, these 2 incantations bestowed upon him a capacity to inflict greater harm upon demons than his peers of equal standing. At this moment, as dawn broke, a multitude of villagers from Seahai Village had already gathered before the Earth God Temple. The area in front of the temple had been meticulously cleared, and whether they were the original villagers or the newcomers from the land of wandering demons who had joined over the past fortnight, they all knelt upon the ground. Silently, they offered incense and prayers, displaying profound reverence even those who had recently joined. After all, compared to the days of uncertainty when they feared being devoured by demons at any moment, their current existence was immensely improved. Both the temple priest, Li Yuming, and the original villagers elucidated that all these blessings were the result of the grace of Lord Zhanyue. They recounted with great pride the numerous divine occurrences that had transpired in the village, leaving the listeners in awe and, unbeknownst to them, fostering a deep and sincere devotion to Lord Zhanyue. In the divine realm, Liu observed the multitude of villagers kneeling at the Earth God Temple, a smile gracing his lips. The personal task, Task 4, had been accomplished, with the requisite 1,500 faithful gathered. It was time to manifest divine wonders once more. Solidifying their faith in him, he murmured softly, his gaze tranquil. having ascended to divinity for over 3 months. He had fully acclimated to the sensation of looking down upon mortals from his exalted position. Chapter 26. Over 900 Divine Powers, opening a Grade C spiritual field. Liu accessed the personal tasks and claimed the rewards for Task 4. Instantly, 40 strands of divine power materialized within him, accompanied by 5 first-tier blessing talismans and 1 second-tier blessing talisman. He now possessed 925 strands of divine power, nearing 1,000. Over the past month, he had sold a total of 76 Shadow Soldier artifacts. However, in the past week, another deity from Blue Star had been promoted to a 9th-grade Earth god and began encroaching upon his business, causing prices to plummet. Currently, a single Shadow Soldier artifact was priced at merely 12 strands of divine power, yielding only a modest profit of 2 strands. Liu chuckled softly. He was unfazed. After all, he had amassed a considerable amount of divine power through the sale of Shadow Soldier artifacts. The recently promoted deity was grappling with a price war, resulting in significantly reduced profits. Moreover, he was on the verge of ascending to the 9th grade himself, at which point his divine techniques would become even more formidable, potentially allowing him to produce 3rd-tier Shadow Soldier artifacts. Should he succeed in creating 3rd-tier artifacts, he would monopolize the market. Interestingly, the price of 1st-tier blessing talismans had begun to rise, with the lowest now costing 5 strands of divine power. In a month, as more individuals ascended to the 9th grade and opened the Divine War interface, recognizing the significance of faithful followers, prices were likely to increase further. Liu remained composed. Initially, he had purchased 40 first-tier blessing talismans in one go. Over the past month, he had acquired an additional 20. 10 at 3 strands of divine power each, and the other 10 at 4 strands each. His gaze fell upon the throngs of devotees outside the Earth God Temple. With a gentle wave of his hand, the spiritual field talisman soared into his grasp. In the next moment, the talisman flew out of the divine realm. Outside the temple, a multitude of worshippers knelt in reverence, beseeching Lord Zhanyue. Suddenly, a radiant golden talisman burst forth from the Earth God statue, emanating a dazzling divine light, accompanied by an overwhelming divine aura that subdued the heavens and the earth. The talisman soared through the air, expanding rapidly until it reached the size of an acre. This acre-sized talisman, shimmering with golden light, floated above the heads of the onlookers, leaving all the faithful agape in astonishment. When had they ever witnessed such a miraculous sight? Even Li Yuming, the temple priest, displayed a flicker of shock in his eyes. He had not anticipated such a grand manifestation from Lord Zhanyue. The divine presence of Lord Zhanyue was evident. A miracle. The miracle of Lord Zhanyue. May Lord Zhanyue bless my child with health and safety. May Lord Zhanyue ensure my family never goes hungry or cold. The villagers were enraptured, fervently bowing in worship. The manifestation of Lord Zhanyue's miracle was a clear sign that he was watching over them. The new villagers, witnessing the divine wonder for the first time, were especially exhilarated. Lord Zhanyue truly existed. The temple priest and the other villagers had not deceived them. Sihai village was genuinely under the protection of a deity. From this day forth, they too would be shielded by divine grace, no longer prey to the demons. Many wept tears of joy, prostrating themselves in utmost sincerity. Having once lived in the land of demons, where each day could lead to their demise, they understood the rarity and value of being under divine protection. They cherished it and expressed their gratitude for Lord Zhanyue's benevolence. In the air, the talisman, now an acre in size, soared before gently descending onto a nearby patch of land adjacent to the temple. The space immediately shimmered with golden light, as if the very forces of nature were transforming the earth. Moments later, the golden glow dissipated, revealing the land infused with spiritual energy, manifesting as wisps of white mist that floated upward, creating an ethereal ambience. The mist lingered, delicate and elusive. Li Yuming's pupils constricted tightly, his eyes alight with ecstatic joy. A spiritual field? The spiritual energy has transformed into mist. This is indeed a spiritual field. Lord Zhanyue has bestowed upon us a spiritual field. Behind him, the village chief, Li Diang, the deputy chief, Chen Matzi, and others, were similarly shaken, their faces flushed with excitement. A spiritual field. It was a rarity even in the county, with only 1.5 acres in existence, fiercely guarded by the most powerful family. Now, Sihai village possessed a spiritual field. With the protection of Lord Zhanyue and the blessing of a spiritual field, they felt their future was brimming with promise. As long as they diligently sought out seeds for spiritual rice to plant, their village would yield a continuous harvest of spiritual rice. The number of warriors in the village would undoubtedly surge. Thank you for your blessings, Lord Zhanyue. All the villagers of Sihai village reverently bowed to Lord Zhanyue. Li Yuming took a deep breath, raising the lit incense high, and proclaimed loudly, "Bow to Lord Zhanyue." The villagers collectively raised their incense and shouted in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. The dense fragrance of incense surged like a tidal wave towards the Earth God Temple. At the back of the crowd, 2 seemingly dazed men exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and disbelief. A miracle. A spiritual field. The earth god of Sihai village was indeed real. Brother, we must report this to the family head immediately. A genuine deity, an acre of spiritual field, and I suspect that this acre does not resemble a lower-tier spiritual field, but may very well be of a higher grade, whispered the younger of the two, his voice trembling with excitement. Silence. A deity is watching. The older man admonished in a hushed tone, his own expression fluctuating between shock, excitement, and reverence. Their emotions were a tumultuous blend. The brothers had initially ventured into the land of demons to gather herbs, only to find themselves captured and imprisoned in a sheep pen. They had been in despair, uncertain of when they would be devoured by demons. After all, what was the land of demons? Those who entered the sheep pen were merely human sheep, destined to become demon fodder. Yet unexpectedly, they encountered a powerful human who vanquished the demons. He had brought them back here, providing them with shelter and sustenance. If this is the case, then so be it. The outcome is astonishing. There exists a genuine deity here. What should be done? Should they report the situation to the head of the family? Unbeknownst to them, the temperature surrounding them is notably lower than elsewhere. Liao Xiaoer, clad in the attire of a ghostly enforcer, kneels beside them, her expression frigid as she gazes at them. Yet, the realms of humans and spirits diverge. She can see them, but they cannot perceive her. Beside Liao Xiaoer stands Liao Qingping, with 3 additional ghostly enforcers lurking behind the two, elders from the village who have naturally passed away due to old age, and who held a devoutness classified as secondary believers. After being conferred the title of supplementary ghostly enforcer, their souls reverted to a state resembling that of 30 years of age. Chapter 27. The surge of incense power and the bestowal of blessings on a grand scale. Within the divine realm, Liu revels in the abundance of fervent faith, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Indeed, the deity is the finest instrument of faith. Such a striking miracle, characterized by its vivid light and shadow effects, is an unparalleled tool. He opens the believer information to peruse its contents. Believer information, daily incense, 5, 871 offerings. Dao level believers, 0 provides 100,000 offerings daily. Tian level believers, 0 provides 10,000 offerings daily. Saint level believers, 0 provides 1,000 offerings daily. A level believers, 10 provides 100 offerings daily. B level believers, 362 provides 10 offerings daily. C level believers, 223 provides 1 offering daily. D level believers, 285 provides 1 offering every 10 days. In total, there are 878 believers. Yesterday, the daily incense was merely 122 offerings. With today's miracle manifesting, an additional 749 offerings have emerged. A smile spreads across Liu's face. Daily, he can garner nearly 6 units of divine power. Over the span of a month, that amounts to nearly 180 units of divine power. Within just over half a month, he can ascend to the 9th rank of deity. However, it appears that the saint-level believer is indeed quite challenging to attain. Li Yoming's faith in me can be considered exceedingly devout, bordering on fanaticism. Yet even so, he remains an A-level believer and has not achieved the status of a saint-level believer. A glimmer of realization crosses Li Yu's mind. Could it be that becoming a saint-level believer requires certain cultivation prerequisites? Although he is a deity, he remains ignorant of what is necessary for believers to achieve the status of a saint-level believer. After all, he has yet to possess a single saint-level believer. It is only after acquiring one that he can deduce the requirements for ascending to that rank. Among the 10 A-level believers, Li Yuming serves as the temple priest. Li Diyang is the village chief, and Chen Matzi and Liao Jingxian function as deputy village chiefs. Zhang Ronggui assists Li Yuming, while Li Xiuwu, Li Xiuling, and Chen Ergu are responsible for the hunting team and temple guard. The 2 additional A-level believers catch his attention, 2 young individuals, 1 male and 1 female. The male, Zhang Qianan, hails from the original Zhangjia village, while the female, Deng Zhu, was brought back from the realm of demons. She is the most devout among all villagers who joined Sihai village from that realm. Among all believers, Liu places the utmost importance on A-level believers. In the future, when he bestows titles of subordinate deities, he will undoubtedly select from the ranks of A-level believers. With 32 first-tier blessing talismans at his disposal, he decides to bestow them all at once. As for the second-tier blessing talisman, Liu's gaze falls upon village chief Li Diyang. The second-tier blessing talisman can elevate Li Diyang, who has reached the limit of first tier, directly to a mid-tier chi master of the second tier. As the village chief, he should wield greater strength to effectively lead the entire village. With a thought, 32 first-tier blessing talismans transform into white light, accompanied by a single second-tier blessing talisman glowing with a soft blue hue, along with 5 pounds of first-tier white jade spirit rice seeds, all soaring forth from the divine realm. A cascade of radiance emanates from the statue of the land deity, and many individuals open their eyes wide. Particularly, the original villagers of Sihai village are filled with excitement, anticipation, and yearning. They are no strangers to witnessing the scene of blessings bestowed by Zhang Yuegong. They understand vividly that each beam of white light descending upon them can instantly transform an ordinary mortal into a mid-tier body refining martial artist. Once again, Zhang Yue Gong grants such a multitude of divine favors. Who would not desire to be enveloped in divine grace? Receiving blessings from Zhang Yue Gong means they can ascend to the status of martial artists, thereby elevating their standing within the village. They yearn. They anticipate. They hope to become the chosen of the divine. Yet, with a flash of white light, the energy enters the bodies of the 32 believers. Instantaneously, they are filled with ecstatic joy, their bodies trembling with excitement. Among them, Zhang Qianan and Deng Zhu, who have become A-level believers, are enveloped by 2 beams of white light. The remaining individuals gaze on with envy, some wearing expressions of disappointment. However, they soon regain their spirits, understanding that their own levels of devotion are insufficient. With greater sincerity in their faith towards Zhang Yue Gong, they are certain that they too will be included in the next bestowal of divine grace. Li Diyang's eyes widen in astonishment as the blue luminescence surges into his body. He feels a surge of vitality far more potent than any previous blessings. The overwhelming force of vitality surges within him. The bottleneck that had previously resisted him, despite multiple attempts to breach it, is instantly shattered. The torrent of vitality breaks through his Dantian energy sea, transforming into streams of true energy. In mere breaths, his Dantian energy sea becomes filled with an unceasing flow of true energy. Subsequently, the energy sea expands, doubling in size. He directly ascends from the limit of the first tier to become a mid-tier chi master of the second tier. Moreover, he is not merely a lower-tier second-tier master. His Dantian energy sea has undergone expansion, making him a mid-tier master of the second tier. A surge of formidable power emanates from him. Li Diyang is overwhelmed with excitement and joy. He never anticipated that he would receive Zhang Yue Gong's favor once more, propelling him to become a mid-tier chi master of the second tier. Li Yuming gazes at him in astonishment. The strength emanating from him is no less than his own. Yet, more than anything, he feels elation. At long last, the village has birthed a second individual of second-tier combat power, and not merely a lower tier, but a mid-tier warrior. A second-tier chi master possesses the capability to contend with weaker demons. In fact, a mid-tier warrior can astonishingly slay weak demons. Chen Matzi, Liao Jingxian, Zhang Rongui, Li Xiuwu, and others were expressions of envy. They too aspire to ascend and become second-tier chi masters. There is no need for envy. As long as you sincerely believe in Zhang Yue Gong, you will undoubtedly ascend to the second tier in the future and become martial artists. There is even the possibility of advancing to the third tier and becoming grand martial masters of the Yuan Gang realm. Li Yuming states solemnly. The others nod, their eyes filled with longing. A grand martial master of the third tier in the Yuan Gang realm. They humbly prostrate themselves, offering their most devout faith to Zhang Yue Gong. Meanwhile, Li Yuming's gaze shifts to a bag that has appeared before him, curiosity and excitement flickering across his face. This marks the first time Zhang Yue Gong has bestowed an object. What might be inside? He extends his hand and opens the bag. Instantly, a white jade hue materializes before his eyes. Li Yuming's face is instantly alight with joy. Spirit rice seeds. Zhang Yue Gong has granted them a plot of spiritual land, and now has bestowed spirit rice seeds. Sihai village can commence the cultivation of spirit rice. Chapter 28. Enhancing the Yin soldiers and bestowing Yin soldier artifacts. In the depths of night, Li Yu cast his gaze upon the kneeling ghostly envoy, Liao Xiu'er, outside the Earth Temple and spoke in a calm tone. What is the matter? Liao Xiu'er replied respectfully. Respected deity, 2 individuals from the Wei family of Tsangmu Town have been discovered as spies in the village. Should we apprehend them? Having served as a candidate ghostly envoy for 2 months, she had never taken it upon herself to make decisions. Moreover, she diligently adhered to the duties within the ghostly envoy's jurisdiction, particularly in soul-reaping tasks. No need to concern yourself, Liu stated placidly. Spies. This bore no consequence for him. At most, it would only leave the Wei family in Tsangmu Town in a state of uncertainty. After all, for the human beings of this realm, the existence of a genuine deity was exceedingly hard to believe. He pondered. I wonder where the nearest deity of the Blue Star resides. Originally, he had expected to encounter one nearby. Yet over 3 months had elapsed without a whisper of any other deities manifesting. This clearly suggested that even the nearest deity of the Blue Star might be quite distant. His gaze fell upon Liao Xiu'er, who remained prostrated before the Earth Temple. After over 2 months of observation, he found her capabilities commendable, and most importantly, she understood the measure of her actions. It was high time for her to advance. Liao Xiu'er, henceforth, I hereby appoint you as a formal ghostly envoy. I bestow upon you the soul-binding chain, an artifact of the Yin soldiers, elevating you to a level C ghostly envoy to lead your fellow envoys. He gently raised his hand, and 10 streams of divine power surged forth from within him, coalescing into an enhanced Yin soldier talisman that soared through the air and descended upon Liao Xiu'er. Instantly, a surge of ghostly energy erupted from her, her form visibly solidifying. even a hint of color blooming on her visage. Her ghostly envoy attire deepened in hue, subtly revealing an aura of authority from the underworld. Immediately thereafter, a jet-black, ominous soul-binding chain emerged and landed in Liao Xiaoer's grasp. As she held the chain, her ghostly energy intertwined with it, and in the blink of an eye, she refined the chain, unleashing a formidable torrent of ghostly power that caused her aura to swell once more. In mere moments, Liao Xiaoer transitioned from a mere candidate ghostly envoy of mid-level to a level C ghostly envoy, possessing the strength of a high-level spirit. "Thank you for your divine grace," Liao Xiaoer exclaimed with exhilaration, her body trembling gently as she felt the overwhelming strength coursing through her. This was a power she had never before imagined. At that moment, the other 4 candidate ghostly envoys within the underworld domain manifested from the ground, kneeling with expressions of envy directed at Liao Xiaoer. "Li Yutang, henceforth, I hereby appoint you as a formal ghostly envoy at level D, to assist Liao Xiaoer in leading your fellow envoys," Li Yu stated, turning his gaze towards Li Yutang. He was the eldest elder from Lijia village, one of the original 5 B-level believers. A little over half a month ago, he had met his demise from a fall. His spirit had been brought back by Liao Xiaoer and was now conferred as a candidate ghostly envoy. With a breath, another 10 streams of divine power surged forth, coalescing into an enhanced soldier talisman that flew out of the divine domain and merged with Li Yutang. A torrent of ghostly energy surged within him, propelling him from a mid-level to a low-level high-level ghostly envoy. "Thank you for your divine grace," Li Yutang proclaimed with utmost sincerity. Beside him, Liao Qingping appeared somewhat despondent. However, upon recalling his sister's ascension to a level C ghostly envoy, he felt a swell of joy. The other 2 candidate ghostly envoys exhibited no signs of disappointment. Having been B-level believers in life, being conferred as ghostly envoys after death was a fulfillment beyond their expectations. Divine grace was an honor, and the absence of it signified one had not performed adequately. "What did you say? That Sihai village is under the protection of a true deity?" In the Wei family's main hall in Songmu town, the patriarch gazed incredulously at the middle-aged man before him. He questioned whether the man had been rendered senseless by the demons of the monstrous realm. Such absurd claims were unfathomable. In this world, where could one find deities? Only demons and malevolent spirits existed. Even if there were deities, they would undoubtedly be demons in disguise, merely seeking to feast upon mortals. Was there not a river god in the Shunling River outside Songmu town? Did it not require the shaman to select 3 individuals each month to be offered as sustenance? How could such a deity consume mortals? He inquired. "Consume mortals?" The middle-aged man's face displayed a look of astonishment, and he hastily shook his head. "Patriarch, that is a genuine deity, not one who consumes people. Wei, what deities exist in this world? They are all demons in disguise, intent on devouring souls," replied the Wei family patriarch, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Wei Wei's face. Demons in disguise? He began to waver. After all, he had only spent a little over half a month in Sihai village. Perhaps the esteemed Jing Yuegong was merely yet to arrive for his feast? But how could demons bestow fertile fields? How could so many villagers from Sihai village become warriors? Or perhaps the fields were not true fertile lands, but merely an illusion cast by the demons. Bestowing warriors was merely a means to facilitate their feeding? Contemplating this, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and refrained from mentioning the matter of the fertile fields. "Now that you have returned, do not venture back. The monstrous realm has been stirred. I have heard that the great demon over there has been alerted. It is possible that the grand demon will descend from the mountains to devour the demons disguised as deities in Sihai village, taking the villagers as blood offerings." The great demon from the monstrous realm was one of the most formidable in the vicinity of Songmu town, instilling fear in all. The Wei family patriarch spoke with trepidation. "That great demon?" Wei Wei's complexion turned pale, fear flickering in his eyes. That was the very demon who had established the monstrous realm. It was said to be a mountain lord, not weaker than the river god ruling over Songmu town, and they had been adversaries for decades. "I must go and summon my brother back," Wei Wei declared immediately. He had returned to report news to the town, while his brother remained in Sihai village. Anxiety gripped his heart. If the great demon had already descended upon Sihai village, his brother could very well be swallowed whole. Regardless of whether that deity was a demon in disguise, its strength could not be too formidable, confined to a single village. Yet the great demon from the monstrous realm was renowned for its terror. The Wei family patriarch nodded, sighing, "Hurry and return." His expression was one of profound fatigue. As the patriarch of the Wei family, the largest clan in Songmu town, the weight of his responsibilities was immense. Each year, the river god demanded 2 warriors as offerings. The shaman had established the rule that 1 warrior must come from the Wei family. If the Wei family failed to provide, they would face the wrath of the river god. He could not bear the river god's fury. Thus, he was compelled to exert every effort to ensure his clan bore children, striving to cultivate warriors to offer as sacrifices. This was the fate of the Wei family. They could only cling to survival in this manner. Yet at the very least, the Wei family only needed to sacrifice 1 person to the river god each year. As long as they did so, the family could continue its lineage. The way family patriarch mused to himself. In this world, merely surviving and ensuring the family's legacy was a luxury yearned for by countless souls. Chapter 29, Deng Jiyue's Task, The Three Great Demons Approach. It is now late March. The spring planting has concluded, and Sihai village has opened up numerous fertile fields, all planted with rice. An abundance of warriors has emerged, serving as the finest labor force in the village. They are adept at construction and equally proficient in agriculture. Lord Templekeeper. In the present day, the village boasts a population of 1,992 residents, including 106 children under the age of 5. Among them, there exists 1 second-tier median martial artist, 8 first-tier limit martial artists, and 68 first-tier median martial artists. Li Diang stood behind Li Yuming and spoke. Go and fetch Deng Jiuhua, and additionally, bring 10 women from the first-tier median martial artists. Li Yuming commanded, his gaze fixed upon the ethereal aura of the spiritual fields ahead. Even though it was already the second day, his spirits remained elevated. After all, this was a spiritual field, something that was lacking even in Sangwu town, and only 1.5 acres could be found in the county seat. With the advent of this bounty in Sihai village, it was imperative to cultivate it diligently, ensuring that no harm befell it. Before long, a slender young woman, appearing to be around 21 or 22 years of age, rushed over. Deng Jiuhua bowed respectfully and inquired, Master Temple Priest, did you call for me? With large, expressive eyes. Her previously dry hair now shone with vitality after becoming a first-tier limit martial artist. Her skin had filled out, and her face bore a hint of youthful roundness. Following her arrival, 10 first-tier median female martial artists came running, which included both middle-aged women and young girls. They too bowed to Li Yuming, their expressions imbued with respect. Having received the divine blessing from the illustrious duke, their status in the village had risen significantly. Even those who once served the men in their households had now become the mainstay of their families, with the men attending to their needs. There was no choice in the matter. Their martial prowess had elevated them considerably, bolstered by the support of the temple priest and the village chief. Deng Jiuhua. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for this acre of spiritual field. You will oversee all aspects of planting, pest control, weeding, and protection, guiding these 10 women in the process. My sole requirement is that the field must not sustain any damage, and the harvest must be guaranteed, Li Yuming stated, turning to Deng Jiuhua with a grave demeanor. Me? Deng Jiuhua glanced at the spiritual field ahead, feeling a wave of panic wash over her as she waved her hands in protest. Master Temple Priest, I cannot. I lack knowledge and fear I may not perform well. Prior to her arrival in Sihai village, she was merely an ordinary villager from the realm of monstrous beings, living in constant fear of being devoured by demons. Dreading the pain that might accompany such an end, how could someone like her be entrusted with such an important task? This spiritual field was a divine gift from the illustrious duke. She was terrified of squandering such a precious endowment and disappointing the expectations of the temple priest. I say you can, and thus you shall. You are among the chosen who have received the duke's divine favor twice. You must have confidence, Li Yuming asserted, patting Deng Jiuhua's shoulder with an undeniable tone. Afterward, he turned his attention to the 10 female martial artists. You are to obey Deng Jiuhua's arrangements. Should there be any act of disobedience, do not blame me. Sihai village has never expelled a villager, and I trust you will not be the first. Although his voice lacked severity, it sent a shiver through the 10 female martial artists, who promptly responded, Rest assured, Master Temple Priest, we shall follow Lady Deng's directives. What a farce it would be to be expelled by the temple priest. They would have no face to show their families. Furthermore, being cast out meant losing the duke's protection. In a world rife with demons and malevolence, how long could they survive? This is the seed of the white jade spiritual rice. It must be planted with meticulous care. These seeds are a precious gift from the duke. Li Yuming stated gravely as he produced a bag of white jade spiritual rice seeds, handing them to Deng Jiuhua. She accepted them dumbfounded, realizing that not only was she favored by the divine, but she was also entrusted with such responsibility by the temple priest. With both sacred objects entrusted to her, her complexion firmed, and she nodded earnestly. Master Temple Priest, I will not let you down. Li Yuming smiled and nodded in response. Half a month later, in the deep of night, Li Yuming was immersed in his cultivation when suddenly, 3 resounding beast roars echoed from afar, shaking the mountains. Demons? He awoke instantly and stepped outside to discern the source of the commotion. Even in the dark of night, under the soft glow of starlight, he discerned 3 colossal demons atop a mountain peak, roaring towards Sihai village. They were the leaders of the monstrous realm. Li Yuming's eyes narrowed. The monstrous realm was populated by many demons, most of whom were of low cultivation, merely second-tier lower level, with a few second-tier median and upper level. Yet among them were 3 demon leaders who had reached the second-tier limit, rivaling the wolf demons of Qianling Mountain. Above these 3 leaders loomed a formidable great demon. He understood that their arrival was undoubtedly linked to the 7 demons he had slain in the monstrous realm, which had resulted in the return of a substantial number of captives. However, he felt no trepidation. After all, this was Seahai Village. This was the territory of the illustrious Duke. He vividly remembered the awe-inspiring scene when the Duke had manifested his divine might at Qianlang Mountain, commanding the forces of heaven and earth to slay the wolf demons in a single strike. What were these 3 demon leaders compared to the Duke? Merely pawns marching to their demise. At that moment, every household in Seahai Village had emerged, many of whom were martial artists with keen eyesight, gazing up at the 3 demon leaders on the distant mountaintop, their faces betraying no fear. In the Duke's blessed land, did these demons dare to act with such impudence? On the mountaintop, a bear demon stood over 10 feet tall, its crimson eyes glaring, its black fur bristling like steel needles. It surveyed the increasingly illuminated Seahai Village and bellowed, "Who dares enter the monstrous realm and slay my underlings? Come forth and face your demise." Beside it stood a dog demon, towering even higher than the bear, nearly reaching 12 feet, licking its lips as it surveyed Seahai Village, drool dripping from its maw. This was a village ripe for plunder. It intended to devour 100 villagers today, selecting only the tenderest meat. As for the third demon, a majestic white horse, it held its head high in disdain, seemingly above uttering a word. "This is the sacred land under divine protection. How dare you demons act so brazenly?" Li Yuming shouted from before the Earth Temple, his voice reverberating through the night sky, reaching the ears of the demon leaders even from 5 or 6 li away. "Ha! What deity? There are no gods in this world. Let me see what kind of god you have in Seahai Village, disguised as such. Today, I shall devour your god." The bear demon laughed coldly, then leapt from the mountaintop, charging towards Seahai Village. The dog demon and the white horse followed suit. Moments later, they had breached the boundaries of Seahai Village. Chapter 30. The Resurgence of Divine Might. A gaze to annihilate the demons. "My lord, shall we not take action?" Li Yutang inquired, frowning as he stood behind Liao Xiaoer. "Are you a match for the demons?" Liao Xiaoer retorted. Li Yutang shook his head, but quickly added, "Even if we are not a match, as a ghostly envoy under the Duke, it is our duty to slay demons and protect the villagers." The other 3 B-tier believers, now transformed into ghostly envoys, nodded vigorously. They had all been villagers of Seahai Village in life, harboring deep feelings for their home. Witnessing the demons' approach now filled them with a fervent desire to vanquish them. "Remember, we are ghostly envoys. Our duty is to guide souls and manage affairs of the underworld for the Duke. Humans and spirits are on different paths, and combating demons is not our responsibility. Moreover, if we cannot defeat them, what good would rushing in do?" Liao Xiaoer shook her head, her voice tinged with resignation. Yet, she harbored no worry. In the realm of the divine domain, the mere presence of a few demons could be extinguished with a mere gesture from the esteemed deity. A fervent glimmer shone in her eyes. Within the divine domain, Li Yu observed the 3 demons with an expression of indifference. Just 12 more divine powers were needed for him to ascend to the 9th rank. These 3 demons had arrived at a most opportune moment. By selling their corpses, he could surpass 1,000 divine powers. He murmured softly, his gaze tinged with anticipation. After all, this was a chance for divine ascension, to reach the exalted 9th rank. For a deity, elevation in divine rank is paramount. With such an elevation, his strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. From the 9th rank earthly deity, his power would equate to that of a master of the Yin-Yang realm at the 4th tier of this world. And what of the 9th rank? He gazed down upon the 3 demons that had already intruded into the territory of Seahai Village, his domain. Subsequently, he raised his hand lightly. Against the demons, who were merely at the 2nd tier limit and had encroached into his domain, he did not need to expend divine power. The realm of his domain was under the jurisdiction of his divine laws. "Ha! You humans are but 2-legged sheep, destined to be our food." The bear demon cackled. Its scarlet eyes surveyed the humans within sight, saliva dripping from its mouth. It realized that the humans here were far more succulent than those in the realm of demons. "Humans, devour them. Consume them all." The dog demon, standing upright, drooled incessantly, its green eyes fixated on the villagers of Seahai, wishing to devour every last one of them. Moreover, it discovered that this village harbored many martial artists among the humans, those with substantial vigor and vitality. Only the pristine white steed demon regarded them with disdain. Although it was a demon, it had never consumed humans. After all, its master during its youth was a human who had treated it kindly, and upon becoming a demon, it vowed never to eat humans. Its presence here was merely to fulfill its orders to eliminate the demons masquerading as deities. Of course, it would not partake in the consumption of humans, nor would it dare assist them. Should it be discovered aiding humans, it would surely face immediate extermination. At that moment, it suddenly sensed an unfathomable and terrifying power surging from all directions. In the face of this force, its own demon power, which had reached the 2nd tier limit, crumbled instantly, unable to withstand even a fraction. In that instant, it felt as though a deity stood high above, gazing down upon it with indifference. Divine light surged forth, and the might of divinity crashed like a tide. The overwhelming power immobilized it, rendering it powerless to move. Under this terrifying force, its demon energy dissipated like snow before the blazing sun, vanishing in an instant. Fear flickered in its eyes. A deity. There truly exists a deity here. The words of those humans were not mere fabrications. A legendary deity indeed bestows protection here. It was over. After more than 100 years of cultivation, reaching its current level, it was about to perish. In that moment, countless memories flooded its mind, yet the most vivid were those of its youth spent with its master. Those were the most wonderful and cherished moments of its existence. What is happening? I cannot move. A deity. I see a deity gazing down upon me. It's over. There truly exists a deity here. The bear demon and dog demon were also frozen in place, like grasshoppers trapped in amber, their hearts filled with boundless terror. They could never have imagined that a deity would actually manifest. They beheld it, high above, with overwhelming majesty. That terrifying power was the complete nemesis of their demon energy. Moreover, the opponent's strength far exceeded their expectations. In the next moment, they seemed to glimpse the indifferent gaze of the deity, with thunder swirling within its eyes. They could not hear any sound. It felt like mere illusion. Yet, in their minds, the sound of thunder resonated. Their powerful demon souls instantly turned to ash under the thunderous roar. Two massive demon corpses crashed to the ground. I'm not dead. The white steed demon stared in astonishment at the fallen bodies of the bear and dog demons, realizing it had not been vanquished by the deity. You have never consumed humans, bearing no sins, such as rare. Submit to this deity, and you shall be spared. A voice, cold yet commanding, echoed in its mind. The little demon willingly submits to the esteemed deity. Without any hesitation, the white steed demon realized it could move again and immediately knelt down. In an instant, its vast demon form transformed into a young woman clad in a flowing white gown, prostrating on the ground. At the second-tier level, demons could already take human form. Yet, in this world where humans were feeble, most demons deemed it beneath them to assume human guise. A powerful force swept through, and the transformed mare demon soared through the air, landing before the earth deity's shrine, still in prostration. The other two enormous demon forms vanished. Absorbed into the divine domain by Li Yu. We thank Lord Jiangyu for slaying demons and protecting Sihai village. Li Yuming glanced at the kneeling mare demon and then called out loudly, bowing towards the earth deity's shrine. We thank Lord Jiangyu for slaying demons and protecting Sihai village. The martial artists of Sihai village, filled with excitement and reverence, shouted fervently as they knelt before the earth deity's shrine. We thank Lord Jiangyu for slaying demons and protecting Sihai village. All the villagers of Sihai raised their voices in unison, exhilarated and fervently devoted. They had once again witnessed the might of Lord Jiangyu. The formidable and terrifying demons were utterly powerless beneath the Lord's divine presence. With the protection of Lord Jiangyu, the villagers of Sihai would no longer face the threat of demons. Many rushed back to their homes to retrieve incense, lighting it in reverence before the earth deity's shrine. The fragrant smoke billowed, transforming into countless wisps, enveloping the shrine in an ethereal mist, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Chapter 31. Commencing ascension to the 9th rank, the mountain lord of the demon realm. Within the divine domain, Li Yu gazed at the two demon corpses, their souls extinguished, and directly accessed the divine shop. The price set by the divine shop for each corpse was 8 divine powers, more than the demons of Thousand Wolf Mountain. This disparity was likely because the heads of the Thousand Wolf Mountain demons had been obliterated by divine thunder, while these two demon corpses remained intact. Li Yu mused. With a mere thought, he sold the 2 demon corpses to the divine shop. Currently, the shop had no items for sale. He could only sell items to it. Whether the divine shop would offer items for sale in the future remained to be seen. 1,004 divine powers. Finally, he had accumulated enough divine power to ascend to the 9th rank. Li Yu reflected, having traversed here for nearly 4 months. At last, he had amassed sufficient divine power for this ascent, thanks in no small part to the unwavering support of the gods of Blue Star. Had he not sold 76 pieces of ghostly artifacts, garnering 760 divine powers, how could he have reached this point? A smile graced his lips. In the beginning, he possessed only a handful of believers, and their devotion was minimal, barely enough to coalesce a single divine power each day. Yet, it was regrettable that the bear and dog demons were only at the 2nd-tier limit and not at the 3rd tier. Otherwise, he could have completed personal task 5 as well. A hint of regret flickered across his face. With a flicker of thought, he opened the personal tasks interface. His gaze fixed upon personal task V. Task description. You gradually perceive that this world is rife with demons and monsters, with the human race largely reduced to their bloody sustenance. A fire of indignation ignites within you, compelling a desire to eradicate these fiends on behalf of humanity. Task objective. Slay 2 3rd-tier demons, 02. Task reward. 10 1st-tier divine blessing talismans, 2 2nd-tier divine blessing talismans, and 60 units of divine power. I shall await my ascension to the 9th rank. In due time, I will contemplate how to vanquish those 2 3rd-tier demons. His countenance remained serene. 3rd-tier demons posed little threat to him. After all, a 9th rank land deity's power equates to that of a 4th-tier master of the extreme Yin Yang realm. Even without employing any divine strength, within his jurisdiction, he would not be weaker than a third-tier pinnacle master of the Yuan Gang realm. However, all of this hinges upon one condition: the existence of a jurisdiction enveloped by divine laws. Certainly, even if Li Yuming were to invoke the divine summoning technique, a third of its power would suffice to slay any third-tier demon. For one of ninth-rank divine stature, this task presented no challenge. Yet, it was not a task that any mediocre wild god could accomplish. The first 4 tasks could be completed by such lesser beings. From the 5th task onward, it would demand the strength of a 9th-rank divine being, wouldn't it? Liu pondered. The personal tasks clearly escalated in their requirements. He exhaled softly, closing his eyes as 1,000 units of divine power surged forth, enveloping his entire divine form in resplendent radiance. Upon his ascension to the 9th rank as a land deity, he had already forged his divine body. It was precisely because he possessed this divine form that he could exhibit the strength of a third-tier pinnacle without expending any divine power within his jurisdiction. At this moment, under the deluge of 1,000 units of divine power, his divine body began to undergo a transformation. From a 9th-rank divine body, it was evolving into a true 9th-rank divine body. Moreover, Liu sensed his soul expanding. His jurisdiction began to extend, in tandem with the growth of his soul, towards the vicinity of the Four Seas village. The rules of the divine realm were germinating, permeating, and surging. Thunder rumbled. The heavens erupted with the sound of lightning, as if a tempest were about to descend. At this time, all the villagers, having completed their worship of the divine Lord Zhangyu, had returned to their slumber. Even Li Yuming had retreated to his abode, immersing himself in his cultivation once more. In front of the land temple, only a horse demon, transformed into human form and clad in a flowing white gown, remained kneeling on the ground. The divine lord had not permitted her to rise, and she dared not do so. As the thunderclap echoed, she raised her gaze toward the heavens in trepidation. She felt that a great terror loomed above. Fear gripped her heart, lest the concealed dread from the heavens descend upon her, causing her soul to scatter. Thunder? At that moment, Li Yuming stepped out of his room, looking skyward. Yet, he could discern nothing significant and retreated to continue his cultivation. He could already sense that the chi within him was on the verge of filling his Dantian's energy sea. Once he filled the energy sea, he would be able to strive towards becoming a second-tier upper-level chi refiner. As for why it was called a chi refiner, this was the term bestowed upon him by the divine Lord Zhangyu. The priests of the divine temple were all chi refiners, distinct from the martial chi refiners. In the land of myriad demons, mountains rose and fell in a continuous line. At this moment, over 30 miles from Fox Village, a peak suddenly erupted with an intense crimson demonic aura. The demonic energy coalesced into a blood cloud, sweeping away over 20 human villagers from the village below and carrying them up to the mountain. The remaining villagers trembled slightly, yet their expressions had long since dulled. Continuing with their daily tasks, they were born as fodder for demons. To be devoured by the mountain lord was a mark of honor. To become the sustenance of the mountain lord was an even greater boon. With over 1,000 villagers left, the village chief spoke such words to them daily. Having heard and seen it often, they had come to accept their fate as mere prey for demons, believing that being consumed by the mountain lord was a privilege and a blessing. On the mountain, within a massive cave, a gigantic black-furred tiger lay, its eyes gleaming with a cold, crimson light. Flanking it were over 20 human maidens diligently brushing its fur with brushes. At that moment, it opened its gaping maw, and the blood-colored demonic clouds returned from the mountain below. One human, expressionless, watched as they entered the tiger's maw, only to be devoured. In the blink of an eye, the colossal tiger had consumed over 20 individuals, yet it still appeared somewhat unsatisfied. The next moment, it seized 2 of the maidens brushing its fur and tossed them into its mouth, finally feeling fulfilled. Mountain Lord, the leaders of the Bear and Black Dog clans, and the White Horse leader have all vanished from Four Seas village. Suddenly, a wolf demon, bearing a cunning demon on its back, charged up from the mountain below. The cunning demon knelt, fear evident in its voice as it reported. The leaders of the Bear and Black Dog clans, as well as the White Horse leader, were all second-tier pinnacle demons. How could they have disappeared from that village? It was merely a second-tier mid-level demon, naturally filled with trepidation. Useless. You cannot even conquer a mere village. The mountain lord's eyes flared with anger. Its massive form slowly rose, casting a disdainful glance at the trembling wolf demon and cunning demon below. Go summon my sister. Chapter 32. Ascension to the true 9th rank land deity, from 9th rank summit. 3 days later, a ghastly green demonic cloud flew from the distance, landing atop Tiger Head Mountain, revealing a colossal spider. This demon possessed the upper body of a stunning woman and the lower body of a spider. Towering over 6 zhang, its 8 legs were as thick as towering trees, with the foremost legs sharp as celestial blades, reflecting a ghastly green light. Sister, you have come. The mountain lord had been waiting on the mountain, and, upon seeing the spider spirit's arrival, immediately approached her. His voice was gruff, yet bore a hint of familiarity. His own massive form exceeded 4 zhang in height and over 10 zhang in length. making him resemble a small mountain while standing on the peak. Yet, he still had to look up to the spider spirit. "Brother Tiger, what brings you to summon me? Do you wish for me to help you dispose of that old snake in the Shunling River?" The spider spirit looked down at the black-furred tiger, her voice low and cruel. Her eyes glowed with a ghastly green light, and saliva occasionally dripped from her mouth, corroding the ground with a hissing sound, showcasing her potent toxicity. "Sister, Brother Tiger can handle that old snake in the Shunling River by himself. If you intervene, it may alert the ancient poisonous snake of the 100 Directions Marsh." The mountain lord shook his head, then grinned widely. "Sister, please come inside. Brother Tiger has prepared 30 tender and delectable two-legged lamb maidens just for you. I assure you will be pleased." The spider spirit, with her alluring feminine form, revealed a satisfied expression. "Brother Tiger truly understands me. To maintain my beauty, I must consume more human girls. Only their blood and vitality can mask my own demonic aura." With that, her massive form surged with demonic energy, suddenly transforming into a charming young maiden, bare-skinned and with a figure that could only be described as perfection. She leaped onto the mountain lord's back. The mountain lord began to stride towards his cave. He felt a twinge of helplessness. This sister was exceptional in every regard, her power far surpassing his. Yet, she favored mingling among the frail humans and often engaged in romantic games with scholarly youths, a behavior he found utterly perplexing. To him, the weak humans were merely food. What was there to enjoy? Moments later, the nude spider spirit had finished consuming the 30 human girls and lay on the bed, a look of satisfaction on her face as she beckoned to the mountain lord with a finger, cooing charmingly. "Brother Who, come and play with me." The mountain lord, feeling helpless, transformed into a muscular human form to engage in a game with the spider spirit. He held no particular affection for her. After all, his heart belonged solely to the tigresses. Alas, the 3 tigresses he cared for were too weak and diminutive. Days later, the spider spirit, languidly embracing the mountain lord, inquired, "What brings you to seek me, dear brother?" The mountain lord replied in a somber tone, "Sister, there lies a village named Sihai, over 20 miles west of Tsangmu town. Recently, a demon masquerading as a deity has emerged there, stealing human resources and slaying 7 of my underlings. I dispatched 3 demons, Xiongpai, Heiquan, and Bai Ma, to eliminate it. However, to my dismay, none have returned. The demon in Sihai village must possess 3rd-tier strength." Upon hearing this, the spider spirit nodded sagely. "Indeed. To vanquish the 3 demons, it must certainly be a 3rd-tier fiend. In light of your thoughtful preparations of human girls for me, and for the comfort you've provided, I shall accompany you on this endeavor." The mountain lord rejoiced and eagerly resumed their playful antics, the spider spirit's laughter ringing like delicate chimes. In the divine realm, Liu slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant divine light emanated from his gaze, as if intent on piercing through the heavens and the earth. The sensation was overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing his previous state at the 9th tier. He marveled at his divine body, now at least 5 times more powerful than before, a smile of joy gracing his lips. This was the true 9th tier. Though the only change was the substitution of a character, the disparity in strength was monumental. He surveyed the divine realm, noting its expansion from a radius of 10 to 50 zhang. The radius had quintupled, while the area had increased 25-fold. His jurisdiction had also seen considerable growth. He felt the area influenced by his divine principles. What was once a 50-hectare domain had now surged to 1,000 hectares. 1,000 hectares equates to 100,000 mu, roughly 66.67 square kilometers, a stretch of land over 16 miles long and wide. The entire Sihai village, including the newly cultivated fields, encompassed about 80 hectares. Numerous peaks surrounding Sihai village, including the former Qianling Mountain, now lay within his jurisdiction. Remarkably, Qianling Mountain, a peak of 9th-tier caliber, possessed spiritual essence, capable of anointing a 9th-tier mountain deity. Li Yu's eyes sparkled as he took a step, leaving the divine realm behind. And with another step, he stood atop Qianling Mountain. While not particularly high, at approximately 270 to 80 zhang, the dense forest had flourished since the demise of the wolf demon, and many wild wolves had been slain by the warriors of Sihai village. Consequently, numerous other creatures had begun to inhabit the mountain. In the past, the presence of the wolf demon had instilled fear in these ordinary animals, causing them to avoid Qianling Mountain. However, with the wolf demon now dead, the spiritual essence of Qianling Mountain was far superior to that of other peaks, naturally attracting a plethora of wildlife. Although still somewhat bewildered, these animals instinctively pursued the spiritual essence that nourished their existence. Mountains infused with spiritual essence are inherently conducive to cultivation and transformation into demons. Li Yu's expression remained tranquil as his gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of Qianling Mountain, where he discerned an exceptionally dense core of spiritual essence, buried over 10,000 zhang beneath the mountain's surface. This essence pulsated like a living heart, slowly expanding and contracting. With each contraction, it would draw in the earth's power from all directions, and with each expansion, it would release pure spiritual light, enriching Qianling Mountain and nurturing all life. Regrettably, he lacked fragments of divine law, rendering him incapable of anointing a mountain deity upon Qianlang Mountain. A hint of regret flickered across his features. Having ascended to the true 9th tier, he could now appoint 2 subordinate deities of the 9th tier caliber. However, despite his elevation, his divine position remained that of the land deity of Sihai Village. Thus, he could only anoint a mountain deity, as the land deity must be singular. Only by ascending to the next divine tier could he appoint a land deity. Yet, the anointing of deities requires fragments of divine law. Liu mused, how does one acquire fragments of divine law? The only method he currently knew was through divine deity warfare. By initiating divine deity warfare, victory would yield fragments of divine law for the appointment of subordinate deities. The strength of these subordinate deities, in turn, would influence the outcome of the warfare. As the year draws to a close, it is likely that numerous deities from Blue Star will engage in divine deity warfare. His gaze remained calm. He did not fear divine deity warfare, but rather anticipated it. After all, he believed that with his current strength, he stood at the pinnacle among all deities of Blue Star. With a breath, he focused his thoughts and opened his personal information to review the changes following his ascension to the true 9th tier. Chapter 33, A Tremendous Leap in Power. A Path to Eternity. Personal information, name, Liu divine name, Zhangyue Gong divine position, land deity of Sihai Village, divine tier. True 9th tier, requires 15,000 divine power to ascend to the 8th tier, divine power, 10 offering, 61,320 divine techniques, strengthened temple blessing, 100 divine power, strengthened heavenly thunder technique, 50 divine power, wind calling technique, 50 divine power, strengthened cloud and mist technique, 50 divine power, 3rd tier Een soldier artifact, 50 divine power. Second strengthening of Een soldiers, 100 divine power, 5-fingered divine mountain, 50 divine power, earth vein power, 100 divine power, anointing subordinate deities, 300 divine power. He possessed 9 additional true 9th tier divine techniques. However, to employ these techniques, a minimum of 50 divine power was required. Having recently ascended, his divine power was still scant, and converting the accumulated offering power would only suffice for casting a single true 9th tier divine technique. Liu shook his head. Yet, having attained the position of a true 9th tier land deity, he was, without utilizing any divine techniques, already as formidable as a 4th tier pinnacle Yin-Yang realm master, equivalent to his former self at the 9th tier deity rank. If he expended 10 divine power to wield a 9th tier technique, his power could reach that of a 5th tier lower realm master. Utilizing 50 divine power for a true 9th tier technique would elevate his strength to that of a 5th tier pinnacle realm master. Ascending from the 9th to the true 9th tier represented a significant leap in power within this realm. A smile crept across his lips. This was the might of a deity wielding the laws of divinity. The magnitude of strength gained far exceeded the imaginations of the martial artists and demons of this world. The wolf demons of Qianlang Mountain had cultivated for over a century, yet only achieved the 2nd tier limit. How long had it been since he became a deity? At most, merely 4 months. In 4 months, he had transformed from an insignificant wild god at the 2nd tier limit to a true 9th tier land deity on par with the 5th tier pinnacle. With a deep breath, he took another step, instantly traversing a 12-mile expanse to arrive at another location. This place was a valley nestled between 2 peaks, adorned with a riot of colorful blossoms, their fragrance wafting through the air. Bees diligently gathered nectar from the flowers, transporting it to a massive hive towering 7 to 8 zhang high. Having seen this deity, why do you not bow? Liu's expression remained impassive as he hovered in midair, gazing down at the colossal hive. The exterior of the hive had already begun to exhibit a crystalline sheen, a clear sign of prolonged maturation. Buzz, a queen bee, as thick as a water bucket, emerged from the hive and transformed into a woman clad in a yellow gown. Her complexion pale and anxious as she knelt. Queen bee, I pay my respects to the esteemed deity. Her aura was significantly stronger than that of the wolf demons of Qianlang Mountain, having already reached the mid-tier of the 3rd tier. Yet, despite feeling the overwhelming and terrifying divine might emanating from Liu, her body trembled uncontrollably, gripped by fear. She understood that the deity above could effortlessly crush her with a mere fingertip. You bear no sins, having never consumed the essence of others to cultivate. Are you willing to submit to this deity? Liu looked down at the queen bee with a hint of satisfaction in his heart. This queen bee was of the 3rd tier middle rank, with 12 2nd tier male bees and over 100 1st tier worker bees within her hive. However, these were inconsequential to him. They were merely minor creatures. What truly thrilled him was the spiritual honey crafted by this queen bee, which astonishingly had reached the 2nd tier level. After over 100 years of accumulation, this hive contained a significant quantity of 2nd tier spiritual honey. This, for him, represented a substantial gain. Whether sold to the divine shop or to other deities of the Blue Star, it would yield a considerable amount of divine power. Moreover, as long as the queen bee remained alive, the production of 2nd tier spiritual honey would be ceaseless. The minor creatures are willing to submit to the great deity. The queen bee rejoiced and immediately prostrated herself in utmost reverence. Moments ago, she had been anxious and fearful, uncertain of how the deity would deal with her. She had even dreaded the possibility of being crushed by his fingertip. Little did she expect that the deity would actually accept her as a subordinate. This was a legendary god. She would now be a servant of a true deity. Her heart raced with excitement. With the deity's protection, could she finally venture beyond the confines of this deep valley, allowing her offspring to gather honey from farther afield? Li Yu extended his hand and claimed 90% of the spiritual honey from the hive. This honey is commendable. Continue your efforts in its production. If I am satisfied, I may bestow upon you the title of a subordinate deity, granting you eternal life to enjoy countless years. His voice was indifferent, calm, yet authoritative. The lifespan of a deity far surpassed that of humans or demons. Even the lowest tier of the 9th grade deities enjoyed a lifespan of 10,000 years. And upon reaching the 9th grade proper deity status, this lifespan could double, reaching a staggering 20,000 years. Yet, he was not overly concerned with longevity. Given the rampant presence of demons and malevolent entities in this world, as well as the considerable danger posed by other deities of the Blue Star, it was virtually impossible to live out such a lengthy existence as a 9th grade deity. However, a lifespan of 10,000 years was an unimaginably tempting prospect for any human or demon. To become a deity? To relish in a span of 10,000 years? The queen bee gasped, her eyes slightly reddening with excitement. Rest assured, great deity, I shall exert every effort to produce honey. At that moment, she had resolutely decided to showcase her utmost skills, aiming to brew a batch of third-tier spiritual honey to present to the great deity. The thought of becoming a deity herself sent shivers of anticipation coursing through her. Li Yu nodded. He took a step forward and returned to the divine domain. In this expansion of his territory, he had encountered only the spiritual essence of the Thousand-Wolf Mountain and this colony of spiritual bees. No other anomalies were detected. Although he had observed some peculiarities among certain spirits that hinted at demonic transformation, he paid them no heed. The spirits exhibiting signs of transformation possessed strength at the first tier. They could serve as a means of training for the villagers of Seahai Village. Only by making them aware of the lurking demons beyond their village would the villagers' faith deepen. His gaze fell upon the horse demon, still kneeling outside the land deity's temple. 10 days had passed since he had slain the bear demon and dog demon. During this ascent from the 9th grade to the proper 9th grade, he had invested 10 days. Of course, even during his promotion, he was not entirely incapacitated. He retained the ability to wield his 9th grade power. Intriguingly, after kneeling before the land deity for 10 days, this horse demon had somehow become a B-class believer. Yet, what could this horse demon accomplish? Li Yu pondered. The queen bee could produce honey, providing a continuous source of divine power. What could the horse demon do? Right. Chapter 34. The bee demon brews honey. The horse demon raises horses. Bai Rushua knelt uneasily before the land deity's temple, her complexion pale, although 10 days of kneeling would not deplete her energy. The lack of acknowledgement from the deity during this time only heightened her anxiety, leaving her uncertain of how the great deity intended to address her. At first, many had feared the kneeling horse demon. Despite having taken on a human form, demons still inspired trepidation. However, as the villagers of Seahai Village grew accustomed to seeing the horse demon kneeling day after day, their fear began to dissipate. The reasoning behind Lord Zhanyue's insistence on her kneeling must surely hold significance. Furthermore, the temple priest had informed them that this horse demon had never consumed a human, which was why Lord Zhanyue had spared her life. Do you have a name? Suddenly, a voice, cold and authoritative, resonated in Bai Rushua's mind. She jolted upright, hastily prostrating herself with even greater reverence. Great deity, this humble demon is named Bai Rushua. Among my subordinates, there are only 2 demons. You are one of them. What abilities do you possess? Li Yu, standing in the divine domain, gazed down at the horse demon Bai Rushua, speaking in a detached tone. Bai Rushua was momentarily taken aback. Abilities? What abilities did she possess? Her mind raced. The great deity's inquiry was certainly not about her combat prowess. After all, her strength was negligible in comparison to that of the great deity, who undoubtedly already recognized her limitations. Since the great deity was asking, it must pertain to any special abilities she might possess, abilities that would prove useful to him. What could she offer that would be of value to the great deity? She sensed that many villagers of Seahai were kneeling respectfully, offering incense to the great deity, among them some warriors. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her. Great deity, I can train warhorses for Seahai Village. If provided with a batch of ordinary horses, I can elevate them to the 1st tier. Even reaching the peak of the 1st tier, she declared respectfully. After all, her true form was that of a horse. By utilizing her own essence, and even her blood, she could gradually facilitate the ascension of ordinary horses to the 1st tier. Training warhorses? Li Yu felt a spark of interest. In the divine war, the strength of believers was a crucial component, accounting for 30% of a deity's power. Thus, he placed particular emphasis on the strength of his followers. Undoubtedly, at the 1st and 2nd tiers, the combat prowess of cavalry was exceptionally formidable. If he could acquire a batch of 1st tier or even 2nd tier warhorses, allowing the first-tier warriors and second-tier masters of Sea Village to charge into battle. Their might would surely surpass that of several times their number. However, there was one issue. How would he integrate first-tier and second-tier warhorses into the ranks of believers? The War of Believers permitted only believers to engage in battle. In other words, to allow first-tier and second-tier warhorses to participate, they must first become his believers. Yet, this would not pose a significant challenge for him. After all, Bairushue would be nurturing them within his territory, inherently enveloped by his divine authority, making it easy for them to become believers. In contrast, for outside demons to become believers was considerably more challenging. The most critical factor was that they could not have consumed human flesh. The divine path is rooted in the human path, which serves as the foundation of the divine. Demons that have consumed humans stand in opposition to the human path and are thus unwelcome in the divine realm. This criterion eliminated the vast majority of demons. In this world, there were few demons that did not consume humans. Hence, upon discovering that the horse demon had never consumed a human, he chose to accept Bairushue. Very well, you shall raise horses in Sea Village. He gazed down at Bairushue, imparting his command with a calm demeanor. Bairushue dutifully obeyed the Lord's command. A wave of relief washed over her, and she exclaimed with joy. She understood that she had successfully become a subordinate to this esteemed deity. From that moment forth, she would no longer be a mere demon, but rather a loyal follower of a revered god. Li Yu's gaze shifted away from Bairushue, turning instead towards Li Yuming, who was diligently cultivating within the room. It seemed that the previous summoning ritual had greatly benefited him, and he was likely on the verge of advancing to the second tier. A faint smile played upon Li Yu's lips. Should Li Yuming elevate his cultivation to the second tier, he would save nearly 10 units of divine power when he performed the 9th grade divine arts to enhance the temple priest. Though modest, it was still a testament to Li Yuming's hard work. He appreciated the diligence of his believers. After all, he was a deity, not a caretaker. Li Yuming. He spoke slowly, his authoritative voice resonating within Li Yuming's mind. In the past, to maintain an air of mystery and power, he had communicated divine edicts to Li Yuming through dreams. However, having now ascended to the 9th grade and demonstrated formidable strength through his 2 recent demon-slaying exploits, there was no longer a need to rely on dreams to uphold his mystique and might. Lord Jianyue, Li Yuming gasped, instantly kneeling on the ground, his expression one of reverence and piety. The spider demon Bairushue will henceforth tend to the horses of Sea Village. You may select robust steeds for her to nurture. In the deep valley 10 miles to the west of Sea Village, there exists a colony of bee demons that have already pledged their allegiance to me. Do not disturb them. Li Yu's voice was commanding and resonant, echoing in Li Yuming's mind. With utmost respect, I shall adhere to the divine edict of Lord Jianyue. Li Yuming replied with profound respect. Li Yu withdrew his gaze, observing the 150 pounds of second-tier spiritual honey levitating in the divine domain. He pondered the value of this second-tier honey, murmuring to himself. With a thought, he accessed the divine shop, placing 1 pound of the second-tier spiritual honey for sale. Instantly, a plethora of text materialized within the divine shop. Name: Black-striped bee spiritual honey. Tier: second. Effect: consuming this honey accelerates the healing of wounds for beings of second tier and below. The more consumed, the faster the recovery, with mild medicinal effects. Price: 2 units of divine power per pound. Black-striped bee spiritual honey, a restorative item. Li Yu's eyes glimmered. Its value was not insignificant. 1 pound could fetch 2 units of divine power. The 150 pounds he possessed amounted to 300 units of divine power. Previously, he had painstakingly sold 76 items of soldier artifacts, earning only 760 units of divine power. Now, merely through the discovery of a colony of bee demons during the expansion of his territory, he had gained 300 units of divine power. With this being a continuous source of income, it was evident that treasures were abundant in the world. As long as the territory continued to expand, more treasures could be discovered. The divine shop offers 2 units of divine power per pound. I will list it at 4 units per pound in the regional trade. That isn't extortion, is it? He murmured. Without hesitation, he listed 50 pounds of black-striped bee spiritual honey to test the waters, pricing it at 4 units of divine power per pound. Should all 50 pounds sell, that would yield 200 units of divine power. However, he estimated that sales might be slow, considering that few deities had yet ascended to the 9th grade, with many still accumulating divine power to break into the realm of the 9th grade true gods. Such restorative items were not urgent necessities, and it was rare for deities to make purchases. In a realm of 100,000 deities, while buyers might be scarce, there would inevitably be some who would purchase. There was no rush. Li Yu maintained a calm demeanor, possessing great patience. After all, there were no fees for listing items in the regional trade. If they did not sell, he could simply withdraw them. At that moment, however, he sensed 2 demons entering his territory. One was a spider spirit, and the other a tiger spirit. He cast a glance in their direction, his expression indifferent. Chapter 35, Divine Might, the Righteous Aura of the Spider Spirit. Is this the place? The spider spirit suddenly halted, sensing an unusual aura in the surroundings, though it could not articulate what exactly felt amiss. Only a vague intuition. "Sister, it is just ahead," the tiger head mountain lord said, his eyes tinged with a crimson hue, filled with bloodlust and ferocity. Before the spider spirit, he was the younger brother, yet, in the presence of other demons within the realm of Tsangmu Town, he reigned as the sovereign of the demon domain, one of the most terrifying demons in this area. "I sense something is off," the spider spirit frowned, scanning the surroundings with caution. They were currently riding on demon clouds, soaring above towering ancient trees. Once a demon reaches the third tier, they can harness demon clouds for flight. Something off? The mountain lord was taken aback. He felt no such discrepancies. "Sister, with your strength, what adversaries could possibly exist around Tsangmu Town? Only the old venomous snake of Baifeng Marsh could barely contend with you." He thought his sister overly cautious. Were all the demons mingling in the county town this wary? This place? The spider spirit was about to say more when suddenly, it felt a jolt. It beheld a figure materializing out of thin air, cold eyes gazing down upon it. The figure wore a golden robe, a golden crown atop its head, arms crossed behind its back, and an expression devoid of emotion. Yet, merely seeing this entity made its heart feel as though it might cease to beat. An unfathomable, terrifying divine might enveloped it. Fear flickered in its eyes as it sought to flee, but it realized that it could not even lift a single leg. Under the weight of divine might, it felt as if it were an insect trapped in amber, utterly immobile. A deity. This is a true deity. The realization struck it. This was no demon masquerading, but a genuine god. Despite having never encountered such divine might, it instinctively understood that the being before it was a true god. Beside it, the tiger head mountain lord's eyes were also filled with terror, his body frozen in place. The divine might was overwhelming. At its third tier lower level, it felt like an ant trying to shake a tree, with no power to resist. Regret washed over it, wishing it had never come here. This deity was a genuine god, a legendary being. "Spare this little demon, great deity. I am a demon from the Five Immortals cave." The spider spirit stammered in abject fear, praying fervently that the deity might show mercy, considering its ties to the Five Immortals cave. As for the mountain lord, it lacked the ability to speak, its eyes brimming with desperation. "The Five Immortals cave? Speak to me about the situation in Xuanjin County," Liu replied, his expression unfazed as he looked down at the spider spirit. This was the reason he had personally stepped out from the divine domain. The two demons before him, one at the third tier lower level, were insignificant, while the other boasted a third tier upper level of cultivation. Although this was not a challenge for him, it was still considerably stronger than the demons surrounding Tsangmu Town. He suspected they might have come from Xuanjin County. Now, hearing the mention of the Five Immortals cave, it seemed to be a demonic force from that region. Liu was not well acquainted with the circumstances in Xuanjin County. His vassals, the Queen Bee and Bairushua, one hidden deep within the mountains and the other at the second tier limit, likely knew little as well. "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated." He needed to understand the forces and strengths of Xuanjin County. As the spider spirit found its voice again, it suppressed its fear and hastily spoke. "Great deity, I hail from the Five Immortals cave, where we have 5 esteemed lords, each one a formidable fourth-tier being. Even within Xuanjin County, our 5 Immortals cave ranks among the top 10 demonic forces." It clarified its origins and the strength of the 5 Immortals cave, aiming to exert pressure on the deity before it. "I am not an insignificant creature devoid of lineage. Rather, I am a demon of considerable repute. Although the surrounding pressure is formidable and the divine might overwhelming, I surmise that this power resides within the 4th tier. Hence, I deduce that this deity before me possesses strength commensurate with the 4th tier as well. Our 5 Immortals cave boasts 5 4th-tier great demons. Surely, the opponent must exercise caution. As long as there is trepidation, they would not dare to take my life. What is the strongest demon within the boundaries of Suen County?" Liu's tone remained indifferent. He did not inquire about the human race, for their strength is undoubtedly vastly inferior to that of the demons. The Tianyuan Mountain is undoubtedly the foremost demon faction, with the venerable ancestor of the Tianyuan having ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. "One of our esteemed lords from the 5 Immortals cave frequently attends to the venerable ancestor of Tianyuan and enjoys an excellent rapport with them," responded the spider spirit promptly. In an effort to bolster her position, she brought up Tianyuan Mountain, fearing that the 5 Immortals cave might not suffice to contain this deity. With the backing of the venerable ancestor of Tianyuan, she felt assured that the opponent would not dare to kill her. After all, that venerable ancestor of Tianyuan is the mightiest demon within Suen County, possessing the ultimate 4th-tier prowess. The ultimate 4th tier. It seems there are indeed quite a number of 4th-tier demons within Suen County. Liu pondered thoughtfully. The so-called 5 Immortals cave, with its 5 4th-tier demons, merely claims to rank among the top 10, indicating the presence of numerous other, more powerful demon factions. However, merely being 4th tier, what does that signify to him? Even a 4th-tier pinnacle demon that dares to encroach upon his domain could be effortlessly obliterated with a mere divine technique, even without stepping into his domain. Should he send the temple steward Liu Ming to confront them? Invoking a summoning technique would still suffice to vanquish them. A third of the power of a 9th grade divine technique could still easily annihilate a 4th-tier pinnacle demon. Oh, esteemed deity, may the little demon take her leave? Rest assured, I shall promptly report back to the 5 esteemed lords and, on a chosen day, they will undoubtedly pay a visit to you. All 5 of my lords cherish friendship, and they are particularly eager to cultivate connections with a deity of your caliber, the spider spirit humbly replied. Beside her, the mountain lord's eyes darted wildly, as if to say, sister, do not forget about Brother Tiger. Take Brother Tiger along as well. He was merely a demon of no significant background, having ascended to the 3rd tier by chance, and immediately established the land of myriad demons. He envisioned a day when he would ascend to become a 4th-tier great demon, transforming the land of myriad demons into a formidable power within Su-In County. Liu gazed indifferently at the 2 demons before him. A man-eating demon, steeped in sin, dares to enter my domain and still wishes to live? A flicker of thunderclouds surged in his dispassionate gaze. Instantly, a terrifying thunderclap erupted within the minds of the spider spirit and the tiger spirit, reverberating like a relentless storm. The thunder contained an utterly terrifying divine might. The 3rd-tier lower mountain lord's eyes widened in horror, his demon soul shattered in an instant, leading to his demise. However, the 3rd-tier upper spider spirit emitted a wretched scream before a brilliant white light erupted from her form. Within that white light, phantom images of human scholars coalesced, collectively manifesting a righteous aura that shielded her demon soul, granting her a fleeting chance at survival. Chapter 36. Strengthening the Temple Steward's Divine Talisman. Liu Ming ascends to the 3rd tier. Intriguing. The method of cultivation actually siphons the righteous energy of human scholars, forming a protective aura for the demon soul. Liu raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a remarkably intricate technique among demons. The demons he had previously slain, including the recently departed tiger spirit, all seemed rather ordinary. Even that tiger spirit lacked a ghostly essence, evidently unaware of how to condense such a spirit. Yet, the spider spirit's cultivation was far too feeble, although his gaze, capable of obliterating demon souls, hovered around the 4th-tier lower grade. It was not something this spider spirit could withstand. Ah, you have slain me. The lords of the 5 immortals gate will not spare you. The spider spirit shrieked once more, her eyes filled with venomous hatred towards Liu. She loathed the detestable tiger spirit for summoning her to confront such a terrifying entity. She also despised the deity before her for showing no regard for her background as a demon of the 5 immortals cave. Regret flooded her heart. Why had she succumbed to the fleeting allure of the tiger spirit's strength and agreed to accompany him here? Had she not come, she could have continued to mingle among the human race, occasionally devouring a few scholars and their entire families, complemented by some human maidens. How delightful that would have been. In the next moment, the righteous aura was extinguished beneath the relentless thunder, and the spider spirit's demon soul followed suit into oblivion. 2 colossal demon corpses plummeted from the sky, only to vanish in an instant, having been drawn into Liu's divine domain. The corpses of 3rd-tier demons should yield a substantial amount of divine power, Liu mused, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Most importantly, personal task 5 had been completed. These 2 demons had indeed proven to be quite accommodating, having delivered themselves right to his doorstep. With a single step, he returned to his divine domain. Observing the 2 demon corpses, he immediately accessed the divine shop and sold them. While the corpses of demons could be consumed by his believers, as their flesh and blood are known to be immensely nourishing, these man-eating demons reek of blood and malice, and excessive consumption could corrupt one's disposition, fostering cruelty and brutality, especially when the disparity in cultivation is considerable. Hence, he would not bestow the demons he had slain upon his believers. As for those hunted by the believers themselves, that was beyond his concern. If they could hunt, they had the right to partake. Remarkably, the corpse of the 3rd-tier lower tiger spirit fetched 45 units of divine power, while the 3rd-tier upper spider spirit commanded a staggering 92 units. Liu felt a swell of satisfaction. With this influx of 137 units of divine power, he was no longer confined to merely casting a single 9th-grade divine technique as a 9th-grade land deity. He opened the personal task interface to claim the rewards for personal task 5. In an instant, 10 1st-tier blessing talismans and 2 2nd-tier blessing talismans materialized before him. Additionally, 60 units of divine power surged within him. At this moment, his divine power had reached a total of 268 units, greatly enhancing his sense of security. After all, although the spider spirit claimed that the strongest demons within Su-In County were merely at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, what if a 5th-tier demon were to pass through? He still needed to reserve some divine power for emergencies, allowing him to cast his 9th-grade divine techniques at least 3 times. With 3 applications of the 9th-grade divine technique, even a 5th-tier pinnacle demon, if not slain, would likely be severely wounded and forced to flee. The tiger spirit was a 3rd-tier demon from the land of myriad demons, and with the 2nd-tier pinnacle demons falling, The numerous human inhabitants there should all be gathered into the Four Seas village, significantly increasing its population and boosting the number of believers. He murmured softly. As he attuned to the divine power within him, he suddenly noticed 20 units of divine power manifesting out of thin air, elevating his total divine power to 288 units. The black patterned honey from the bee spirit had unexpectedly sold 5 pounds so swiftly. Was it purchased by a certain deity from the blue star? A glimmer of recognition crossed Li Yu's eyes, and a smile crept upon his lips. He then turned his gaze to the houses beyond the divine domain, where the aura of Li Yuming had notably strengthened, as he had remarkably ascended to the second-tier upper ranks. To gather those humans from the land of myriad demons, a second-tier upper strength was still somewhat inadequate. Very well then, let us elevate your power to a higher realm. Li Yu's expression remained tranquil. He extended his right hand, and immediately 100 units of divine power surged forth, coalescing into an enhanced divine talisman for the temple steward. To condense this divine power, 100 units of divine strength are required. However, Li Yuming has already ascended to the second tier's upper echelon, and any surplus divine power will return to him after his promotion. With a sigh, the enhanced temple guardian talisman radiated brilliance, instantly bursting forth from the divine realm and enveloping Li Yuming. At last, he has attained the second tier's upper level. With this elevation and cultivation, he can better fulfill the divine mandate of the illustrious Lord Zhanyue. Li Yuming opened his eyes, feeling elated. His cultivation had surged, and clarity dawned upon him. With his current strength, he felt capable of withstanding the wolf demons of Thousand Wolf Mountain once again. After all, he was not merely practicing martial arts. He was a chi refiner, a legacy of the deities, whose combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary martial artists of the same tier. Faced with those demons lacking substantial heritage, he held a significant advantage. Yet at that moment, he noticed a deep blue radiance piercing through the wooden walls of his room, imbued with overwhelming divine might. Swiftly entering his body, the blessing from Lord Zhanyue, he felt an overwhelming joy. Finally, he, Li Yuming, had once again received the favor of Lord Zhanyue. Boom. At that instant, he sensed as if a furnace had materialized within him. A tempestuous wave of heat surged forth, countless currents of chi flooding into his Dantian Sea. The Dantian, which had just expanded upon his ascent to the second tier's upper level, swelled once more. In a blink, he had reached the pinnacle of the second tier. And that was not all. The chi within him began to whirl furiously, forming a vortex. This vortex spun rapidly, causing an unprecedented influx of vitality to pour into his Dantian Sea, transforming into chi. As the chi continued to spin, it underwent relentless purification, becoming more refined than ever before. Li Yuming understood that he had ascended to the third tier. He could hardly believe it. Had he truly reached the third tier? The wolf demons that once instilled fear in the 4 villages were merely at the limit of the second tier. He felt that now. With a mere flick of his hand, he could unleash a small golden blade technique and vanquish the wolf demons of Thousand Wolf Mountain, which he once deemed unbeatable. The third tier, known in martial arts as the Yuan Gang realm, allows for the externalization of vital energy, capable of slicing through gold and iron, thus being termed a Grand Martial Master. Within the confines of the county town, a third-tier Grand Martial Master is already among the most formidable ranks. I, Li Yuming, am destined to become a third-tier Grand Martial Master. My heartfelt gratitude to Lord Zhanyue. I, Li Yuming, shall serve Lord Zhanyue with utmost dedication until my last breath. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, the enhanced Temple Guardian Talisman continued to shine brightly, releasing a torrent of chi. His newly attained third-tier cultivation swiftly stabilized, propelling him further into the middle tier of the third level. The talisman retained only a fragment, yet it could no longer augment Li Yuming's cultivation. This fragment of the talisman flickered and departed from Li Yuming, returning to Li Yu in the divine realm, transforming into 10 units of divine power. Chapter 37. Humanity's Decline. When divine path cleaves through thorns. At the third-tier middle level, his strength surpassed that of the tiger demon. Within the bounds of Tsangmu Town, he likely belonged to the upper echelons of power. Li Yu was pleased. A powerful temple guardian could better manage believers and foster their growth. Naturally, the second grand festival of the year was approaching. What offerings could a temple guardian of the third-tier middle level provide him? He eagerly anticipated the possibilities. After all, his offerings could amplify 100-fold. His rapid development, nearly outpacing the other blue star deities, was primarily due to the 100-fold amplification effect. A swift step leads to rapid progress. Had it not been for the 100-fold amplification that allowed him to ascend from the 9th rank on his first day, how could he have later amassed significant divine power through weaponry, thus swiftly rising to the rightful 9th rank? Therefore, he looked forward to the upcoming grand festival. Of course, acquiring rare items necessitated not only strength, but also a stroke of luck. Moreover, during this process, he, as a deity, could not lend assistance. Everything depended on Li Yuming and the other believers in the village. With a deep breath, he activated the Personal Tasks interface. Personal Task 5 has been completed, and the 6th personal task has refreshed. Personal Task 6. Task Description. Your act of slaying 2 third-tier demons will undoubtedly attract the attention of other demons in Songmu Town, further establishing your divine might. As humanity wanes, let the divine path cleave through thorns, instilling fear in the demons. Task Objective. Slay 5 third-tier demons, 05. Task Reward. 20 sets of first-tier armor, 5 sets of second-tier armor, 3 second-tier blessing talismans, 70 units of divine power. As humanity wanes, let the divine path cleave through thorns. Liu murmured. Slaying 5 third-tier demons would be an effortless task for him. Furthermore, he need not lift a finger. Liu Ming could accomplish this task for him. Yet this time, the reward included armor. It appeared to be prepared for divine war. Liu's gaze deepened. Divine war was undoubtedly a sword hanging over the heads of all blue star deities who had reached the 9th rank. When divine war commenced, it would be a fight to the death. Only when one side was annihilated would it conclude. Having traversed to this world and become a deity with vast prospects, who would willingly die at another's hands, especially after having painstakingly developed believers only to see them serve another. He opened the regional chat interface, which he hadn't checked in a while, feeling a sense of nostalgia. He also needed to stay informed about the development stages of the other blue star deities. In an instant, a barrage of information flooded the interface. Shocking. The fox demon I captured a few days ago actually wants me to play some Riska games with her today. As a dignified 9th rank land deity, am I to stoop to such levels? But the fox tail is indeed very soft. Fox demon photo. Real name envy for the big shot. Ascending from the 9th rank is truly different. I'm still short by a dozen divine powers. Any wealthy benefactors willing to support me? Whatever it takes, I'm ready. 4.5 units of divine power for a single set. Looking to purchase first-tier blessing talismans in bulk. Interested parties, please contact me. Brothers, I'm just a humble girl, but I've taken in a batch of homeless silkworm demons and listed 5 pieces of first-tier silk armor. Could you support your sister? Cooling photo. My heavens. The demons have slaughtered my town. Isn't this going to deprive me of a large number of believers? Truly infuriating. Once again inquiring, who is it that sold the weaponry for 20 units of divine power at an exorbitant price? If anyone knows, please speak up. Grinding teeth, JPG. What does the person above want? I've been asking for many days. That's a real big shot who ascended from the 9th rank early on. Perhaps they're nearing the rightful 9th rank by now. After all, that big shot selling weaponry must have made quite a fortune. Rightful 9th rank? Terrifying. Gasp. I'm still an insignificant wild deity. Are the big shots all advancing to the rightful 9th rank? Are you all cheating? After reading for a while, Liu closed the regional chat interface. It seemed that an increasing number of blue star deities were advancing from the 9th rank. However, why was someone inquiring about him? Could it be that he had sold them more than one piece of weaponry? Liu's expression grew peculiar. It was not impossible. Perhaps they encountered an urgent situation and purchased several items. Oh, someone messaged him privately? He was taken aback to find that someone had indeed reached out to him. Opening the interface, he saw that the female deity named Chu Yu had sent him a message. I have a portion of spirit rice essence available. Would you be interested? Selling it cheaply. Spirit rice essence? Liu's eyes brightened slightly. The essence of spiritual rice is derived from the residual stalks of spiritual rice after harvest, meticulously refined to form a concentrated essence. The function of this essence is straightforward. It accelerates the growth of spiritual rice. Typically, the white jade spiritual rice requires 4 years to mature. However, within the Class B spiritual fields, it can reach maturity in merely 1 year. This remarkable efficiency is one of the many advantages that Class B spiritual fields possess over Class D fields, allowing for a swifter transition to maturity. Moreover, the essence of spiritual rice can further shorten this duration. After utilizing a portion of this essence, a single acre of spiritual field can attain maturity in just 2 months. It is worth noting that one portion of the essence typically necessitates the stalks of 20 acres of spiritual rice for its extraction. How do you price it? He inquired. The response came swiftly. An acre of white jade spiritual rice, based on the yield from Class B fields, should produce around 300 pounds. Conversely, if cultivated in Class D fields, the yield would dwindle to approximately 200 pounds. This 300 pounds of white jade spiritual rice could potentially enable the village to produce 30 additional warriors at the body refinement stage. Though they may all be at the lower first rank of the body refinement stage, they are still warriors. An influx of such fighters would significantly enhance the overall productivity of Sihai Village. In terms of value, it should approximate 60 to 70 units of divine power. 30 units of divine power, replied the female deity named Chu Yu. That is exorbitant. I shall offer 20 units of divine power. That is unacceptable. It must be at least 28 units. 22 units of divine power, as a gesture of friendship. 27 units of divine power, that is the minimum. 23 units of divine power, that is my final offer. Ultimately, Liu acquired a portion of the spiritual rice essence for the price of 25 units of divine power. Curiosity piqued within him. This deity, Chu Yu, had previously sold spiritual rice seeds and was now selling spiritual rice essence, suggesting she had discovered some treasure-laden location. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Here he was, a dignified deity of the 9th rank, governing a vast area of 1,000 hectares. Yet he had failed to uncover any such treasures. Meanwhile, even his underlings roamed beyond his domain without any significant discoveries. Such luck was truly enviable. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze towards the visibly excited Li Yuming, his voice emanating a blend of authority and detachment as it resonated within the latter's mind. The tiger demon in the land of demonic beasts has been slain by me. You may lead a group to the land of demonic beasts to bring back the human populace to Sihai Village. Songmu Town is rife with third-tier demons, and the human race is dwindling, reduced to mere prey. You are to carry forth my will, traversing the mortal realm to eradicate these demons. Chapter 38. Responding to the divine mandate of Lord Zhanyue, Li Yuming advances to slay demons. Your command shall be obeyed, Lord Zhanyue, Li Yuming replied, kneeling in reverence as he accepted his orders. A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. The grace of Lord Zhanyue had allowed him to leap from a second-tier upper cultivation level directly to a mid-tier 3rd rank. It was indeed an opportune moment to act on behalf of Lord Zhanyue, to vanquish demons and monsters. Even without a divine mandate, with this newfound strength, he would venture forth from Sihai Village, slaying demons and returning with more citizens, thereby furthering Lord Zhanyue's legacy. He promptly summoned the village head, Li Diang, deputy village head, Chen Matzi, Liao Jingxian, along with the leaders of the hunting team, Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling, while he could single-handedly deal with the demons. Bringing back more citizens necessitated a considerable number of hands accompanying him. Lord Temple Master. Soon, Li Diang, Li Xiuwu, Li Xiuling, and others arrived, clasping their fists in greeting. Just as Li Yuming was about to speak, 2 faint blue divine lights pierced through the walls, swiftly entering the bodies of Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling. In an instant, their vitality surged, their dantians opened, and a torrent of energy transformed into authentic qi, filling their dantians to the brim. Their dantians expanded, significantly increasing their capacity. In a mere moment, both transitioned from the first-level limit of the body refinement stage to the mid-level of the true qi stage. Witnessing the transformation of the two, Li Yuming and Li Diang were filled with elation. The village had gained 2 more mid-level warriors. Meanwhile, Chen Matzi, Liao Jingxian, Zhang Rongui, Chen Ergu, Zhang Qianan, and Deng Jiyue were all awash with envy, fully aware that this was the divine favor bestowed by Lord Zhanyue. Thank you, Lord Zhanyue, for your grace. Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling knelt in fervent devotion before the earth deity, expressing their gratitude. The others followed suit, kneeling in thanks for the addition of 2 mid-level warriors to their village. After a brief moment, they rose. Li Yuming regarded the 9 individuals before him, a hint of sentimentality crossing his countenance. 9 senior members of Sihai Village, 3 of whom were mid-level warriors, while the remaining 6 were at the first-level limit. Just 4 months prior, who would have dared to imagine that their village would possess such formidable martial prowess? All of this was a blessing from Lord Zhanyue. Sihai Village would forever revere Lord Zhanyue. By the decree of Lord Zhanyue, he stated solemnly, prompting the others to adopt a serious demeanor as they focused on Li Yuming. The great demons lurking behind the land of demonic beasts have been vanquished by Lord Zhanyue, Li Yuming announced, eliciting astonishment followed by joy from the crowd. The earlier events of Li Yu slaying the spider demon and the tiger demon had gone unseen, given the vastness of their territory. The demons had been eliminated before they could reach Sihai Village. Lord Zhanyue has commanded us to bring the human populace from the land of demonic beasts back to Sihai Village. Li Yuming surveyed the group. However, there remain some minor demons that must be eradicated. Excitement surged through the crowd, their spirits ignited. Never before had they heard such assertive words. The land of demonic beasts, within the confines of Songmu Town, was a place of dread for countless humans. Yet now, the temple master proclaimed that these demons must be eradicated. Countless humans had fallen prey to these monsters, but Sihai Village had risen, no longer mere victims, but warriors capable of slaying demons. Li Diang clasped his fists, puzzled. Lord Temple Master, do you intend to employ a summoning ritual to invoke Lord Zhanyue's might against those lesser demons? There should still be a few second-tier upper demons among the remaining fiends in the land of demonic beasts. A smile tugged at the corners of Li Yuming's mouth as he replied with icy resolve. There is no need for a summoning ritual. They are merely minor demons. I, Li Yuming, shall vanquish them myself. Upon hearing this, Li Diang's eyes lit up, his expression brimming with excitement. It seemed the temple master had made remarkable progress. Otherwise, how could he dismiss even upper-tier second demons so casually? Perhaps the temple master had also received further blessings from Lord Zhanyue. Please, Lord Temple Master, make the arrangements. He bowed deeply, his voice solemn. The others, though slightly slower to react, quickly grasped the situation and, filled with enthusiasm, echoed, Please, Lord Temple Master, make the arrangements. Wei Wei returned to Songmu Town and once more faced the village chief. Chief, Sihai Village truly has a deity, not a demon in disguise, but a genuine deity who slays demons. Wei Wei spoke earnestly, fixing his gaze on the chief seated in the main seat. On that day, he returned to Sihai village. He had not yet managed to take his brother away when he encountered the 3 demon leaders from the land of demonic beasts charging into the village. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed the silent demise of the bear chief and the black dog chief among the 3 great demons. He then observed the white horse chief kneeling before the earth deity for a full 10 days and nights, fervently proclaiming Lord Zhanyue as the revered god. It was then that he truly believed Lord Zhanyue was a genuine deity, not a demon in disguise. Wei, how can you be so obstinate? The Wei family chief replied, exasperated. There are no deities in this world. They are all demons in disguise. Before long, that so-called deity of Sihai village will also demand sacrifices. The Lord of the Shunling River, is he not the self-proclaimed deity of the river? But which year has he refrained from devouring humans? Which year has he spared the warriors of the Wei family? Chief, how can you not believe? Zhang Yuegong is a true deity, one who does not consume human lives. Wei, in his agitation, stomped his feet. Pausing for a moment, his expression grew grave as he looked at the clan leader and spoke in a low voice. Chief, the mountain lord of the land of demons has perished. Do you not know? Upon hearing this, the Wei family leader abruptly stood up, astonished. What did you say? The mountain lord is dead? This is impossible. Who in the realm of Tsangmu town could slay that mountain lord? A storm surged within his heart. The mountain lord of the land of demons. He had been the adversary of the lord of the Shunling River for decades, a formidable demon of the same caliber. Within the entire Tsangmu town, he was one of the most terrifying demons. How could he have died so suddenly? The mountain lord of the land of demons fell to the hands of Zhang Yuegong yesterday. Wei bowed deeply towards the direction of Sihai village, his face full of reverence. This is the news that the temple priest specifically instructed me to convey to the chief. The temple priest is already by the Shunling River, preparing to lure out the great demon within and slay it. The temple priest walks the mortal realm on behalf of Zhang Yuegong, vanquishing demons and evil spirits. Chief, my Wei family must immediately prepare to capture all the demon minions within Tsangmu town and hand them over for the temple priest to deal with. The Wei family leader was rendered speechless by this revelation. He stared blankly at Wei, his scalp tingling. The temple priest from Sihai village intends to slay the lord of the Shunling River? How could a mere temple priest dare to lay hands upon the lord of the Shunling River? He could not fathom how the temple priest could possibly defeat the lord of the Shunling River. Panic and unease filled his heart. If the lord of the Shunling River were to be provoked, how many lives would be lost in Tsangmu town? He rushed out in a frenzy. He needed to prevent this. The lord of the Shunling River must not be angered. But just then, a chilling voice thundered from the direction of the Shunling River, rolling forth like the sound of thunder, by the divine decree of the earthly deity Zhang Yuegong. The temple priest Li Yuming of Sihai village has come to slay demons. Demons of the Shunling River, come forth to meet your doom. The Wei family leader's complexion turned ghastly pale, and he collapsed to the ground. It was over. The lord of the Shunling River was about to be enraged. Chapter 39. I am the lord of the Shunling River. Bow before me at once. The booming voice resonated throughout Tsangmu town. All the townsfolk were left dumbfounded, many unable to believe their own ears. What did they hear? Someone was coming to slay the lord of the Shunling River? By the divine decree of the earthly deity? The temple priest of Sihai village? What true deity exists in this world? If there were a true deity, would the land be overrun with demons and evil spirits? No one believed it. It was over. This would surely provoke the lord of the river. If the lord of the Shunling River were to unleash his wrath, he would not be appeased until he had devoured hundreds. That temple priest from Sihai village is truly doomed. Why must he provoke the lord of the Shunling River? If he seeks to vanquish demons, could he not do so elsewhere? 5 years ago, someone attempted to slay the lord of the river, and what happened? Not only did he meet his demise, but it also incited the lord's fury, leading to the consumption of over 100 lives, including my own son. Such calamity. Such calamity. I only pray that the lord of the Shunling River does not become enraged. This has nothing to do with us in Tsangmu town. I beseech the lord of the Shunling River to quell his anger. Countless townsfolk, their faces pale with fear, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing towards the direction of the Shunling River. They were engulfed in terror, gripped by dread. The lord of the Shunling River was a figure of unfathomable horror. It was impossible for anyone to slay him. The human race was far too weak, utterly incapable of contending with demons. Moreover, when the lord of the Shunling River is enraged, he would consume many. They feared for their wives, their children, their loved ones being devoured by him. Previously, the lord would only consume 3 individuals a month. With so many people in the town, the odds of being chosen were slim. But should the lord of the Shunling River become furious, he could sweep away hundreds in an instant, and their families could very well be among the victims. The entire town fell into a state of panic with Li Yoming's icy declaration. Even the most powerful family in the town, the Wei family, trembled in fear. What of the other townsfolk? Li Yuming stood silently by the banks of the Shunling River, atop a willow tree. He glanced back at the town, now engulfed in fear and trepidation, and sighed within. This is the plight of our human race. The decline of humanity, the rise of demons. When someone comes to slay demons, it only instills fear and resentment within the town. It is no surprise. The demons of the Shunling River have entrenched themselves here for decades, establishing an unassailable authority in the hearts of the townsfolk. Time and again, those who attempted to slay demons were consumed instead. Each time a demon slayer provoked the river lord, the townspeople would be devoured en masse. How lamentable, how tragic it is for our human race. Anger surged within him, ignited by the demons treating humanity as mere fodder. Yet, this anger swiftly transformed into gratitude towards Zhang Yuegong. Had it not been for Zhang Yuegong descending to protect their Sihai village, they would still be the prey of the wolf demons of the Thousand Wolf Mountain. How could they even speak of slaying demons? Suddenly, the Shunling River began to churn violently. A colossal whirlpool emerged upon its surface. The river, not particularly large, but not small either, spanned a width of 40 to 50 yards. Now the whirlpool occupied nearly half of the river's expanse, with billowing black mist rising from within. A thick, deep aura of demonic energy permeated the air. A serpent thicker than a water vat burst forth from the whirlpool, its massive, ebony body coiled slightly, resembling a mountain of flesh suspended above the Shunling River. The glistening scales reflected a cold light, as if forged from gold and iron, evoking an impression of invincibility at a mere glance. Its icy vertical pupils gleamed with cruelty and bloodlust as it looked down upon Li Yuming. True deity? I, the lord of the Shunling River, am far superior to whatever earthly deity you have behind you. Summon your so-called deity to present themselves before me. Should I be in a generous mood, I may grant you a chance at survival. Its voice was low and hoarse, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who merely heard it. Above its head, two small protrusions faintly suggested the potential for horns to sprout. Should they grow, it could transform from serpent to jiao, becoming a true dragon. In Songmu Town, a 40-something oracle witnessed the gigantic serpent emerging, hovering above the Shunling River, and immediately knelt down, exclaiming loudly, "The Lord of the River has revealed himself. We, the human race, have offended the Lord of the River, a sin deserving of death. Why are you not beseeching the Lord of the River for forgiveness, seeking to appease his wrath?" The last sentence was delivered with a fierce tone, directed at the townsfolk who were gradually emerging from their homes to kneel. Instantly, many townspeople bowed repeatedly, their faces pale with terror, pleading for the Lord of the River to quell his anger. A smirk of satisfaction graced the oracle's face. In Songmu Town, she was the most powerful figure among humanity. Here, she was akin to a local empress. Anyone who crossed her would find themselves sacrificed to the Lord of the River the following month. None dared to defy her. Even the formidable Wei family bowed before her. Reflecting on her past, over 20 years ago when she was merely the most wretched slave in the brothel, and now the most influential local ruler, she felt a swell of pride. In this town, she wielded immense power, with the Lord of the River as her backing. She feared no one. Who else would dare to provoke the Lord of the River? She was eager to witness how the Lord of the River would consume them whole. A cold smile adorned her face as she gazed at the figure standing atop the willow tree. Humanity should submit beneath the feet of the Lord of the River, becoming his sustenance. Resistance? The rebellious human race must be devoured by the river god. Insolence? How dare you, a mere demon, show disrespect to a divine being? I, Li Yuming, acting on behalf of the illustrious Lord Zhanyue, shall slay you here today. Li Yuming bellowed. He formed a seal with his hands, and the surging energy within him erupted violently. It was an aura far surpassing that of a mid-tier second stage, in both quality and quantity. Boom. A colossal golden blade, measuring about 10 feet in length, materialized out of thin air, radiating a terrifying golden light as it swiftly descended upon the gigantic black serpent with ferocity. The golden blade cleaved through the air, emitting a shrill whistle. The immense black serpent's chilling vertical pupil shifted. It roared, unleashing a torrent of frigid mist from its maw. Wherever the mist passed, the air froze, turning into shards of ice that fell to the ground. It was, indeed, a demon of ice. Yet the golden blade seemed to cut through all, unaffected by the cold mist, severing it effortlessly. Uft. The golden blade struck the serpent with tremendous force, and the seemingly indomitable scales glinting with icy reflections offered little resistance, as the serpent's cold blood splattered forth. This strike nearly bisected the colossal serpent. Roar. The serpent emitted a howl of excruciating pain, its icy vertical pupils fixated with rage upon Li Yuming, its massive body suddenly lunging toward the Shunling River. It was afraid. This human's methods were unfathomable. One blow had injured it, and its strength was even at the mid-tier third stage, a level above its own. But as long as it returned to the water, even a mid-tier third stage being would be no match for it. The river was its domain. Attempting to flee? Li Yuming's expression turned frigid as he abruptly waved his sleeve. The surging energy within him surged forth, coalescing on the surface of the Shunling River into a thick mist. Previously, he had acquired the spell of the small mist shield. This time, after receiving the blessings of Lord Zhanyue, he discovered that the small mist shield had transformed into the small mist technique. Its applications were boundless. Bang! The black serpent collided with the mist, as if crashing into a mountain, utterly unable to penetrate the rolling clouds to reach the Shunling River. Its icy vertical pupils displayed astonishment and fury. How could this be? Chapter 40. First encounter with evil spirits. The paper shop enters the territory. Flash. The murderous intent in Li Yuming's eyes surged. From all directions, 5 enormous golden blades materialized, and a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens. This time, the blessing not only transformed the small mist shield into the small mist technique, but also allowed him to learn a new spell, the minor thunder technique. Boom. The gigantic black serpent was struck by the thunder, its body stiffening, and then it was cleaved into 6 pieces by the 5 enormous golden blades. The icy serpent blood fell to the ground. The severed serpent carcasses crashed onto the mist, sinking and floating, devoid of any trace of life. The previously fierce and cold vertical pupils now bore only despair and silence. The river god of the Shunling River was slain by Li Yuming. Mere 7 or 8 zhang away in Songmu town, all the townsfolk who witnessed this scene stood agape, their expressions filled with horror. What had they just seen? The river god, cleaved into 5 or 6 segments. In that moment, they questioned if they were dreaming. Otherwise, how could they witness such an inconceivable spectacle? That was the river god, arriving in Songmu town 60 or 70 years ago, a demon that no human had ever dared to oppose. The river god, who had instilled fear in children, had devoured countless lives from their town over the years. How could this be? The river god had been slain. How could the lowly humans dare to slay the river god? The shaman's face turned pale, collapsing to the ground in disbelief, muttering in shock. From all corners, townsfolk glared at her with fierce hatred. Kill this old witch. With a furious shout, dozens, if not hundreds, charged forward, unleashing a brutal assault upon the shaman. Although she was a mid-tier first-stage warrior, among the attacking townsfolk were also warriors, and in mere moments, she was brought down by a flurry of punches and kicks, followed by a multitude of commoners who mercilessly beat her to death. At the Wei household, what did you say? The river god has been slain? The clan leader of the Wei family gazed at the excited and ecstatic clan member reporting the news, unable to fathom it. Indeed, Lord Li Yuming, the temple priest, has slain the river god with his golden blade. The river god's body lies in 5 or 6 segments just outside the town. The clan member exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Truly slain? The Wei clan leader's eyes sparkled with excitement, looking at Wei Wei. The temple priest from Sihai village is indeed formidable. Having truly slain the river god, Wei Wei's expression radiated pride as he placed his hands on his hips. That's right. The temple priest, a recent divine being, walks among mortals on behalf of Lord Zhanyue. He felt a surge of exhilaration within. The temple priest was indeed impressive. Could it be that there truly are divine beings in this world? The Wei clan leader murmured, hastily rushing out of the Wei household towards the Shunling River. In the town, a multitude of townsfolk heard the news from their neighbors, initially incredulous, but soon bursting with excitement and enthusiasm. Countless townsfolk immediately rushed towards the Shunling River, eager to witness the river god's corpse for themselves. Many wept openly, kneeling on the ground to pay homage to their loved ones who had been consumed in the past, sharing this monumental news with them. In the divine realm, Liu glanced at the personal task. It indicated that he had slain a 3rd-tier demon. Li Yuming was swift in his actions, a faint smile gracing his face. Just yesterday, a divine decree was issued, and today, he had already achieved victory against a demon. He was quite pleased with the choice of this temple priest. He possessed decisiveness and courage. His gaze shifted beyond the divine realm. Many human citizens from the realm of demons had been brought over. Last night, Li Yuming ventured into the realm of demons, eradicating all the demons within. Today, a hunting party was sent to retrieve people from the demon realm, while he himself went to slay 3rd-tier demons. The population of Sihai village was steadily increasing. After the 2nd grand ceremony, Sihai village would be elevated to a town, and he aspired to ascend to the 8th grade divine rank. Li Yu's eyes flickered. The personal information indicated that it required the consumption of 15,000 units of divine power. However, there was an implicit condition for ascending to the 8th grade divine rank. Upon reaching the 8th grade, he would no longer be merely the god of a village, but would become the god of a town. To become the god of a town, Sihai village needed to transform into Sihai town first. His gaze gleamed. His land temple was situated in Sihai village, which was his foundation. Only when Sihai village became Sihai town could he truly ascend to the 8th grade and become the god of a town. Of course, it was still premature to discuss this. After all, 15,000 units of divine power was a colossal threshold. He currently possessed little divine power. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the 2nd grand ceremony, hoping that the offerings, amplified 100-fold, would grant him enough divine power for his ascension to the 8th grade. Unfortunately, the deities of the Blue Star were not affluent at present. 3rd-tier soldier artifacts would surely be difficult to sell. He shook his head. Even among the 9th grade land gods, there were not many. The cost of a 3rd-tier soldier artifact reached 50 units of divine power. He would need to sell it for at least 100 units of divine power. Wouldn't he? At this stage, who could produce 100 units of divine power to purchase a single soldier artifact? Not to mention the 9th grade deities. Even he could not bear to part with it. Just then, he suddenly sensed an anomaly in a certain area of the territory. His gaze immediately turned toward it. It was the hillside path leading from Sihai village to Tsamu town. Originally, it was just a patch of inconspicuous shrubs, but now, a paper shop had mysteriously appeared there. At the entrance of the paper effigy shop, 7 paper figures stood, each adorned with a peculiar smile and cheeks painted in bright rouge. The ominous black door was ajar, from within emanating a cacophony of laughter and merriment. Yet, even as the rightful deity of this realm, a dignitary of the 9th rank, he found himself unable to discern the scene within the paper effigy shop. A sense of malevolence enveloped him. Li Yu's eyes narrowed instinctively. Astonishingly, he had failed to notice how this paper effigy shop had materialized within his dominion, despite it being positioned at the very periphery of his jurisdiction. Nonetheless, it resided entirely within his realm. This territory was the extent of his divine laws, yet a mere paper shop had infiltrated his domain without his awareness, dispersing the very essence of his radiant divine authority. Was this what they term malevolence? A frown creased Li Yu's brow. Indeed, he sensed that the potency of this paper shop was not particularly formidable, ranking no higher than the 4th tier. However, it exuded an eerie quality, subtly infused with a semblance of the laws of divinity. Taking a breath, he stepped beyond the divine realm, positioning himself outside the paper effigy shop. In that instant, the environment around him transformed dramatically. No longer was he on a mountain path, but rather on a vast expanse littered with massive stones. Before the scattered rocks, the inky blackness of the paper effigy shop radiated a suffocating aura of darkness. A little girl, clad in a pale pink apron, her complexion as ghastly as a corpse, emerged, clutching a rickety toy. With her head tilted, she beamed sweetly. "Big brother, let us play hide and seek. If I find you, you must stay here with me forever." Chapter 41. The Contaminated and Eerie Laws of Divinity, Acquiring Fragments of Divine Law. As the girl's voice echoed, Li Yu felt an uncanny force, reminiscent of the divine laws, entwining itself around him. Was this the essence of an alternative divine law? He raised an eyebrow, sensing the tendrils of this peculiar power. Could it be that the force wielded by malevolence stemmed from the original divine laws of this realm? Yet, how could the divine laws, meant to safeguard the world, transmogrify into such an eerie malevolence? As for the divine laws held by the deities of Blue Star, their source did not belong to this world, but rather stemmed from the unseen puppet master behind their transposition. Of course, the puppet master merely bestowed them with seeds. The blossoming of divine laws in this realm depended entirely on their own endeavors. Divine law is predicated on human morality. Without humanity, there can be no divine essence. Yet, malevolence not only appeared bizarre, but also inflicted harm upon humanity. Did such divine laws exist in the world? Or perhaps they were merely tainted? But what could possibly corrupt the divine laws? Li Yu pondered silently. He reached out, and the tendrils of that uncanny law converging towards him were swiftly ensnared, coalescing into a pale strand in his grasp. The thread writhed in his hand like a living worm, attempting to escape. A flicker of insight crossed Li Yu's gaze. He summoned a surge of divine power that abruptly struck the pale strand formed from the eerie law. In an instant, the strand stiffened, and as the divine power infused into it, the ghastly pallor began to recede, transforming into a resplendent and pure white. Li Yu was taken aback. His intention had merely been to test a purification. To his astonishment, the eerie law had indeed been cleansed by divine power. No, it was not purification. Rather, the divine power had awakened the inherent potency of the original law, obliterating the encroaching malevolent force and restoring its essence. Fragments of divine law. This was indeed fragments of divine law. Li Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His prior instincts had not been mistaken. This malevolence indeed harbored a whisper of divine law. It had merely been tainted by an unknown eerie force, thus transforming into malevolence. Upon encountering divine power, it was as if the long-awaited rain had fallen upon parched earth, instantly reviving the rightful might of the divine law, vanquishing the incorporated malevolent essence. He had initially believed that the only way to acquire fragments of divine law was through slaying other deities of Blue Star in the divine war. Yet, he had not anticipated that the malevolence of this world contained fragments of divine law. Fragments of divine law were essential for the enthronement of subordinate deities. With sufficient fragments, he could bestow titles upon deities. Even if not used for that purpose, fragments of divine law were immensely valuable, capable of being exchanged for considerable divine power at the deity shop. "Big brother, I'll count to 10, and then I will seek you." The pale-faced girl grinned, shaking her toy as she began counting. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. "Big brother, I'm coming to find you." The girl's eerie laughter echoed. Li Yu remained steadfast in his position, not hiding. His expression was peculiar as he observed the little girl bouncing amidst the heaps of stones, as if searching for him. To him, she was no malevolence, but rather a precious fragment of divine law. "Found you. Big brother, you must stay here with me forever." The girl's face lit up with joy. "I'll perform a trick and turn you into a paper figure." As she stood before Li Yu, smiling sweetly, it appeared she was elated at the prospect of having another companion. In the next moment, Liu perceived an influx of eerie divine law converging upon him, as if intending to transform him into a paper figure. However, none of the bizarre divine laws could ensnare him. They all coalesced into pale strands in his hands. Upon seeing that Liu had not transformed into a paper figure, the girl's sweet smile vanished, replaced by a countenance of fury and madness. Bad person. How dare you go against your promise to me? As her voice fell, the 7 paper figures outside the shop soared into the air, followed by a swarm of paper figures escaping from within. The air was filled with the chimes of laughter, as countless paper figures hovered ominously, their smiles twisted. At that moment, an even denser aura of eerie divine law surged forth. Liu maintained his calm demeanor, gently waving his sleeve. Instantly, the multitude of paper figures erupted violently, transforming into eerie divine law that fell into his grasp. Next, he fixed his gaze upon the little girl, whose pale face had contorted into a grotesque mask. A dense mist began to envelop the surroundings, wrapping around the girl. This was the 9th-tier divine technique, the mist of clouds, which he wielded for both offense and defense. Under the terrifying erosion of the mist, the girl roared and struggled for a brief moment before being dissolved. A potent essence of eerie divine law descended into Liu's hand. As for the paper effigy shop, he merely pointed, and the heavens roiled with clouds, thunder cracking ominously. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. The paper effigy shop was instantly enveloped in blinding light. As the devastating lightning obliterated everything, the entire shop detonated, transforming into a surge of eerie divine law seeking to flee. However, it was already ensnared in the thick mist that had enveloped the area. The eerie divine law struggled futilely, only to be encapsulated into a small orb, settling into Liu's palm. Its potency had reached the maximum limit of the 4th tier. Not even 9th-tier deities could hope to destroy this paper effigy shop. As for humanity and the demon kind at the 4th-tier limit, it would not merely be impossible to destroy, but they would likely become ensnared within. Liu sighed in relief, grateful that he was a rightful 9th-tier deity, able to obliterate it with ease. Indeed, it is precisely because he is a 9th-grade land deity, with jurisdiction extending to 1,000 acres, that he encountered this paper effigy shop. Had he been merely a 9th-grade land deity with a jurisdiction of only 50 acres, the likelihood of coming across such a shop would have been significantly diminished. He discerned that this paper effigy shop operated without consciousness, merely adhering to the bizarre principles of the divine path. Even the speaking little girl exhibited no awareness. He gazed at the spectral bundle of eerie divine laws he had gathered in his hand. Divine power surged within him. 1, 10, 50. As 90 units of divine power flowed in, the strange aura within the pallid mass of divine laws was completely extinguished, transformed into resplendent, flawless shards of divine law, radiant as fragments of the sun. Only 116 units of divine power remained. Liu felt quite helpless. Who could have anticipated an unexpected encounter with malevolent spirits? The application of 2 9th-grade divine techniques, coupled with the activation of divine law, had directly consumed 71 units of divine power. He pondered the worth of this shard of divine law. To sell or not to sell, he murmured to himself. He stepped back into the divine domain and subsequently opened the deity shop, placing the shard of divine law before him. However, placing it there did not imply an intention to sell. Chapter 42, Reducing Divine Technique Consumption, Resuming Old Trades. Name, Shard of Divine Law. Quality, 9th grade. Quantity, 100 units. Effects, 1. Can be used to consecrate 9th grade subordinate deities. Each consecration requires the consumption of 200 units of 9th grade divine law shards. 2. Can be used to mitigate the divine power consumption of a divine technique. Every 50 units of 9th grade divine law shards can reduce the consumption of one 9th grade divine technique by 50% or one divine technique by 10%. 3. 4. Price, 1,000 units of divine power. 9th grade shards of divine law. How intriguing. In addition to consecrating subordinate deities, they can also reduce the divine power consumption of a technique. Liu was somewhat astonished. Moreover, these 100 units of 9th grade divine law shards were valued at 1,000 units of divine power. Does this not imply that each unit of 9th grade divine law shard is worth 10 units of divine power? Truly a windfall. A satisfied smile graced his lips. This malevolent spirit is rather charming. That paper effigy shop must be the weakest of spirits, even if vanquishing it yields 1,000 units of divine power. It is a tremendous profit. If only more spirits would appear, he could swiftly amass 15,000 units of divine power. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Although his jurisdiction spanned a considerable area of 1,000 acres, it was not significant within the entirety of Tsangmu Town. Aside from this paper effigy shop, the only other rumored malevolent spirit in Tsangmu Town was a mysterious estate. The probability of that estate fortuitously falling within his jurisdiction was exceedingly slim, unless he could ascend to the 8th grade divine rank, thereby significantly expanding his jurisdiction and increasing the odds of the mysterious estate appearing within it. This 100 units of 9th grade divine law shards were insufficient to consecrate a 9th grade subordinate deity. How best to utilize them? Liu pondered. Should he sell them outright? While that would yield 1,000 units of divine power immediately, he felt that it was not the most advantageous course of action. After some reflection, a sudden idea struck him, and he promptly opened the regional trade interface to check the prices of soldier artifacts. The price had fallen to 10 units of divine power and 300 incense wish power. The cost was 10 units of divine power, with the excess 300 incense wish power serving as labor compensation. This price seemed to have dropped to its lowest point. It took 2 arduous hours to produce a soldier artifact, earning merely 300 incense wish power, equivalent to 0.3 units of divine power. Liu shook his head. Competing with several others at this price, he could not sell even one in a day. After all, the number of individuals advancing to the 9th grade divine rank was steadily increasing. When he previously sold soldier artifacts, he earned 10 units of divine power per item. Now that was true profit. Since everyone else is so competitive, I might as well join in. A peculiar smile crept across his face. 50 units of 9th grade divine law shards can reduce the consumption of a 9th grade divine technique by 50%. Without further thought, he extracted 50 units of 9th grade divine law shards and applied them to the 9th grade divine technique of soldier artifacts. This was not a 3rd tier soldier artifact of the 9th grade, but merely a 9th grade divine technique. Instantly, he felt his understanding of the 9th grade divine technique for soldier artifacts significantly deepen, even gaining insight into how to greatly conserve divine power while producing 2nd tier soldier artifacts. Exhaling, he extended his hand. 5 units of divine power surged forth, slowly sketching the 2nd tier soldier artifact, the soul binding chain, before him. In just half an hour, he completed the crafting and a 2nd tier soldier artifact. The soul binding chain hovered in front of his eyes. Previously, it took 2 hours to craft a 2nd tier soldier artifact at the 9th grade divine rank. Now, at the divine rank, it required only half an hour, increasing efficiency 4-fold. Liu was pleased. Consequently, in a full 12 hours, he could produce 24 2nd tier soldier artifacts. Others might still require a modest profit, but I can directly price mine at 10 units of divine power. He smiled gently, without hesitation, and immediately listed the 2nd tier soldier artifact at the price of 10 units of divine power on the regional trade interface. He did not believe that there could be another deity from the Blue Star offering the same at 10 units of divine power. Listing at 10 units of divine power would still leave him with a profit of 5 units of divine power. However, if other Blue Star deities also listed their items at 10 units of divine power, they would essentially be working for free. Who would do that? If someone were to do so, he could always lower his price. Although this would not match the previous profit of 10 units of divine power per 2nd tier soldier artifact. The current efficiency and cost-effective pricing would surely appeal to 9th grade Blue Star deities, who could save time by purchasing directly at 10 units of divine power. What a splendid arrangement. The sales volume would likely be substantial. Liu, diligently strive to benefit the deities of the Blue Star. He chuckled softly and continued with enthusiastic determination to craft 2nd tier soldier artifacts. He was confident that the 50 units of divine law shards, valued at 500 divine power, would be recouped swiftly. What the heck? Who is this god selling soldier artifacts for just 10 units of divine power? After laboriously crafting for 2 hours, they expect to earn nothing? Working for free? How competitive can it get? Within a divine domain, Zhou Minghuang had just completed a soldier artifact. Yet, as he prepared to list it, his eyes widened at the glaring price of 10 units of divine power for a soldier artifact displayed on the interface, causing him to exclaim in frustration. He thought he had already set a rock-bottom price of 10 units of divine power and 300 incense wish power, competing with numerous others. He typically sold one every 3 days, earning a mere 300 incense wish power. After 10 days, he would accumulate just 1 unit of divine power. But now, someone was selling at cost, making competition impossible. It was utterly unplayable. Let us see how long you can maintain this. I wouldn't be surprised if I end up buying directly from you in the future instead of crafting my own. He gritted his teeth. The next moment, he noticed that the soldier artifact had already been purchased. However, he felt no envy. Instead, he scoffed. He might envy others for making money, but if they were working for free, he merely cursed them silently in his heart. Yet, just 2 hours later, he discovered that the other party had once again listed 4 items of nether soldier artifacts, each priced at the staggering rate of 10 divine powers. Is there still stock available? After attaining divinity, how could there be such foolish individuals? If you are not a single cent, I would bestow upon you the title of the mightiest role king. He shook his head, disinterested in further engagement. Wasn't it merely a matter of earning 1 divine power every 10 days? He had no intention of participating. Let them roll. Chapter 43, The Mightiest Role King. Mass selling of nether soldier artifacts. Who is this person? Selling each nether soldier artifact for 10 divine powers, having already sold 30 pieces. Not a penny earned. What is the motive? Chuyu furrowed her brow. She had immediately noticed the nether soldier artifacts priced at 10 divine powers each and had purchased 2 herself. After all, crafting them herself would consume 2 hours. Purchasing directly expended the same amount of divine power without the need for time investment. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how many Nether Soldier artifacts could be sold without profit. Thus, she kept the regional trade open, observing piece by piece. The result? 30 pieces had already been sold. She simply could not comprehend the reasoning behind such a laborious and thankless endeavor. Could there truly be individuals with a self-sacrificing personality? Sacrificing oneself for the happiness of others? Yet, within just over a day, 30 pieces had been sold. Had they stockpiled in advance? Indeed, in a vast forest. One encounters all sorts of birds. She shook her head and closed the regional trade interface, weary of further observation. An increasing number of blue star deities began to take note of this. On the regional chat interface, many were engaged in discussion. Liu, while crafting second-tier Nether Soldier artifacts, opened the regional chat interface to observe. Indeed, I have already been dubbed the mightiest Roll King. A smile crept across his lips. In just over a day, 30 second-tier Nether Soldier artifacts had been sold, netting a profit of 150 divine powers. This was an astonishing increase compared to the previous sales of 20 divine powers per artifact. Among the 100,000 blue star deities, approximately 1 to 2,000 had ascended from the 9th rank. Even if only a portion required second-tier Nether Soldier artifacts, it represented a substantial market. Furthermore, as time progressed, an increasing number of 9th rank blue star deities would emerge. Liu felt satisfied. In a few days, he would recoup the costs for 50 units of 9th rank divine law fragments. Every additional sale thereafter would be pure profit. His spirit was invigorated. As long as there was no second deity among the 100,000 blue star deities acquiring 9th rank divine law fragments, he could continue this business indefinitely. Li Yuming has slain a third-tier demon? Excellent, excellent. Just 3 more third-tier demons, and I can complete personal task 6. Liu chuckled. Suddenly, a gleam radiated from his eyes. The brilliance coalesced before him, forming a massive round mirror. On the mirror, Li Yuming's perspective materialized. As his temple priest, he could naturally see everything that Li Yuming observed. Since crafting Nether Soldier artifacts precluded further comprehension of divine arts, it was effortless to spare a portion of his focus for other matters. Oh, the recently slain third-tier demon was the centipede demon from Poison Dragon Ridge? Next, Li Yuming should proceed to eliminate the fox spirit from 100 Fox Mountain, he mused. He was well aware of the demon situation in Songmu Town. After all, he had under his command a demon leader from a land once teeming with demons. However, the third-tier low-level demons in Songmu Town were of little concern to him. Thank you, my lord, for slaying the demons for us at Poison Dragon Ridge. A multitude of ragged citizens knelt, tears streaming down their faces as they respectfully bowed to Li Yuming. Their tears were of joy. The great demon that had plagued Poison Dragon Ridge for 80 years had finally been vanquished. The citizens of Poison Dragon Ridge would no longer have to fear being devoured by demons. You need not thank me. I have already stated that I, Li Yuming, and the temple priest personally appointed by Lord Zhanyue. My arrival to slay the demons is by divine decree, Li Yuming declared solemnly. May I ask, my lord, is Lord Zhanyue truly a deity? An elder inquired. The other 1,000 citizens lifted their gazes to Li Yuming, who stood upon a massive stone, their expressions filled with excitement, gratitude, skepticism, and confusion. They were thankful that Li Yuming had slain the demons for them, yet they could hardly believe the divinity he spoke of. After all, deities were ethereal legends. Indeed, it is true. For months ago, my village, Sihai, was similarly ensnared by demons, used as blood fodder. Yet, Lord Zhanyue descended, slaying the demons with his magnificent divine path, allowing Sihai village to flourish. Lord Zhanyue has even bestowed upon Sihai village numerous warriors to vanquish demons. Sihai village often receives divine grace, being a land enveloped by divine favor. If you are willing, you may follow me back to the village and bask in the divine brilliance of Lord Zhanyue, ensuring you are no longer plagued by evil demons. Li Yuming deeply bowed towards Sihai village, speaking with solemnity. However, despite his declarations, the villagers of Poison Dragon Ridge remained skeptical. Yet, some displayed determination, reverently proclaiming, I am willing to follow the temple priest back to the village and worship the rightful deity. Li Yuming smiled. Upon entering Sihai village, you shall see that I, Li Yuming, have spoken no falsehood. He was not disheartened by the villagers' disbelief. After all, few among humanity would believe in the existence of deities without witnessing divine power firsthand. But that was of no consequence. A portion would go, and in time, they would return with ample news, and eventually, more would follow. Moreover, he preferred not to have too many flocking at once. Sihai village could not accommodate such a crowd. Those who wish to settle in Sihai village, please register with Liao Jingxian. I am bound by divine decree and must proceed to slay demons elsewhere. Farewell. Li Yuming clasped his fists. Then, his body floated away like a willow leaf, vanishing in the blink of an eye from the confines of Poison Dragon Ridge, leaving Liao Jingxian to oversee subsequent matters with 5 warriors from Sihai village. The villagers of Poison Dragon Ridge bowed towards the direction in which Li Yuming had disappeared. 2 days later, Li Yuming regarded the colossal fox carcass beneath him, gradually calming the tumultuous energy within. Surrounding him were numerous smaller fox demon corpses, all slain by his hand. Temple priest, Li Xiaowu has arrived with others. Upon seeing the multitude of corpses, he immediately bowed respectfully. Deliver these demon corpses back to Sihai village, Li Yuming commanded. Each time he vanquished a demon, he ensured that its remains were sent back to Sihai village. As long as they were placed before the land deity's shrine, they would be claimed by the great Lord Zhangyue. Clearly, he understood that these demon corpses held value for the great deity, and he would not allow them to go to waste. Only those first-tier demon corpses that Lord Zhangyue had not claimed would be distributed among the village warriors for sustenance. Yes, temple priest, Li Xiaowu acknowledged. Having performed such tasks before, with the abundance of demon corpses in the land of demons, it was a familiar duty. But at that moment, a massive ice spear hurtled toward him from a distance, emanating an astonishing chill, as if intent on shattering and freezing Li Yuming in a single blow. Additionally, a wave of scorching toxic smoke and a sharp wind blade surged from two other directions. The last three great demons of Tsangmu Town dare to ambush me together? Just the three of you? Li Yuming's eyes gleamed with a fierce killing intent. He had previously not exerted his full strength against the three great demons. This time, he would show these demons just how formidable he, Li Yuming, the temple priest acting on behalf of Lord Zhangyue, truly was. Chapter 44. The Power of Li Yuming and the Rewards of His Quest. A veil of mist ascended. The heavens rumbled with thunderous roars. Enormous golden blades hovered ominously from all directions. The colossal ice spikes, scalding toxic fumes, and razor-sharp wind blades were all obscured by the rising clouds, amidst which the clanging of metal echoed eerily. Li Yuming stood atop the immense corpse of the fox demon, his gaze fixed upon the distance. There, a gigantic, malevolent wolf burst forth, towering far above the wolf demons of Thousand Wolf Mountain. Surrounding it was a chilling fog, and its vicious emerald eyes were locked onto Li Yuming, emitting a deafening wolf howl. Awo, human, you shall perish. With a sudden swipe of its claw, a barrage of ice blades surged towards Li Yuming. Humans dare to slaughter my demon kin, they must not be spared. From the left, a crimson wild boar, towering 4 to 5 zhang, charged forth, exhaling a torrent of scorching toxic smoke. Humans are nothing but fodder. They should accept their fate as blood offerings. Who gave you the audacity to slaughter my demon kind? From the right, a colossal fierce leopard leapt through the shattered trees, exuding a terrifying demonic aura, unleashing a multitude of wind blades towards Li Yuming. Each blade rent the air with a thunderous sonic boom. Are you afraid? Afraid that I, Li Yuming, will storm your lair and slay you at your feet? Li Yuming sneered. He gently waved his sleeve, and instantly, the fog enveloped Li Xiaowu and the others, transporting them 100 zhang away. Then, he surged forward, charging at the colossal malevolent wolf. Thunder! Strike! His eyes glimmered with astonishing brilliance as he pointed a finger. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto the giant wolf. The flash of lightning incinerated the surrounding brush, turning rocks to dust. Awo! The wolf howled in agony. 3 radiant golden blades cleaved through the air. Stunned by the thunder, the wolf's body froze in place, rendering it unable to evade. It could only unleash a torrent of ice spikes to shield itself against the golden blades. Yet the golden blades were far too sharp. The massive ice spikes were swiftly cleaved apart. Even as countless spikes continued to assault, they were relentlessly shattered by the golden blades. Thud! The golden blades struck the wolf's body, causing it to bleed profusely. However, it had managed to diminish much of the blade's power with its ice spikes, avoiding instant annihilation. You cannot kill me. I shall be the one to end you. The enormous wolf roared, resembling a small mountain as it opened its mouth again, spewing forth another wave of ice spikes towards Li Yuming. Meanwhile, the other 2 great demons had closed in. Scalding toxic fumes and a dense barrage of wind blades enveloped Li Yuming. The 3 great demons joined forces. This was an unstoppable force in Tsangmu Town. Just you? Li Yuming replied coldly. His body suddenly sank into the ground, vanishing in an instant. All the attacks from the 3 demons struck nothing but air. This was the second spell he acquired upon his recent enhancement, aside from the minor thunder technique, the minor earth escape technique. In that fleeting moment, both the gigantic wolf and the crimson boar, along with the massive fierce leopard, were momentarily stunned. And in that instant, Li Yuming reappeared behind the colossal wolf. The golden blade re-emerged, swiftly cleaving the giant wolf, blood spraying forth. Without granting the crimson boar and the fierce leopard any time to react, he once again sank into the earth, disappearing. Damn it! This human possesses the power of earth escape. How can this be? Aren't humans solely proficient in martial arts? How can the human before me master thunder, golden blades, fog, and earth escape all at once? The giant fierce leopard roared in astonishment and fury. As demons, they often possessed innate abilities, but merely one. Only those demons with inherited lineage could learn more techniques. Yet it was evident that they were not among those. Boom! Thunder struck again, and the golden blade reappeared. Moments later, Li Yuming gazed upon the 3 newly fallen corpses of great demons before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. All the great demons of Tsangmu Town had been vanquished by his hand. Ha! Today, I, Li Yuming, have slain demons here, as cultivators of the human race. We should be thus audacious, exterminating demons and evil. His heart brimmed with joy. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. What of the demons? Once treating humans as mere fodder, today, they had been slain by him, Li Yuming. He looked towards the cliff ahead. With a mere thought, a golden blade materialized, inscribing upon the cliff, Li Yuming, temple priest of Sihai village, honoring the land's righteous god, slaying the 4 great demons of Tsangmu Town here. Behind him, Li Xiaowu and the 10 martial artists who had followed were filled with admiration. The temple priest is formidable. The temple priest is majestic. In the divine domain. Li Yu also wore a smile. He had witnessed Li Yoming's battle entirely. He acknowledged Li Yoming's combat prowess. To slay 3 lower-ranked 3rd-tier demons while at the mid-tier of the 3rd tier was indeed commendable. Had it been a mid-tier martial artist, they would have likely been overpowered by these 3 demons. Li Yoming's application of spells was commendable. Though there were flaws, they did not overshadow his brilliance. Li Yu felt satisfied. With a thought, he opened the personal quest. At this moment, the personal quest too displayed completion. Li Yuming had eradicated all the 3rd-tier demons in Tsangmu Town, totaling 6 slain. He exhaled deeply, claiming his quest rewards. Instantly, 20 sets of 1st-tier armor, 5 sets of 2nd-tier armor, and 3 2nd-tier blessed talismans appeared before him. The 1st-tier armor was white, while the 2nd-tier armor was a pale blue, both encompassing full body protection complete with helmets. Each piece bore peculiar runes, infused with principles of the Tao. Additionally, he felt a surge of 70 divine powers within him. He now possessed 580 divine powers. In recent days, Li Yuming had slain demons and sold their corpses for over 200 divine powers. The armor was not heavy and offered commendable defense. 1st-tier armor would likely require peak 1st-tier combat strength to breach. Li Yu mused, the same applies to 2nd-tier armor. One would need peak 2nd-tier strength to break through. This undoubtedly enhances the capabilities of the martial artists donning the armor. What remains are weapons. If paired with 1st-tier and 2nd-tier battle blades, it would constitute an impressive martial force. Li Yu chuckled. This world certainly possessed armor, weapons, and other graded items. He believed that Li Yoming's recent slaying of all 3rd-tier demons in Tsangmu Town would yield substantial rewards. After all, graded items were often kept for personal use, bestowed upon subordinates, or even hoarded by demons. Unperturbed, he continued to forge 2nd-tier ghostly soldier artifacts. Half a month swiftly passed. One day, Li Yu discovered a 3rd-tier Yuan Gang realm master had stepped into his jurisdiction. It was an elderly man with white hair, exuding an aura of authority, clearly accustomed to positions of power. A 3rd-tier grand martial artist. Li Yu's expression remained calm as he cast a glance. Yet, that mere glance rendered the elderly 3rd-tier grand martial artist frozen in place, engulfed by an overwhelming dread. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by an unparalleled demon, causing his scalp to prickle. He gazed ahead, uncertain whether to proceed. Chapter 45. The surge of faithful followers and the inspection of the spiritual fields. Just now, was I being watched by the rumored righteous god of Sihai village, Zhang Yuegong? Could it truly be a deity? Or an unparalleled demon? Zhao Jiyuan took a deep breath. Muttering to himself, he pressed a hand against his wildly thumping heart. As a person of exceptional talent, he possessed a naturally red heart, with senses far surpassing ordinary individuals. Thus, while others remained oblivious to the gaze of terrifying entities, he could perceive it all. Thus, his martial path unfolded with remarkable ease, allowing him to ascend to the 3rd stage of the Yuan Gang realm before he reached the age of 50, and by 65, he had further advanced to the 3rd stage of the mid-tier. Whispers had it that his counterpart was a genuine deity. Moreover, the 3rd-tier demons of Tsangmu Town had indeed been eliminated by emissaries dispatched by him. Lord Ming sent me here, insisting that I must meet him. If he truly is the legendary deity, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Even if he were not a true god, but rather an extraordinary demon, what was the death of Zhao Jiyuan? What fear is there in death? Each year, countless citizens within the territory of Xian County fall prey to demons. Zhao Jiyuan is but a member of the human race, no more noble than the other common folk. Why should he not face death? With unwavering resolve, he continued his strides towards Sihai village. How intriguing. A gifted member of the human race, possessing a naturally crimson heart. The heart, inherently linked to fire, burned intensely within him, endowing him with a vigorous vitality and martial aptitude that far surpassed that of ordinary prodigies. Within the divine domain, Li Yu chuckled softly. Over the past half-month, the population of Sihai village had been steadily increasing. Each day, numerous families from various corners of Tsangmu Town migrated here. Those who dared to come were naturally those who believed in Li Yoming's words, convinced that he was indeed a genuine deity, rather than a demon in disguise. Conversely, a substantial number of citizens in Tsangmu Town still refrained from approaching, fearful of stepping from the jaws of a tiger into the den of a wolf. Li Yu paid them no mind. After all, once he ascended again and expanded his territory, these citizens would inevitably become his followers. merely a matter of time. With a thought, he summoned the believer information, gazing at the number of adherents with a satisfied expression. Daily offerings, 10, 173. Tao level believers, 0, providing 100,000 offerings daily. Tion level believers, 0, providing 10,000 offerings daily. Saint level believers, 0, providing 1,000 offerings daily. A level believers, 12, providing 100 offerings daily. B level believers, 652, providing 10 offerings daily. C level believers, 2, 308, providing 1 offering daily. D level believers, 1, 455, providing 1 offering every 10 days. The total number of believers had reached 4, 427, yielding 10 divine powers daily. Among them, 2 additional A-level believers had emerged. The lives of these 2 A-level believers unfolded before Li Yu's eyes. One was named Li Xiaodao, a mere 18 years old, an orphan who had grown up on the kindness of others after his parents were devoured by the wolf demons of Qianling Mountain. The other, Li Xiuqi, aged 23, was married with a son and daughter, both of whose parents were alive and well. In the past, Li family village had already boasted 4 A-level believers among the Xiu generation, including Li Yuming and Li Diang. The former Li family village had surprisingly accounted for half of the A-level believers. Li Yu couldn't help but marvel. By now it was evening. A multitude of villagers congregated before the land god temple to offer incense. Though Li Yuming had not set specific times, the villagers had organically established a routine of offering incense at sunrise and sunset after much time had passed. Naturally, some villagers would come during the day, even at noon, but Li Yuming paid them no heed. He only required that all villagers of Sihai village offer incense twice daily. Any additional offerings at other times were at their discretion. The fragrant smoke wafted through the air, enveloping the entire temple in an ethereal haze. The white jade spiritual rice had sprouted, and the essence of spiritual rice could be used to accelerate its growth. Furthermore, I still possessed 10 first-tier blessing talismans and 3 second-tier blessing talismans. The armor had yet to be bestowed. Today, I would grant them all. Li Yu's expression remained tranquil as he glanced at the floating essence of spiritual rice in the divine domain. Instantly, the essence of spiritual rice surged forth from the divine domain. Deng Jui was inspecting the spiritual fields. Each day, she meticulously examined every stalk of white jade spiritual rice. Now, having sprouted green, it filled her with immense joy. These would surely become the future spiritual rice. How precious spiritual rice was, she had not comprehended before. But the village chief had repeatedly informed her of its immense value during his visits. These were the resources that would propel their village towards greater strength. The Lord Zhanyue had granted us such divine gifts. We must not squander them, she mused. Suddenly, she spotted a winged, grayish-blue insect gnawing at the tender leaves of the white jade spiritual rice. Her gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, she drew her blade and struck. In a flash of steel, the insect was cleaved in 2, its remains falling to the ground while the tender leaves of the spiritual rice remained unscathed. This demonstrated her adept mastery of the Gale Blade technique. Fortunately, with the first-tier spiritual blade brought back by the temple keeper, she was able to slay this first-tier spiritual eating insect in a single strike. A smile graced Deng Jui's delicate features. The carapace of the first-tier spiritual eating insect was incredibly tough. Had her strike failed, it would have immediately taken flight. This was one of her main purposes in patrolling, exterminating insects. She bent down, collected the severed insect carcass, and placed it into a small pouch at her waist. Within it already lay 3 or 4 other insect bodies. Each day, she could typically eliminate 4 or 5 spiritual eating insects. The temple keeper had mentioned that once dried, each insect could fetch over 10 taels of silver. Upon first hearing this, Deng Jui was quite astonished. After all, in the demon-infested lands, even a single tael of silver was extremely precious. Now, simply from the insect carcasses she eliminated daily, she could sell them for 60 to 70 taels of silver, deepening her understanding of the value of this spiritual rice. She had resolutely resolved in her heart, even if she were to perish, she would never allow anyone to ruin this spiritual field. Just then, she beheld a brilliant white light soaring from the land god temple. The grace of Lord Zhanyue? Deng Jui shuddered and promptly knelt on the ground. Then she saw that the radiant white light scattered a multitude of starlight, glimmering as it fell upon every stalk of white jade spiritual rice in the field. To her astonishment, she witnessed the tender shoots of the spiritual rice soar upwards at a visibly rapid pace. Sea-level spiritual field, white jade spiritual rice, essence of spiritual rice. And this scene was witnessed by Zhao Jiyuan, who was being guided toward the land god temple by the guards of Sihai village. His body trembled as he exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 46. The shocked visitors from the county town request an audience with Lord Zhanyue. Within Xin County, there existed only 1.5 acres of spiritual fields. Zhao Jiyuan was acutely aware of this, for that 1.5 acres belonged to the Zhao family. Yet, that mere 1.5 acres was only a D-level spiritual field, far inferior to the C-level spiritual field before him. A tempest of emotions surged within him. How could there be a sea-level spiritual field in Sea Village? The value of a sea-level spiritual field equated to that of 7 or 8 acres of D-level spiritual fields. Moreover, Sea Village had somehow obtained seeds of white jade spiritual rice and cultivated this premier first-tier spiritual rice. The spiritual rice cultivated by the Zhao family was less effective in comparison. Furthermore, he had even witnessed the essence of spiritual rice cascading down. This overwhelmed him, leaving him dizzy. The essence of spiritual rice. Such an invaluable substance could only be extracted from over 20 acres of spiritual rice stalks, and the refining process was intricate and challenging. The Zhao family had been rooted in the county town for over a century and had only managed to extract 2 portions of the essence of spiritual rice. After selling those 2 portions of spiritual rice essence, the Zhao family managed to cultivate 2 formidable, third-tier martial masters in the Yuan Gang realm. Such precious spiritual rice essence has now been carelessly spilled. The essence of spiritual rice possesses a certain accelerating effect on second-tier and even third-tier spiritual rice. To see it wasted on first-tier spiritual rice fills him with anguish. This is equivalent to the loss of a third-tier Yuan Gang martial master. He inhales deeply. Lord Zhao, what troubles you? Chen Ergu inquires, gazing curiously at Zhao Jiyuan. He is the leader of the temple guard, responsible for the safety of the Earth God Temple and the village. With both the temple master and Lord Zhang Rongwei present in the Earth God Temple, he believes the village's safety requires his attention. Thus, he remains stationed at the village entrance daily. Upon Zhao Jiyuan's arrival, he immediately perceives the unusual aura emanating from him. After some discussion, he learns that Zhao has traveled from the county town specifically to pay homage to the revered Zhang Yuegong. This fills him with pride. Look, the protection of Zhang Yuegong has reached even the county officials. Without hesitation, he leads Zhao Jiyuan to meet the temple master. It's nothing, Zhao Jiyuan replies, taking several deep breaths before following Chen Ergu toward the Earth Temple. As they walk, he cannot help but glance back at the spilled spiritual rice essence, his heart aching unbearably. However, he is soon astonished by the sight of thousands of villagers kneeling before the temple, at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them. They kneel, igniting incense, and a thick cloud of smoke envelopes the Earth Temple. He wishes to see the statue of the Earth God within the temple, but the swirling smoke obscures his view. Yet, even without a clear sight, he feels an overwhelming and terrifying majesty emanating from it. The longer he gazes, the heavier the sense of authority becomes, compelling him to lower his head in reverence, unable to meet the gaze of the Earth God's statue. Could it truly be a deity? The awe it inspires is distinctly different from that of a legendary demon. He murmurs to himself, hope flickering in his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly sees beams of white light and 3 faint blue glows shooting from the statue of the Earth God, swiftly merging into the bodies of the kneeling villagers. No, wait. Those 3 faint blue glows have landed on the 3 foremost first-tier peak martial artists. As a third-tier Yuan Gang martial master, he can easily distinguish first-tier peak warriors. He observes as the moment the blue light enters them, their vitality surges dramatically, elevating them to the second-tier true Qi realm in an instant, and within another breath, they ascend to the mid-level of the second-tier true Qi realm. Zhao Jiyuan's eyes widen in disbelief. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, they were clearly first-tier peak martial artists. How could they transform into mid-level second-tier martial masters in the blink of an eye under the influence of that faint blue glow? He is utterly astonished, nearly speechless. How can such an unbelievable event occur in this world? He, with his fiery heart and extraordinary talent, has practiced martial arts at a rapid pace. Yet it took him 7 or 8 years to ascend from first-tier peak to mid-level second-tier. Yet now, right before his eyes, others achieve this miraculous transformation in mere moments. What an astonishing blessing. Chen Ergu glances at the incredulous Zhao Jiyuan beside him, feeling an overwhelming sense of superiority, viewing the other as a mere provincial bumpkin. So what if someone from the county has come? He is still more knowledgeable than that Chen Ergu. Is this divine grace? Zhao Jiyuan stammers. He turns his gaze back to the villagers who were just transformed by the white light. To his shock, what were once ordinary people now appear to have undergone multiple transformations of vitality, becoming mid-level martial artists, and among them, 2 have even become first-tier peak martial artists. Such a scene is overwhelmingly impactful. To become a martial artist, one must have resources and comprehension, yet here in Sea Village, one can effortlessly ascend to become a martial artist, or even a second-tier martial master. Soon, he observes another wave of white and faint blue light descending. However, this time the light does not merge with the villagers, but instead lands before a middle-aged man who appears to be in his 30s. The white and blue light dissipates, revealing 20 exquisite sets of first-tier armor and 5 intricately inscribed sets of second-tier armor. Zhao Jiyuan feels a numbing sensation, staring blankly. Is this the legendary Sea Village blessed by a true deity? At this moment, he starts to genuinely believe that the Zhang Yuegong of Sea Village is not a disguised great demon, but a true god. Before long, Li Yuming, who had gathered the first-tier and second-tier armor, approaches with a gentle smile. I am Li Yuming, the temple master of Sea Village. May I ask for your name? Zhao Jiyuan, bowing deeply before this formidable figure who single-handedly vanquished 6 third-tier demons from Tsangmu Town, replies earnestly, I am Zhao Jiyuan from the Zhao family in Xinyan County, here to express my gratitude for your slaying of the demons of Tsangmu Town on behalf of the county's esteemed officials. Li Yuming shakes his head, still smiling. I merely acted upon the divine mandate of Zhang Yuegong. All is due to the compassion of Zhang Yuegong, who does not wish to see our kind become fodder for demons. Zhao Jiyuan glances at the mist-enshrouded statue of the earth god in the temple, gritting his teeth as he asks, May I personally meet Zhang Yuegong? Upon hearing this, Li Yuming's smile fades, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 47. To be appointed as a shadow soldier or to be reincarnated. Insolence. Chun Ergu erupts in fury, pointing at Zhao Jiyuan. How dare you? I kindly brought you here to pay homage to Zhang Yuegong, and you dare to entertain such thoughts. What qualifications do you have to meet Zhang Yuegong? Li Yuming gestures for Chun Ergu to cease, regarding Zhao Jiyuan with indifference. Your desire to meet Zhang Yuegong is not for me to decide. However, I must inform you that even as the temple master, I am not qualified to meet Zhang Yuegong. If you truly wish to meet, then kneel here and pray sincerely. Whether you can meet Zhang Yuegong depends entirely on his will. After saying this, he no longer pays attention to Zhao Jiyuan and returns to his quarters. He harbors no concerns about Zhao Jiyuan acting recklessly, for beneath Zhang Yuegong's divine might, no one dares to harbor ill intentions. As the temple master, he has sensed the increasing weight of the divine authority within the earth temple. Humph. Chun Ergu snorts coldly, taking his leave to return to the village entrance to resume his watch. Zhao Jiyuan takes a deep breath, purchasing a stick of incense from a villager, lighting it, and kneeling on the ground as he respectfully proclaims, Zhao Jiyuan of the Zhao family from Xinyan County, earnestly beseeches to meet Zhang Yuegong in the divine realm. Li Yu remains indifferent, paying no mind to Zhao Jiyan kneeling before the earth temple. Whatever his intentions may be, Li Yu chooses not to engage for the moment. After all, his jurisdiction does not even encompass Tsangmu Town. How could he concern himself with matters of the county? Unless the 4th-tier demons from the county venture into his territory to meet their demise personally. But is that likely? Instead of wasting time on such matters, he would rather refine more 2nd-tier shadow soldier artifacts for sale in the regional trading interface. He successfully forged a total of 360 2nd-tier soldiers artifacts. This was no mere feat of perseverance. It represented a fortnight of relentless toil. However, as a 9th-tier deity, enduring such an arduous schedule was hardly daunting. In this brief span, he amassed a remarkable 1,800 units of divine power. The demand was extraordinary. Essentially, whatever he crafted was swiftly sold. This particular fortnight witnessed an explosive emergence of 9th-tier land deities. It was estimated that over 1/10 of the 100,000 deities in this region had ascended to the status of 9th-tier land deities. These newly elevated deities were his clientele. After all, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to expend the same amount of divine power without the burden of crafting it themselves? A smile adorned his face. The decision to utilize 50 units of 9th-tier divine law fragments to waive the costs for the 2nd-tier soldiers artifacts proved to be astutely wise. The 50 units of divine law fragments were merely worth 500 units of divine power. Now, in just half a month, he had garnered an impressive 1,800 units of divine power. What was a little hard work in the grand scheme of things? With so many deities in Blue Star, surely no one would resent the toil involved. At this moment, his divine power had reached an astonishing 3,030 units. Initially, after Li Yuming vanquished the monsters, the subsequent return of the demon corpses had bestowed upon him over 300 units of divine power. During this fortnight, the fervent devotion of his believers contributed an additional 120 units of divine power. Furthermore, the 50 pounds of 2nd-tier black pattern bee honey he had previously listed were entirely sold out. After deducting the 5 pounds sold earlier, the remaining 45 pounds yielded 180 units of divine power. With just 1 month remaining until the 2nd grand festival of the year, he murmured to himself. His anticipation for this upcoming festival was palpable, for the 100-fold increase in offerings would surely satiate his needs. With a mere thought, he opened the personal tasks. Personal Task 7. Task Description. Your reputation for slaying demons on behalf of the human race has spread, drawing the attention of more formidable demons. Strive to grow stronger. The might of the divine must be forged with the blood of demons. Task Objective. Achieve a believer count of over 5,000. Task Reward. 1 Spirit Field Divine Talisman, 1 Ping Mountain Divine Talisman, 1 Spirit Temple Divine Talisman, and 80 units of divine power. The Spirit Temple Divine Talisman, Li Yu's expression remained composed. He was well aware of the remarkable utility of both the Spirit Field Divine Talisman and the Ping Mountain Divine Talisman. And he still possessed a Ping Mountain Divine Talisman that he had yet to employ. As for the Spirit Temple Divine Talisman, it had the potential to transform his humble land temple into a majestic spirit temple. Currently, his land temple appeared exceedingly simple, unchanged from 5 months prior. Li Yuming had once expressed a desire to reconstruct the temple for him, but he had declined. After all, he believed that a temple rebuilt by mortals, no matter how resplendent, remained a mere mundane structure. Once he ascended to the 8th-tier deity level, he planned to craft a divine temple using divine power. Though this would require a significant expenditure of divine power, he deemed it worthwhile, as it would represent his own grandeur. However, by completing Personal Task 7, he could obtain a Spirit Temple Divine Talisman, allowing him to directly transform his simple land temple into a spirit temple. Such a divine talisman was indeed a most advantageous acquisition, saving him a considerable amount of divine power. Thus, he felt a strong desire for this Spirit Temple Divine Talisman. As a dignified 9th-tier land deity, he naturally required a FAAD that befitted his status. Yet, the day would soon come. Each day, new inhabitants were moving into the Four Seas village, and soon the number of believers would surpass 5,000. His gaze sparkled with curiosity. Would the Spirit Temple constructed with the Spirit Temple Divine Talisman possess any special functions? After all, the spirit fields opened by the Spirit Field Divine Talisman were quite beneficial. Subsequently, his attention turned to the underworld domain. At this moment, the underworld domain appeared exceedingly cramped. During this period, the souls of those who had perished in Four Seas village were escorted back to the underworld domain by the ghostly emissaries. The souls of B-level believers who had died had all been appointed as ghostly emissaries by Liu. Currently, there were 12 ghostly emissaries in total. Meanwhile, the souls of C-level and D-level believers who had perished were still residing within the underworld domain. The atmosphere within the underworld domain was thick with Een energy, ensuring that the souls would not disperse. You lack sincere faith in me. Now that you have perished, I offer you two paths. The first, accept my decree and become Een soldiers, your memories obliterated. However, should you attain the rank of a level Een soldier, you may restore partial memories. The second, I shall send you to the underworld for reincarnation. Liu gazed down upon the 35 souls within the underworld domain, speaking in a voice that resonated with divine authority. His words echoed through the underworld domain, commanding reverence. Within the underworld domain, the 35 souls looked up in astonishment, but they could not perceive Liu above in the divine realm. At that moment, 3 ghostly emissaries were tasked with guarding these souls, and upon hearing his words, they immediately knelt in sincerity. Those who became ghostly emissaries and retained their memories were all B-level believers. Even in death, their devotion remained unwavering. Chapter 48. Een soldiers borrowing power, all spirits retreat. The 35 souls exchanged glances, quickly kneeling in unison. They realized that the owner of that overwhelmingly authoritative voice was none other than the land deity, Zhang Yuegong. Zhang Yuegong, might I retain my memories and be appointed as a Een soldier? If I can preserve my memories, I willingly forego reincarnation to serve Zhang Yuegong. One of the souls, appearing relatively youthful, exclaimed with fervor. Yet, scarcely had his words left his mouth when a black vortex emerged within the underworld domain. This swirling black vortex emanated an aura of infinite dread, gently rotating and swiftly drawing in the speaking soul, rendering him invisible. The remaining 34 souls, witnessing this, understood that the speaking soul had been sent to the underworld for reincarnation. They fell silent, refraining from uttering further words, each lost in contemplation. Reincarnation offered the possibility of rebirth, yet would the individual reborn still be themselves? To avoid reincarnation and serve as Een soldiers under Zhang Yuegong, they would also lose all memories, only regaining fragments upon ascending to A-level Een soldiers. The prospect of recovering all memories remained uncertain. Moreover, ascending to A-level Een soldiers would likely prove exceedingly challenging. In that moment, the expressions of the 34 souls fluctuated, their minds engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The choice lay before them. Those opting for reincarnation would be sent to the underworld. Otherwise, they would be considered Een soldiers. The cold yet commanding voice resounded once more. Instantaneously, 12 of the 34 souls stood, gritting their teeth as they leaped into the awaiting black vortex. They reasoned that it was preferable to seek a new life rather than become memory-less Een soldiers. Perhaps in their next life, they would carve out a different destiny. On the ground of the underworld domain, the remaining 22 souls knelt, visibly anxious. You shall be decreed by me, from henceforth my Een soldiers. All earthly matters and past lives shall be forgotten. Liu's calm voice resonated. In the next moment, 22 units of divine power descended from the divine realm, transforming in midair into talismans for the Een soldiers. The talismans shimmered with an abundance of white symbols, radiant and vibrant. As they surged into the bodies of the 22 souls, instantaneously, a brilliant white light erupted from the kneeling souls. Within the underworld domain, a torrent of Een energy converged upon them. Their ghostly forms became visibly solidified, clad in ethereal armor, wielding ancient, spectral weapons. Meanwhile, their facial expressions transformed rapidly, morphing into an expression of cold indifference. All memories faded away. Their minds were filled solely with the foundational knowledge imparted by the Een soldier talismans and a set of Een soldier combat techniques. Within the combat techniques, this encompasses the methods of military formations and martial arts. Beyond this, there exists nothing else. I pay my respects to Lord Zhang Yue. 22 expressionless ghost soldiers knelt on one knee, their voices echoing with an eerie, cold indifference. Such are the ghost soldiers. They differ greatly from the ghost messengers. A ghost messenger must possess memory and thought to carry out the duty of soul collection. In contrast, the most effective ghost soldiers are those devoid of memory. They follow orders without question. The duty of the ghost soldiers is to guard the realm of the underworld and to confront the demons and monsters that the ghost messengers cannot handle. I hereby appoint you as the captain of the ghost soldiers, Class C. Liu casually pointed, and instantly, 10 strands of divine power descended, transforming into enhanced ghost soldier talismans that merged into the body of one ghost soldier. Immediately, this ghost soldier's aura surged violently, ascending from a mere first-tier mid-level to a second-tier lower level. Following this, a ghost soldier artifact, the ghost soldier battle spear, was placed in the hands of this ghost soldier. Once again, the ghost soldier's aura surged, reaching the level of second-tier upper level. As for the rest of you, you are all appointed as Class D ghost soldiers. In the divine domain, Liu maintained a serene demeanor and spoke once more. A multitude of ghost soldier battle spears flew out from the divine domain, entering the realm of the underworld and landing in the hands of each ghost soldier. Instantly, the ghostly energy within the entire realm of the underworld surged, with the remaining 21 ghost soldiers all becoming Class D ghost soldiers, their strength no less than that of second-tier lower level. Go forth. Liu gazed toward the location of Qianling Mountain, gently waving his hand. 100 strands of divine power surged forth, directly opening a realm of the underworld beneath Qianling Mountain. This realm of the underworld measured 10 zhang in length, 10 zhang in width, and 1 zhang in height. Since ghost soldiers were now present, they naturally could not mix with the ghost messengers. This realm of the underworld was specifically created as a military camp for the ghost soldiers. The 22 ghost soldiers bowed once more, then, with expressionless faces, exited the realm of the underworld beneath the land temple and made their way toward the realm of the underworld at Qianling Mountain. Li Yuming was instantly startled. He stepped out of his chamber and beheld the 22 ghost soldiers, clad in ancient armor and wielding cold battle spears, walking upon the ghostly soil, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiyuan, kneeling before the land temple, widened his eyes. In a haze, he too beheld the 22 ghost soldiers traversing the ghostly soil. The ghost soldiers traversed as all spirits withdrew. He murmured, recalling an ancient legend. Despite his exceptional talent and a heart ablaze, this was his first encounter with the legendary ghost soldiers traversing. This further solidified his belief that the Zhangyue Lord worshipped by Sihai Village was indeed a true deity. After all, ancient legends mentioned that ghost soldiers were warriors under the command of deities, fighting battles against demons and monsters on behalf of the gods. With this in mind, he began to sincerely devote himself to the worship of Lord Zhangyue, for he thought, perhaps only through sincere devotion could he truly behold this divinity. A total of 242 strands of divine power were consumed. In the divine domain, Liu retained a tranquil expression. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the ghost messengers who had been stirred, all returning to the front of the land temple. 12 ghost messengers, Liao Xiu'er as a Class C ghost messenger, and Li Yutang as a Class D ghost messenger. The remaining 10 ghost messengers were all substitutes. Let us elevate them as well. I, Liu, am not a miserly deity, he murmured softly. In the next moment, his gaze landed on Liao Xiu'er and Li Yutang. As a magnificent voice resonated within their minds, you both have worked diligently. I hereby appoint Liao Xiu'er as a Class B ghost messenger and Li Yutang as a Class C ghost messenger. As the words fell, he lightly snapped his fingers. First, 100 strands of divine power coalesced into a secondary enhanced ghost soldier talisman, flying from the divine domain into Liao Xiu'er's body. Following closely, 10 strands of power coalesced into an enhanced ghost soldier talisman, flying from the divine domain into Li Yutang's body. Instantly, Liao Xiu'er's ghostly energy surged, propelling her from the second-tier upper level, surpassing the second-tier limit, and promoting her to the second-tier lower level. She became the second individual within Sihai Village, aside from the temple master Li Yuming, to possess a third-tier combat capability. Naturally, Li Yutang was promoted to the second-tier upper level. Thank you for the blessings, Lord Zhangyue. The two knelt on the ground, expressing their sincere gratitude. Their hearts brimmed with joy, for after all, their strength had received a significant enhancement. Who would not be delighted? Meanwhile, Zhao Jiyuan, who had vaguely witnessed this scene, wore a dazed expression. A being of the third-tier lower level had thus come into existence? What then of himself, who had toiled for 50 or 60 years to become a third-tier mid-level grandmaster? Chapter 49, The Swiftest Task Completion in History, The Efficacy of the Land Spirit Temple. Within the divine domain, Liu glanced at the 10 ghost messengers. With divine power abundant, he naturally aimed to elevate the overall quality of the ghost messengers. After all, if the ghost messengers were too weak, it would hinder the collection of souls. With a gentle snap of his fingers, 10 second-tier ghost soldier artifacts, the soul-binding chains, flew from the divine domain, landing upon these 10 ghost messengers. After all, Crafting second-tier Ghost Soldier artifacts required merely 5 strands of divine power, which was trivial for him at present. Instantly, the aura of the 10 substitute Ghost Messengers surged violently, elevating them from the first-tier mid-level to the second-tier lower level, all becoming Class D Ghost Messengers. Thank you for the blessings, Lord Jianyue. The 10 Ghost Messengers expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Their spirits were exhilarated. The elevation of their strength was one aspect. Another was that they had received the divine grace of Lord Jianyue, signifying his acknowledgement of their efforts. Being recognized by the deity they sincerely worshipped filled them with excitement and joy. Among them, Liao Qingping was particularly elated. At last, he was no longer a substitute Ghost Messenger. Once again, 160 strands of divine power were consumed. Liu whispered. These Ghost Soldier artifacts were naturally those he had crafted over the past 2 days and had not been sold. He then resumed the rhythm of crafting Ghost Soldier artifacts. Ghost Soldier artifacts are not limited to the soul-binding chains. There are also Ghost Soldier battle spears, Ghost-slaying swords, and soul extraction whips. However, generally, Ghost Messengers utilize soul-binding chains, while Ghost Soldiers wield Ghost Soldier battle spears. Thus, these 2 types of Ghost Soldier artifacts are the ones he manufactures the most, occasionally crafting a few Ghost-slaying swords and soul extraction whips. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days flew by. Liu set aside the soul-binding chain he had just crafted, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he opened his personal tasks. Personal Task 7, now displayed as completed. 5,000 believers were indeed no small feat. Having become a deity for over 5 months, he had only acquired more than 5,000 believers. He felt a tinge of sentimentality. Nevertheless, despite the difficulty, he believed that for the other deities of Blue Star, accomplishing this task would undoubtedly be even more challenging. After all, he was a legitimate 9th-grade land deity, while the other deities of Blue Star were merely from the 9th-grade land deities. The temple masters conferred by 9th-grade land deities could, at best, reach second-tier mid-level, and only, like Li Yuming, could they autonomously advance to second-tier upper level. However, second-tier upper-level temple masters cannot sweep through third-tier demons within the town range on their own, unless the deities invest heavily, utilizing summoning spells and divine arts each time. Nonetheless, even using summoning spells and divine arts would still be profitable, as the corpses of third-tier demons are indeed valuable. In this light, it seems this task would not hinder the deities of Blue Star for long. He chuckled softly. With a thought, he had claimed the rewards for Personal Task 7. Before him, 3 divine symbols appeared, a Spirit Field divine symbol, a Ping Mountain divine symbol, and a Spirit Temple divine symbol. Additionally, he gained 80 strands of divine power within himself. This brought his total divine power to 4,008 strands. He was now 1 step closer to his target of 15,000 strands. He simply awaited the grand ceremony in more than half a month. His expression remained serene. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the newly refreshed 8th task. Personal Task 8. Task description. As the number of believers in you continues to grow, the offerings you receive daily also increase. Strive to ascend to the esteemed rank of a 9th-tier land deity. For only with greater strength can you protect those who have faith in you. Task objective. Ascend to the 9th-tier divine rank. Task rewards. 21st-tier blessing talismans, 5 second-tier blessing talismans, 1 third-tier blessing talisman, and 150 units of divine power. Ascend to the 9th-tier divine rank? Liu was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had already attained the 9th-tier divine rank long ago. Subsequently, he noticed that the freshly updated Personal Task 8 displayed as completed. Is this truly possible? Liu found himself in a daze. This, Personal Task 8, seemed to be a reward specially tailored for him. He felt a surge of joy. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a task that grants rewards without needing to be completed? Moreover, the task rewards were quite impressive. To think there was even a third-tier blessing talisman. A third-tier blessing talisman implies that, aside from Li Yuming, another third-tier warrior could emerge from the believers of Sihai Village. In terms of strength, this new warrior would not be inferior to Zhao Jiyuan, who still kneels before the land temple, having come from the county town. This task also reaffirmed his understanding that the tasks of all deities in Blue Star are likely quite similar. Aside from some differences in place names, there probably wouldn't be any other distinctions. If personal tasks are tailored for each individual, then he could not have received the task of ascending to the 9th-tier divine rank. Without hesitation, he immediately claimed the task rewards. Instantly, 21st-tier blessing talismans, 5 second-tier blessing talismans, and 1 third-tier blessing talisman materialized before him. Additionally, 150 units of divine power appeared within him, bringing his total divine power to an impressive 4,158 units. As for the Spirit Temple Talisman, Liu's gaze turned towards it, for it was a talisman he had eagerly anticipated. It pertained to the Faade of his land temple, which he held in high regard. Name: Spirit Temple Talisman. Tier: First-tier talisman. Effect: upon use, it can transform the land temple into a spirit temple. The spirit temple possesses the effects of divine efficacy, martial ban, and divine might. Divine efficacy, martial ban, divine might. The divine efficacy, surprisingly, allows the sincere wishes of believers to have a certain chance of being realized without requiring the deity's attention or consuming divine power. It is purely the effect of the spirit temple. Liu marveled. Just this single effect renders the spirit temple exceedingly precious. After all, a spirit temple that frequently realizes the wishes of believers will undoubtedly lead to a continuous increase in their faith, while the effects may not be immediately apparent over time. As more wishes are fulfilled, the believer's devotion is sure to deepen. As for the martial ban, it prohibits martial energy and demonic aura within a 10-jong radius of the land temple, with only the priests of the temple's refining system remaining unaffected. Regarding divine might, the spirit temple inherently emanates an aura of divine power that deters direct gazes. Li was pleased. The efficacy of this spirit temple exceeded his expectations. He glanced outside the land temple. It was early morning, and many believers had already arrived to offer incense and make wishes. Li Yuming, as the priest, knelt at the forefront, leading numerous believers in worship. Zhao Jiyuan knelt beside him, his face reflecting sincere devotion. Li Yu was somewhat astonished. This man had knelt for 10 days and had genuinely begun to believe in him, having become a B-tier believer, surpassing the faith of many villagers in Sihai village. This truly surprised him. However, he was not overly concerned. He did not lack B-tier believers. With a thought, he immediately projected the Spirit Temple talisman out of the divine realm. Chapter 50. The emergence of the Spirit Temple. Awe-inspiring miracles shock the villagers. All hail Lord Zhangyu. Light the incense. Bow once. Bow twice. Bow thrice. Li Yoming's expression was solemn as he knelt at the forefront, holding the incense aloft and calling out with fervor. Behind him, 4,000 to 5,000 believers knelt in an orderly manner, following his calls to worship. Even though Zhao Jiyuan had witnessed this before, he could not suppress his shock. After the fall of the great Zhou dynasty, with demons rampant and malevolent spirits abounding, humanity had become prey. He had never seen the people so spirited. Is this what it means to have a deity? He realized that Lord Zhangyu had manifested for just over 5 months, yet had completely transformed everything in Songmu town. When would the divine might of Lord Zhangyu envelop the county city? He harbored such hopes. Just then, he saw a resplendent golden talisman soaring from the land temple, hovering above it, radiating a brilliant light as if a blazing sun had emerged in the heavens. The brilliance was dazzling, and the divine might was overwhelming. There was not a trace of demonic aura. Rather, under the divine might, any demonic energy was suppressed. Witnessing this scene, the last shred of doubt in Zhao Jiyuan's heart vanished entirely. He was wholly convinced that Lord Zhangyu was indeed a deity. Li Yuming looked up, recalling the talisman that had transformed into an acre of spiritual fields. All the kneeling believers lifted their heads, their hearts racing with excitement. Especially the villagers who had joined Sihai village in the past 2 months were witnessing such a magnificent miracle for the first time, and they were all elated. Their faith in Lord Zhangyu soaring. The miraculous effects illuminated by the divine light serve as the finest catalyst for faith. Boom. Thunder rumbled across the sky. The golden talisman suddenly elongated, forming a colossal structure in midair, measuring 15 zhong in length, 10 zhong in width, and 3 zhong in height. This structure, adorned with emerald railings, jade stone flooring, and glazed tiles, exuded a terrifying and awe-inspiring divine might. Boom. The immense structure descended abruptly. All the believers widened their eyes. Filled with astonishment, they beheld how this enormous edifice, born from the talisman, completely replaced the previously simple land temple. The original land temple was exceedingly humble. Built during the era of the Li family village, aside from a statue of the land deity, there was merely an offering table in front, hardly worthy of being called a temple. And now, this was a true temple. It had a courtyard, a grand entrance, and a plaque inscribed with the 4 characters Spirit Temple, along with a magnificent statue visible through the entrance. The statue stood in the main hall, towering far above the previous land deity statue, gazing down like a giant. The Spirit Temple, constructed by the unrivaled divine power of Lord Zhangyu. Li Yuming exclaimed fervently, "This is the true temple." He had initially thought mere mortal materials could suffice for constructing a new land temple for Lord Zhangyu. Such thoughts were unworthy of the deity. Only this awe-inspiring spirit temple was worthy of Lord Zhangyu. The might of a deity is truly terrifying. Zhao Jiyuan gasped, his expression one of shock. Witnessing such a miracle firsthand filled him with excitement and exhilaration. A deity, a true deity who had stepped from legend into the mortal realm. The other villagers were equally thrilled and excited. Such a miracle once again proved the existence of the great Lord Zhangyu, and that he had always been protecting Sihai village. With the protection of Lord Zhangyu, their descendants would never again fall prey to demonic beasts. Many were moved to tears. Numerous believers who had previously been D-tier were elevated to C-tier in that moment, and some of the original C-tier believers ascended to B-tier. After a long while, the villagers gradually calmed down from their excitement, rising one by one to return home. Just then, a voice called out, "Father!" A desperate shout echoed from afar. Zhao Jian was momentarily taken aback, quickly turning to see a middle-aged man striding towards him, led by Chen Ergo. The man's face was haggard, radiating urgency. It was none other than his only son, Zhao Yinian. Yinian, what has happened? Zhao Jiyuan inquired, his heart sinking at the sight of his son's anxious expression. Yongyuan has caused a calamity. He has killed the fourth son of the three great kings of Zuiyou Mountain. Zhao Yinian exclaimed, panic-stricken. What? Zhao Jiyuan staggered, his eyes reddening. How could he be so impulsive? He had only one son, Zhao Yinian, and Zhao Yinian had only one son, Zhao Yongyuan. Their lineage was solely transmitted through this branch. Zhao Yongyuan was his only grandson, and Zuiyou Mountain was one of the top 10 demonic forces within the jurisdiction of Xian County. Each of the four kings of Zuiyou Mountain was a formidable fourth-tier demon. How could his grandson escape unscathed after slaying the offspring of a fourth-tier demon? Father, Yongyuan has been hidden in the county town by me, but he will soon be discovered. Once he is found, he will inevitably be sent to Zuiyou Mountain. Tears welled in Zhao Yinyan's eyes as he knelt before his father, bowing deeply. Father, Yongyuan is your only grandson. You must save him. He is merely a second-tier martial artist. Naturally, he was unable to rescue his son, but he believed that his father, being a third-tier mid-level martial master and holding a position under the county lord, could wield enough power to save his grandson. Zhao Jiyuan closed his eyes, then rose without a word and strode towards the exit. No matter what, he had to return. He could not bear to watch his only grandson meet his demise. Moreover, he understood that his grandson, with his strong sense of justice, must have witnessed the fourth son of the three kings of Zuiyou Mountain harming the human populace, which compelled him to act. Furthermore, his grandson was exceptionally gifted, already possessing second-tier capabilities at a young age, and was likely to surpass him in martial prowess in the future. Zhao Yinian hurriedly followed behind, and the two swiftly departed. Li Yuming observed calmly, shaking his head without giving it much thought. As the temple keeper of Sihai village, his duty was merely to fulfill the divine decrees of Zhang Yuegong and safeguard the villagers. In the divine realm, Li Yu naturally witnessed this scene. How intriguing. This individual, after witnessing the divine miracle I just displayed, has inexplicably ascended to the rank of an A-level believer. It appears to be true. The more knowledgeable one is, the more fervent their faith becomes once they believe. Perhaps this is related to their inherent resolute will. Those with steadfast intentions, once they choose to believe and fully trust in my existence, will have their faith rendered remarkably devout. His gaze was peculiar. Li Diyang was similarly affected, rapidly elevating to the level of an A-level believer in a short span. Very well, since you have become an A-level believer, I shall bestow upon you an item. As for whether you can survive, that depends on you. Li Yu extended his hand, and instantly, 30 streams of divine power surged forth, coalescing at his fingertips into a talisman of the 9th grade divine art, containing a technique known as the cloud and mist technique. This divine talisman was purely formed from divine power, but required triple the amount of divine energy to unleash. Furthermore, the force unleashed was only 1/5 of the power he could wield when employing the technique himself. This was a fundamental ability he had acquired after ascending to the 9th grade. This divine talisman was far less advantageous than having a temple keeper cast a summoning spell, making this its inaugural use. Even at 1/5 power, it sufficed to withstand attacks from lower and mid-tier 4th grade demons. Li Yu's expression remained tranquil as he gently flicked his fingers. The divine talisman soared from the divine realm and landed in Zhao Jiyuan's hands, who was hastily making his way out of Sihai village. Chapter 51. Establishing the Soul Retrieval Division. Life and death are destined, unchangeable. Zhao Jiyuan stared blankly at the talisman that had appeared in his hand. It was a faint golden talisman that did not shine excessively nor exude overwhelming divine might. The moment it appeared, he instinctively understood its name and purpose, the Cloud and Mist Protection Talisman. With a mere thought, he could activate the talisman, conjuring a protective cloud and mist capable of shielding against attacks from lower to mid-tier 4th grade demons, and against 3rd grade demons, even those at the upper limits. It could withstand their onslaught for at least half a day. It was a gift from Zhang Yuegong. He quickly regained his composure, excitement swelling within him, and prostrated himself in the direction of the land spirit temple, chanting fervently, "Believer Zhao Jin, thank you for the grace of Zhang Yuegong." His voice was imbued with utmost sincerity. Never had he imagined that he would receive a blessing from a celestial deity. How could this not elate and thrill him? Furthermore, with this cloud and mist protection talisman, his chances of rescuing his grandson had dramatically increased. Beside him, Zhao Yinian was taken aback, gazing at his father's actions. What is father doing? He had previously seen his father kneeling before the imposing land temple, and now he was bowing in that direction again. Could it be? He glanced towards the Sihai village land spirit temple, his heart racing. Was the deity rumored in Sihai village truly existent? Otherwise, how could his father appear so devout? He couldn't believe that his father would be deceived by any demon. With this thought, he quickly knelt beside his father, joining him in worship. Personal Task 9. Task Description. You have ascended to the rank of the 9th grade land deity, with divine laws radiating over 1,000 hectares. Within your divine jurisdiction, the spirits of the deceased cannot traverse to the underworld on their own. To prevent spirits from lingering in the mortal realm, You require a capable team of ghostly emissaries to fulfill the duty of soul retrieval. Task objective: enshrine 50 ghostly emissaries of grade D or above. Task reward: 20 second-tier ghostly artifacts, 3 third-tier ghostly artifacts, and 180 units of divine power. The task of enshrining ghostly emissaries was underway, yet only 12 had been appointed, leaving a deficit of 38. Let us gather 40, Liu contemplated. He gently summoned the land register, which floated into his hands, revealing the life stories and remaining lifespans of all the villagers in Sihai village. He planned to select 40 grade B believers nearing the end of their lifetimes and ask Liao Xiaoer if they were willing to return to the realm of the dead and become ghostly emissaries. If they consented, their physical forms would perish and their souls would be sealed by him. If they refused, they would naturally meet their end, which he did not mind. Currently, there were over 5,000 believers in Sihai village, with over 800 being grade B believers. Among the 52 individuals, each had less than a year left to live. He would select 40 from this group. Li Yu's expression remained composed. He only intended to address the ailments of the believers. He did not wish to appear overly accommodating by curing every ailment as it seemed too trivial. He was a deity, not a caretaker. He planned to use his divine power to cure ailments only during the 2 annual grand festivals, alleviating the believers of their afflictions. However, curing ailments did not necessarily extend their lifespans. The King of Hell demands your life at the 3rd watch, and will not spare you until the 5th, he mused. The lifespan of mortals had long been meticulously recorded in his land register. Alleviating ailments merely meant that the body would not suffer from sickness. But when their time came, they would inevitably succumb. Only by becoming a martial artist could one possess the ability to alter their lifespan. Of course, as the master of the land registry, wielding dominion over the village as the deity of the land, he naturally possessed the capability to alter the lifespans of mortals. However, such an act would consume divine power, and under ordinary circumstances, he would refrain from doing so. Life and death are decreed by fate. To contravene this would be to defy the divine principles. He sighed, his gaze descending upon the realm beneath the divine domain, within the depths of the underworld jurisdiction. With a gentle wave of his hand, 90 strands of divine energy soared forth, instantly merging with this underworld jurisdiction. Suddenly, the expanse began to expand, transforming from an initial dimension of 30 feet in length, 30 feet in width, and 10 feet in height, to a newly established space of 100 feet in length, 100 feet in width, and 10 feet in height. This enlargement amounted to over 11 times the original area, rendering it significantly more spacious and airy. After all, it was essential to accommodate 50 ghostly emissaries for their duties and residence. Thus, it could not be too confined. Liao Xiaoer, his authoritative voice resonated within her mind. The village of Sihai is gradually expanding, with an increasing number of villagers. I command you to establish the Soul Reaping Division, dedicated solely to the task of soul collection. You shall serve as the acting inspector of the Soul Reaping Division, with Li Yutang as the acting deputy inspector. The division is provisionally established with 50 ghostly emissaries. I shall provide you with a list of faithful individuals nearing the end of their lives. You are to inquire whether they wish to join the Soul Reaping Division, entirely at their discretion. With the increase in the number of ghostly emissaries, an organization was necessitated, hence he directly founded the Soul Reaping Division, within the underworld jurisdiction. Upon hearing these words, Liao Xiaoer immediately knelt upon the ground, her heart swelling with uncontainable joy, and she respectfully declared, I shall diligently manage the Soul Reaping Division and meticulously fulfill the responsibilities of soul collection. She was exceedingly elated. Previously, she had merely been the leader of the ghostly emissaries. Now, with the establishment of the Soul Reaping Division by the esteemed deity, she had ascended to the position of inspector, thus acquiring an official title. Perhaps, in time, she would even have the opportunity to become a deity herself. With this thought, her heart raced with excitement, and she silently vowed to exert herself further in fulfilling her duties, ensuring that no mistakes would occur. Soon, night fell. Without delegating the task to others, Liao Xiaoer personally set out to inquire of the faithful individuals on the list whether they were willing to join the Soul Reaping Division. Li Eugene was one of the earliest elders of Li family village. He, along with Li Yuming and Li Yutang, shared the same generation, all being descendants of a common great-grandfather. In essence, his grandfather and the grandfathers of Li Yuming and Li Yutang were blood brothers. Li Eugene, while resting in his chamber, was suddenly roused by a voice calling him. Groggily, he opened his eyes, perplexed to find the room shrouded in an ethereal mist. He inhaled a couple of breaths, discovering the fog to be quite soothing. Who calls me? He inquired, trembling as he sat up in bed, directing his gaze toward the doorway. The mist thickened there, and he discerned a figure clad in the attire of a ghostly emissary, a soul-locking chain dangling from its waist. Upon seeing this apparition, Li Youjian's heart jolted with alarm. This was a ghostly emissary. The village priest, Li Yuming, had long informed all villagers that should a ghostly emissary arrive, it signified that one's time on earth had come to an end, and they should not resist but instead follow the emissary. He had even illustrated the appearance of the ghostly emissary for all villagers to recognize. Thus, he was immediately able to identify the figure at the door as a ghostly emissary. Now that one had arrived, it seemed his own demise was imminent. Alas, he had not yet had the chance to bid farewell to his children. However, to pass away without pain or calamity could also be considered a fortuitous event. He rose, unhurriedly approaching the indistinct figure at the door, and bowed. "I am Li Eugene, and I am grateful for your presence, esteemed emissary." At his age, he had long ceased to fear death. Chapter 52, 40 faithful souls approaching their end, willing to join the soul-reaping division. "Li Eugene, you misunderstand." Liao Xiaoer spoke with a smile from the misty threshold. "You still have 12 days of life remaining. Your time has not yet come. However, the esteemed deity has established the soul-reaping division, dedicated solely to this task, and we are currently in need of ghostly emissaries. With your life nearing its end, do you wish to join the soul-reaping division and become a ghostly emissary?" In truth, she was acquainted with Li Eugene from her mortal life. After all, her maternal grandfather was a close cousin to both Li Yuming and Li Yutang. Yet, now that she had become a ghostly emissary, the realms of life and death were distinct. All that had transpired in her previous existence was but a fleeting memory. All former relationships no longer held significance. She was acutely aware of this. The esteemed deity would certainly disapprove of his emissaries forming overly close personal connections. Therefore, she treated even her brother, Liao Qingping, with impartiality. She was ambitious. Within the Bee Demon Valley, she had heard the mention of a third-tier mid-level Bee Queen, who had relayed that the esteemed deity had personally stated that if the Bee Queen performed well, she could even be granted the title of deity under his command, enjoying millennia of existence. If the Bee Queen had such an opportunity, she believed that if she excelled, she too could attain it. Thus, she engaged in daily self-reflection, ensuring that all her tasks were executed to perfection. Become a ghostly emissary? Li Eugene was taken aback. He was once a devout believer in the deity before any miraculous signs of the deity had manifested in Li family village. He often mused that had he possessed greater knowledge and experience, perhaps he would have become the village priest himself. Now, to have the chance to become a ghostly emissary and serve the deity? Excitement surged within him. He would not hesitate. Even if he had merely 12 days left to live, even if he had several more years, he would have little doubt. This was a remarkable opportunity to serve the deity of the land. Though lacking in experience, he had never been one to settle for mediocrity. In his youth, he had trained in martial arts alongside Li Yuming, yet due to his poor talent, he had been unable to cultivate his vitality and had ultimately given up. "I am willing to join the soul-reaping division and become a ghostly emissary." He bowed again to Liao Xiaoer, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Liao Xiaoer, not taken aback by his response, such an opportunity was rare, nodded. "I shall temporarily assume the role of acting inspector of the soul-reaping division, overseeing all matters. I will return tomorrow night to escort you to the soul-reaping division. Until then, you may explain your affairs to your family. However, once you join the soul-reaping division, you are no longer permitted to interfere with the affairs of the mortal realm, nor may you see your family again. Do you understand?" As she spoke the latter part, her tone bore a hint of sternness. Having become the acting inspector, it was her responsibility to oversee all ghostly emissaries. Any mistakes made by her subordinates would ultimately reflect upon her. Therefore, she would not permit any errors from her ghostly emissaries. Allowing the individual to proclaim their new role as a ghostly emissary was a means to deepen the villagers' faith in the deity, and she would not hinder that. "I understand." Li Eugene felt a chill run through him and promptly replied. Liao Xiaoer nodded and departed from Li Yotang's home. As she left, the dense mist gradually dissipated. Li Eugene then felt an immense force drawing him, and he turned to see his own body lying on the bed. The pull from within beckoned him to return to his physical form. With a gasp, Li Eugene's eyes flew open. Everything that had transpired moments ago was vividly clear. It was not a dream. He sat up, trembling as he poured himself a cup of water, sipping it while calming his tumultuous emotions. "I should speak with my children. There is only one day left," he murmured. His spouse had long passed away several years prior. He donned his clothes, grasped his cane, and opened the door, heading towards his eldest son's room. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. The hour still shrouded in darkness, yet the gentle illumination of the stars and moon rendered the surroundings visible. "Who is it?" came an impatient voice from within. "It is I," Li Eugene replied. "Father?" With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Li Din, who gazed in astonishment at his aged father. "Father, why are you up at this hour?" He quickly moved to assist Li Eugene inside. Li Eugene waved his hand dismissively, responding calmly. "You must summon your two sisters and their husbands. Do so at once." After speaking, he entered the room and took a seat. Now, Li Diyuan furrowed his brow, a sense of unease washing over him as he regarded his father, but he promptly donned his clothes and set out to call them. At that moment, Li Diyuan's wife emerged and addressed him respectfully. Li Eugene nodded, signaling her to sit. Before long, Li Diyuan's two sisters and their husbands hurriedly arrived and took their seats. "Listen to me," Li Eugene stated, not allowing them to inquire further, his tone steady. "My time on this earth is nearing its end. A divine messenger has just visited me." At these words, Li Diyuan and the others sprang to their feet, their expressions shifting dramatically. Father, you. They were at a loss, their hearts heavy with sorrow, for no one could confront the news of a beloved one's impending demise with composure. Li Eugene gestured for silence, maintaining his calm demeanor. Do not grieve. My departure serves a greater purpose, as I shall serve as an envoy under the auspices of Lord Jianyue. However, once I become a ghostly envoy, I shall no longer be able to concern myself with earthly matters. I have summoned you all for a few important matters to convey. Firstly, you must commit yourselves to the devout worship of Lord Jianyue. This is of utmost importance. Not only must you deepen your own faith, but you must also instill this devotion in your descendants. Secondly, during the course of one night, Liao Xiaoer visited the 40 individuals with the shortest lifespans. Among these, the longest remaining life was merely 7.5 months. None of the 40 refused. All willingly accepted the opportunity to join the soul reaping division as ghostly envoys. After all, they were already B-level believers, possessing sufficient faith in Lord Jianyue, and they would not turn down the chance to serve under the deity. Soon, the night turned to dawn. Liao Xiaoer promptly escorted the 40 souls of Li Eugene and others to the underworld domain. She then knelt and respectfully proclaimed, "Respected Lord, I have brought back the 40 individuals from Sihai village with the least remaining life. They all willingly wish to join the soul reaping division as ghostly envoys." Li Eugene and the others quickly followed suit, kneeling with hearts brimming with excitement. Could it be that they were to meet the esteemed Lord Jianyue? For a devoted believer, nothing could evoke greater exhilaration than the prospect of encountering their revered deity. Chapter 53. The second grand ceremony commences, invoking divine blessings. Within the divine realm, Li Yu surveyed the underworld domain below. His gaze fell upon the 42nd-tier ghostly instruments, the soul-binding chains. The task required that all ghostly envoys ascend to D-level or above. To elevate the appointed candidates to official envoys, there were two methods. One could either wield divine power to enhance the ghostly soldiers through a 9th-tier divine technique, or grant them a 2nd-tier ghostly instrument. For me, bestowing ghostly instruments is undoubtedly the more prudent choice. After all, crafting a 2nd-tier ghostly instrument requires only 5 units of divine power. He chuckled softly. However, 50 D-level ghostly envoys cannot solely rely on Liao Xiaoer and Li Yutang for management. Beneath them, there must also be a cadre of grassroots ghostly envoy captains. Thus, I shall appoint 5 additional C-level ghostly envoys, promoting Li Yutang to B-level. Li Yu's expression remained composed. Consequently, the Soul Reaping Division would have both a chief and deputy inspector, both of B-level status, alongside 5 C-level ghostly envoys serving as captains, each commanding 9 D-level ghostly envoys. With a wave of his hand, he released 40 units of divine power, coalescing into 40 sealed ghostly soldier talismans. Following that, 50 units of divine power surged forth, forming 5 enhanced ghostly soldier talismans. Another 100 units of divine power were summoned, creating a second enhanced ghostly soldier talisman. I am the land deity of Sihai village. Henceforth, I seal you as ghostly envoys of the Soul Reaping Division, tasked with the duty of soul reaping. I expect you to approach your duties with utmost diligence and never neglect your responsibilities, he declared, his voice resonating with authority that swept across the underworld domain. In that instant, Li Eugene and the other 40 souls were engulfed in heightened anticipation as they prostrated themselves before him. We shall heed the divine edict of Lord Jianyue. With that, the 40 sealed ghostly soldier talismans merged into their beings. Instantly, their once ethereal forms solidified, akin to mortals transforming into warriors. They donned ghostly envoy attire. Their presences transformed, now exuding an aura of mid-tier, first-level strength. In the next moment, an additional 42nd-tier ghostly instruments, 5 enhanced ghostly soldier talismans, and 1 second enhancement ghostly soldier talisman surged forth from the divine realm, swiftly entering the bodies of the ghostly envoys in the ghostly soldier domain. Li Yutang, now radiating divine light, ascended from a C-level ghostly envoy comparable to 2nd-tier upper-level strength to a B-level ghostly envoy akin to 3rd-tier lower-level strength. His aura rivaled that of Liao Xiaoer beside him. The 40 newly promoted ghostly envoys shimmered anew, each now wielding a soul-binding chain, their strengths soaring to 2nd-tier lower level. Furthermore, Liao Qingping, Li Eugene, and the others fused with an enhanced ghostly soldier talisman, elevating their strengths to 2nd-tier upper level, second only to the chief and deputy inspectors, Liao Xiaoer and Li Yutang. The assembly brimmed with joy. Even Liao Xiaoer, who had not received a boon, felt a surge of elation. After all, the bolstered strength of her subordinates made their tasks considerably easier. The only aspect that stirred a hint of caution within her was that Li Yutang, as the deputy inspector, had now attained a strength level comparable to hers as a B-level ghostly envoy. This ghostly envoy team had grown formidable. Li was pleased. With 2 at 3rd-tier lower level, 5 at 2nd-tier upper level, and 45 at 2nd-tier lower level, they surpassed the martial prowess of the believers from Sihai village by a considerable margin. However, this was inevitable. As ghostly envoys and soldiers, they could harness divine power to enhance their abilities. Yet, to bolster believers, one could only utilize blessing talismans. The disparity between having a corporeal form and lacking one was vast. While he could forcibly elevate the strength of believers, it would require an inordinate amount of divine power without the relevant divine techniques, rendering it impractical. Currently, I possess only 21st tier blessing talismans, 5 second tier blessing talismans, and 1 third tier blessing talisman. With the grand ceremony approaching in just a few days, I shall bestow these as divine gifts during the festivities. Liu's gaze flickered. This was his second grand ceremony. He felt that this alone was insufficient, for the strength of the believers needed substantial enhancement. In 6 months, the divine conflict would commence. Though he did not fear it, he must prepare adequately. He opened the regional trading interface to inspect. The first tier blessing talismans had risen to 6 units of divine power each. How exorbitant. And the second tier blessing talismans were being sold for an astonishing 50 units of divine power each. 50 units could forge 3 ghostly envoys or soldiers of second tier upper level strength. Liu marveled at the prices. Nonetheless, despite the expense, he resolved to acquire a batch. After all, one must extract value from their resources. He currently possessed a substantial reserve of 4,880 units of divine power. A significant portion of the divine power was acquired through the sale of second-tier soldier artifacts, earned from the hands of the other blue star deities. Subsequently, I purchased 81st-tier blessing talismans, culminating in a total of 100. Additionally, I procured 15 second-tier blessing talismans, bringing the total to 20. With a grand gesture, Liu expended a staggering 1,230 units of divine power to acquire the blessing talismans. Such an extravagant expenditure of divine energy would undoubtedly leave the other blue star deities in a state of shock. After all, they were still toiling to accumulate a mere 1,000 units of divine power, hoping to swiftly gather enough to ascend to the 9th rank of deities. Indeed, some blue star deities had yet to amass even 100 units of divine power to elevate themselves to the rank of 9th tier deities. Who could fathom that someone would directly produce over 1,000 units of divine power to purchase blessing talismans? This was utterly inconceivable for the blue star deities at this stage. Even those of the 9th rank had to meticulously budget, often dividing a single unit of divine power into 2 for expenditure. Who would dare to spend so liberally? As time flowed quietly by, the 15th of July arrived. On this day, the gates of the underworld opened, marking the second grand festival of the year for the deities. Before dawn, Li Yuming had already risen to commence preparations for this grand ceremony. The village chief, Li Diyang, the deputy chief, Liao Jingxian, and Shen Matzi, among others, were also up and busy. This grand ceremony was the first of its kind since the manifestation of Zhang Yuegong. I would not permit any mishaps. Our village of Sihai owes its present life to the blessings granted by Zhang Yuegong. The day of the grand ceremony is the most significant day of the year. Li Yuming cast a solemn glance at Zhang Rongguei, Li Xiaodao, and Shen Ergu, who had joined the temple staff. All 3 were first-tier peak martial artists, constituting the village's elite. Their expressions were grave. The arrangements for the grand ceremony must be flawless. They had been preparing for this grand event for several days now. As the sky gradually brightened, villagers emerged from their homes in an orderly fashion, making their way towards the land spirit temple. Each donned their finest attire, their expressions solemn. On the 15th of July, the grand ceremony for the deities commenced. 3 bows and 9 prostrations, invoking the divine blessings. Quickly now. We have entered the boundaries of Tsangmu town. In half an hour, we shall reach Sihai village. Once we arrive, our family will be saved. Zhao Jiyuan, bloodied and bearing his elderly spouse on his back, pressed onward with determination. Beside him followed his son Zhao Yinian and grandson Zhao Yongyuan. Zhao Yinian similarly carried his wife. His face smeared with blood, yet his eyes were resolute. They would survive. Surrounding the 5 of them was a thick mist, which moved along with them, yet did not obscure their vision. Run as you might, where do you think you can escape to? Having slain the sons of the 3 great kings of Zuiyo Mountain, do you still wish to survive? There is no human capable of preserving your lives in this realm. What Sihai village? I shall devour every last one of its inhabitants. A massive rat head emerged from the swirling black mist, its eyes gleaming with malevolent light. Gazing down at the hurriedly fleeing Zhao Jiyuan and his family, its voice cold and menacing. Boom! It brandished a gleaming iron fork, thrusting it viciously toward Zhao Jiyuan and his family. However, the mist enveloped them, and although the fork shimmered with ominous energy, it lost all its power upon piercing the mist, falling harmlessly to the ground. Humph! Let us see how long this trinket can protect you. Who would have thought the Zhao family possessed such a treasure? The rat demon scoffed. Following it were 2 other ominous clouds of dark mist, each exuding a terrifying aura far surpassing that of Zhao Jiyuan, a 3rd-tier, mid-level martial artist. Zhao Jiyuan ceased speaking, shouldering his elderly companion, and hastening towards Sihai village with his son and grandson. Hope shimmered in his eyes. Once they reached Sihai village, it was the domain of Zhang Yuegong, the abode of a deity. Before such a divine presence, these 3 demons could not possibly stir any significant trouble. Almost there, just a little further. In Sihai village, within the land spirit temple, a colossal statue of the land deity stood tall, its indifferent gaze surveying the ground below. Li Yuming stood outside the temple, his demeanor grave. A pristine offering table was set at the forefront, adorned with 3 sacrificial animals and a gift draped in red cloth. Behind him stood Li Diong, Liao Jingxian, Chen Matzi, Zhang Rongguei, Li Xiuwu, Li Xiuling, Chen Ergu, Deng Jiyue, Zhang Qianan, Li Xiudao, and Li Xiui, 11 individuals. The elite of Sihai Village, each a peak first-tier martial artist. Among them, Li Diong, Liao Jingxian, Chen Matzi, Li Xiuwu, Li Xiuling, and Zhang Qian and had all attained the status of mid-level second-tier martial artists. Master Temple Keeper, all the villagers have arrived. Li Xiudao spoke solemnly. Although he appeared youthful, he exuded remarkable composure, surpassing even the older Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling in steadiness. His demeanor was shaped by his childhood experiences. After all, he had witnessed his parents being devoured by the wolf demons of Qianling Mountain. The haunting images of that day were forever etched in his memory. Thus, despite having grown up in a similar environment, while Li Xiuwu's parents had merely gone missing during a hunting expedition, he had been forced to watch helplessly as his own parents were consumed. The magnitude of such trauma is unimaginable. Li Yuming turned, gazing at the throng of villagers filling the space before the temple. He spoke with gravitas. Esteemed villagers, I am Li Yuming, the temple keeper personally appointed by Zhang Yuegong. 6 months ago, I was but an ordinary old man from Lijia village, nearing the grave. It was the benevolence of Zhang Yuegong that elevated me to this position, allowing me to serve as a divine emissary among mortals, transforming my gray hair back to youthful black. Just half a year ago, this land suffered from the ravages of demons, leaving our kind as mere prey. It was Zhang Yuegong's divine manifestation that vanquished the demons, liberating us from the fate of being their blood meal, allowing us to truly become human folk. Zhang Yuegong is the slayer of the great demons of the demon territory, ensuring that the people there are no longer reduced to fodder for evil beings. Furthermore, it is through Zhang Yuegong's divine edict that I am commanded to venture forth from Sihai Village, to eradicate the 6 great demons of Tsangmu Town and rescue the populace from peril. Esteemed villagers, we have among us the original residents of Sihai Village, as well as those from the demon territory, Poison Dragon Ridge, beneath 100 Fox Mountain, and Tsangmu Town. But now, we are all citizens of Sihai Village, and we are all under the protection of Zhang Yuegong. The stability we enjoy today is a blessing bestowed upon us by Zhang Yuegong. Fellow villagers, let us pay homage to Zhang Yuegong. Li Yuming then knelt before the idol in the land spirit temple, fervently proclaiming, we thank Zhang Yuegong for shielding our people and ridding us of demons. Li Diong and the other 10 immediately followed suit. Kneeling with equal sincerity, we thank Zhang Yuegong for shielding our people and ridding us of demons. Behind them, over 5,000 villagers of Sihai Village knelt as well, resounding in unison. We thank Zhang Yuegong for shielding our people and ridding us of demons. Their voices soared, echoing across the surrounding mountains. In that moment, the fervent atmosphere inspired many who had previously harbored doubts or unworthy thoughts to become more devout, their expressions solemn. Light the incense. May Zhang Yuegong partake in our earthly offerings, blessing the faithful of Sihai Village and ensuring our wishes come to fruition. Li Yuming once again prostrated himself, his voice resonating across the land. Soon, all the villagers ignited the fragrant incense in their hands. The smoke billowed upwards, soaring towards the land spirit temple, enveloping the entire edifice in a hazy mist. An aura of divine majesty emanated from the temple, instilling a sense of reverence in every heart, deepening their piety. May the illustrious Zhang Yuegong partake of our mortal offerings, and bless the faithful of Sihai Village, granting us prosperity in all endeavors. Li Diyang and others shouted, following suit in their reverent bowing. May the illustrious Zhang Yuegong partake of our mortal offerings, and bless the faithful of Sihai Village, granting us prosperity in all endeavors. Over 5,000 villagers roared in unison, their fervor awe-inspiring. Behind all the villagers, Liao Xiuer and Li Yutang led 50 ghostly emissaries in kneeling, raising their voices in similar supplication. On the other side of the mountain, the Queen Bee, accompanied by her second-tier warriors and first-tier worker bees, knelt in utmost respect. Not far away, the demoness by Rushua lay prostrate, her entire form on the ground. With some first-tier warhorses she had raised following suit in reverence. Although lacking in intellect, these first-tier steeds had been indoctrinated by Rushua to uphold unwavering faith in the great Zhang Yuegong. 3 bows to the illustrious Zhang Yuegong. May the illustrious Zhang Yuegong enjoy the offerings. Li Yuming lifted the red cloth covering the offering table, revealing the tributes presented to the deity by Sihai Village. In Chapter 55, the offerings, magnified 100-fold, included the 6th-tier Earth Lotus. Within the divine realm, Li Yu's gaze fell upon the offerings upon the table. He had long anticipated this grand ceremony. After all, only the tributes from such a grand festival could achieve a 100-fold amplification. In a mere 6 months, he had ascended to the status of a legitimate 9th-tier land deity, endowed with considerable divine power. The genesis of all this stemmed from that fateful offering's 100-fold amplification 6 months prior. Without that extraordinary enhancement, he could never have outpaced the other deities of Blue Star by such a margin. A swift step leads to a series of swift strides. It was precisely because of his rapid advancement that he was first to sell second-tier soldier artifacts, accruing 760 units of divine power, which facilitated his elevation to 9th tier. Thanks to his swiftness, the jurisdiction expanded to 1,000 hectares, allowing him to discover and eradicate the malevolent paper offerings, thus acquiring 100 units of 9th tier divine path rule fragments. The path of a deity offers greater opportunities for amassing divine power to those who lead, while those who lag behind find it exceedingly difficult to turn their fortunes around. Moreover, with the impending divine warfare, where a sword looms overhead, it is likely that many Blue Star deities will perish in the coming 6 months. Liu mused quietly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The offerings on the table comprised a crystal-clear lotus flower, exuding an aura characteristic of 3rd-tier items. 6 months prior, a 1st-tier growth grass had transformed into a 4th-tier dragon blood flame grass after a 100-fold amplification. Now, what tier would a 3rd-tier lotus flower ascend to after a similar enhancement? 5th tier? Or perhaps 6th tier? Not to mention the possibility of 4th-tier items. Even achieving such a tier was beyond the reach of Li Yuming and the villagers. After all, 4th-tier items are typically held by those of 4th-tier status. Even if fortune smiled upon them, encountering a 4th-tier item would still pose grave dangers. It is exceedingly challenging for beings below the 4th tier to acquire them. This particular 3rd-tier item was likely one of Li Yuming's spoils from vanquishing 6 3rd-tier demons in Sangmu Town. Undoubtedly, it was the most precious among all his gains. The offerings from other Blue Star deities during this ceremony would likely max out at 2nd tier, given that their temple priests only held 2nd-tier status. A look of satisfaction crossed Li Yu's face as he waved his hand lightly. Instantly, the crystal-clear lotus flower on the offering table vanished from sight. Your devotee has completed a grand ceremony. Your devotee has offered a 3rd-tier white moon crystal lotus. You have gained 146,220 units of incense wish power. Divine Path rules amplification in progress. The 3rd-tier white moon crystal lotus you received has undergone a 100-fold amplification through divine rules. You have obtained a 6th-tier earth lotus. A 6th-tier earth lotus. Excitement gleamed in Li Yu's eyes. Remarkably, just as he had experienced with the 1st-tier offerings, the 100-fold amplification had directly elevated it by 3 great tiers. A 6th-tier item, an exceedingly rare treasure. He was uncertain what it was called in the human martial arts realm once one reached the 6th tier. After all, in Xin County, the most formidable martial artist only attained the 3rd-tier Yuan Gang, with not a single master of the 4th-tier Yin-Yang realm in sight, let alone the 6th tier. That was a realm far beyond the terrifying powers present in Xin County. Even for the 4th-tier demons within the county's bounds, the 6th tier remained an unattainable existence. He gazed at the earth lotus, which had materialized before him, its entire form suffused with a soft yellow hue, boasting 36 layers of lotus petals, with a delicate yellow aura wafting from its core. He pondered its value. Would it suffice for me to ascend to the 8th-tier divine level? Liu steadied his emotions. Murmuring to himself, he opened the regional trade interface, subsequently accessing the divine shop. With a gentle wave of his hand, he placed the earth lotus into the divine shop. Instantly, the information and value of the earth lotus were displayed. Name, earth lotus, tier, 6th tier effect. Humans and demons consuming the earth lotus will gain an earthly form, with their power doubling when treading upon the ground, rendering them as resilient as adamantine. Price, 18,000 units of divine power. 18,000 units of divine power. Li Yu's eyes sparkled with divine radiance. This 6th-tier earth lotus was astonishingly valued at 18,000 units of divine power. 18,000 units of divine power. Even if he worked tirelessly without rest, selling 24 2nd-tier soldier artifacts daily, it would take a full 5 months to earn that amount. Relying on the incense wish power provided by the faithful of Sihai Village would necessitate a span of 2 to 3 years. Of course, this pace was already considered swift. According to his understanding, the 10,000 blue star deities within this region, even the strongest, could only amass 3 to 4,000 units of incense wish power daily, translating to merely 3 to 4 units of divine power. The weaker ones barely managed to gather 1 to 2,000 units of incense wish power each day. How long would it take to accumulate 18,000 units of divine power? It was simply unfathomable. Currently, however, his daily incense wish power had already reached over 14,600 units. The excess alone surpassed that of the other blue star deities. Yet, no matter how abundant his daily harvest of incense wish power may be, it could not compare to the 100-fold amplification of offerings from a grand ceremony. A smile adorned Li Yu's face. Without the slightest hesitation, he sold the earth lotus to the divine shop. While the earth lotus possessed formidable effects, those effects were merely advantageous to the faithful. The enhancement of the faithful could not outweigh the importance of his own augmentation. To speak candidly, although the faithful played a crucial role in divine warfare, affecting 30% of a deity's strength, should he ascend to the 8th tier divine level, Even if the battles among the faithful were lost and his strength diminished by 30%, he would still be capable of sweeping aside all ninth-tier deities. Suddenly, within him, 18,000 units of pure divine power materialized out of thin air, combined with the 4,650 units he already possessed, culminating in a staggering total of 22,650 units. Even after ascending to the 8th-tier divine level, he would still retain a substantial reserve of divine power. Liu was immensely satisfied. Each grand ceremony, the opportunity to save a significant amount of time in accumulating divine power, allows him to ascend the divine ranks at a pace far surpassing that of other deities from the Blue Star. However, to elevate from the 8th tier, an additional condition remains unmet. Gradually, his expression calms, and his gaze shifts beyond the divine domain, surveying the entirety of Seahai Village. With over 5,000 villagers, Seahai Village now appears somewhat cramped. After all, a growing population necessitates more cultivated land. They cannot indefinitely rely on hunting teams and purchasing grain from outside to sustain themselves, can they? It is time to utilize the 2 flat mountain divine talismans. For Seahai Village to transform into Seahai Town, more land is essential. Liu murmurs softly, with a gentle snap of his fingers. The 2 flat mountain divine talismans soar forth from the divine domain, one flying toward the left peak of Seahai Village and the other toward the right. He intends to level these 2 mountains. Chapter 56, A Grand Bestowal of Divine Grace, the First Saint-Level Believer. As the 2 flat mountain divine talismans emerge from the divine domain, they unfurl in the wind, transforming into 2 colossal golden symbols that obscure the sun. The brilliance shines like the sun descending from the heavens. This is, Liu Ming gazes upward. Such a spectacle had been witnessed not long ago, when a divine talisman materialized into a brand new spiritual temple. Even earlier, a talisman had manifested into an acre of spiritual farmland, now suspended in midair. What divine artifact does the illustrious Zhang Yuegong bestow upon them once more? Not only he, but all the villagers lift their heads in awe, excitement, and reverence, beholding the divine phenomenon. The illustrious Zhang Yuegong has manifested again. O great Zhang Yuegong, please bless my father with good health. O great Zhang Yuegong, as your most devout believer, grant me prosperity. I wish to marry 2 wives. May Zhang Yuegong ensure my success. I have fallen for my brother's wife. O great Zhang Yuegong, guide me on what to do. One by one, the believers bow deeply, murmuring their prayers to the Zhang Yuegong. The appearance of these miracles signifies that the Zhang Yuegong is indeed watching over Seahai Village. Now is the time to pray. It may prove most beneficial. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberates across the clear sky. The 2 flat mountain divine talismans, now towering over 100 feet tall, swiftly descend upon the mountains flanking Seahai Village. These mountains, not particularly high and with gentle slopes, occupy a considerable expanse. As the flat mountain divine talismans land, the earth trembles. In an instant, the 2 peaks are leveled to the ground, vanishing from sight. Where the mountains once stood, only an extremely flat expanse of land remains, exuding a faintly fertile aura. Li Yuming stands in stunned silence. Li Deyong, Li Xiuwu, and others share his astonishment. All the villagers are equally dumbfounded. Where are the mountains? They vanished, flattened. The might of the Zhang Yuegong is truly boundless, reducing both mountains to mere plains. Their mouths agape, they express their shock. In this moment, the villagers' gazes ignite with fervor, and their faith in the Zhang Yuegong deepens. The power to move mountains and seas. Just like that, the Zhang Yuegong effortlessly levels 2 peaks. Thank you, Zhang Yuegong, for flattening the mountains and providing 30 hectares of farmland for our Seahai Village. Li Yuming takes a deep breath, kneeling once more in reverence. Each mountain occupies over 15 hectares of land. The total area of Seahai Village now stands at approximately 80 hectares, with an additional 30 hectares. How could he not be exhilarated? Just a moment prior, he had glanced at the newly flattened land and realized it could be directly cultivated into farmland. There was no need for initial clearing or fertilizing. Crops could be sown immediately. This is the bounteous land bestowed upon them by the Zhang Yuegong. 30 hectares equate to 3,000 mu of fertile land. The sudden addition of 3,000 mu fills him with boundless joy. At that moment, he observes another divine talisman soaring from the spiritual temple. This talisman, radiant and resplendent, swiftly transforms into an acre in size. It descends beside the previously established acre of spiritual farmland and lands with a mighty thud. Immediately, spiritual energy swirls upwards, materializing into a second acre of grade B spiritual farmland. Spiritual farmland. The Zhang Yuegong has once again granted them an acre of spiritual land. Li Yuming, Li Deyong, Zhang Rongguei, and others are overwhelmed with excitement. They truly comprehend the immense power of spiritual farmland. It serves as the foundation of their burgeoning strength. With 2 acres of grade B spiritual farmland, Seahai Village will undoubtedly produce an unending stream of martial artists. As the number of martial artists increases, they will give rise to more second-tier Qi Realm Masters and even third-tier Grand Masters. Moments later, 100 beams of white light, 16 beams of pale blue light, and one beam of deep blue light emerged from the spiritual temple. The 100 white beams swiftly merge into the bodies of many believers. Instantly, 80 young mortal believers ascend to the rank of mid-tier, first-level martial artists. Additionally, 20 previously mid-tier, first-level martial artists are further blessed, rising to the status of peak, first-level martial artists. The 16 beams of blue light envelop the village's upper echelons. Those who were originally mid-tier second level, including Li Diyang, Liao Jingxian, Shun Matzi, Li Xiuwu, Li Xiuling, and Zhang Qianan, are instantly elevated to peak second level. As for the 5 who were peak first level, Zhang Rongwei, Chen Ergu, Deng Jiwu, Li Xiudao, and Li Xiuqi, they too are enveloped by 2 second-level blessing talismans and ascend to peak second level. As for the deep blue light, it enters Li Dayang's body after he successfully attains peak second level. What is happening to me? Li Dayang is astonished to discover an explosive surge of pure qi erupting within him. The qi, immensely potent, floods into his dantian's qi si, making his recently expanded qi si feel extraordinarily dense. The quantity of qi within the qi si continues to grow, yet as the si becomes increasingly dense, it ceases to expand. Thus, the qi begins to compress, gradually morphing into a quality far superior to ordinary qi, into true qi. Upon the emergence of true qi, Li Diyang's entire being undergoes a transformation, his physique evolving fiercely. Have I become a Grand Master of the third-tier Yuanqi realm? Li Diyang's face is awash with disbelief. Just half a year ago, he was merely a mid-tier first-level martial artist who had undergone 2 transformations of qi. And now, in the span of just half a year, he has ascended directly to the third-tier Yuanqi Grandmaster. The might of the Zhanyue Gong is awe-inspiring. He feels an immense sense of gratitude for having altered his mindset. The path of martial arts is not the only way. Unwavering faith in the Zhanyue Gong is the true path. The true qi is still evolving? He realizes that his ascent to the lower third-tier Yuanqi realm is not the end. The quality of his true qi is enhancing, its color deepening, propelling him into the mid-tier of the third tier. In just a few breaths, he receives 2 blessings, elevating him directly from mid-tier second level to mid-tier third level. Should he share this with those outside the village, he believes that no one would ever believe it. Even he himself finds it hard to believe, were it not for his own experience. Thank you, Zhanyue Gong, for your divine grace. He prostrates deeply, tears streaming down his face, expressing unwavering devotion. Third tier? Li Yuming gazes at Li Diyang, a joyful smile spreading across his face. He also notices that Zhang Rongwei and the other 10 have all ascended to peak second level. Moreover, the village has gained an additional 80 martial artists. This undoubtedly signifies a monumental shift in the village's strength. We are grateful to the Zhanyue Gong for the blessings. Sihai village shall forever and always devoutly worship the Zhanyue Gong. Li Yuming bows deeply, exclaiming, Sihai village shall eternally and wholeheartedly venerate the Zhanyue Gong. Li Diyang, Zhang Rongwei, and others follow suit in their reverence. Sihai village shall forever and always devoutly worship the Zhanyue Gong. All the villagers cried out, their eyes wide with wonder as they witnessed the abundant divine grace bestowed by the illustrious Zhanyue Gong, which enabled so many to leap into the ranks of martial artists. Who would not feel envious? Their faith surged, becoming profoundly devout once more. Only through the utmost sincerity and faith can one receive the divine blessings of Zhanyue Gong. Within the divine domain, Li Yu observed the transformation of the believer's faith with a sense of satisfaction swelling in his heart. This grand ritual not only yielded immense rewards, but also ignited a fervent devotion among the faithful. Suddenly, his gaze drifted towards the periphery of the jurisdiction. There, a nearly saintly level of faith had emerged. Zhao Jiyuan? Had he, astonishingly, outpaced Li Yuming, nearing the status of a saintly believer? Li Yu was taken aback. What had transpired? The prospect of his faith nearing sanctification was remarkable. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt a deep joy. The first saintly believer could soon be within reach. Chapter 57. The uniqueness of saintly believers, divine might like a prison, slaying demons. Having ascended to divinity for some time, Li Yu gradually understood the exceptional nature of saintly believers. The transition from a Class A believer to a saintly believer was exceedingly arduous. If Class A believers still dwelt in the realm of mortals, then saintly believers had transcended to a divine status. Through an unwaveringly profound faith, they sanctified their souls, attaining a near-divine level. Thus, the term saint was aptly applied. Saintly believers, when conferred as subordinate deities, could bypass half of the fragments of divine laws. This was because their souls had already been sanctified, requiring only a small portion of divine law fragments to transform their essence. Li Yu murmured to himself. This was the uniqueness of saintly believers. It could be said that the emergence of a saintly believer was no simple feat over the past 6 months. With more than 5,000 villagers in Sihai village, only 12 had attained Class A believer status. This clearly illustrated the difficulty of advancing to Class A, let alone the transcendence to saintly believers. Intriguingly, Zhao Jiyuan had knelt before the Land Spirit Temple for 10 days, witnessing its completion, and directly ascended to Class A believer status. Now, after a brief excursion, he returned exhibiting signs of sanctification. Liu felt compelled to gain a detailed understanding of Zhao Zhiyuan's experiences upon his return. Perhaps this could illuminate the path to guiding Class A believers towards sanctification. With a tranquil countenance, Liu's gaze remained fixed on the edge of the jurisdiction. Zhao Zhiyuan and his family hurriedly entered the boundaries of Sihai village, activating the protective talisman of mist he had previously bestowed upon them, evidently pursued by assailants. He peered beyond the jurisdiction. Although, as the rightful deity of Sihai village, his divine might was confined within its borders. Should he step outside, his divine tier would diminish, and wielding any divine arts would require tenfold strength. Yet, this did not preclude him from perceiving the vast expanse beyond the jurisdiction. His vision was akin to that of a grandmaster at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, unable to penetrate the mountains that obstructed his view. 3 demons lurked, a 3rd-tier rodent demon and 2 3rd-tier feline demons. Intriguingly, the rodent demon accompanied the feline demons. Liu watched quietly as Zhao Zhiyuan's family traversed several peaks, their faces alight with joy. He also observed the trio of demons riding on clouds of malevolence, surging into the jurisdiction, hot on the heels of Zhao Zhiyuan's family. Divine grace like an ocean, divine might like a prison. During this time, he had prominently displayed divine grace, but it had been a while since he had showcased the might akin to a prison. Only the combination of divine grace and divine might could truly deepen the faith of the believers. Even the common folk understood that balancing grace and might was the highest form of leadership. As the esteemed deity of the land, he naturally grasped this principle. Having shown enough grace, it was time for these 3 demons to embody the divine might of the land's rightful god. This grand ritual, blessed by the blood of 3 demons, would indeed appear magnificent. Liu chuckled softly, standing quietly within the divine domain, observing all that transpired beyond. Demons. 3 3rd-tier demons. The leading demon was significantly more powerful than he, likely at the peak of the 3rd tier. Li Yuming immediately sensed the overwhelming demonic aura approaching, his expression turning grave. The terror of that demonic presence far surpassed any 3rd-tier demon he had previously slain in Songwu Town. 3rd-tier demons. Li Diang quickly discerned the situation. Followed by Zhang Rongguei, Li Xiuwu, and Li Xiudao, all 2nd-tier peak martial artists. Subsequently, 1st-tier martial artists and the common believers followed. After all, the trio of demons, enveloped in a swirling mass of demonic energy, descended from afar, making them exceedingly conspicuous. A terrifying aura emanated from them, weighing heavily upon each individual, rendering their breath labored. 3rd-tier peak demons were indeed fearsome. In an instant, all the believers grew tense, many turning pale with palpable fear. Just months prior, most among them had been the blood fodder for the demons. Now, confronted once more by the terrifying entities capable of soaring through the skies and commanding demonic clouds, how could they not feel fear? Meizhong Yuegong blessed the believers of Sihai village and vanquished the demons. Li Yuming inhaled deeply, humbly kneeling to the ground, fervently proclaiming, Meizhong Yuegong blessed the believers of Sihai village and slay the demons. Li Diyang, Zhang Rongguei, and the other villagers fervently bowed once more towards the land spirit temple. In that moment of imminent danger from the demons, even those whose faith had previously wavered due to various distractions found their conviction rapidly solidifying. This was a pressing demonic threat. Should Zhang Yuegong not protect them, they might soon find themselves devoured by the demons. Fear, anxiety, trepidation, these emotions converged, transforming into a catalyst for faith, coupled with their earlier envy and reverence for divine grace. It could be said that the faith of the vast majority of Class D believers ascended a notch. Indeed, several Class C believers even rose to Class B status. Even among Class A believers, there were newcomers. Zhao Jiyuan, is this your refuge? The rodent demon's enormous head issued a sinister laugh amidst the swirling demonic clouds. The light emitted from its eyes sliced through the air like blades, producing a horrifying shriek. Impudent. Before Zhang Yuegong, the rightful deity of Sihai village. How dare you be so brazen? Li Yuming bellowed. He glanced at the obviously fleeing Zhao Jiyuan, but did not cast blame. After all, he could easily recognize that the mist enveloping Zhao Jiyuan resonated with the small mist techniques he had mastered, undoubtedly a gift from Zhang Yuegong. To receive such divine favor indicated Zhao Jiyuan's profound faith. He was indeed a comrade. Impudent, your aura is rather peculiar, reminiscent of the 3rd tier. And beside you, a human martial artist of the mid-3rd tier? I never expected there to be so many 2nd and 1st tier human martial artists here. What a feast for me, rodent grandpa. The rodent demon surveyed the multitude of believers, its delight palpable. It had not anticipated that Zhao Jiyuan's escape would lead to such a congregation of human martial artists. Behind it, the 2 3rd-tier feline demons wore expressions of elation, their spirits buoyed. What had initially been a simple pursuit now promised unexpected rewards. You humans are born to be our demon kin's blood food. Form a line for me. I'll start by feasting on a few of those 2nd-tier martial artists. The rat demon swaggered with a menacing figure exceeding 5 zhong, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. This sight instilled a profound terror among the faithful. prompting them to fervently beseech Lord Zhongyue for the extermination of the demon. Yet, in that moment, the winds of heaven and earth became still. The three-headed demon stood frozen, utterly immobile. What kind of power is this? The rat demon, paralyzed with horror, could not fathom the extent of his fear. How overwhelming. Despite his peak third-tier strength, he found himself utterly incapable of even twitching a finger under this terrifying force. He felt a dread more profound than that which he experienced when he accompanied the great demon king to pay homage to the elder of the heavenly ape mountain. How could such formidable power exist here? Zhao Zhiyuan, in his flight towards this place, was indeed bolstered by a mighty force. Regret washed over him, lamenting his lack of caution. However, given that they from the drunken demon mountain had long been tyrants in the county town, it was hardly in their nature to be vigilant in the remote mountains. The two cat demons quaked with fear, and had they not been immobilized, they might well have soiled themselves in terror. Spare us, the rat demon stammered. He refrained from revealing his identity, for under such a dreadful power, he believed that even disclosing his status would be futile. After all, while drunken demon mountain boasted a fourth-tier presence, the great demon king was merely a mid-tier among them, vastly inferior to the entity that had rendered them motionless. As a peak third-tier being, his experience far surpassed that of the third-tier spider demon he had once encountered. Boom. They heard the thunderous resonance of heaven and earth, a terrifying divine might. In an instant, the three-headed demons were utterly shattered. The souls of the demons held no value for Liu. He, as a resplendent righteous deity, had no interest in refining those wicked artifacts. His underlings, the ghostly figures of the righteous path, also scorned the consumption of souls as a trivial pursuit. Whoosh. In the next moment, the corpses of the three-headed demons vanished, having been absorbed into Li Yu's divine realm. Grateful for Lord Zhonyue's salvation of my entire family and the slaying of our pursuers, Zhao Zhiyuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, and immediately knelt in reverence, expressing his profound gratitude. Beside him, his wife, son Zhao Yinian, daughter-in-law, and grandson Zhao Yonyuan hastily followed suit, offering thanks for Lord Zhonyue's assistance. They were all astounded. Such a formidable three-headed demon had been effortlessly vanquished by Lord Zhonyue. What terrifying power this was. Almost unimaginable. They believed that even the most fearsome demon within the county, the legendary elder of the heavenly ape, might not possess such terrifying might. Thank you, Lord Zhonyue, for purging demons and protecting your faithful, Li Yuming declared loudly. Thank you, Lord Zhonyue, for purging demons and protecting your faithful. The other villagers echoed their gratitude. Many who witnessed Lord Zhonyue's extermination of demons for the first time were beside themselves with excitement. A deity. This is the deity that protects their Sihai village. With such a powerful deity safeguarding them, they need no longer endure the scourge of demons. Within the divine realm, Li Yu casually placed the corpses of the three-headed demons within his divine shop for sale, fetching a total of 295 divine powers. This was equivalent to the effort it took him to craft second-tier ghostly weaponry over 2.5 days. He smiled. Subsequently, his gaze shifted as he opened the believer information. Daily offerings. 16, 544. Tier 1 believers. 0 provides 100, 000 daily offerings. Tier 2 believers. 0 provides 10, 000 daily offerings. Tier 3 believers. 0 provides 1, 000 daily offerings. Tier 4 believers. 16 provides 100 daily offerings. Tier 5 believers. 105 provides 10 daily offerings. Tier 6 believers. 954 provides 1 daily offering. Tier 7 believers. 398 provides 1 offering every 10 days. A total of 5 for 172 believers. The divine power obtainable daily had reached an impressive 16. Li was pleased. His gaze swept over the newly added 3 Tier 4 believers. Originally, there had been 12. And with Zhao Zhiyuan's addition, 3 more had emerged during this grand sacrifice. Zhao Zhiyuan had not yet fully ascended to Tier 3 believer status and remained a Tier 4 believer. The transformation to holiness was a gradual process, not something to be rushed. Zhou Baichuan, Guan Yu, Qinjin. Guan Yu seems intriguing. He possesses a talent akin to Zhao Zhiyuan's. However, while Zhao Zhiyuan was born with a heart of crimson and abundant vitality, Guan Yu was endowed with a naturally robust right arm, likely making him a formidable opponent with a blade at the same tier. Li Yu found this remarkable. His gaze swept across the over 5,000 believers. Yet he found no second gifted individual. Instead, he discerned exceptional traits in Zhao Zhiyuan's grandson, Zhao Yongyuan. Perhaps I shall bestow divine grace upon him next time. He felt a fleeting surprise, but chose not to dwell on it. After all, for him, the gifted were merely a curiosity. What did it matter if they were invincible at the same tier? No matter how formidable a second-tier being, they could not hope to match a third tier. As night fell, Li Yu's gaze fell upon Li Yuming, who was meditating. His commanding voice resonated in Li Yuming's mind. Li Yuming, Sihai village is populous. I command you to elevate the village to a town within 2 months. Only when Sihai village ascends to Sihai town can you rise from the 8th tier divine rank to become the land deity of a town. The divine path and human path have always been mutually reinforcing. The human path provides incense and jurisdiction, while the divine path offers protection and blessings. In this current era, both are indispensable. Without divine protection, the human path succumbs to the ravages of demons. Without human worship, the divine path is as rootless as a floating reed. As for why he did not issue this divine decree sooner, it was simply because, within the divine system, only those with a population of 5,000 were eligible to be called a town. Lacking sufficient populace, even if the village were renamed a town, it would not be recognized by divine law. For instance, the current Songmu town can only be considered a village under divine law. Now that the grand sacrifice is over, Li Yuming can finally set about the monumental task of transforming the village into a town. I shall adhere to Lord Zhanyue's divine decree. Li Yuming knelt and bowed respectfully. He then rose, his countenance thoughtful, to elevate the village to a town. This was an essential step for Sihai village. In truth, he had long contemplated this notion. After all, with an increasing population, how could it still be called Sihai village? Naturally, it must be renamed Sihai town. Yet, renaming the village was not merely a matter of changing a name. If it were that simple, would Lord Zhanyue have commanded him to complete it in 2 months? Although the great Zhou dynasty had fallen, the official seals of the towns still remained. These seals still represented the legitimate authority recognized by all humanity. To transform a village into a town, it was necessary to obtain a document from the county office, stamped with the county magistrate's seal, to validate the change. Li Yuming mused to himself, fully aware of this requirement. He glanced at the warrior stationed at the door and instructed, "Go immediately and summon Zhao Jiyuan." When it came to knowledge of the county, naturally, this great warrior from the Zhao family would be most informed. During the day, he had instructed Zhao Jiyuan to take his family to rest, and he had yet to inquire about the specifics of their escape. Yet, he felt a sense of urgency from Zhao Jiyuan, as if he were on the verge of soaring to great heights. He muttered softly. This was, of course, the sensation brought on by Zhao Jiyuan's soul, which bore signs of transformation into holiness. Chapter 59. The cause of Zhao Jiyuan's transformation and another malevolent presence. Lord Temple Master. Zhao Jiyuan bowed respectfully to Li Yuming. He was silver-haired, yet donned in a fresh set of garments, having washed and rested throughout the day. His vigor had notably improved since the morning. Mr. Zhao, I have summoned you here on behalf of Li, for a divine oracle has been delivered from Lord Zhanyue. Li Yuming declared solemnly. Oracle? Zhao Jiyuan's body trembled, and his expression instantly turned grave. What sort of oracle has Lord Zhanyue bestowed? His heart raced with excitement. For this marked his inaugural encounter with a divine oracle. As a grade A believer gradually on the path to sanctification, his devotion to Lord Zhanyue was beyond question. The villagers of Sihai are numerous, and Lord Zhanyue commands me to elevate the village to a town. You are aware that this transformation requires a formal edict from the county magistrate, sealed with the county's official seal, in order to be deemed legitimate. However, I must consult you, Mr. Zhao, regarding this matter. Li Yuming spoke with a serious tone. He had always approached divine oracles with utmost diligence, wishing only to execute them flawlessly, transforming a village into a town. Zhao Jiyuan pondered deeply. He held no skepticism toward the oracle, nor did he entertain any other thoughts. His sole desire was to wholeheartedly fulfill the oracle's directive. Yet, there were certainly challenges involved. Lord Temple Keeper. Had this been in the past, the elevation of Sihai village to a town would have been a trivial matter. However, now that my grandson, Sun Yongyuan, has slain the 4th son of the 3 great kings of Zuio Mountain, we have irrevocably offended them. Should we venture to the county town, we would undoubtedly face retribution from Zuio Mountain. He sighed softly. The villagers of Sihai harbor no fear of Zuio Mountain. With Lord Zhanyue's protection, any demons that dare approach will meet their demise. But that is the might of Lord Zhanyue. Both Li Yuming and I are merely at the 3rd tier. Should we leave Sihai village and travel to the county town, how could we possibly withstand the onslaught of Zuio Mountain's 4th tier demons? This matter is of no concern. As the temple keeper, I can certainly invoke the descent of Lord Zhanyue. A mere 4th tier demon from Zuio Mountain is insignificant. Li Yuming chuckled and bowed respectfully towards the spirit temple. The temple keeper can indeed summon the descent of Lord Zhanyue? Then there is no issue. Zhao Jiyuan rejoiced. Lord Zhanyue is a true deity. With the descent of a divine being, the overwhelming power would effortlessly obliterate any 4th tier demons that dared to assault us. Mr. Zhao, could you share your experiences from this event? I sense a change in you, Li Yuming observed, his gaze fixed on Zhao Jiyuan. In a fleeting moment, he perceived a radiant light deep within Zhao's mind, as if it were transforming into a resplendent sun illuminating the world. This sensation was peculiar, yet undeniably real. He was convinced that his perception was not mistaken. After all, he was the temple keeper personally appointed by Lord Zhanyue, a practitioner of the Qi refinement path distinct from that of martial artists. Different? Zhao Jiyuan was taken aback. He himself felt no particular difference, and bitterly remarked, Lord Temple Keeper, I have returned to witness the hypocrisy of my kin. Upon hastily returning to the county town, I discovered that my grandson, Sun Yongyuan, had been captured by my Zhao family to be sent to Zuio Mountain. My grandson killed the fourth son of the three great kings of Zuio Mountain, incurring their wrath. Fearing Zuio Mountain's retribution would implicate the Zhao family, I was filled with sorrow, yet could only resign myself to the situation. Yet my relatives. At this point, a flicker of furious indignation emerged in Zhao Jiyuan's eyes. Not only did they intend to send my grandson to Zuio Mountain, but they also sought to deliver my entire lineage, spanning 7 branches and over 200 souls, to them. This included myself, my wife, my son, and my daughter-in-law. Moreover, he continued, his fists clenched tightly and his expression frigid. They even secretly captured 500 infants to offer as blood sacrifices to Zuio Mountain. It became clear to me that they were not afraid of Zuio Mountain, but rather aimed to curry favor with them. After all, the Zhao family is the largest in Xian County, with deep ties to the demonic influences behind the scenes. My son killed the fourth son of Zuio Mountain. It would be difficult for them to truly retaliate against the Zhao family. At most, my family would pay with our lives. Yet, the Zhao family chose to act in this manner. What guilt do those 500 infants bear? Thus, in a fit of rage, I killed the family head and severed ties with the Zhao family. I even informed the county office, urging the constables to return the 500 infants. Shortly after, I left the city with my wife and children, only to encounter Zuio Mountain's demons pursuing us. Upon hearing this, Li Yuming could already envision the sheer fury that Zhao Jiyuan must have felt. To slay the family head, one could only imagine the depths of his disappointment. It was clear that such an act could only stem from a profound sense of betrayal and cold despair. Zhao Jiyuan would never commit such an act without reaching the utmost limits of his patience. Emotion? Could it be that Zhao Jiyuan's transformation stemmed from intense emotions? Li Yuming pondered. While he was unaware of the nature of Zhao Jiyuan's transformation, he felt that it might be something Lord Zhongyue would find favor with. Perhaps it represented a crucial key to a more devout faith. Observing Li Yuming deep in thought, Zhao Jiyuan sought to calm his own turbulent emotions and waited in silence. Transformation? Do I truly possess a change? Yet, since the temple keeper had mentioned it, he reasoned that there must indeed be some transformation within himself that he had not yet realized. He mused silently. Moments later, Li Yuming collected his thoughts and addressed Zhao Jiyuan earnestly. Mr. Zhao, would you accompany me to the county town to ensure the transformation of the village into a town is executed properly? Certainly, Zhao Jiyuan replied without hesitation. Let us depart at dawn, Li Yuming affirmed. The following morning, Li Yuming procured 2 first-tier warhorses from the Snow-White Horse Demon by Rushua. The 2 men mounted their steeds and promptly left Sihai Village, heading towards Xian County Town. He did not bring along others, for this expedition to the county town would undoubtedly stir considerable turmoil. The more people he brought, the greater the potential for complications. Lord Temple Keeper, there is a matter of utmost importance to heed as we approach the county town. Zhao Jiyuan's expression turned grave. On the side of a certain official road, there lies a manor. The owner of that manor is known for his hospitality, often standing at the entrance to invite guests inside for rest. However, Lord Temple Keeper, you must absolutely not enter that manor. It is cursed. There have been 4th-tier demons who entered, and none have ever returned. In the divine realm, Li Yu perked up upon hearing Zhao Jiyuan's words through the temple keeper Li Yuming. Cursed. In his eyes, curses represented fragments of divine laws. Although he still possessed 50 units of such fragments, these treasures were always in demand. He was contemplating when he could consecrate a deity. However, to consecrate a deity would require a full 200 units of divine law fragments. He gazed intently at the curse. If it were of the same level as that papier-mâché shop, Li Yu's eyes gleamed. Even if it required divine descent, he would eradicate that curse. As the rightful god of the land, tasked with safeguarding peace, he would not allow curses to run rampant and harm the innocent. Chapter 60. Is there truly only 30 billion divine beings in the Blue Star? Is that the place? Li Yuming halted his horse, gazing towards the resplendent manor on the left side of the official road. At the entrance stood a smiling official, his face radiating with a rosy complexion, his eyes twinkling with a benevolent expression. His rotund belly stretched his official garb to its limits, and the vermilion door behind him stood ajar, its surface gleaming as if freshly painted. However, the interior beyond the half-open door was obscured from view. The manor's exterior walls were a pristine white, with red tiles and white walls, exuding an air of tranquility. Yes, that is the very manor, Zhao Jian said, his face betraying his wariness. That is cursed. Anyone who enters never returns. However, curses differ from demons. Curses typically adhere to certain rules. As long as one does not fall prey to their rules, one remains unharmed. The rule of this manor is quite simple. Do not enter. In Li Yuming's eyes, a gaze of a higher echelon suddenly emerged. Zhao Jiyuan's body trembled, and he immediately bowed before Li Yuming, his expression one of utmost respect. Far away in the divine domain of Sihai Village, Li Yu perceived the malevolent manor through Li Yuming's eyes. It bore the same formidable strength as the paper effigy shop, reaching the 4th-tier limit. A faint smile graced his lips. With the malevolence at the 4th-tier limit, as long as Li Yuming invoked the summoning technique, He was confident he could annihilate it through divine descent. Indeed, it was no surprise that demons roamed freely and malevolence was rampant. Having just departed from Tsangmu town, malevolence was already at hand. It seemed that the entirety of Xin County was still rife with such entities. This malevolence, stemming from a corrupted divine principle, might be rather insurmountable in the eyes of both humanity and demons. This fourth-tier malevolence was likely beyond the reach of even a fifth-tier celestial realm human or demon. Liu murmured softly to himself. The tainted divine principles endowed the malevolence with a certain immortality. Only a deity could activate the divine principles with divine power to thoroughly purify the corruption, which was the simplest method to eradicate malevolence. Thus, in this world, even demons turned pale at the mention of malevolence. It was synonymous with terror. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, his authoritative voice resonating in Li Yuming's mind. Li Yuming, enter the manor and invoke the summoning technique. He issued a divine decree. After vanquishing this malevolence, he contemplated allowing Li Yuming to investigate the records of malevolence within Xin County. Surely, every locale's malevolence had been documented over the years. For instance, the paper effigy shop had legends in Tsangmu town that would certainly have been recorded in the county archives. By slaying sufficient malevolence, he could acquire a wealth of fragments of divine principles to consecrate subordinate deities. Subordinate deities. Li Yu's expression remained serene. The divine war was merely 6 months away. After this half-year, subordinate deities would hold immense significance. No matter how many spectral soldiers one commanded, they could scarcely withstand the might of a ninth-tier subordinate deity. He believed he would undoubtedly be at the forefront among all deities of Blue Star. After all, once the village was upgraded to a town, he would ascend from the 8th tier. Yet, he harbored a lingering concern. He feared that the adversaries in the impending divine war might not be deities from Blue Star. The interface for divine war had never explicitly stated this. It merely mentioned that deities matched in tier would be pitted against one another. What if the shadowy puppeteers summoned entities to become deities, not merely from the 30 billion Blue Star deities? His gaze darkened. As for whether there were truly so many villages, he had no doubt. If this world was insufficient, there would naturally be other realms. He had long believed that the 30 billion Blue Star deities might be divided across numerous worlds. Consequently, he had never underestimated the divine war, always preparing earnestly. Divine captor? Just then, a group of individuals emerged from around the bend of the official road. Upon seeing Zhao Jiyuan mounted on his horse, they were momentarily taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment. They were all clad in constabulary uniforms, with long knives hanging at their waists. Save for the leader who rode a horse. Yichuan, what brings you here? Zhao Jiyuan furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the middle-aged man atop the horse. He was a head constable from Xin County, a low-ranking official with the strength of a second-tier Truchi realm. Moreover, he had originally been one of Zhao Jiyuan's subordinates. He had once served as the divine captor of Xin County, commanding 3 head constables and over 200 constables. We pay our respects, divine captor. The other constables hastily saluted. Although they had heard rumors that the divine captor had fallen out with the Zhao family and had killed the head of the Zhao family to flee the city, the county magistrate had not ordered the removal of his title, thus they needed to pay their respects upon seeing him. Divine captor. Yichuan dismounted and clasped his fists in salute. We have come to Sihai village at the county magistrate's behest, seeking the temple priest who vanquishes demons to come to the county city for a while. He had yet to finish his sentence. The county magistrate also tasked him with investigating how the 3 demons that pursued Zhao Jiyuan met their demise in Sihai village. After all, it was well known that Zhao Jiyuan had left the county city yesterday, subsequently pursued by 3 demons. This had been witnessed by others. With demonic energy surging and flying in the air, unless one deliberately ventured into remote mountains and forests, it would always be seen. As for why the county magistrate was certain that the demons had perished and not that Sihai village had been raised by them, it was clear that the magistrate had his own judgments or channels of information. Please, Li Yuming interjected suddenly. I am the temple priest, Li Yuming, of Sihai village. Yichuan was taken aback, quickly sizing up Li Yuming before bowing and saying, Ah, it is an honor to meet you. Temple priestly. Li Yuming returned the gesture with a smile, saying, I had intended to visit the county magistrate. I shall accompany you. Yichuan was elated. He had been pondering how to invite the other party to the county city, not expecting to encounter him along the way, and he was also heading to meet the magistrate. This task was accomplished effortlessly. Then, masterly, let us proceed to the county city at once, he urged. Li Yuming shook his head, pointing toward the malevolent manor off to the side of the official road, saying, I must enter there first. After I have quelled this place, I shall proceed to meet the magistrate without delay. After speaking, he spurred his horse forward, heading toward the malevolent manor. Well, what? Masterly, you intend to quell this malevolence? Unthinkable. Absolutely not. This is an extremely fearsome malevolence. Once you enter, you may never return. Yichuan was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. Quelling a malevolence? How could that be possible? Even 4th-tier demons had perished within. How terrifying it was. The other constables also wore expressions of disbelief. wondering why one would voluntarily enter a manor rumored to have claimed the lives of fourth-tier demons. Was this seeking death? They looked at Li Yuming as if he were a fool unaware of his own peril. Zhao Zhiyuan was also momentarily taken aback. However, he was well aware that Li Yuming was no fool. If he dared to utter the words about quelling this malevolent manor, he was undoubtedly confident in his abilities. Was he about to employ the summoning technique to invoke the god of Zhanyue? His heart raced with excitement. Without hesitation, he followed suit. You all wait outside. We shall return shortly. This malevolent manor has harmed many for too long. Today, it shall be eradicated. Zhao Zhiyuan's voice rang out. He Chuan and the other constables watched his retreating figure, once again struck dumb. A temple priest from Sihai village spoke so boldly. And now even the divine captor was following him inside. Did the divine captor not understand the horror of this malevolent manor? Divine captor, have you lost your mind? This is malevolence. It has devoured fourth-tier demons. Ichuan couldn't help but raise his voice. He simply could not believe that someone could quell a malevolence. Having served as a head constable in Xian County for many years, he had never heard of a malevolence being vanquished. Even those formidable fourth-tier demons avoided malevolence like the plague. Yet here stood a temple priest from Sihai village and a county divine captor, showing no fear as they entered. Was this not courting death? In that fleeting moment, he watched in disbelief as Li Yuming and Zhao Zhiyuan followed the steward at the entrance of the malevolent manor, stepping inside. As they entered the manor, he could no longer see their figures. It was over. Sir, the temple priest and the divine captor are likely to meet their demise inside. One constable said bitterly. Wait a moment. Perhaps. Ichuan took a deep breath, his words lacking conviction even to himself. They will emerge safely. I possess little knowledge of the temple priest of Sihai village, yet I am well acquainted with the esteemed god-catcher. He would never recklessly enter a haunted manor without assurance of his exit. The other constables nodded in silence. To traverse the malevolence? Such a thought was too audacious. They could only speculate that the priest of Sihai village and the god-catcher possessed a method to survive this ordeal. Priest Li Yuming. May the divine might of Zhanyue descend. Upon stepping into the haunted manor, Li Yuming wasted no time and bowed deeply towards Sihai village. The terror of the malevolence was profound. He did not believe he had the strength to resist. Only the divine power of Zhanyue could vanquish the evil. Zhao Zhiyuan, witnessing Li Yuming's decisiveness, was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully discern the sights within the haunted manor, Li Yuming had already begun his invocation. Without hesitation, he followed suit. What are these two guests doing? Hurry and leave. The official leading them turned and smiled. Yet, upon noticing their disregard, his smile faded, transforming into a sinister grimace. You do not respond to my offer of friendship? Do you not wish to be my friends? Li Yuming and Zhao Zhiyuan remained silent, awaiting the descent of divine might. Since you refuse my friendship, then I shall make you into fertilizer. Initially, he had intended for them to merge with him, to become a part of him. Alas, they failed to recognize his generosity and lost that honor. The official extended his hand. In an instant, Li Yuming and Zhao Zhiyuan found themselves immobilized, and two inky black hands materialized in the air, reaching for their necks. At that moment, a resplendent golden light emanated from the land spirit temple of Sihai village, bursting into the haunted manor. Outside the manor, He Chuan and the other constables gaped in astonishment. What is happening? What is that golden light? How could it surge into the haunted manor so suddenly? Could that be the source of the priest's confidence? The resonating voice echoed in their minds. Once I have leveled this place, I shall not delay in meeting the county magistrate. Boom. The golden light swirled in the heavens, coalescing into a colossal, indistinct visage. This vague countenance loomed above, exuding a majestic divine presence. Merely its divine aura shattered the two inky hands conjured by the official. The official looked up, bewildered. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Yet he failed to comprehend that all actions stemmed from the rules, and in the next moment, he shot skyward. His body split apart, a multitude of black hands bursting forth, aiming to imprint upon the golden visage. However, as these hands neared Li Yu's indistinct face, they suddenly shrank into a small clump, landing in the palm of an emerging, blurred hand. This blurred hand radiated divine brilliance, ensnaring the tainted fragment of the divine law. With a swift motion, the blurred hand flipped, crushing the split body of the official into another small clump of tainted divine law. This was the fifth-finger divine mountain of the true ninth-rank divine art. If confronted face-to-face, this technique could annihilate the fourth-rank extreme malevolence. Yet now, in a state of divine descent, he was compelled to employ the true ninth-rank divine art. Moreover, after the divine descent, he sensed that although this haunted manor was also at the fourth-rank extreme, it surpassed the paper effigy shop, nearing the fifth-rank threshold. I am the true deity, wielding heavenly thunder to obliterate all evils. The thunderous voice resounded. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a bolt of heavenly thunder descended, tearing asunder everything. That was the might of heaven. As the thunder struck the manor, the entire estate was instantly inundated with destructive force. The five-finger divine mountain descended once more, gathering the scattered tainted divine law fragments shattered by the thunder's obliteration. Subsequently, Liu transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing along with the tainted fragments of divine law. Only Li Yuming and Zhao Zhiyuan remained, standing in an open space where the haunted manor had completely vanished without a trace. Is this the might of Zhang Yue's divine descent? Zhao Zhiyuan was astounded. How formidable! The terrifying haunted manor possessed no means to counterattack. In an instant, it was reduced to ashes beneath the divine might of Zhang Yue. This is the true essence of divinity. Only such overwhelming power can be deemed a true deity. At that moment, He Chuan and the other constables stared in disbelief. They had only witnessed a terrifying flash of thunder, followed by the entire haunted manor shattering, and a massive golden hand appearing momentarily before vanishing. Lordly, did you truly vanquish the malevolence? He Chuan stammered, overwhelmed by the scene before him. Such a thing as evil. An exceedingly formidable evil. Just like that, it is gone. He felt as though he were in a dream. That was not my power, but rather the divine might of the land spirit of Sihai village, the true deity, Zhe. Li Yuming replied solemnly. A land deity? Do divine beings truly exist in this world? He Chuan and the other constables exchanged glances, their hearts filled with profound reverence. Chapter 62. Li Yuming enters the county town, the three kings of drunken demon mountain. Beyond the divine realm, Li Yu cradled the tainted fragment of divine law in his hands. Divine power surged within him. 1, 10, 100. A full 135 units of divine power merged, finally activating the fragment and purging its sinister essence completely. 150 units. A smile crept across Li Yu's lips. Indeed, this haunted manor was superior to the paper effigy shop, yielding 1.5 times more fragments of divine law. It was worth the invocation of divine descent and the application of 2 9th-rank divine arts to enhance the thunder art and the 5-finger divine mountain. In total, he expended 285 units of divine power. Upon reaching the true 9th-rank divine tier, the response to the priest's invocation for divine descent no longer required 10 units of divine power, but rather 50. As the saying goes, when the water rises, so do the boats. However, the value was well worth it. I currently possess 200 units of 9th-rank divine law fragments. If I could give rise to 2 holy level believers, the required fragments would be halved, allowing me to enshrine 2 subordinate deities. He murmured softly to himself. However, presently, only Zhao Zhiyuan was in the process of sanctification, and it would take time for him to truly become a holy level believer. As for the second candidate, currently, no other A-level believer displayed such potential. Emotionally, Zhao Zhiyuan must have been subjected to an extreme emotional upheaval, pursued by demons, desperately longing to enter Sihai village, where his family would be under my protection, which led to the signs of sanctification. Replicating such an experience would prove quite challenging. He shook his head. To replicate that experience is rather arduous. Moreover, even if it could be replicated, another A-level believer would not be Zhao Zhiyuan, and even with a similar experience, it may not lead to sanctification. For now, I shall let things take their natural course. Perhaps one of the A-level believers will suddenly have an epiphany. If I were to intervene forcefully, it might yield contrary results. His expression remained calm as he resumed the crafting of second-tier soldier artifacts to accumulate divine power. For him, although he currently possessed a considerable amount of divine power, no deity would ever consider having too much divine power. As he awaited the emergence of the second-grade land deity among the 100,000 divine beings of the Blue Star in this region, and with the fortunate slaying of a malevolent spirit, he realized that his business might soon become more challenging. Seizing the present opportunity, he resolved to expedite his efforts. As for resting, how could a dignified land deity require rest? Li Yuming entered the county town of Xian. This was a vast settlement, with houses lining both sides of the roads, vendors calling out from the roadside, and pedestrians bustling about. All the passers-by were clothed adequately. Their faces appeared healthy, devoid of the pallor of starvation. Moreover, there were no beggars to be seen along the streets. Surely, this is not your first visit to the county town, Master Zhao? Inquired Zhao Zhiyuan. Indeed not, Li Yuming replied, shaking his head. I traveled here in my youth. Observing the facade of the county town, he felt a sense of melancholy. To the casual observer, it seemed the human populace was living quite well. Yet, he understood this was merely an illusion. Why were there no beggars? Because any who descended to such a fate would be captured and devoured by demons. Why were the inhabitants warm and well-fed? Because this place was a pen for demons, where all humans were raised as livestock for sustenance. The powerful demon factions of the county town would never deplete their resources. Rather, they would nurture the human populace, ensuring they remained delectable. He even learned from Zhao Zhiyuan that each of these demon factions had a specific quota of human livestock and martial artists they could extract from the county town annually, forbidding any unauthorized plundering of the human residents. It was akin to the domestication of poultry. Li Yuming mused quietly. He longed to eradicate the demons within Xian County, just as he had done in Songmu Town. However, he understood that his current strength was still woefully inadequate. He could only await the divine edict from Zhang Yuegong to take action. As for why Zhang Yuegong had not issued a decree to eliminate the demons of the county town, that was a matter for Zhang Yuegong alone to consider. He dared not speculate. Before long, under the guidance of Captain He Chuan, Li Yuming and Zhao Jiyuan arrived at the county office. Upon seeing Zhao Jiyuan, expressions of astonishment flitted across the faces of those present, who then discreetly departed. In the grand hall of the county office, a maidservant presented tea. Moments later, a middle-aged man, his face etched with the marks of time, yet exuding an air of authority, entered. Dressed in the county magistrate's robes and crowned with the insignia of his position, he strode forward with a robust physique. He nodded in acknowledgement to Zhao Jiyuan, then turned his serious gaze toward Li Yuming, deeply bowing. Guosheng pays his respects and thanks you for vanquishing the malevolent spirit. Li Yuming promptly assisted the county magistrate. There is no need for such gratitude, Your Excellency. I merely employed a divine summoning technique. It was the land deity Zhenyue Gong of our Sihai village who vanquished the evil spirit. If you wish to express your gratitude, it would be better to visit Sihai village in the future and thank Zhenyue Gong in person. Guosheng remained somewhat astonished. After all, when he had first heard Captain He Chuan's report, he had thought the man was speaking nonsense. However, after inquiring with the other constables, he was compelled to believe it. Although he felt that true deities could not exist in this world, he found himself wavering. Who, if not a deity, could have vanquished the malevolent spirit? As the county magistrate, he was privy to many secrets and understood that malevolent spirits possessed the ability to defy death. Even the most formidable of powers could at best severely wound a malevolent spirit, but never kill it. Yet now, the malevolent spirit's manor along the official road from Tsangmu town to the county town had been completely eradicated, leaving not a trace. Previously, Zhao Jiyuan had confidently proclaimed that there was indeed a true deity. Now, hearing Li Yuming repeat the claim, could it be that true deities existed in this world? Yet, why had no deity emerged to eliminate demons in the past? This county shall personally visit Sihai village to pay homage to Zhenyue Gong. Guosheng's mind raced with countless thoughts, but outwardly he remained composed and nodded in agreement. He truly wished to see for himself and verify whether a genuine deity existed. As they settled in, Li Yuming wasted no time in articulating his purpose. I have come to request Your Excellency's assistance. County Magistrate Guosheng smiled. Speak freely, sir. Anything within my power. I shall not refuse. Li Yuming rose, clasping his hands in respect, and solemnly declared, I have received a divine edict and hope that Your Excellency can issue a document, sealed with your official stamp, to elevate Sihai village to the status of a town. To elevate Sihai village to a town? Guosheng nodded, perceiving this as a trivial matter. This is simple. I shall issue the document shortly, affix the seal, and notify all parties that henceforth Sihai village shall be known as Sihai town. However, just then, a chilling voice echoed from outside. Halt. You dare to appear brazenly in the county town after slaying the demon of my Zuio mountain? Do you think Zuio mountain does not exist? With the voice came a surge of blood-red demonic aura, sweeping into the grand hall. In an instant, the entire hall was engulfed in demonic energy. The three kings of Zuio mountain. The expression of County Magistrate Guosheng changed dramatically. A fourth-tier demon. Li Yuming narrowed his eyes, yet felt no fear. He was the temple steward of Zhenyue Gong, the deity who walked among mortals. How could he fear a mere demon? Chapter 63, Divine Techniques and Spirit Talismans. Annihilating fourth-tier demons. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached from outside. County Magistrate Guosheng rose, his countenance darkening. This was the county office. Yet a demon dared to enter at will. Naturally, he felt a surge of anger. Nevertheless, despite his ire, he had to endure. Humanity had long since been reduced to the demon's blood food. Although he held the title of county magistrate, he was powerless. At that moment, Zhao Jiyuan, the former divine constable of the county office, remained seated, fully aware of the terror posed by the three kings of Zuio mountain. Moreover, his grandson Yonyuan had slain their fourth son, inciting their wrath. Yet, he understood better the immense might of the great Zhenyue Gong, the divine power capable of effortlessly obliterating malevolent spirits. What was a fourth-tier demon in the face of the magnificent Zhenyue Gong, but a creature destined to crawl and tremble? Boom. The entire hall of the county office trembled slightly. The sunlight streaming through the entrance was obscured as a towering figure stood outside, nearly 10 feet tall, bare from the waist up, and clad in animal hide. This imposing man bore a menacing bull's head and copper-ringed eyes, looking down upon Li Yuming, Zhao Jiyuan, and Guosheng within the hall. Seeing Li Yuming and Zhao Jiyuan seated unmoving, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Your village is peculiar. Yet now that you've left it, you two third-tier humans dare not show me the respect I am due? Speak up. How do you wish to die? Shall I roast you, or swallow you whole? The creature was cautious about the peculiar village. After all, even its strongest third-tier rat demon had perished within. The moment the rat demon died, it had learned of this incident. The demons of Zuio Mountain had their own traditions, aware of how to craft demonic life lamps to monitor the status of their subordinates. With the rat demon's demise, it was evident to it that a fourth-tier entity must exist within Sihai village. Otherwise, even if the rat demon could not prevail, it would have been able to escape. Only a fourth-tier being could easily slay a third-tier peak rat demon. Yet now, Two third-tier humans, one the relative of the one who had killed its fourth son, and the other a person from Seahai village who had slain its minions, dared to appear in the county town? This was a provocation against Zuio Mountain. If it did not eliminate them, how could Zuio Mountain maintain its prestige among the demons? Thus it had come. As for the matter of the malevolent spirit being vanquished, it was unaware, as only Captain He Chuan and the constables had witnessed it. I, Li Yuming, am the temple steward personally appointed by the land deity, representing the deity in the mortal realm. You, a mere demon, are not worthy of my deference. Li Yuming maintained a serene demeanor, seated upright in his chair. He even lifted the tea before him and took a delicate sip. A true deity? The three great kings of drunken Demon Mountain scoffed with anger masked as laughter. What true deity? Merely a charade, a ruse. Only you lowly two-legged sheep would believe such nonsense. Tomorrow, I shall proclaim myself the great bull deity, and you shall worship me in reverence. But for now, you two pitiful sheep shall be my feast. As his words echoed, his right hand reached out with sudden ferocity towards Li Yuming. From his outstretched hand sprouted a mass of black fur, swelling in the wind like a colossal pillar descending upon him. Mr. Li, evade quickly. County Magistrate Guosheng exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated that the three great kings of drunken Demon Mountain would strike directly. This was a fourth-tier demon. Had the powerful entity behind Seahai village been present, he would have felt no trepidation. However, the only one here was the temple keeper Li Yuming. Though the latter's aura was peculiar, Guosheng could still discern it as merely a third-tier presence. The chasm between third-tier and fourth-tier was insurmountable. A third-tier master could not hope to withstand the might of a fourth-tier being, and the county was not close to Seahai village. That formidable force was beyond reach. Today, I, Li Yuming, shall slay demons in the name of the illustrious Lord Zhanyue. Fourth-tier demon? I shall vanquish it. Li Yuming remained seated, his expression tranquil as he gazed at the descending colossal hand of the bull demon. A faint golden talisman materialized in his hand, activated by the chi within him. Instantly, it transformed into a cloud of mist, effortlessly blocking the impending strike. In the hands of this chi-refining adept, the talisman was far superior to that in the hands of the martial artist Zhao Jiyuan. What? You actually blocked my attack. The three great kings of drunken Demon Mountain were taken aback. A cloud of mist? How could such a fleeting thing possess such power? Soon after, they beheld a second faint golden talisman appear in Li Yuming's grasp. His expression remained unperturbed. Still seated, he quietly regarded the fourth-tier demon at the doorway. This talisman, too, was activated by the chi within him. In the next moment, a thunderous roar split the clear sky as a colossal bolt of lightning descended, obliterating half of the county hall and engulfing the three great kings of drunken Demon Mountain in annihilation. No, the three great kings cried out in terror, their demonic energy frantically resisting the lightning's might. Yet, the power of the lightning was absolute. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to a charred corpse, eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. Their true form revealed itself as a massive black bull, the scent of its flesh wafting through the air, eliciting involuntary salivation. Dead. County Magistrate Guosheng stared in astonishment at the three great kings of drunken Demon Mountain. A fourth-tier demon had perished so easily? He recalled Li Yuming's earlier proclamation of acting as the deity's emissary on Earth, to vanquish a fourth-tier demon with a mere third-tier body. It was no wonder he dared to utter such words. His heart surged with fervor. Could it be that the entity behind Seahai village was indeed the legendary deity? If not a deity, how could a mere temple keeper annihilate a fourth-tier demon with his third-tier prowess? At that moment, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the people of Xian County to escape the fate of becoming demonic prey. I beseech you, esteemed county magistrate, to inscribe a document and affix your seal. I shall take a copy back, Li Yuming stated with solemnity. After employing the summoning technique, he discovered that he had received several talismans, graciously bestowed by Lord Zhanyue. He understood the reason behind this gift. After all, his journey to the county would not be without peril. He intended to wield these talismans to carve out his renown. As for the summoning technique, the fourth-tier demons of Xian County were hardly worthy of Lord Zhanyue's divine intervention. I shall go at once. Guosheng inhaled deeply and responded promptly. Though the three great kings had fallen before him, he bore no responsibility for their demise. Seeking vengeance? Let them go to Seahai village. No, it was Seahai town. Soon. He returned with a freshly inscribed document, stamped with the official seal, and handed it to Li Yuming. Mr. Li, I shall promptly dispatch others to disseminate the remaining documents far and wide. However, this place is no longer safe. I urge you to leave at once. Li Yuming accepted it, performing a respectful bow. I thank you, esteemed county magistrate. With that, he took his leave, accompanied by Zhao Jiyuan, exiting the county hall and departing from Xian County City. Yet, just as they crossed the threshold of the city, 6 third-tier upper-level demons, at the pinnacle of the third tier, emerged from all directions, their fierce visages intent on breaching his protective mist and depleting his talismans. Li Yuming's expression hardened. Slaying demons within the county was indeed disadvantageous, for the demon corpses could not be taken back to present to Lord Zhanyue. Nonetheless, he would not diminish Lord Zhanyue's divine reputation. Another talisman appeared in his hand. This was the Rain God Talisman. Chapter 64. Sihai Town Awakens. Commencing the ascent to 8th rank divine status. Since I, Li Yuming, became the temple keeper, I have been favored by Lord Zhanyue time and again. Now, wielding the Rain God Talisman bestowed by Lord Zhanyue, I shall annihilate these demons. Li Yuming bellowed. The chi surged within him, activating the Rain God Talisman. Boom. The sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, and torrential rain poured down. This was no ordinary rain, but a rain imbued with consciousness. The downpour spiraled in the air, coalescing into 6 rain dragons. The rain dragons roared, their tails connecting with the dark clouds above as their massive forms plunged downward. The 6 third-tier upper-level demons, at the pinnacle of their tier, were swiftly consumed by the rain dragons, their bodies corroded into white bones. The rain summoning technique could manifest as nourishing spiritual rain or as corrosive shadow rain. The marvel of divine techniques lies in the heart's intent. This Rain God Talisman was of the latter. The relentless shadow rain fell, with the immense rain dragons leading the way. Yet, apart from eroding the 6 demons, it inflicted no harm upon the surrounding flora. Those with keen eyes could observe that the shadow rain transformed into wisps of vapor upon contact with any plant or soil, drifting back into the clouds above. Li Yuming and Zhao Jiyuan were enveloped in the mist, riding their horses in the wake of the colossal rain dragons. The rolling dark clouds surged alongside them, clearly indicating that the power of this Rain God Talisman was not yet exhausted. In the distance, the great king and second king of Drunken Demon Mountain stood on a peak, their brows furrowed as they watched this spectacle unfold. Both were bull demons, their massive physiques cloaked in jet-black fur, resembling standing steel needles. Such formidable shadow rain. They marveled, their breaths taken away as they witnessed the third-tier pinnacle demons reduced to bones in an instant. Truly terrifying, the great king of Drunken Demon Mountain admitted, feeling a swell of relief. Fortunately, I ordered my third-tier demons to probe the situation instead of intervening personally. Otherwise, with that massive rain dragon descending, I doubt I would have fared well. A mere third-tier human, wielding such a talisman, could summon such fearsome shadow rain. Was the entity behind him from Sihai Village truly a deity? The second king of Drunken Demon Mountain felt a tingle of unease at the back of his neck. Impossible. There are no deities in this world. I believe that the entity from Sihai Village is an extraordinarily powerful demon. The great king of Drunken Demon Mountain shook his head. Still, if such legendary deities existed, why have they never appeared before? The notion of deities has persisted since antiquity, but it remains merely a legend. Who has truly witnessed one? Let us depart. A visit to Tianyuan Mountain is imperative. The audacity of Sihai Village is unparalleled, having slain the sovereign of Zuaxian Mountain. This matter cannot be resolved lightly. Taking a deep breath, the great king's countenance turned icy. Regardless of the formidable entity backing Sihai Village, he believed it could not possibly rival the venerable ancestor of Tianyuan Mountain. After all, to his knowledge, the ancestor had already grazed the threshold of the 5th tier, even placing 1 foot within that exalted realm. The powers that support Sihai Village do not even possess a 4th tier adept. Their own strength merely hovers at the 4th tier. Anyone of that caliber stands no chance against the ancestor of Tianyuan Mountain. The second king nodded in agreement. With such an unknown yet potent force emerging, Tianyuan Mountain could hardly remain indifferent. Li Yuming returned to Sihai Village without impediment. At the earliest opportunity, he placed the remaining 2 spirit talismans on the altar and offered a sincere prayer. Lord Zhanyue had bestowed 5 talismans upon him in total. 3 had been utilized, leaving 1 Earth Escape talisman and 1 Heavenly Thunder talisman. The documentation to elevate the village to a town was already in hand. However, Sihai Village still required the genuine establishment of a town. Observing Sihai Village, he noted the significant number of newly constructed homes, all meticulously planned and arranged. In contrast, the original structures were irregular and widely spaced, for the villages had never been in close proximity to one another. He summoned the village chief, Li Diyang, and after an extensive discussion, they finally sketched a blueprint for Sihai Town. Their intention was to expand the newly built section, relocating all villagers there. The town's design included designated residential areas, zones for trade and commerce, and even spaces for leisure and recreation. The Land Spirit Temple would be situated directly to the north of Sihai Town, overseeing the entire settlement. Commence construction immediately, Li Yuming commanded. As it stands, the village already boasted a mid-tier 3rd stage martial artist, 10 second stage limit true chi martial artists, 21st stage limit body refinement martial artists, and 138 mid-tier 1st stage body refinement martial artists. With such a multitude of martial artists working in unison, the pace of construction would be swift, even if it involved extensive labor. In other regions, martial artists held a high status, and it would be unthinkable for them to engage in menial tasks like cutting and transporting timber. Yet here, upon Li Yuming's decree, no one dared to defy him. After all, those who could become martial artists were at least B-level believers, already exhibiting great piety. How could they refuse the orders of Li Yuming? The temple priest acting on behalf of Lord Zhongyue, the entire Sihai village embarked on a grand construction endeavor. All able-bodied youths were mobilized, displaying a remarkably positive work ethic. A month and a half flew by in the blink of an eye. Within the divine realm, Liu gazed down upon the nearly completed renovations of Sihai village. Or rather, Sihai town. For today, he realized he was poised to commence his ascension. The final requirement for his elevation from the 8th grade divine tier had been fulfilled. The divine and mortal realms complement each other. In the divine aspect, he required 15,000 paths of divine power, while in the mortal aspect, the transformation of the village into a town was essential. A smile graced Liu's face. He had awaited this moment for an extended period. At the 9th grade divine tier, he already possessed strength rivaling that of a 5th tier limit cave realm. What then would his ascension from the 8th grade divine tier entail? Furthermore, after ascending from the 8th grade divine tier, he would no longer be the lord of a mere village, but rather of a town. Those lurking in the shadows, thinking themselves undetected? Liu's expression settled as he turned his gaze beyond the jurisdiction. He could sense a group of 4th tier demons approximately 30 miles outside his domain. This contingent lingered at a distance, showing no inclination to approach Sihai town. He speculated that they were likely still reeling from the fright induced by Li Yoming's use of the talismans a month and a half prior. Hesitant to encroach upon Sihai town's territory, most likely, they were concocting some scheme. Yet, a mere assembly of 4th tier demons, no matter how they flailed, were nothing more than oversized ants in his presence. Should they dare to step into his jurisdiction, he could effortlessly extinguish them. Their avoidance of Sihai town was inconsequential. Once he ascended from the 8th grade divine tier, the jurisdiction would expand, enveloping them all. None would escape. He mused softly to himself. Without hesitation, he summoned the 15,000 paths of divine power within him and began his ascension. He eagerly anticipated the transformations that would accompany his elevation from the 8th grade. Chapter 65. Becoming the landlord of an 8th grade town. Information of heaven and earth. What was once a pond has now seen its waters completely drained. A viscous pool of fresh blood churns within, bubbling ominously. A lower-tier 3rd grade wolf demon stands at the pond's edge, slashing its palm to let its demon blood drip into the murky depths. Moments later, its complexion paled slightly as it ceased, turning away. Behind it, other 3rd-tier demons formed a line, obediently bleeding under the watchful gaze of several 4th-tier great demons surrounding them. The great king of Zuaxian Mountain is among these 4th-tier great demons, astonished by the spectacle before him. Truly, Tianyuan Mountain is formidable. Their resolve to act is executed with such grandiose measures. His previous suspicions proved astute. Tianyuan Mountain would never allow another top-tier force capable of threatening them to rise within the confines of Su County. This is only reasonable. If another top-tier power were to emerge, how severely would Tianyuan Mountain's interests be compromised? Over the years, their strength would be significantly diminished. Now, seizing the opportunity while their adversary is nascent and unsteady, consolidating the majority of demonic power in the county to obliterate them is the most advantageous course of action. One wonders from where Tianyuan Mountain procured a drop of primordial beast blood from Zhujian. Now, by forcefully activating this drop of blood with copious amounts of 3rd-tier demon blood, it will merge into a 4th-tier lower-level Tianyuan entity. Upon completion, it may very well unleash 5th-tier power. 5th-tier strength is nothing short of terrifying. This is the foundation of Tianyuan Mountain, truly awe-inspiring. The great king of Zuaxian Mountain mused. Of course, the entity infused with the primordial beast blood will not endure long. The ancient beast, Zhujian, is exceedingly fearsome. Even a single drop of blood possesses unparalleled might, a terrifying ferocity. Although Tianyuan Mountain can suppress this overwhelming ferocity with secret techniques, it can only do so temporarily. When the ferocity becomes uncontainable, that will be the day of demise. However, what concern is that to him? After all, it is merely a 4th-tier Tianyuan entity that will perish, not him. As long as it helps him exact revenge for his 3rd brother, that is all that matters. The ancestor of Tianyuan is indeed cautious. He believes he could handle the situation himself. Could the top-tier demons behind Sihai village truly withstand him? Yet, he now resorts to wasting such an exceedingly precious drop of primordial beast blood. He shook his head, feeling a pang of sorrow for the ancestor's wastefulness. Is such caution truly necessary? The esteemed ancestor, with one foot in the 5th tier, still treads carefully. Were he to possess the strength of the Tianyuan ancestor, he would undoubtedly charge into Sihai village without hesitation and wreak havoc. Let it be a waste. Let Sihai village linger a bit longer. The village is home to many humans. He wonders how many 2-legged sheep he might claim from there. Perhaps he could roast them all. He began to ponder the possibilities. What are they up to? Li Yutang furrowed his brow. Standing atop a mountain, he surveyed the distant demon blood pond and the assembly of 4th and 3rd-tier demons. Being at a sufficient distance, and as a ghostly envoy, the 4th-tier demons were oblivious to his presence. They must be preparing some scheme to act against the Divine Lord. Liao Xiaoer curled her lips into a cold smile. What kind of existence is the Lord Deity? How dare some 4th-tier demons attempt to scheme against him? As an inspector of the soul-capturing division, She is well aware that the Lord Deity has effortlessly obliterated malevolent entities. She has heard of the terrifying nature of these evils. Fourth-tier demons are often trapped with no escape. These foolish demons, not even comprehending the extent of the Lord Deity's power, dare to employ their tricks here. Should we report this to Lord Zhangyue? Li Yutang inquired. Liao Xiu'er gently shook her head. What kind of existence is the Lord Deity? This group of demons must have been aware of his presence long ago. We need only fulfill our responsibilities. Li Yutang nodded in agreement. Clad in the garb of ghostly messengers, the two swiftly glided back towards Sihai village. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the divine realm, Liu slowly opened his eyes. An aura of terrifying divine might emanated from him, saturating the entire divine realm. At this moment, the divine realm expanded from its previous 10-zhang radius to a 100-zhang expanse. A 100-zhang area surpasses 5 hectares of land. Observing the unusually empty divine realm, Liu paid it no mind. He rather enjoyed the desolate scenery. His divine body had grown immensely stronger. Has he truly ascended from the 8th rank? Feeling the surge of strength, 5 times greater than before, a smile appeared on his lips. With his divine body strengthened 5-fold, his actual power exceeded a mere 5-fold increase. The 6th tier limit, indeed. After ascending from the 8th rank, my utmost power has reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. This level, is it referred to as the Dharma manifestation realm within the martial arts of humanity? Initially, he was unaware of the terminology used in human martial arts at the 6th tier. Yet, after his ascension from the 8th rank, as the divine laws expanded, he naturally gleaned such information from the heavens and earth. The cosmos records everything, though ordinary individuals cannot access these records. However, as an 8th rank deity, he could now consult some foundational information. Although rudimentary, some of this knowledge was still advanced, not accessible to 2nd or 3rd tier human martial artists. Now, even without employing any divine techniques, I can exert the power of the 5th tier limit within my jurisdiction. This is comparable to utilizing a 9th rank divine technique before my ascension. Liu felt satisfied. This is the essence of the divine path. With each ascension in divine rank, power surges forth. For humanity and demons, the leap from the 5th tier limit to the 6th tier limit is fraught with difficulty. According to the fundamental information he obtained from the cosmos, a human martial artist transitions from a 5th tier limit Cave Heaven Grandmaster to a 6th tier limit Dharma manifestation real person in the shortest span of 35 years. That individual is already regarded as the most formidable prodigy among humanity in this realm. It is evident how arduous it is to cross the threshold from the 5th tier limit to the 6th tier limit. Yet, in just 7 months since his arrival, he has successfully attained 6th tier limit power. Of course, this is unique to him. Other deities from Blue Star do not share such a terrifying rate of advancement. Not to mention the 8th rank, it is likely that none among the other deities from Blue Star have even reached the 9th rank. His jurisdiction has expanded from 1,000 hectares to 20,000 hectares. He has even discovered several intriguing locations. A smile spread across Li Yu's face. 20,000 hectares is vast, approximately 1,333 square kilometers. This equates to an area roughly 73 li long and 73 li wide. Not only does it encompass the former Tsangmu town, but it also engulfs the land of demons, Poison Dragon Ridge, and 100 Fox Mountain. In essence, the previous extent of Tsangmu town now lies well within his jurisdiction, extending beyond it considerably. Taking a deep breath, Liu turned his gaze to his personal information. Chapter 66. From 8th rank, one hand covers the heavens and suppresses the demons. Personal information. Name, Liu. Divine name, Lord Zhangyue. Divine position, guardian deity of Sihai town. Divine rank. 8th rank requires 150,000 divine power to ascend to the 8th rank. Divine power, 11,530. Incense power, 126,420. Divine techniques. Strengthened temple blessing 500 divine power. Red sky divine thunder 300 divine power. Call wind and rain 300 divine power. Cloud and mist divine method 300 divine power. 4th tier Een soldier artifact 300 divine power. 3 enhancements of Een soldier 300 divine power. Mountain lifting technique 300 divine power. Great capture divine method 300 divine power. Earthly strength 300 divine power. Sun concealing method 500 divine power. And light generating method 500 divine power. Remarkably, the 8th rank divine techniques have directly escalated to a minimum requirement of 300 divine power. Liu marveled at this. For lesser divine techniques, typically, 1 divine power suffices for their execution, such as the Golden Blade technique or Dream Invocation technique. 9th rank divine techniques consume 10 divine power to wield, like the Heavenly Thunder technique, Rain Summoning technique, Cloud and Mist method, etc. As for the true 9th rank divine techniques, they necessitate 50 divine power, such as the strengthened Heavenly Thunder technique and 5-finger divine mountain. Yet now, 8th rank divine techniques demand at least 300. 300 divine power. How many deities from Blue Star can muster such an amount? Some deities may not even have accumulated 100 divine power to ascend to the 9th rank. Meanwhile, He requires 300 divine power to execute a single divine technique. The disparity is unfathomable. Of course, while the consumption is immense, the potency is undoubtedly extraordinary. Nevertheless, given my current 8th rank divine status, even if I expend merely 50 divine power to perform a 9th rank divine technique, its might can reach the lower tier of the 6th rank. The lower 6th rank can easily crush any 5th tier opponent. A slight smile graced Liu Yu's lips. A vast chasm of difference exists between realms. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the sun concealing method and the light generating method, two of the finest 8th rank divine techniques. The sun concealing method serves to obscure the heavenly secrets, effectively severing calculations. The light generating method emits a protective divine light, impervious to myriad laws and repelling all evils with boundless applications. These two divine techniques are indeed among the pinnacle of 8th rank techniques. He regarded them with satisfaction. In a world teeming with demons, it is common for these beings to possess innate abilities. It is possible that some demons wield special powers, enabling them to deduce and calculate. With the sun concealing method at his disposal, he need not fear such unique abilities. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forth, exiting the divine realm and ascending a towering peak. This peak rises over 400 zhang, steep and perilous, surrounded by hundreds of smaller mountains, each resembling a kneeling fox. 100 Fox Mountain stands as a true 9th rank peak. A 9th rank peak can be consecrated with a 9th rank mountain deity. Liu Yu surveyed the 100 Fox Mountain below. The spiritual energy here is far richer than that of Qianlang Mountain, Poison Dragon Ridge, Pingle Mountain, Hutu Mountain, Shunling River, and Thousand-Faced Mountain. The 6 9th rank spiritual lands within his jurisdiction. Naturally, apart from these 7 locations, he is now a town deity. According to the divine laws, he should be entitled to 4 village deities to assist him in managing divine affairs and nurturing the faith of believers. Thus, he can effectively command 11 subordinate deities. However, this requires a substantial amount of fragments of divine laws. The consecration of subordinate deities is not urgent. Zhao Zhiyuan's transformation stage is nearing its conclusion. With 5 months remaining until the deity war commences, he shall see if any other saint-level believers emerge. His expression remained calm. He then turned his gaze towards the group of demons. His jurisdiction has now expanded to 20,000 hectares, enveloping those 4th-tier demons who previously thought themselves far from Sihai Town. A single drop of blood from the ancient ferocious beast, Zhujian. You intend to rely on this solitary drop of Zhujian's blood to swiftly cultivate a 5th-tier demon to confront me? Do not delude yourselves. I have already ascended to the 8th rank while you have yet to achieve any success. Even if I had not advanced to the 8th rank, employing such a rapid cultivation method would at best yield a lower 5th-tier demon. What significance does that hold? Liu stood with his arms crossed, gazing down upon the throng of demons. Despite the distance of 30 to 40 miles, with mountains lying between, this was his domain. Within his domain, every movement, no matter how minute, was visible to his discerning eyes. Here, he was undeniably a deity. Let despair wash over you. A horde of man-eating demons deserves to be shattered into oblivion. With a gentle wave of his hand, an oppressive sensation enveloped the air. The great king of Zuio Mountain furrowed his brow, having recently felt an inexplicable weight in the atmosphere, as if the area had undergone a transformation. Yet, the nature of this change eluded his understanding. I share that sentiment. It must be that figure from Tianyuan Mountain who is on the verge of success. The presence of a 5th-tier entity brings with it this subtle pressure, murmured the 3rd master from Wuxian Cave. He was a colossal hedgehog, adorned with razor-sharp quills, each resembling a sword. There is no doubt, it is indeed so. The blood in the blood pool has rapidly diminished, indicating that my kinsman is about to achieve his goal. A celestial monkey from Tianyuan Mountain stood nearby, towering over 6 zhang, wielding an enormous iron staff. Its voice deep and resonant. A 5th-tier celestial monkey. It could easily flatten Sihai Village. Everyone, restrain your subordinate 3rd-tier demons and allocate the 2-legged sheep here according to our previous division. The scorpion spirit from Moyua Mountain spoke. Its form suffused with a ghastly green aura. I can hardly contain my eagerness. I yearn to witness the 5th-tier celestial monkey's display of power firsthand. I have never laid eyes upon a 5th-tier existence before. The 2nd king of Zuio Mountain expressed his anticipation. The remaining 4th-tier demons nodded in agreement, their expressions tinged with varying degrees of excitement. Even the 4th-tier celestial monkey from Tianyuan Mountain harbored a sense of expectation, having never encountered a 5th-tier celestial monkey either. In this gathering, there were a total of 6 4th-tier demons, 2 from Zuio Mountain, 2 from Wuxian Cave, 1 from Moyua Mountain, and 1 from Tianyuan Mountain. Boom. Blood erupted from the pool, and a blood-colored celestial monkey, towering 8 zhang and radiating an overwhelming ferocity, leapt forth. Roar. The blood-colored celestial monkey howled towards the heavens, its roar reverberating, shattering all rocks and vegetation within a 20 zhang radius into dust. The 4th-tier demons were momentarily stunned, trembling under the weight of this terrifying 5th-tier ferocity. Their faces a mixture of shock and exhilaration. The 5th-tier celestial monkey is too formidable. Who could withstand such a terrifying 5th-tier being? Even the existence behind Sea-High Village, standing at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, would be torn apart by the 5th tier celestial monkey. At that moment, the sky darkened with swirling winds. A golden hand, exceeding 100 zhang in size, materialized, radiant and resplendent as the sun. An overwhelming divine might cascaded downward, akin to celestial authority, freezing the 5th tier celestial monkey, the 6 4th tier demons, and the 19 3rd tier demons in place, rendering them utterly immobile. Chapter 67. The Corpses of Humanity, embodying the virtues of humanity. What does 100 zhang signify? It is akin to a mountain suspended above one's head. Some smaller hills might not even reach such a height. This terrifying spectacle was something none of the demons had ever witnessed in their lifetimes. The shadow cast obscured the blazing sun, instilling infinite fear in the hearts of all demons. The ferocity of the 5th tier blood-colored celestial monkey dissipated in an instant, its eyes filled with terror. It could scarcely fathom that, having merged with a drop of blood from the ancient ferocious beast Zhujian, it had ascended from lower 4th tier to lower 5th tier. Yet now felt akin to an ant, unable to move before this unknown existence. What level of horror is this being? That magnificent divine might, that power, towering above all, akin to the heavens and the earth. Could it truly be a legendary deity? Bang! A sound of shattering emanated from within its body, as its bones splintered under the terrifying pressure. It wished to scream, yet its mouth could not open. Beneath that mountain-like hand, under the weight of such overwhelming divine might, the blood of the ferocious beast, which had just been integrated into its being, was violently stripped away. Flying out from its body, the aura that had once been that of lower 5th tier plummeted to lower 4th tier, its essence weakened and grievously wounded. Witnessing this scene, the great king of Zuio Mountain felt as though its eyes would burst from their sockets. Terror gripped its heart to the utmost. Too powerful, too terrifying. Even the celestial monkey that had merged with Zhujian's blood and reached lower 5th tier was stripped of the ferocious beast's blood, returned to its original state. How formidable is the existence behind Sea-High Village? It was filled with regret, wishing it had never reported this matter to Tianyuan Mountain. Even if it had reported it, why did it accompany the expedition? In that moment, it finally understood why the ancestor of the celestial monkeys could step into the 5th tier. It was due to stability and longevity. As long as one lives long enough, there will come a day when they can ascend from the 4th tier to the 5th. Yet, this realization came too late. Could it be that the existence behind Sea-High Village is truly a deity? If not a deity, how could it be so fearsome? Despair filled its heart. Had it known that the other party was indeed a deity, it would never have come. The other 4th tier demons were equally engulfed in terror. They had long since ceased to feel the threat of death. They had believed that they might only encounter death again when their lifespan drew to a close. But now, a seemingly foolproof endeavor had drawn them into the clutches of such a terrifying entity, a being that resembled a true deity. You demons, who feast upon humanity, are unforgivable. I am the rightful deity, condemning you demons to eternal annihilation. A voice, indifferent yet majestic, resonated powerfully. As the voice fell, that colossal hand suddenly reached out towards the throng of demons. Whether they were 4th tier or 3rd tier demons, they could only watch in terror, utterly incapable of mounting any form of resistance. In an instant, they were ensnared by the colossal hand. Divine might struck like a blade, severing souls. Spare me. Please, great deity, spare my life. I pledge my loyalty to the great deity, never to betray. I have toiled for over 140 years to achieve this level. I beseech the great deity to show mercy for my arduous journey and spare my life. Within the resplendent golden hand, each ray of golden light pierced into the minds of the demons, striking at their very souls. This unimaginable agony finally elicited screams of despair and pleas for mercy from the throng of demons. Yet, those cries lasted but a fleeting moment. The souls of the demons were completely shattered. Whether they were 3rd tier or 4th tier, all were annihilated. Within the colossal hand, only the lifeless bodies of the demons remained, their faces etched with despair and regret. Atop the summit of Baihu Mountain, Liu maintained a calm demeanor, casually waving his hand. The lifeless bodies of the demons were drawn into the divine realm, awaiting his return for disposal. Neither the divine store nor regional trade permitted the sale of living beings. Otherwise, these demon souls could have fetched some divine power. Liu, however, was indifferent to this. He was not in need of such trifling divine power at present. Instead, he pondered that if regional trade permitted the transaction of living beings, it would likely give rise to a market for human trafficking. With 3 billion deities in Blue Star, what manner of individuals could be found among them? As long as there is profit, in this world devoid of law and even morality, what deeds would not be dared? Yet, that drop of blood from the ancient ferocious beast, Zhujian. Liu gazed at the blood suspended before him, a vivid crimson hue emanating an aura of menacing ferocity. Subtly, he discerned within this single droplet the spectral form of an ancient beast, its visage resembling that of a human-faced leopard, with the formidable ears of a bull and a powerful serpentine tail. Indeed, it was the legendary primordial beast, Zhuqian. This droplet of blood was quite a remarkable find. After purging the overwhelming malevolence within it with divine power, its quality would diminish, yet it would still be tantamount to a fourth-tier divine blessing talisman. Nonetheless, selling it might prove to be a more lucrative endeavor. With a faint smile, Liu casually stowed it away. He then directed his gaze towards a marshland located approximately 6 to 7 miles north of Poison Dragon Ridge. With a swift step, he found himself hovering above the marsh. Surveying the scene below, nestled within the mire lay a slumbering third-tier venomous serpent, and with merely a glance, Liu awakened the creature, which opened its eyes wide in terror. Yet, before it could react, its demonic soul was shattered, utterly obliterated. The beast's form vanished in a flash, entering the divine domain to await its sale. The territory had expanded to 20,000 acres. Fortune had smiled upon him as he discovered a treasure-laden locale. Observing the marsh below, a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He had long envied the female deity, Chuyu, for her acquisition of spirit rice seeds and essence of spirit rice, surely a result of her discovery of a similar bounteous site. Now, he too had uncovered a promising treasure trove. With a gentle lift of his hand, the entire mire of Baifeng Zhe was suddenly suspended in midair. In the place where the third-tier serpent had been sleeping, 3 human bones emerged. The garments adorning these remains were tattered and decayed, yet their faces retained traces of flesh, glimmering with a translucent sheen. Suspended before these skeletal remains was a precious jade, radiating brilliance and forming a luminous barrier that shielded the bones. Additionally, it summoned the earth's power from below, suffusing the barrier with ethereal light. Some of this spiritual radiance leaked outside, giving rise to the third-tier venomous serpent. Although the serpent feasted upon humans sparingly, having done so once, Liu could not afford to let it escape unscathed. These 3 human remains possessed a notable origin, each embodying a measure of human merit. Liu marveled at the thought. Human merit is the recognition bestowed upon those who have rendered service to humanity. Any entity embodying even a trace of such merit signifies a remarkable individual who has fought for the human race. Chapter 68. May I inquire, O divine being, how do you perceive our human race? Tianyuan Mountain, located over 50 miles outside the city of Xian County, stands as the highest peak within its domain. Its summit soars into the clouds, grand and imposing, often blanketed by perpetual snow. Surrounding Tianyuan Mountain are 9 lesser peaks, each distinctly shaped, yet collectively resembling the features of monkeys when scrutinized closely. Nestled between these 9 peaks and Tianyuan Mountain dwells a multitude of monkey tribes, with only the Tianyuan clan permitted to ascend the mountain. At this moment, within a colossal black palace atop Tianyuan Mountain, an ancient ape sat cross-legged. Its snow-white fur and slightly closed eyes belied a terrifying vitality, despite its apparent age. Even seated, the old ape towered at 5 or 6 zhang. A formidable aura of demonic energy enveloped the entire hall, consuming 3 trembling human warriors from outside the palace. With the intellect of human warriors combined with the mystical energies of Tianyuan Mountain, they sought to refine their physical forms and ascend to the 5th tier. Suddenly, the old ape opened its eyes, astonishment flashing across its visage. It sensed that the 4th-tier descendant it had personally selected, most suited to merge with the blood of the primordial beast Zhuoqian, had perished. How could this be? The fusion of Zhuoqian's blood should have guaranteed an ascent to the 5th-tier realm. What could have led to such a demise? Could it be that the individual had not successfully fused and ascended before being slain by the entity behind Foresee's village? It found this notion hard to believe, that its chosen successor had met their end post-transformation. Cursed be it. What formidable presence had emerged within Xian County? The old ape's expression darkened, its fists clenched tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, they indicated that the force backing Foresee's village was extraordinarily formidable. At that moment, alarm bells rang in its mind. Should the adversary come for Tianyuan Mountain, how would it defend itself? Although it could summon some latent strength to demonstrate 5th-tier prowess, it felt no sense of security. Clearly, it would need to solicit the assistance of a few brothers. It murmured to itself, contemplating departure. Yet, this thought was swiftly quashed. Leaving the stronghold of Xian County would render it unable to consume ample human warriors. If it could not frequently feast upon them, when would it truly attain the 5th tier? And it was not without its own backing. In its youth, it had sworn brotherhood with several exceptionally gifted demons, each now at the 5th tier. When the time came, it would call upon these brothers for support, shielding them in turn. If matters went awry, it would have no choice but to flee. In its mind, it mused that protecting its brothers was a natural course of action, having invested considerable effort in nurturing their bonds. With a gentle wave of his hand, Liu suspended the precious jade, which trembled before descending into his grasp. A 5th-tier artifact, reaching the pinnacle of its tier, it was worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 units of divine power. A satisfied expression graced his features. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. Divine power accumulates gradually, and while ascending to the 8th-tier divine rank necessitated a staggering 150,000 units, he was patient. Now, he had also acquired the 3 human remains. Intriguing. One of them even retained a lingering soul. It appeared that the rich spiritual light condensed from the earth's power within the jade played a significant role. However, the primary factor remained the merit of humanity, which safeguarded his soul. Li Yu's gaze shifted to the remains of the human with the most profound human merit. With a surge of divine power, a hazy human spirit emerged from the bones, momentarily dazed. This was a middle-aged man clad in an official robe, wearing a ceremonial cap, exuding an innate authority without the need for anger. After a brief moment of confusion, clarity returned to the spirit's gaze as he looked up at Li Yu, whose visage remained shrouded in obscurity, and bowed deeply. Wei Xiangyang pays homage to the esteemed elder. Thank you for assisting me in my struggle against the darkness. May I inquire as to your identity? His voice resonated with gravitas and steadiness. I am the rightful deity of the land of Four Seas Town. You possess human merit, having contributed to humanity. Will you serve under me as a divine subordinate? Li Yu regarded Wei Xiangyang, discerning deep within the ephemeral spirit a radiant golden essence of human merit, which perpetually preserved his soul's existence. He noted that human merit could indeed alleviate the consumption of divine laws required for enfeoffment. This revelation dawned upon him, illuminating the myths and legends of the past. Those deities bestowed with titles are predominantly individuals of great merit. It appears that human virtues possess such profound influence. The earthly deity, Wei Xiangyang's pupils dilated sharply, astonishment washing over him as he gazed incredulously at Li Yu. A true deity? Is this not merely a myth? How could there possibly exist genuine divine beings? Yet, he felt the overwhelming and majestic divine aura emanating from Li Yu, radiating like the sun and exuding an authority as grand as the heavens and earth. A flicker of belief began to take root within him. This entity could not possibly be a demon or a malevolent spirit. Such beings could never embody the righteous path of humanity, nor possess the resplendent might of the blazing sun. Could it be that during his time beyond life, the world underwent a momentous transformation, giving rise to deities? May I inquire, O Divine One, how does the esteemed deity perceive our human race? He inhaled deeply and bowed profoundly before Li Yu, speaking with solemnity. As humanity wanes, may the divine path clear the way ahead. I am a righteous deity and shall protect the multitude of humankind. Li Yu replied calmly, articulating his true sentiments. As the faithful earnestly worshipped him, it was only natural that he would extend his protection. If he failed to safeguard even his followers, would he not be deemed a malevolent god? Wei Xiangyang. I wish to serve under the esteemed deity. Wei Xiangyang pays his respects to the Divine One. Without hesitation, Wei Xiangyang immediately knelt before Li Yu, his respect palpable. In life, he had sacrificed himself for the human race. How could he refuse the opportunity to continue safeguarding humanity as a deity? However, he glanced back at the remains of his two sons, a profound sorrow etched upon his face. They were his offspring, who had also given their lives for humanity. While his spirit lingered, his sons were forever lost. Excellent. Li Yu nodded slightly, extending his hand. The earthly register soared forth from the divine realm, landing in his palm. The pages of the register began to flip on their own, revealing the detailed account of Wei Xiangyang's life. To bestow the title of the first subordinate deity, one must be thoroughly acquainted with their subordinate. Chapter 69. Bestowing the title of the first subordinate deity, god of the Shunling River. Wei Xiangyang. Born in the 931st year of the Jinan era of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the 960th year of the Jinan era, he became a top scholar and was appointed by the emperor of the Great Zhou as the county magistrate of Xin County, where he was beloved by the people for his benevolent governance. In the 999th year of the Jinan era, the Great Zhou dynasty fell in a single night, and demons arose. Wei Xiangyang and his two sons perished alongside the five-tiered demons to protect the citizens, saving an entire city, possessing 525 units of human merit. Soon, Li Yu had perused Wei Xiangyang's life story, which was meticulously recorded, detailing every action he undertook while in office, including every case he adjudicated. This was the purpose of the earthly register. Once one consented to join his ranks or the Four Seas Town, their name would appear within the register. It contained countless pages, with each being of the Four Seas Town occupying a single page. Even though Wei Xiangyang's life was richly eventful, the register could encapsulate boundless tales upon a single page. Truly, he was a remarkable individual, having accrued 525 units of human merit, consistently devoted to the welfare of the populace. Yet, it was unexpected to learn that he hailed from the waning years of the Great Zhou dynasty. Li Yu mused within, recalling the foundational information derived from the heavens, which included details about the Great Zhou dynasty. It was an exceedingly prosperous empire, one where demons dared not encroach upon its territory, instead lurking in the shadows. The people of that era were not mere prey for demons, but rather subjects of the Great Zhou. Regrettably, the reason for the Great Zhou dynasty's sudden demise remained a mystery. No one could elucidate what transpired that fateful night. The foundational records from the heavens bore no relevant information. Li Yu felt a pang of regret, as he too wished to uncover the cause behind the Great Zhou's abrupt downfall. It was evident how formidable the Great Zhou dynasty had been, capable of repelling all demons from its borders, a testament to its martial prowess. He He turned his gaze towards the kneeling Wei Xiangyang, gently gesturing. Instantly, a radiance of 300 divine powers materialized in front of him, coalescing into a decree for the bestowal of a subordinate deity. This divine decree exuded an aura of profound mystery, as if embodying the laws of the cosmos. I, the earthly deity of the Four Seas town, hereby bestow upon the meritorious Wei Xiangyang the title of god of the Shunling River, a deity of the realm, tasked with the management of river currents and the administration of clouds and rain. He spoke, his voice resonating powerfully, akin to the voice of the heavens. The first two sentences echoing throughout the entire jurisdiction. Yet, the third statement was audible only to Wei Xiangyang, who lay prostrate before him. The mountains reverberated, and the heavens resonated in harmony. Thunder roared in the skies above, while the Shunling River surged with waves, as if rejoicing. The citizens of the Four Seas town, Songmu Town, the Poison Dragon Ridge, and Baihu Mountain gazed upward in astonishment. Among them, the faithful of the Four Seas town reacted swiftly, kneeling in fervent reverence. To be bestowed as a deity, they had initially believed that worshipping Lord Zhanyue would merely grant them his blessings. Yet now they realized how narrow their perspective had been. Lord Zhanyue had the power to bestow deities. If they were to demonstrate even greater devotion, might they too have the opportunity to ascend to divinity? Who would not feel a burning fervor at the thought of becoming a deity? A deity, exalted and revered by all. Only Li Yuming maintained a calm demeanor, for he believed that as the personally appointed temple steward by Lord Zhanyue, fulfilling each divine command with sincerity would surely afford him the opportunity to be conferred as a deity in the future. Moreover, he clearly heard within Lord Zhanyue's divine proclamation that the newly appointed god of the Shunling River, Wei Xiangyang, was indeed a person of merit among humanity. This, it seemed, was the very reason for Lord Zhanyue's bestowal of the title. Wei Xiangyang. The name seemed vaguely familiar to him. He pondered, feeling as though he had heard it before. Was he not the last county magistrate of the Great Zhou dynasty, revered by the people of Xian County for sacrificing himself alongside the demons to save their lives? Indeed. Zhao Zhiyuan murmured, astonished. This individual, long deceased, has now returned to life, conferred as a deity by Lord Zhanyue. The realization dawned upon Li Yuming and the other leaders of the Four Seas town. This was the embodiment of merit for humanity? They exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. The path to divinity seemed exceedingly arduous. It appeared that if one wished to attain godhood, an alternative route must be taken. In the Bee Demon Valley, the Bee Queen knelt upon the ground, her heart ablaze with fervor. The esteemed Lord has not deceived me. He truly possesses the power to bestow deities. As long as I diligently produce honey for the esteemed Lord and sincerely worship him, surely one day I too will be conferred as a deity. Wei Xiangyang received the divine decree from the esteemed deity with a solemn expression, bowing deeply to Li Yu as he spoke earnestly. With a flicker, the decree for the bestowal of a subordinate deity merged seamlessly into Wei Xiangyang's soul. At the same time, Li Yu extracted 100 units of fragments from the 9th grade divine path and infused them into Wei Xiangyang's spirit. Ordinarily, bestowing a 9th grade subordinate deity would require 200 units of fragments from the 9th grade divine path. However, the merit accrued through human virtue could mitigate the consumption of divine law fragments during the bestowal process, essentially equivalent to 2 measures of merit. This can reduce 1 unit of divine law fragments. However, it can only alleviate at most half. As the divine talisman merges with the fragments of divine law, a tumultuous wind arises in the realm, and the divine laws manifest within Wei Xiangyang's soul, converging. His originally ethereal soul body solidifies at an observable pace, resembling a true corporeal form. In essence, this is akin to a divine body of the 9th tier. Even without employing divine techniques, he possesses a formidable 3rd-tier peak strength. Clad in azure and white river deity robes, adorned with a river deity crown, he holds a river deity seal in his hand. Yet, deep within his soul, he has expended 200 measures of human merit. Nevertheless, 325 measures remain. This constitutes Wei Xiangyang's greatest treasure, a reward for his unwavering dedication to the people, having rescued countless citizens. Divine descendant Wei Xiangyang pays homage to the revered deity, bowing respectfully once more to Li Yu. Having become the river deity of Shunling River, he comprehends the vastness of the divine way only after attaining divinity. Go forth and fulfill your divine duties. Li Yu intoned softly. Upon finishing, he stepped forward, vanishing from Baifangs. As for the remaining 2 human corpses, Wei Xiangyang would handle those himself. This sacred ground had bestowed upon him a 5th-tier gem, and a Wei Xiangyang suitable for being conferred as a subordinate deity greatly pleased him. A subordinate deity under his command would never betray him throughout their lifetime. Moreover, with a mere thought, he could strip them of their divine laws, casting them down to mortality. In this realm devoid of celestial courts or infernal domains, he stands as the architect of his own divine path, the supreme of the divine way. This place is indeed intriguing. Li Yu mused as he appeared before a mountain peak, his expression peculiar. Before him lay a cavern, from which the sound of fervent reading emanated. The reader was none other than a fox, accompanied by an elderly human scholar instructing it. His grand voice, which had previously conferred divinity upon Wei Xianyang, did not reach this place. Chapter 70. The Scholar Who Abandoned His Humanity, the Second Specialty. Xiaojiu, why are you slacking off again? How can you cultivate righteous vigor if you do not study diligently? The cavern was not dim. Luminous pearls hung from the walls, casting a gentle glow. Guanji regarded the diminutive white fox before him, his face stern, his voice authoritative. Clad in a worn, ordinary robe, his hair largely gray. He was evidently of considerable age. Yet, his spirit remained robust, his gaze piercing. Teacher, I was wrong, the white fox replied bashfully, lowering its head, its eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears. Despite its fox-like appearance, it evoked a sense of pity, making one reluctant to see it weep. I promised Ali that I would guide you all to cultivate righteous vigor. Your 8 elder sisters have been obedient, with the slowest among them, Xiao Lu, already achieving it 6 months ago. Xiaojiu, why do you persist in your lackadaisical approach to learning? Only by cultivating righteous vigor can you enter the 9-hearted demon lotus, allowing you and your sisters to seize its essence, purifying your bloodlines, and transforming into 3-tailed spirit foxes. Guanji exclaimed with a look of disappointment, his voice rising in intensity. Teacher, I wish to study earnestly, but I just can't seem to absorb the material. It's not that I want to, Xiaojiu whimpered, tears brimming in its eyes as it clutched a book containing neatly written sage texts. Ah, Xiaojiu, Ali and I loved each other for 20 years. Before passing, she entrusted you to me, and I swear I will see you all ascend to become 3-tailed spirit foxes. You must apply yourself. As a fox, you should understand the significance of becoming a 3-tailed spirit fox. I am awaiting your transformation so that you may rise in cultivation and avenge Ali. Guanji gently stroked Xiaojiu's head, sighing deeply. Teacher, I will surely apply myself. Xiaojiu nodded vigorously, then resumed reading aloud from the sage book. Its youthful, clear voice resonated, bringing a smile of satisfaction to Guanji's face. He took an umbrella and ventured to the innermost part of the cavern. There a waterfall cascaded, its waters crashing upon the rocks, shattering into a myriad of droplets, most landing in the pool beneath, while a few splashed upon Guanji's umbrella. Ignoring the droplets, he crossed the waterfall and arrived behind the curtain of water. There, a colossal purple lotus flower thrived, adorned with 9 seed pods. At that moment, 8 of the pods cradled small foxes, all in deep slumber. Almost there. Only Xiaojiu remains. As soon as Xiaojiu cultivates righteous vigor, it can enter this 9-hearted demon lotus and transform into a 3-tailed spirit fox. Ali, I have feasted upon your heart. I have drained your blood and crushed your bones. From all that you were as a 3-tailed spirit fox, I have forged my semi-demon foundation. Once Xiaojiu and the others become 3-tailed spirit foxes, I shall consume them as well. Guanji's face twisted into a sinister grin. With the essence of 10 3-tailed spirit foxes, he would undoubtedly achieve the blood spirit fox form. At that point, he could leap into the 4th tier. Perhaps even ascend to the pinnacle of the 4th tier, becoming a top figure in Xianyuan County. Yet, Xiaojiu, has it discovered something? The thought of Xiaojiu's habitual laziness darkened his expression. Nonetheless, it was futile to delay. With him watching constantly, Xiaojiu would soon cultivate righteous vigor and enter the 9-hearted demon lotus to purify its bloodline. When that time came, Guanji would soar to greatness. Practicing demonic arts within a human form, he would first transform into a semi-demon, then into a true demon body, completely discarding his human identity. Li Yu's expression remained tranquil. In a world rife with demons, it was not surprising for a human to abandon their corporeal form and join the ranks of demons. However, it was alarming that even before transforming into a demon, he had already begun consuming humans for cultivation, and not just a few. In contrast, the 9 second-tier foxes exuded pure energy, having never consumed human flesh. Of course, these matters held little significance for him. A mere 3rd-tier human rogue. What truly captivated his attention was the drop of earth spirit milk located 100 feet beneath the 9-hearted demon lotus. This 4th-tier lotus thrived, benefiting from the aura emitted by the earth spirit milk below. Earth spirit milk, a 5th-tier substance. A hint of mirth flickered in Li Yu's eyes. This was yet another treasure worth 2,000 to 3,000 measures of divine power. Moreover, he would also acquire 9 3-tailed spirit foxes. While he did not regard the strength of 3-tailed spirit foxes as formidable, their innate abilities would be immensely useful to him. Alchemical preparation. 3-tailed spirit foxes were inherently adept at concocting potions, capable of blending various spiritual herbs into medicinal pastes. After absorbing the essence of the 9-hearted demon lotus, these 9 small foxes could directly become 3rd-tier 3-tailed spirit foxes. 3rd-tier 3-tailed spirit foxes could concoct 3rd-tier medicinal pastes, which could be sold in the regional trade, providing a continuous stream of income. Li Yu felt satisfied. The bee queen from the Bee Demon Valley, after significantly expanding its honey-gathering range, could now provide him with 20 pounds of black-striped bee spirit honey each month. At 4 measures of divine power per pound, that amounted to 80 measures of divine power. Over a year, that equated to 960 measures of divine power. Moreover, This quantity was on the rise, as the bee queen vigorously developed the hive, increasing production naturally. The output from the 9 three-tailed spirit foxes focused on alchemical preparation would surpass even that from the bee demon valley. What was a 4th-tier, 9-hearted demon lotus worth? Merely 300 to 400 measures of divine power. The 9 three-tailed spirit foxes would quickly earn that back for him. He gently raised his hand. Instantly, before him, the mountain peaks split apart abruptly, and a colossal 9-hearted demon lotus surged forth from the fissure. Guanji gazed at the departing lotus, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why had the mountain cracked? Why had the 9-hearted demon lotus taken flight? In the next moment, he realized he was ensnared, an expression of sheer horror dawning in his eyes. He attempted to struggle, but it was futile. With a resounding crash, his corporeal form disintegrated, dissipating into a cloud of dust. Even his soul felt as though it were scattering in that instant. Until his last breath, Guanji remained oblivious to the identity of the entity that had brought about his demise. Whimper. The little fox, Xiaojiao, sensed an irresistible divine presence enveloping it, subsequently casting it into the 9-hearted demon lotus. Instantly, it was gripped by terror, its fur standing on end as it emitted frightened whimpers. Could it be that the perverse Guanji was about to lay his hands on the adorably beautiful creature? Yet, the perverse Guanji shouldn't be this terrifying, should he? Through the 9-hearted demon lotus, its beautiful eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of a vague, towering figure suspended in midair, gazing down upon it with indifference. In that moment, Xiaojiao's mind went blank. A deity. That was a magnificent god. Chapter 71. The first divine assembly of blue star deities. Half a day later, Liu had returned to the divine realm. As for the 9 little foxes, now completely transformed into 3-tailed spirit foxes, he had entrusted them to Liu Ming, instructing him to prepare various medicinal herbs for the 3-tailed foxes to concoct into ointments. Within the territory, there were still 2 small treasures, albeit only containing 1st and 2nd-tier items, which Liu Ming handled. Liu's expression remained calm. 1st and 2nd-tier items held little interest for him if their quantity was not significant. Subsequently, he opened the divine shop, selling a 5th-tier gem, a drop of 5th-tier earth spirit milk, and a drop of blood from the ancient fierce beast Zhuqian. These 3 5th-tier items bore no utility for him. He preferred divine power. The 5th-tier gem was worth 2,100 units of divine power, the earth spirit milk 2,400, and Zhuqian's blood 2,800. In total, he garnered 7,300 units of divine power. Liu then sold all the corpses of the 4th and 3rd-tier demons, earning an additional 4,050 units of divine power. After his excursion into the divine realm, he directly amassed a total of 11,350 units of divine power, including his previous divine power. He now possessed a staggering 22,580 units. He felt immense satisfaction. At this stage, other blue star deities were still toiling for 100 or 1,000 units of divine power, while he had merely traversed his territory and reaped over 10,000 units. This was the disparity. He mused that if the other blue star deities were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be envious. At this moment, he believed that the requirement of 150,000 units of divine power for ascending to the 8th-tier divine rank was not too far-fetched. He cast his gaze towards the underworld law domain beneath the Earth Spirit Temple. Within this underworld law domain, numerous souls of deceased believers had already gathered. Among them were 15 Grade B believers, 60 Grade C believers, and 5 Grade D believers. Grade B believers could be appointed as ghost messengers, while Grade C and D believers had the option to reincarnate or erase their memories to become underworld soldiers. Liu shook his head. He still lacked sufficient subordinate deities. Otherwise, such matters would not require his direct involvement. His subordinate deities could handle them adeptly. Once Zhao Jiyuan fully transformed into a saint-level believer, he would appoint him as a subordinate deity to oversee these affairs. Just as Liu was about to take action, a panel suddenly materialized before him. Lines of text leaped into view. His pupils contracted slightly, and his expression turned grave. Those who have reached the 9th-tier divine rank have officially broken through to 1 billion. The first divine assembly of blue star deities is now open. Prepare to head to the Sun God Court in 1 hour. The first divine assembly will rank participants based on performance, with rewards for the top 10,000. The first divine assembly? The puppeteer behind this was actually organizing an assembly. This was absurd. Liu's lips twitched. He was not surprised that 1 billion blue star deities had reached the 9th-tier divine rank. After all, 7 months had passed. As long as they weren't foolish, many should have amassed 100 units of divine power to ascend to the 9th-tier divine rank. Initially, he had 3 nearby villages. It was reasonable to assume other blue star deities had similar circumstances. He just wondered how many blue star deities had already perished. He murmured to himself, not believing for a moment that blue star deities were invulnerable to death. The unremarkable wild gods were quite fragile, their power merely equivalent to 2nd-tier limits. Such strength could easily be obliterated by a 3rd-tier demon, shattering the Earth Temple, destroying the Earth deity statue, annihilating believers, causing the wild god's domain to collapse and leading to their demise. And what was this Sun God Court? He was curious, merely from its name. It was evident that it was a place of considerable significance. Furthermore, there would be rewards for the top 10,000 ranks. He wondered what the reward for the first place would be. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Li Yu's eyes. Given his current 8th tier divine rank, he believed he must be the best among all Blue Star deities. He glanced back at his territory. He was uncertain how long his participation in the Blue Star Divine Assembly would take. Would there be any issues in the Four Seas town? With the newly appointed spirit river god Wei Xiangyang present, there should be no problems. Moreover, the puppeteer behind this Blue Star deity assembly would likely consider this matter. After all, many 9th tier deities and even wild gods yet to ascend to the 9th tier possessed territories that were even more vulnerable. Li Yu composed himself, awaiting the moment. This time, he would truly encounter other Blue Star deities. Speaking of which, he had previously instructed Li Yuming to gather intelligence on foreign gods. Yet after such a long time, there had been no discoveries. Not only within the confines of Su County, but even in the neighboring cities. No traces of other Blue Star deities had been found. Thus, he was eager to know how far the nearest Blue Star deity was from him. Surely, he could not be the sole Blue Star deity within the entire Dezhou Empire, could he? Sun God Court. The blazing sun's true fire burned fiercely, radiating boundless heat. Li Yu found himself suspended above a sea of flames. The golden sun fire licked at his feet, yet it bore no warmth, as if it were merely an illusion. No, it was not an illusion. I have an additional layer of protection that shields me from the sun's fiery blaze. He felt a jolt of astonishment. Here, he was genuinely standing atop a great sun. Without that layer of protection, he would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. After all, though he was a deity, he was merely an 8th tier deity, not yet at the level to withstand the sun's flames. All around him, the figures of numerous Blue Star deities materialized. Each radiated varying degrees of divine power, densely packed, beyond counting. So many, the sheer number of deities was enough to terrify even demons into submission. Li Yu marveled. With a mere glance, among the over 1 million deities present, some were 9th tier, while others were insignificant wild gods. Yet, he did not see a single 9th tier deity. As for whether there are any deities of the Blue Star present now, he could not ascertain. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded. Before all the deities of the Blue Star, 3 colossal towers, resembling celestial bodies, emerged from the radiant sun. The moment he laid eyes upon these 3 towers, the rules of the inaugural Divine Path Assembly surfaced in Li Yu's mind. Intriguing, he murmured, a flicker of interest gracing his visage. Chapter 72. The Trial of the Tower of the Past, Evaluation Grade A. The 3 divine towers represented the 3 trials of this Divine Path Assembly. Conquering these trials would grant one the eligibility to partake in the rankings. As for the content of the trials, it was not entirely fixed. The first tower, the Tower of the Past, was immutable. Thus, the content of this initial trial was predetermined. Was it a test of the deity's comprehension of divine arts? Li Yu pondered. The Tower of the Past remained eternally unchanged. The deeper the understanding of divine arts, the greater the celestial points one could obtain. Celestial points served as the sole criterion for ranking. This trial required the demonstration of a proficient 9th grade divine art, with celestial points awarded based on one's comprehension of that art. As for those lesser deities who had yet to master 9th grade divine arts, naturally, they would not earn a single celestial point. Goodness, are we lesser deities merely here to run alongside? The first trial doesn't even grant a participation qualification? Nearby, a middle-aged deity resembling an uncle of the Blue Star lamented. There was no remedy. After all, we have failed to advance to the 9th grade divine tier. Oh, how can they ascend so swiftly? 1 billion people have become 9th grade, while I remain a lesser deity. Silly child, consider your own efforts. Is it not your diligence that is lacking? What of my lack of effort? What of engaging in love affairs with female believers? What of having believers offer their wives and daughters to me? If it were not for that 2nd-tier apex fiend injuring me, I would not still be uninitiated into the 9th grade. The heavens did not give birth to me. Chu Kuan, the divine path is as eternal as the long night. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle a deity as poverty. When the day comes, I shall be the heavenly emperor, suppressing all enemies in the world. Nearby, numerous lesser deities complained, with many expressing their discontent vocally. Such blatant discrimination truly rattled many lesser deities. Li Yu glanced at the middle-aged deity who proclaimed he would be the heavenly emperor, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even he, a dignified 8th grade deity, would not dare to make such a claim. This uncle certainly possesses an impressive presence. In the next moment, the Tower of the Past on the far left suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The brilliance enveloped all the deities of the Blue Star. Li Yu discovered that all the surrounding deities had vanished, and he found himself in an empty expanse. Please demonstrate a 9th grade divine art. A line of text appeared before him. His most adept 9th grade divine art. Li Yu contemplated. Since he had arrived here, he was determined to secure first place. Undoubtedly, he desired the reward for achieving first place. Without question, the reward for first place would significantly enhance his faction strength. With each elevation in divine tier, his understanding of preceding divine arts would markedly increase. When I ascended to the 9th grade divine tier, I experienced a substantial enhancement in my understanding of 9th grade divine arts. When I advanced to the 8th grade divine tier, my comprehension of 9th grade divine arts surged once more, with 2 significant enhancements. Surely no one possesses a deeper understanding of 9th grade divine arts than I do. Liu chuckled softly. He waved his hand gently, and instantly, dark clouds gathered above this empty space, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roaring thunder. In the next moment, a terrifying heavenly thunder, imbued with magnificent divine might, descended as if to obliterate everything. Though this lightning was merely a 9th grade divine art, when executed by him, an 8th grade deity, its power barely reached the 6th tier. Boom. The lightning struck fiercely upon the ground, with arcs of thunder spreading, engulfing 100 feet of land, annihilating all in its wake. Moments later, the thunder's light dissipated, and text reappeared before him. Divine Art Evaluation, Grade A. Divine Art Score, 70 Celestial Points. 70 Celestial Points. He wondered what the scores of the other deities of the Blue Star might be. Liu's expression remained calm, regardless of the scores of the other deities. He felt certain that his would be the highest. The bulk of the Blue Star deities were still at the 9th grade tier, 2 major tiers below him. He did not believe that any other Blue Star deities could match his pace. Before long, he flickered and returned to the radiant sun, where the 3 divine towers still stood tall, surrounded by numerous 9th grade deities and lesser wild deities of the Blue Star. The cacophony of voices immediately filled his ears. What the heck? Evaluation Grade D. Only 3 celestial points? How many points did my brothers get? Share so I can find some balance. I envy the Grade D evaluation. I received a Grade D- evaluation, only 1 celestial point. Woe is me. Thank goodness, I received a Grade D evaluation, so I got 2 celestial points, better than some. Worse than others. All Grade D evaluations? That has some balance achieved. Apologies, I received a Grade C- evaluation. Secured 6 celestial points. Looks like I'm about to surpass 99% of my peers. Beast. Not playing games with the female believers, yet secretly training harder? Beast. Not playing games with the male believers, yet secretly honing your skills? Upon hearing these remarks, Liu couldn't help but reveal a slight, albeit mischievous, smile. Most received Grade D evaluations, while only a few achieved Grade C evaluations. This feeling of standing out among the crowd was indeed rather delightful. Of course, he wouldn't boast about his Grade A evaluation and the 70 celestial points he garnered. Perhaps if he spoke of it, no one would believe him, and he would instead be met with ridicule. Why engage in such folly? It sufficed that he reveled in his quiet satisfaction. Next up was the 2nd divine tower. This tower, the Tower of the Present, was contingent upon the present, allowing all deities of the Blue Star to choose the trial's content. He was curious about what would ultimately be selected. Suddenly, the central tower of the present erupted in a brilliant glow. The radiance descended, forming a luminous screen before each Blue Star deity. Liu immediately looked at the screen, which displayed lines of text: cultivating believers, testing attributes, testing believers. Divine power of deities, surviving adversity, spreading faith, testing the 6 desires. Goodness, so many options. He quickly scanned all the trial contents, which numbered at least 20. Every Blue Star deity, whether a lesser wild deity or a 9th grade deity, possessed a single vote. As an 8th grade deity, he too had but 1 vote. It mattered not to him. With a calm demeanor, he cast his vote for divine power of deities. Compared to the other seemingly intricate trials, this option was the simplest for him, much like the previous divine art trial. However, it was evident that the other Blue Star deities did not share his perspective. Few deities voted for the divine power of deities. Instead, the votes for testing the 6 desires, spreading faith, and cultivating believers rapidly surged. After a quarter of an hour, the voting concluded. Liu looked toward the trial project ultimately chosen by all the Blue Star deities. Chapter 73. I am the righteous God of heaven and earth. Evil gods shall be annihilated. Spreading faith? Within an hour, convince a group of those who despise deities to worship a god? The more individuals who develop faith, and the higher their level of devotion, the greater the score? Liu shook his head. This was one of the trials he least wished to participate in among the 20 options. But it was clear. The remaining deities of the Blue Star, particularly those mediocre wild gods who had just barely participated in a previous trial, found the content of this examination to be quite advantageous for them. They even believed that this challenge could facilitate their resurgence. However, such notions were mere illusions. The might of the gods was as formidable as a prison, and divine grace as vast as the ocean. Without sufficient strength, how could one possibly exhibit such formidable power? Liu maintained a serene expression. Regardless of the nature of the trial, he was confident. With a breath, a radiant light flashed, and he found himself in a world engulfed in yellow sands. Here, malevolent deities abound, and divinities have become synonymous with evil. The human race here worships only themselves, devising every possible means to grow stronger. Amidst the yellow sands, humans toil day after day, honing their bodies against the wind and sand, all for the power to slay the malevolent gods. Beneath the earth, some humans have buried themselves for 30 years, striving to comprehend the rhythm of the land and draw forth its strength. In the lair of demons, Humans slay monsters and drink their blood, seeking to seize their power. You may remain here for 1 hour. All the believers you develop within this hour may return with you to your territory. The believers cultivated here can actually be brought back? Liu's spirit was instantly invigorated. Observing the description, it appeared that the humans in this realm possessed considerable strength. After all, they dared to aspire to wield the power to slay malevolent gods. Malevolent gods. Liu stepped forward and stood aloft in the sky, gazing down below. Amidst the yellow sands, there lay a substantial village. The village housed over 2,000 individuals, yet conspicuously lacked elders, containing only adults and children. Each person's skin bore a yellow hue, reminiscent of the sandstorm surrounding them. High earthen walls encircled the village, shielding it from the seemingly incessant winds and sands. In the center of the village, 3 wells stood, from which murky water was drawn, filtered through the fruit sacs of a particular plant. Not far away lay an open area, where children and adolescents, undaunted by hardship, diligently practiced martial arts. 12 third-tier warriors, 36 second-tier warriors, and over 150 first-tier warriors. Truly, the human race, with aspirations to slay malevolent gods, displayed formidable martial prowess even within a single village. Yet, the strength of the malevolent gods here remained uncertain. It seemed that the wild gods of Blue Star would merely serve as spectators in this trial. Fortunately, during this divine assembly, they could exhibit the same strength as if they were within their territory. Otherwise, Liu shook his head. Mediocre wild gods, even within their territory, would only reach the second-tier limit. How could they possibly propagate their faith before a congregation of third-tier warriors? Humans would worship deities. Ultimately, because those deities could provide what they needed: safety, strength, and spiritual fulfillment. These were all attainable. A deity weaker than oneself? One must be quite foolish to worship such a being. There was a surge of divine power. Yet, it lacked a grand and majestic aura, instead reeking of darkness and malevolence. Is this what a malevolent god is? Liu's gaze shifted to the distance. In that direction, the winds and sands swirled more violently, and a grotesque, blood-red statue weeping tears of blood soared through the air. Despite its distortion, it was evident that the original form was that of a woman. I have found you, a band of humans. Come, children of humanity, let us merge into one. The twisted statue opened its mouth, emitting a bizarre, frenzied, and malevolent sound. The voice instantly penetrated the human village. In that instant, chaos erupted among the villagers. The malevolent god has come. We fled here, and yet we were still discovered. It's over. It's Manhwaaudiobook, the malevolent god of 4th tier, maximum strength. Despair echoed in the voices of the villagers. They had barely settled here after fleeing from the center of their homeland for less than 5 years. And now Manhwaaudiobook had pursued them again, with the blood of our fervor staining the sword of our ancestors. The strongest 3rd-tier man in the village roared in fury. He was a towering figure, with long black hair cascading down and his upper body bare, suddenly drawing forth a long sword from his waist. The sword glimmered as he slashed open his palm, allowing blood to drip onto the blade. The other 3rd-tier warriors from the village stepped forward, using the sword of their ancestors to cut open their palms and let their blood fall. In an instant, the sword of their ancestors was stained red. The entire sword erupted with a formidable pressure, akin to that of a lower 4th tier. However, compared to the approaching malevolent god, the disparity remained vast. How intriguing. This sword has even developed a spirit. Liu hovered in the air, calmly observing the unfolding scene. He refrained from taking immediate action. The humans here harbored animosity toward deities. How could he expect them to worship him if he intervened prematurely? At this moment, he had set his sights on the village. If he could bring them all back, it would serve as a remarkable boon to the strength of his believers. After all, in the Four Seas town, there were only 3 believers of the 3rd tier level. Yet this village boasted 12. If he could bring them all back, he would have no worries about the divine war 5 months hence when it came to the battle among believers. Merge with me, it is your honor. To become a part of a great and divine being, you should be grateful for my grace. The blood-tearing, twisted statue flew over the earthen walls, its unevenly shaped eyes greedily gazing at the villagers. It opened its mouth, and a scarlet tongue surged forth, aiming to ensnare the man wielding the sword of his ancestors. An eerie divine might erupted, freezing the surroundings. The 3rd-tier man, clutching the sword of his ancestors, was also rendered immobile. The faces of all the other humans were etched with fear and despair, frozen in that moment. Ancestors, aid me. The man's teeth crunched as he internally roared. The sword of his ancestors unleashed its lower 4th tier power, barely managing to budge the divine pressure, allowing him to lift it defensively. Bang! The scarlet tongue struck the sword of his ancestors. Instantly, the blade bent into a remarkable arc, slamming into the man's chest and sending him flying. Blood gushing from his mouth. Come now. The twisted statue emitted an evil laugh, its scarlet tongue splitting into over 2,000 tendrils, sweeping toward every villager. No. The severely injured man's eyes widened in despair. His wife, his son, his daughter, were they all to be devoured by this malevolent god? The eyes of all the villagers were similarly filled with despair. Too powerful. The malevolent god Manhwaaudiobook was too formidable. Even the sword of their ancestors could not withstand it. Their entire village was about to be swallowed whole, their souls eternally damned. But just then, the swirling yellow sands abruptly ceased. The winds vanished entirely from the realm. The 2,000 tongues of the malevolent god halted midair. Even Manhwaaudiobook, the malevolent god, was frozen, unable to move. The entire world seemed to come to a standstill in that moment. In the next instant, a golden divine radiance descended from the heavens, forming a colossal golden visage above the village. Majestic divine might surged forth, dazzling as the sun and moon. I am the righteous God of heaven and earth. As humanity falters, I shall forge the divine path through thorns. The malevolent gods shall be vanquished. Chapter 74. Worship me, and you shall receive protection. Those with sincere hearts shall receive blessings. In that moment, every villager's eyes widened in astonishment. They had been immobilized by the malevolent god Manhwaaudiobook, unable to move. Yet now, as the golden divine light poured down, it dispelled all darkness, even enveloping them in a warm and comforting embrace. This was a sensation they had never experienced in their lives. However, compared to this warmth, they were far more astonished by the words they had just heard. A righteous God of heaven and earth, to forge the divine path through thorns? The malevolent god shall be vanquished? Is there truly a righteous God in this world? The severely wounded man stood dazed, gazing up at the indistinct, colossal visage looming above the village. An unimaginable divine majesty surged through the heavens and the earth, halting even the swirling sands beneath its might. This overwhelming power, while exuding an aura of unassailable grandeur, did not evoke in him a single trace of malevolence. He had encountered more than one evil deity, and each had instilled in him a nauseating sense of wickedness upon sight. Could it be that this was truly a righteous God? Did genuine deities exist in this realm, and were they not all malevolent? How could that be possible? The righteous gods had long since perished. It was inconceivable that one could return. The evil god, Manhwaaudiobook, exclaimed in disbelief. Its twisted statue trembled incessantly, eyes filled with an indescribable terror. Righteous gods had been extinguished, leaving only evil gods to reign supreme. Its very existence was born from a corrupted idol, gradually acquiring divine power to become an evil god. Righteous gods gathered their divine strength through the faith and offerings of mortals, while it had transformed the flesh and souls of humanity into malevolent divine power. The massive golden face in the sky regarded them with indifference. Exuding an air of majesty akin to that of the cosmos, the righteous God has returned. The world must be set back on its rightful course. Liu, of course, remained oblivious to the intricate relationship between righteous and evil gods in this world, nor did he understand the reasons behind the extinction of the righteous. Yet, this ignorance did not hinder his ability to utilize this moment to convince the villagers that he was indeed a righteous God. Had it not been for this, he would have already crushed Manhwaaudiobook. No, it was impossible. Righteous gods had long been annihilated. The notion of their return was utterly unfathomable. But your divine power is that of a righteous God. You are a righteous God. Could it be that righteous gods had not truly perished, but rather were now returning? Manhwaaudiobook shrieked in terror. The thought of the terrifying righteous gods from legend sent shivers through its form. Upon hearing its voice, the villagers of the hamlet displayed shock, joy, excitement, and exhilaration. A righteous God. Is a righteous God truly returning? Does that mean that all the evil gods in this world will be swept away by the returning righteous God? Will they no longer have to fear being devoured by evil gods? Is it truly a righteous God? Manhwaaudiobook is an evil God, and it would not lie. A righteous God descends, rescuing our village, and saving my wife and children. He Yuanming exclaimed with fervent excitement. Only by living could one appreciate the beauty of existence. And with the emergence of a righteous God, their future was filled with hope. Liu observed the villagers below beginning to accept him as a righteous God, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him, as long as they believed in him as a righteous God and did not harbor any deep-seated rejection. It would be much easier for him to have the entire village of humanity worship him. If it were a different deity from the 9th-rank blue star, such an effect would be unimaginable. Its power would at best rival that of the evil gods, and it might even lead to the death of numerous villagers. He reflected on this, glancing at the now ineffective evil god below. With a voice that resonated with authority, he declared, "I grant you death." Upon the utterance of his decree, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously. Lightning flashed and crackled, imbued with an awe-inspiring terror. Boom! The resplendent heavenly thunder descended. The purple radiance illuminated the faces of all the villagers, making their world seem to consist solely of that one bolt of purple lightning. Ah! The evil god screamed, but beneath the magnificent heavenly thunder, it let out a single cry before its entire divine form exploded, subsequently obliterated by the divine lightning. Its divine soul and body were utterly annihilated into nothingness. Fragments of the corrupted divine laws rose into the air, landing in Liu's hands. With a mere thought, he activated his divine power and thoroughly purified the tainted essence. There were only 10 units, far inferior to the same tier evil spirits of the great Zhou Empire. It appeared that the evil gods here possessed very few divine laws. Liu collected the 10 units of divine law fragments. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He was indeed in need of divine law fragments. After all, the more divine law fragments he possessed, the more subservient gods he could bestow. Below, the villagers were in a daze. Had the terrifying evil god Manhwaaudiobook, which had nearly devoured their entire village, truly perished? They found it hard to believe. That was an evil god. Yet, before the righteous God, who gazed down from the heavens, it seemed so fragile. The magnificent heavenly thunder indeed possessed unparalleled might. If only this righteous God could protect them, how wonderful that would be. With such a protector, their village would no longer have to fear the threat of evil gods. Though the being had spoken of a righteous God's return, who knew how long that process would take? Without the righteous God's protection, they might be devoured by another evil god in the interim. They offered their heartfelt gratitude for the righteous God's salvation. They implored the righteous God to bless them. Yuanming struggled to rise, kneeling reverently before the golden visage in the sky. His thoughts mirrored those of the other villagers. Having witnessed a righteous God, it was only natural to ask for their protection. Thank you, righteous God, for saving us. We implore you to bless us. One by one, the villagers knelt, their faces alight with gratitude, excitement, and trepidation, fearful that the righteous God might depart. Even the youngest children, having matured far beyond their years in this ravaged world of evil gods, knelt reverently beside their elders. They understood that it was the righteous God who had saved them. Had the righteous God not appeared, they would have already fallen prey to the evil god. Liu looked down at the kneeling villagers with indifferent eyes, his voice resonating with authority. Worship me, and you shall receive protection. I am a righteous God, and do not consume flesh and blood. Should you worship me, 2 incense sticks daily shall suffice. Those with sincere hearts shall receive my bounteous grace. These words were not typically spoken by a deity such as himself. However, given the time constraints and the absence of a temple priest to perform these rites on his behalf, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Yuanming exchanged glances with the other third-tier warriors of the village, and then they prostrated themselves, reverently declaring, "We are willing to worship the righteous God," ensuring an unbroken flow of incense daily. Their hearts swelled with excitement at the thought that by simply offering incense and sincerely worshiping, they could receive the protection of a great righteous God, something unimaginable in the past. You have completed the trial of the current tower ahead of schedule. You have gained 2,225 followers, who may accompany you back to your domain, including infants and toddlers. A series of words materialized before Liu. Soon after, evaluations and scores for his performance in the current tower appeared. Chapter 75, Trials of Adversity, Summoning Winds and Rain to Annihilate the Gods. Evaluation, A. Score 140 days of points. Though he received the same A evaluation, the score was double that of his previous trial in the tower. Liu felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, he lamented that in this world, he could only interact with this one village. If he could engage with 2 more villages, perhaps he could bring back 2 additional groups of followers. With a sigh, the scene before him shifted, and he found himself back before the 3 divine towers. The surroundings were desolate, with only him standing as a solitary deity. Clearly, among the 3 billion blue star deities, he alone had managed to complete this trial early. The blazing sun above burned fiercely, as if any being stepping into its light would be turned to ash. He wondered where this sun-divine court truly lay. He gazed up at the starry sky, beneath which lay a sun of unimaginable magnitude. Yet above the firmament, not a single star gleamed, as if the celestial bodies themselves were absent. These distant entities felt leagues away. When I am sufficiently powerful, every secret shall be unveiled. Liu mused quietly to himself, his countenance serene. He remained indifferent to the motives of the shadowy puppeteer who had orchestrated their transmigration into deities. He cared not for the ulterior intentions of that enigmatic force. The only truth he grasped was that the path to knowledge lay in strength. Only by growing stronger could he earn the right to uncover the truth. After a considerable passage of time, a radiant brilliance erupted, and a multitude of blue star deities materialized. It was evident that the trials of the tower had concluded, and all blue star deities had emerged. In an instant, a cacophony of voices flooded Liu's mind. By the heavens, the malevolent entity we faced was actually a 4th-tier limit? As a mere rogue deity, I was obliterated in a single encounter. I am fortunate to have survived. I was pursued by that fiend for 100 miles, only to be devoured. This was my first time being consumed. This trial is insufferably difficult. I barely repelled the malevolent entity, yet no one believes I am a legitimate deity. Damn it, I couldn't even cultivate a single believer. My evaluation is merely a D grade with a paltry sun point. This is nothing short of a consolation prize. How exasperating. I nearly knelt to plead for mercy, and yet I could only muster 3 believers, landing me in D rank. Who concocted this trial? Step forward and receive my ire. Fortunately, I, a humble maiden, managed to charm 22 believers with my allure, achieving a commendable C rank. Surrounding him, a chorus of grievances erupted. The blue star deities lamented the arduous nature of the trial, with many who had previously cast their votes now filled with regret. They believed that had a different trial been proposed, their evaluations would surely have soared. Surviving within that realm did not equate to true death. Indeed, this gathering is a spectacle, Liu mused, his gaze flickering. He had previously surmised that the fourth-tier limit malevolent entities would likely claim the lives of a significant number of rogue deities. However, he had not anticipated the mercy of the hidden hand, which rendered death in this trial a mere illusion. Nonetheless, it made sense. Had true death been the outcome, it was likely that 7 or 8 out of 10 rogue deities would have perished in that trial. He whispered softly to himself. In the distance, the third tower. The Tower of the Future erupted with a resplendent divine radiance. The future is uncertain. Thus, the trials of the Tower of the Future are neither fixed nor determined by the deities, but are instead selected at random. Suddenly, a colossal ancient wheel appeared before the Tower of the Future. This wheel was divided into 12 segments, each representing a distinct trial. The ancient wheel began to spin rapidly. At that moment, all blue star deities ceased their chatter and complaints, holding their breath as they fixated on the ancient wheel. Those with high evaluations and scores felt an overwhelming sense of tension. They believed they had a chance to enter the top 10,000 to claim rewards, making the content of the third trial all the more critical. As for the rogue deities, it mattered little. They were resigned to their fate and expected to merely accompany the race. They even muttered under their breath, "The harder, the better." After a brief interval, the ancient will came to a halt. Survival and adversity? Liu raised an eyebrow. The trial of the Tower of the Future, survival and adversity? His interest was piqued. What conditions could be deemed as adversity? With a flash of light, all blue star deities vanished, entering the Tower of the Future. Was this what it meant to survive in adversity? Liu surveyed his surroundings, noting the malevolent entities encircling him from all directions, and found himself at a loss for words. Before him, the number of malevolent beings exceeded 50. There were those with 8 blood-red eyes, entities wielding tentacles, beings resembling enormous eyeballs, and others with twisted expressions and arms crossed. Each malevolent entity was unique in form, and their auras all reached the 4th-tier limit. Moreover, he sensed that 5 of these entities had even attained the 5th-tier limit. Surrounded by 50 malevolent beings, this scenario indeed qualified as adversity for any 9th-tier deity. Surviving amidst such a throng of malevolent entities was an insurmountable challenge. After all, a 9th-tier deity's prowess was merely at the 4th-tier limit, only marginally superior. Facing a multitude of 4th-tier limit malevolent entities, and even the 5th-tier limit ones, was utterly impossible to withstand. Amidst the encirclement of malevolent entities, how shall you survive in this adversity? The longer you endure, the higher your evaluation. 2 lines of text materialized slowly. Survive longer for a higher evaluation? What if I were to obliterate all malevolent entities? Liu's expression turned peculiar. He had already discerned that any divine power expended during this trial would be restored immediately upon its conclusion. Thus, he could freely wield all divine arts here. With his strength at the 8th-tier divine level, extinguishing these 50 malevolent entities would be a mere trifle. The 6th-tier limit far surpassed both the 5th-tier and 4th-tier limits in power. A true deity. Here, a true deity emerged. Kill him. Tear him apart. Devour his divine essence. The 50 malevolent entities immediately recognized Liu, their excitement palpable. Their existence relied upon true deities. With the emergence of a genuine deity, their eagerness was understandable. Consuming the divine laws of a true deity would render them more formidable. In an instant, 20 or more malevolent entities surged forth to attack Liu. Come, let us see the might of your 8th-tier divine arts. Liu maintained his tranquility, gazing down upon the 50 malevolent entities before him. He extended a hand, and a tremendous tempest arose, enveloping everything above and below. This was no ordinary wind. It was the scorching wind of the blazing sun from the heavens. From above, rain began to fall, not just any rain, but the millennia-old shadowy rain from the depths of the abyss. The scorching wind and the ancient rain enveloped all malevolent entities, invoking the divine art of summoning wind and rain from the 8th tier. Chapter 76, a plethora of divine law fragments. Ranking results revealed. This true deity is terrifying. The blazing sun's wind, the millennia-old shadowy rain. It's over. This is a deity who commands the art of summoning wind and rain. Flee, flee, flee. There's no escaping. In the realm of the blazing sun's wind, escape is impossible. The malevolent entities shrieked in terror. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were scattered by the scorching wind, their divine powers stripped away, and their forms corroded by the ancient rain, turning to dust. Even the 5 who had attained the 5th tier limit were no exception. They had no resistance against the scorching wind or the millennia-old rain. In an instant, the air was filled with desiccated bones, which, when caught in the scorching wind, disintegrated into powder, vanishing without a trace. The 50 malevolent entities were obliterated in an instant by Liu's divine art. Only fragments of tainted divine laws fell into Liu's grasp. This trial proved to be immensely rewarding. With a single strike, he had annihilated 50 malevolent entities, thereby acquiring 500 units of divine law fragments all at once. Furthermore, among them, There were 50 units belonging to the true 9th tier divine law fragments. A smile of delight adorned Liu's face. He summoned forth a surge of divine power, expending over 500 units to thoroughly purify the divine law fragments in his possession. But what were 500 units of divine power to him? This constituted 450 units of 9th tier divine law fragments and 50 units of true 9th tier divine law fragments. Even if placed for sale in the deity shop, their worth would exceed 5,000 units of divine power. As long as one's intellect remains intact, there would be no deities peddling fragments of divine law at the divine shop. These fragments of divine law are exceedingly advantageous, whether employed to consecrate subordinate deities or to permanently reduce the consumption of a particular divine art, especially when it comes to profitable divine arts. The value becomes even more pronounced. This particular trial was quite comfortable for me. It appears that the first divine conference is assessing participants primarily based on the 9th tier divine rank. I stand 2 significant tiers above the 9th tier, hence my ease in navigating this challenge. The sensation of surpassing the evaluation requirements with such ease was gratifying to Liu. A line of text materialized before him. Evaluation. A. Score, 210 Great Sun Points. With a flash of brilliance, Liu found himself back before the 3 divine towers. Brother, you emerged so quickly? The content of this trial was terrifying. A horde of evil deities, and I was eliminated in an instant, remarked a young 9th tier deity, his brow furrowed in distress. Who could disagree? A dozen or more evil deities attacked simultaneously. What chance did we have? Protested another 9th tier deity, a middle-aged man who, despite his divine status, retained his original appearance. I too was eliminated in a heartbeat. Liu nodded in empathetic agreement, recalling how the 50 evil deities had indeed perished in an instant, though their demise was somewhat agonizing. How many Great Sun Points did you accumulate in total? The middle-aged man inquired, his expression hopeful. Me? Liu smiled slightly, responding nonchalantly. I merely collected a few hundred. After all, they were worlds apart. He had no reason to fear. It was highly likely they weren't even in the same realm. I secured over 1,000. Scoffed the young 9th tier deity, rolling his eyes in disbelief. How could he possibly trust such a claim, even for a prodigy like him? Acquiring merely 15 Great Sun Points was an achievement. If anyone truly amassed hundreds, he would willingly adopt them as an honorary father. Brother, you certainly have a knack for jesting. However, I am quite pleased with my 13 Great Sun Points. Many of those lesser deities only managed to gather 1 or 2. The middle-aged man gestured disdainfully towards a group of lesser deities nearby. In his view, any deity who had been unable to amass 100 points in 7 months must be lacking in intellect. Surely, many had exhausted their followers to no end. Such deities he deemed unworthy of his company. To forge friendships, one must naturally associate with those of the same 9th tier divine rank. It is astonishing that some deities have yet to emerge. How have they endured for so long? Who would have thought that becoming a deity would not guarantee one's longevity? Sighed the young deity. Liu's lips twitched as he waited a moment longer. At last, all the divine beings from Blue Star had emerged from the Tower of the Future. After calculating, he discerned that the deity who had withstood the trial the longest had endured for about half a moment. However, that particular Blue Star deity, as he sensed, remained at the 9th tier divine rank. This implied that, among all the deities of Blue Star, no one else had achieved a true 9th tier rank apart from him. This was entirely reasonable. After all, 1,000 units of divine power represented a considerable number for any 9th tier deity. Furthermore, the need for consumption meant that accumulating such power could not be accomplished in a short span. Facing 50 evil deities, merely enduring for half a moment was quite impressive. He pondered how long it would be before a true 9th tier deity would emerge. He mused, while also growing curious about the rankings. He was assuredly in first place. But what reward would the top position yield? The orchestrators of this divine gathering could not possibly provide a meager prize, could they? Suddenly, the 3 divine towers radiated with brilliance. 3 beams of light intertwined, forming a colossal divine leaderboard suspended in the great sun. The sun's true fire blazed intensely, with the leaderboard hovering in the air as names began to appear, accompanied by their respective Great Sun Points. It commenced from the 10,000th position. The 10,000th place received 26 Great Sun Points. Liu observed quietly. Before long, only the last 3 rankings remained. Third place, 52 Great Sun Points. Second place, 64 Great Sun Points. First place, 420 Great Sun Points. Simultaneously, 3 beams of light descended from the celestial dome, enveloping Liu, along with the second and third place contenders. The 3 of them soared into the air, hovering above all the Blue Star deities, casting their gaze down upon the crowd. Liu occupied the central position among them, standing the tallest. From this vantage point, he could see the multitude of Blue Star deities gaping in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. By the heavens, he truly amassed hundreds of Great Sun Points. He ranks first, exclaimed the young deity, while the middle-aged man stood dumbfounded. Had he truly not been exaggerating? The 2 exchanged incredulous glances, as if caught in a dream. They had merely sought casual conversation, only to discover that they were conversing with the first-place winner of this divine conference. However, The third round had clearly seen him emerge early as well. How could he have garnered such an astonishing number of great sun points? The two were filled with shock and an overwhelming sense of envy. This was the first place. What rewards would it entail? Chapter 77. The rewards for ranking first. The divine treasure, source of the celestial sovereign. 420 great sun points. Good heavens. That was 356 points more than the second place. This individual possesses the potential of a celestial emperor. He shall undoubtedly become my formidable rival in the future. Has he somehow cheated? How could he possibly have accrued so many great sun points? I must report this. I am genuinely curious about the evaluations he received for all 3 trials. I suspect he may no longer be a 9th-tier deity, but rather a true 9th-tier deity. By the heavens, a true 9th-tier deity? You cannot be serious. Below, the blue star deities were left in stunned disbelief, murmuring amongst themselves. The sheer number of great sun points acquired by Li Yu was beyond comprehension. If the difference had merely been 20 or 30 points over the second place, they could have accepted it. Yet now, the disparity exceeded 300 points. Even the second and third place contenders, suspended in midair, wore expressions of shock. They understood how arduous it was to secure such a number of great sun points. Yet now, someone had surpassed them by such a margin. This was utterly unbelievable and rather ostentatious. Li Yu chuckled softly, but remained unfazed. The blue star deities may have been astonished to learn of his existence, but as for his whereabouts, that was surely unknown and would have no bearing on him. The 3 divine towers once again radiated brilliance, revealing the second divine leaderboard. The rewards for the top 10,000 began to materialize. Li Yu immediately scrutinized it. 1,001st to 10,000th place. 5 first-tier blessing talismans, 1 second-tier blessing talismans. 101st to 1,000th place. 10 first-tier blessing talismans. 1 second-tier blessing talismans. 11th to 100th place. 15 first-tier blessing talismans, 2 second-tier blessing talismans. 4th to 10th place. 21st-tier blessing talismans, 3 second-tier blessing talismans. 3rd place. 31st tier blessing talismans, for 2nd tier blessing talismans, 1 3rd-tier blessing talismans, and 50 units of 9th tier divine law fragments. 2nd place, 40 level 1 blessing charms, 5 level 2 blessing charms, 2 level 3 blessing charms, and 100 units of 9-tier divine path rule fragments. 1st place, 100 level 1 blessing charms, 10 level 2 blessing charms, 5 level 3 blessing charms, 1 level 4 blessing charm, 1 spirit insight talisman, 1 deity mark, 1 celestial sovereign essence, and 200 units of divine path rule fragments. Such rewards. Li Yu's eyes sparkled with joy. Indeed, the shadowy orchestrators of the Blue Star Divine Path Grand Assembly did not disappoint him. The richness of these rewards was enough to evoke envy among all the deities of Blue Star. The combined value of the blessing charms and divine path rule fragments amounted to nearly 8,000 units of divine power. Furthermore, 3 items he had never encountered before piqued his curiosity: the Spirit Insight Talisman, the Deity Mark, and the Celestial Sovereign Essence. These treasures seemed extraordinary, and only upon receiving the rewards would he comprehend their precise purposes. Moreover, these 3 items were exclusive to the first place. In the next moment, a brilliant radiance enveloped him, and he vanished from above the blazing sun. All the other deities of Blue Star also disappeared without a trace. Instantly, the towers of the past, present, and future shattered like ephemeral dreams, fading away, leaving behind a vast, resplendent sun radiating boundless solar flames, suspended in an unknown location. Within the divine realm, Li Yu suddenly materialized, his gaze immediately directed towards the expanse beyond the divine realm. The Four Seas town exhibited no abnormalities. Evidently, nothing had transpired during his brief absence. He had been gone for approximately an hour and a half. It was imperative to establish 4th-tier combat power within the Four Seas town. Otherwise, if a 4th-tier demon were to invade while he was away, what could he do? He pondered. Nonetheless, his journey to the Divine Path Grand Assembly had undeniably yielded bountiful rewards, particularly the Deity Mark and Celestial Sovereign Essence from the first-place prize, which instilled within him a profound sense of their extraordinary value. His gaze fell upon a flatland situated over 30 miles from the Four Seas town. This area, once merely barren ground strewn with stones and devoid of human inhabitants due to a lack of water sources, now boasted the presence of a village. It was identical to the village encountered during the trials in the Tower of the Present. Remarkable, not only had all the villagers arrived, but the entire village had seemingly relocated as well. Could this be a small reward for converting all the villagers into believers? Li Yu chuckled softly, but soon fell into contemplation. The Four Seas town was undoubtedly his primary domain, the core of his jurisdiction. The expansion of his jurisdiction revolved around the land spirit temple within the Four Seas town. However, now that his jurisdiction had expanded to encompass a vast area of 20,000 hectares, it was imprudent to concentrate all inhabitants within the Four Seas town, as this would hinder agricultural efforts. With an increasing number of believers, relying solely on Li Yuming was becoming untenable. Therefore, he resolved to appoint several high priests. Li Yu maintained a calm demeanor as he surveyed the Class A believers within the Four Seas town. Ultimately, His gaze settled upon Zhang Rongguei, Li Xiaodao, and Zheng Xinlan. Zheng Xinlan had recently emerged as a Class A believer, coupled with He Yuanming, a third-tier upper-level martial artist from the Yellow Sand Village. He would temporarily appoint these four as high priests. Although He Yuanming's faith was relatively sincere, he had yet to attain Class A status, remaining a Class B believer. Nevertheless, the Yellow Sand Village required a high priest to oversee matters. With this decision made, Li Yu's gaze shifted to the extraordinary rewards from the first-place prize of the Divine Path Grand Assembly. He swept his eyes over the blessing charms and Divine Path rule fragments, fixating on the Spirit Insight Talisman, Deity Mark, and Celestial Sovereign Essence. In an instant, the information regarding these three items manifested before him. Name: Spirit Insight Talisman. Tier: Level 1 Talisman. Effect upon use: it can elevate a 9-tier spirit machine to a standard 9-tier spirit machine. Name: Deity Mark. Tier: effect upon use: it allows one to maintain their strength unchanged upon exiting the jurisdiction without requiring tenfold divine power to utilize divine techniques. Usage count: once. As for the Celestial Sovereign Essence, Li Yu's pupils constricted slightly in astonishment as he beheld its information. This was undoubtedly a divine treasure. Name: Celestial Sovereign Essence. Tier: effect upon fusion: the essence of the deity is elevated by 1 tier, boosting the strength of a 9-tier Divine Path deity from the 4th tier limit to the lower 5th tier, and enhancing the standard 9-tier Divine Path strength from the 5th tier limit to the lower 6th tier, and from the 8th tier Divine Path strength from the 6th tier limit to the lower 7th tier, all the way to the standard 4th tier Divine Path. The elevation of the deity's essence was staggering. Li Yu found his breath quickening. He had never anticipated that the 6th tier limit was not the apex of the 8th tier Divine Path. Astonishingly, by merging this Celestial Sovereign Essence, one could ascend from the 6th tier limit to the lower 7th tier. Among deities of the 8th tier, one at the 6th tier limit could not contend with one who had achieved the lower 7th tier. The disparity was immense. It could be said that even a coalition of 3 to 5 6th tier limit 8th tier deities would be no match for a singular 7th tier lower 8th tier deity. Furthermore, this enhancement was not restricted to just the 8th tier Divine Path. It extended all the way to the standard 4th tier Divine Path. This indicated that the elevation of the deity's essence would ensure that his divine tier ascension would always surpass that of other deities of the same tier. The Celestial Sovereign Essence was invaluable, and it was no wonder that the shadowy orchestrators of the Divine Path Grand Assembly had bestowed such astonishing rewards upon the first place. Li Yu's eyes gleamed with delight as he contemplated the implications of this reward. While it merely appeared to elevate him from the 6th tier limit to the lower 7th tier, the underlying benefits were sufficient to drive all deities into a frenzy. After all, the Divine War was merely 5 months away, and attaining a higher realm of power would undoubtedly afford him an unimaginable advantage in this forthcoming conflict. Even if the battles among believers and divine beings resulted in a 50% reduction in strength, he could still vanquish deities of the same tier in the 3rd phase of the Divine War. A lower 7th tier deity, even when weakened by 50%, would still surpass a 6th tier limit deity in strength. The Celestial Sovereign, its exact tier within the divine system, remained a mystery. The fact that one essence could elevate the very nature of a deity by a tier was indeed unfathomable. Li Yu murmured to himself. Regardless of the tier, he possessed enough confidence to eventually ascend to such heights. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and grasped the Celestial Sovereign Essence that hovered before him. Such a precious divine treasure warranted immediate utilization. The Celestial Sovereign Essence radiated a gentle purple-gold glow, resembling a swirling Taiji sphere, half golden and half purple. The interplay of gold and purple created an exquisite fusion, resulting in a regal hue of purple gold. Merely gazing upon the Celestial Sovereign Essence instilled within Li Yu a profound sensation, as if he were peering directly into the very essence of the cosmos. It appears that this fragment of the Heavenly Sovereign's essence embodies the very laws of the universe, possessing the capacity to even alter those laws. Perhaps it is due to my remarkable performance at the Divine Path Assembly, where I amassed 420 points in the Great Sun competition, that I am granted this essence as the first-place prize? Li Yu pondered to himself. Yet, whether this is true remains unprovable and, ultimately, inconsequential. With a deep breath, he extended his hand and pressed it against the Heavenly Sovereign's essence. In an instant, it flowed into his divine form like a stream of water. Boom! A cacophony of heavenly thunder erupted. Above the Four Seas town, storm clouds gathered ominously, and the air resonated with the sound of thunder. It was as if the heavens were enraged, poised to unleash cataclysmic lightning to obliterate everything in sight. What is happening? Li Yuming looked up at the sky, a sense of trepidation creeping over him. The thunder above was dense and relentless, and within the tumultuous clouds, he thought he glimpsed a humanoid figure standing amidst the roiling storm, coldly surveying the world below. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving him to wonder if it had been a mere illusion. An illusion? Li Yuming murmured, feeling a sense of suffocation. The sheer volume of thunder made him believe that even a single bolt could reduce him to ashes. What could possibly be the cause of this? He was certain he had indeed seen that humanoid figure, seemingly formed from the terrifying thunder. Above the clouds, was thunder transformed into a humanoid entity? To him, this was nothing short of mythological. At this moment, he was not alone. The town mayor, Li Diyong, the third-tier, mid-level warrior Zhao Jiyuan, the village chief He Yuanming of Huangsha Village, and the other third-tier cultivators, along with the queen bee of the Bee Demon Valley and the 9 third-tier low-level three-tailed spirit foxes, as well as the inspector Liao Xiaoer, all shared the same pallor and contracted pupils, for they too had witnessed the humanoid being within the storm clouds. Though it had flashed before their eyes, it left an indelible image etched in their minds. The thunderous humanoid loomed above the clouds, coldly gazing down upon them. Within the divine domain, Liu furrowed his brow, observing the billowing clouds above Four Seas Town. He also beheld the very humanoid figure, composed entirely of thunder. There were 12 such beings, all coldly regarding him, as if endowed with consciousness, able to see through the divine domain into his divine form. When I ascended from the 9th tier divine rank, thunder had erupted with a deafening roar. When I ascended to the true 9th tier divine rank from the 8th, the same thunderous explosion had occurred. Now, as I merge with the essence of the heavenly sovereign, I find myself confronted by humanoid manifestations of thunder. This world seems decidedly unwelcoming to the divine path. Liu mused. Previously, I had not felt this starkly, but the appearance of these icy thunderous beings has finally made it abundantly clear to me. In this realm, the divine path is not favored. A bizarre world, rife with demons and malevolent spirits, where humanity has been reduced to mere prey for these entities. Is this truly the natural order of this realm? Is this the prevailing trend? The emergence of the divine path is subtly altering the grand scheme of this world, hence the heaven's aversion to it? That seems improbable. After my ascension from the 8th tier, I was able to glean some fundamental information from the universe, and I did not sense any rejection from the heavens. Or could it be that this world is destined to become what it is, driven by a more sinister force behind the scenes? Li Yu's expression turned grave. At this moment, he had fully integrated the heavenly sovereign's essence. His divine form had grown significantly stronger, and the divine might he could unleash within the jurisdiction had surged from the 6th tier limit to the lower 7th tier. Stepping forth, he exited the divine domain and stood upon the celestial expanse. The tumultuous clouds enveloped him entirely, and before him stood 12 figures, entirely composed of thunder, their cold eyes fixed upon him, uniformly raising their radiant purple thunder weapons. To transgress the heavenly laws is to be slain. A blurred voice emanated from the 12 humanoid beings, and in the next moment, they charged toward Liu. Surrounding him, a vast torrent of thunder coalesced, forming a thunderous abyss that engulfed him. Chapter 79. The Annihilation of Humanoid Beings and the Acquisition of a 6th tier artifact. The Heavenly Laws? Liu faintly discerned those two words, causing his heart to skip a beat. What are the heavenly laws? Before my transmigration, the celestial court in mythological tales was bound by divine edicts. Such laws constrain all celestial beings. And now, these humanoid manifestations of thunder dare to speak of heavenly laws? Who instituted these laws? What do they entail? Regardless of their nature, this is my domain. He composed himself, allowing a resplendent aura to envelop him. The brilliant light surged outward, dispelling the thunderous abyss. This was the radiant technique of the 8th tier divine art. Following this, he turned his impassive gaze toward the 12 humanoid beings. Extending his right hand, he made a swift motion. Boom. 12 crimson bolts of terrifying divine thunder surged forth from the unknown, reminiscent of 12 thunder dragons roaring, enveloping the 12 humanoid beings entirely. As the crimson divine thunder swept through, it devoured all other thunder in its wake. Even the very thunder that had coalesced to form the 12 beings was relentlessly consumed. In but a moment, the 12 humanoid beings were entirely obliterated, devoured clean by the crimson divine thunder. In the next instant, the 12 crimson bolts of divine thunder roamed the sky, and the storm clouds dissipated instantly, their contents absorbed entirely by the 12 bolts. Liu extended his hand, and the 12 crimson divine thunders settled into his grasp, prompting him to gently close his eyes. His mind was flooded with profound insights pertaining to the path of thunder. These were the essences of the 12 humanoid beings and the vast array of thunder that had once existed. Each of the thunderous humanoids possessed the strength of a 6th tier limit. Alas, they were merely ordinary thunder incarnations, inferior to the crimson divine thunder, and thus easily subdued. After a brief moment, Liu opened his eyes and stepped back into the divine domain. The skies above Four Seas Town had returned to their serene clarity, as if all that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. Those 12 crimson divine thunders. Zhao Jiyuan exclaimed in astonishment. He had witnessed it all with clarity. The 12 crimson divine thunders had simply swept through, and the dense thunderclaps had vanished without a trace. The humanoid beings were nowhere to be found. Furthermore, from those 12 crimson divine thunders, he sensed an overwhelming divine might. It is the manifestation of Zhang Yuegong. It was Zhang Yuegong who intervened. Thank you, Zhang Yuegong, for shielding us, your faithful followers. Li Yuming immediately knelt down, bowing in reverence toward the spirit temple of the land. Thank you, Zhang Yuegong, for your protection. Zhao Jiyuan, Li Diyang, Li Xiuwu, and Li Xiudao also promptly knelt, their voices resounding. Thank you, Zhang Yuegong, for your protection. Soon, a multitude of warriors followed suit, kneeling in sincere devotion. Thank you, Zhang Yuegong, for your protection. Following this, all the faithful of Four Seas Town joined in. He is the righteous deity, the divine protector of us all. He has driven away the dark thunder with his supreme divine lightning. Our arrival here must surely be a testament to the righteous deity's unparalleled power. Here, there are no sandstorms, and the land is fertile, lush with vegetation. It is akin to a celestial paradise. Thank you, great righteous deity, for your protection. In Huangsha village, the village chief He Yuanming immediately fell to his knees, proclaiming loudly. Thank you, great righteous deity, for your protection. The other villagers followed suit, kneeling with expressions of excitement, joy, and gratitude. In that moment, many villagers solidified their faith, becoming far more devout. After all, the righteous deity led them away from the desolate desert and into a bounteous land, a realm they could only have once envisioned in their dreams. Here, they were free from the menacing threats posed by the malevolent gods. With fertile soil at their disposal, safety was assured. All of this was a divine gift from the righteous deity, and thus they would naturally revere and faithfully worship the god who bestowed such blessings upon them. Within the divine realm, Li Yu observed a deep purple thunder pearl that had materialized in his hand. This pearl was formed from the 12 red sky divine thunders, which had consumed all heavenly lightning to coalesce into this singular entity. Within this thunder pearl resided the essence of 12 humanoid beings alongside the full force of celestial thunder. As for the 12 red sky divine thunders, they had naturally dissipated. This was the application of the 8th tier divine technique, the red sky divine thunder. It was only by unleashing all 12 that he could devour the abundant heavenly lightning and forge this thunder pearl. Even if one red sky divine thunder were missing, he would not have been able to consume all the heavenly lightning and the 12 humanoid entities. The battle had expended 4,100 units of divine power. However, it was worth it. This thunder pearl was a 6th tier item. A smile graced Li Yu's lips. Moreover, it was not just any 6th tier item, but had reached the zenith of its tier. It was far more precious than the Earth Lotus, which had been enhanced 100-fold a month prior during the grand ceremony. His decisive action to instantly unleash the 12 red sky divine thunders and expend 3,600 units of divine power stemmed from this understanding. This was yet another application of the 8th tier divine technique, the red sky divine thunder, capable of consuming lower tier lightning to form thunder pearls. Of course, this was merely a minor aspect of the red sky divine thunder. Its true power lay in annihilation. This thunder pearl, when cast, could obliterate entities at the upper limits of the 6th tier, including demonic beings and true human practitioners at the law manifestation realm. However, it held little value for him. He promptly accessed the divine shop to sell the 6th tier thunder pearl. Name, Thunder Pearl of Heaven and Earth, tier, 6th tier, effect, upon use. It will instantaneously unleash the power to obliterate 6th tier limit practitioners and demons. Price, 19,000 units of divine power. 19,000 units of divine power. A smile spread across Li Yu's face. He exchanged 3,600 units of divine power for 19,000. And even accounting for the 500 units expended to use the light of life technique, he still profited 14,900 units. Presently, his divine power had reached 37,480 units, inching closer to the coveted 150,000 units. Anticipation flickered in his eyes as he looked forward to accumulating that amount of divine power to ascend to the 8th tier of the divine hierarchy in one fell swoop. Reaching the 8th tier would position him just a step away from ascending to become a city god, a significant elevation from the status of land deity. City god, he murmured. If the land deity was regarded as a foundational deity within the divine hierarchy, then a city god was certainly a figure of considerable standing within the mid-tier echelon. Shaking his head, he set aside these thoughts. One must eat a meal one mouthful at a time and traverse the path step by step. With a deep breath, he opened the personal tasks and glanced at the task that had long since appeared. This task was one he could now complete. In fact, had it not been for the commencement of the divine gathering, he would have already fulfilled it. It was time to expand the ranks of the Yin soldiers and deploy them to eradicate the demons within the confines of Xin County. Li Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Not only was his divine power formidable, but he also possessed an array of resources, warranting an enhancement of the strength of both the Four Seas town and his subordinate Yin soldiers. Only then could he truly manifest the might of an 8th tier land deity. Chapter 80. Zhao Jiyuan, do you wish to become divine? Observing the several Grade C and Grade D believers within the Netherworld domain who had chosen to enter the cycle of reincarnation, Li Yu's expression remained tranquil. He paid little heed to the Grade C and Grade D believers. These tiers were the most easily attained. It was only upon aspiring to become a Grade B believer that the difficulty significantly escalated, and the leap from Grade B to Grade A posed an even greater challenge. There were 48 individuals to be conferred as Een soldiers. He gazed down upon the netherworld domain and gently waved his hand. Instantly, divine decrees for the Een soldiers materialized, and 48 second-tier Een soldier artifacts began to levitate. Upon completing personal task 9, he had received 20 second-tier Een soldier artifacts as part of the rewards. Moments later, the souls of the 48 believers had their memories erased, transforming into grade D Een soldiers clad in armor and wielding Een soldier war spears. Next, he turned his attention to the 2 grade B believer souls kneeling before him, whom he intended to elevate to the rank of grade A Een soldiers. To upgrade a single soul to the grade A level required 1 divine decree for the Een soldiers, 1 strengthening decree, a 2nd strengthening decree, a 3rd strengthening decree, and 1 4th-tier Een soldier artifact. The total cost amounted to 711 units of divine power. Grade A Een soldiers possessed the strength of 4th-tier upper-level beings, a power sufficient for the Xian County region. After all, Een soldiers were not solitary fighters. They commanded entire legions of Een soldiers. The presence of Een soldiers would compel all beings to retreat, and the greater their number, the more potent the dread energy emanating from the underworld, capable of freezing souls and diminishing their strength. With a swift motion, the divine decrees soared forth, enveloping the kneeling Zhang Rongfu and Lu Yidao within moments. In an instant, they transformed from mere ghosts into formidable grade A Een soldiers of 4th-tier upper-level strength. Zhang Rongfu wielded a Een soldier war spear, while Lu Yidao brandished a Een soldier war knife, the surrounding atmosphere thick with Een energy, causing the ground beneath them to be laden with dark, floating ice. Thank you for your divine grace, Lord Zhangyue, the 2 exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as they bowed fervently. Zhang Rongfu, you shall temporarily assume the role of inspector of the Een soldiers, responsible for safeguarding the land and vanquishing demons. Lu Yidao, you shall serve as deputy inspector of the Een soldiers. Li Yu's voice resonated in their minds, both authoritative and serene. We shall faithfully obey your divine edict. They replied respectfully, before leading their subordinate Een soldiers to the netherworld domain beneath Qianling Mountain, where 22 more Een soldiers awaited, all under the auspices of the Een soldier division. As time flowed on, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Li Yu elevated the cultivation of the temple priest Li Yuming to the 4th-tier mid-level. He also conferred titles upon 4 chief priests, Zhang Rongui, Li Xiudao, Zheng Xinlan, and He Yuanming. Among them, Zhang Rongui, Li Xiudao, and Zheng Xinlan each possessed 3rd-tier mid-level cultivation, while He Yuanming had attained the 3rd-tier limit. After all, He Yuanming had originally been a 3rd-tier upper-level warrior. Upon receiving the conferred title, his formidable essence transformed into qi, allowing him to become a qi refiner, thus enhancing his cultivation by a minor tier. The ranks of ghost messengers and Een soldiers expanded once more, with Liao Xiuer and Li Yutang, the inspector and deputy inspector of the Soul Reaping Division, also ascending to grade 8 ghost messengers, wielding the strength of 4th-tier upper-level beings. In the depths of night, with stars and moons scattered across the sky, a solitary cold moon hid behind dark clouds. Li Yu stood within the divine realm, yet his gaze was directed beyond its confines. Zhao Jiyuan had finally transcended, becoming his first saint-level believer. A smile danced upon his lips. With a gentle wave of his hand, a soft breeze swept toward Zhao Jiyuan's home. What is this? Zhao Jiyuan gasped, staring in astonishment at his hands. He felt as though he were radiating brilliance. Although he could not see it, he sensed an inner luminosity blossoming within him. At that moment, his very soul felt extraordinarily pure, akin to a crystal free from any impurity, emanating strands of divine light from within. Beneath the radiant light of the divine, Zhao Jiyuan felt his corporeal form undergoing a rapid transformation. In the blink of an eye, he ascended from the mid-tier of the 3rd rank to the upper echelon of the same tier. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Enveloped in the holy glow, he had scarcely attained the upper 3rd rank when he soared yet again, breaching the limits of the 3rd rank entirely. This was a realm he had previously deemed unattainable. Now, it seemed as effortless as the most mundane act of eating or drinking. Is this the transformation spoken of by the temple priest? He murmured to himself. As a former constable of Xian County, he was far from foolish. From the words of the priest Li Yuming, he understood that he had been undergoing some form of change all along, though he had never truly sensed it. Today, however, he finally experienced this transformation. And to his astonishment, it was so intense that it allowed him to break through 2 minor realms in an instant. This revelation left him profoundly astonished. What exactly is this change? Zhao Jian, come forth to meet the deity. A voice, lofty yet indifferent and authoritative, resonated within his mind. At that moment, a divine aura emanated, compelling reverence. The Duke of Zhangyue? The Duke of Zhangyue summons me? Zhao Jiyuan's heart surged with excitement upon hearing this. His foremost purpose in coming to this place was to pay homage to the Duke of Zhangyue. Yet, after so many events transpired, he had become the most devout believer of the Duke. A gentle breeze swept through, and Zhao Jiyuan found himself soaring into the air. Arriving at 100 Fox Mountain moments later, the mountain was situated approximately 40 miles from Sihai Town. Liu stood atop the peak of Hundredfold Mountain, hands clasped behind his back. He donned a splendid robe of the 8th rank, far surpassing the 9th rank attire he once wore, adorned with a crown. He radiated an aura as vast as the heavens. To Zhao Jiyuan, the figure before him seemed to encompass the entirety of the world. The other figure, clad in a cerulean robe and bowing respectfully to one side, was easily overlooked, for the majestic presence of the first figure overshadowed even the towering peaks beneath his feet. Believer Zhao Jiyuan, I greet the Duke of Zhanyue, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement and fervor as he knelt. At last, he had the opportunity to meet the Duke. In this moment, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment, as though a long-held wish had finally been realized. Zhao Jiyuan, do you wish to become a deity? Liu turned, gazing down at the prostrate Zhao Jiyan, his tone indifferent. Wei Xiangyang glanced at Zhao Jiyuan, feeling a twinge of envy. Since the deity had brought Zhao Jiyuan here, it was evident that Hundredfold Mountain was to be bestowed upon him, a mountain possessing the essence of the 9th rank, far surpassing his own Shunling River. Become a deity? Zhao Jiyuan's heart quivered at the thought. He felt somewhat disoriented. Could he truly become a deity? Chapter 81. Today, Zhao Jiyuan is conferred as the mountain deity of Hundredfold Mountain. At the tender age of 8, Zhao Jiyuan's father was sent by the family to Shunling River, becoming prey for the ancient serpent. Zhao Jiyan recalled vividly that on the eve of his departure, his father grasped his hand and uttered 3 sentences. Jiyan, remember, we are human, and we must embody the essence of humanity. Your talents far exceed mine. You must understand the importance of having a strong foundation. I believe one day a powerful being will emerge to vanquish evil and protect the populace. These 3 sentences left an indelible mark on his heart, one he would never forget. As a human, he had dedicated his life to striving for advancement, yearning to ascend to the 4th-tier Inyang realm and become a master, carving a future for the people of Shan County. He joined the local government and rose to the position of constable, which afforded him a degree of protection from various malevolent forces. The local government served as a balancing point against the numerous demonic factions within Shan County. At that time, he believed that the county lord was his true ally. It was only after arriving in Sihai village that he realized that only deities could genuinely serve as a foundation. Thus, upon confirming the existence of the Duke of Zhanyue as a genuine deity, he knelt before the Earth Spirit Temple for 10 days, earnestly devoting himself to the Duke. He longed to grow stronger, to slay demons, and to protect the people. This vow had been made after witnessing his father being sent to become a beast's sustenance. Yet, a lifetime passed, and he found himself stagnant at the mid-tier of the 3rd rank, unable to glimpse even a glimmer of hope for ascending to the 4th tier. Without reaching the 4th tier, he remained insignificant, unworthy of discussing the protection of humanity. And now, the Duke of Zhanyue personally inquired if he wished to become a deity. In this moment, countless memories flooded his mind, his past helplessness, the exhilaration and fervor during the Duke's manifestation, the piety following his devotion. Believer Zhao Jiyuan, I wish to become a deity. I thank the Duke of Zhanyue for this blessing. Taking a deep breath, he subdued his emotions of excitement and gratitude, bowing respectfully once more. With this bow, he would no longer be a mere mortal, but a deity. Liu's expression remained calm as he looked down at the prostrate Zhao Jiyuan. He extended his hand, and 300 strands of divine power surged forth, coalescing in the air to form a divine edict of conferral. Following this, 100 fragments of the 9th rank divine law surged forth, illuminating the divine edict in a dazzling display, akin to stars encircling the radiant sun, ascending gradually. Then, the divine edict and the 100 fragments of the divine law simultaneously entered Zhao Jiyuan's body. I, the rightful deity of Sihai Town, hereby confer the devout believer Zhao Jiyuan as the mountain deity of Hundredfold Mountain, a divine entity entrusted with the care and management of the mountain's veins and essence. Liu's voice, both majestic and indifferent, resounded within the 20,000 hectares of the domain. As his voice fell, the entire Hundredfold Mountain trembled, and the spiritual essence beneath the earth became vibrantly animated, as if rejoicing in the arrival of a new master. The mountains quaked, thunder erupted in the heavens. Zhao Jiyuan felt his radiant soul becoming even more resplendent, more crystalline. Terrifying power surged within him. The divine edict shone brilliantly, as his original vital energy was extinguished, vanishing without a trace. Waves of divine power emanated from the edict, circulating throughout his being. His body transformed, transcending from mortal to divine. The 100 fragments of the 9th rank divine law transformed into flowing light, merging with his crystalline soul. A surge of divine might erupted from him. In his mind, he acquired 7 sacred arts: cloud mist technique, heavenly thunder technique, flight technique, golden blade technique, dream invocation technique, summoning soldiers, and empowering soldiers. Moreover, he sensed that the Hundredfold Mountain beneath his feet felt as if it were an extension of himself. No, it was as though Hundredfold Mountain was him, and he was Hundredfold Mountain. When he exhaled, the spiritual essence of Hundredfold Mountain also expelled luminous energy, nurturing all within the mountain. When he inhaled, the mountain absorbed the earth's power, transforming it into radiant light. Standing atop the peak, he could effortlessly extract strands of spiritual essence from Hundredfold Mountain, converting them into divine power. Though he could only extract a small amount each day, over time, it would accumulate significantly. The mountain deity and river deity differ from the rightful earth deity. The mountain deity presides over a sacred mountain, and through divine law, can convert the spiritual essence resonating with their aura into divine power. The river deity governs a sacred river in a similar manner. This is not merely a domain but their corporeal form. Extracting divine power from their form is a capacity unique to mountain and river deities. Only they possess such an embodiment, a capability not granted to the earth deity. Of course, the divine power extracted from the spiritual essence is limited. It requires long-term accumulation and cannot compare to the fervent devotion of believers. As for the domain, regardless of Zhao Jiyuan or Wei Xiangyang, both are currently at the 9th rank of divinity, their domains encompassing an area of 50 acres. However, the shape of their domains is rather irregular. For instance, Wei Xiangyang serves as the river deity of the Shunling River, and his domain stretches along both banks of the river. Yet, in truth, the specifics of their domains hold little significance. As my subordinate deities, their powers remain unweakened within my domain. Li Yu surveyed the two subordinate deities before him, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. At this stage, it is likely that he is the sole deity of Blue Star possessing two subordinate deities. Even those who secured 2nd and 3rd places at the Divine Assembly, receiving fragments of the 9th rank divine laws, would never be able to bestow two subordinate deities. Nonetheless, it is anticipated that both of them will soon experience remarkable growth. He mused to himself, to ascend to divinity, one must advance swiftly, step by step. The two, having received fragments of the divine laws, should be astute enough to realize the potential of reducing the divine power required for 2nd-tier in-soldier artifacts, thereby amassing divine power through their sale. Indeed, in the past 3 months, they may very well have attained the rank of genuine 9th-tier deities. His expression remained calm. Of course, since they operate in different regions, their actions do not impede his business. However, it is also conceivable that they may not be clever enough to exploit the opportunity of earning divine power through 2nd-tier in-soldier artifacts. Zhao Jiyuan. He gazed down at Zhao Jiyuan, who was still absorbing the changes within himself, and spoke. Descend, my deity. Zhao Jiyuan respectfully saluted. Even though he had been conferred the title of deity, he still regarded himself as a saintly believer. To him, nothing in this world holds more importance than the matters concerning Lord Zhanyue. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, he would not hesitate for a moment. At the level of a saintly believer, he had long considered the deity to be the most significant presence in his heart. Chapter 82. Zhao Jiyuan oversees the Soul Reaping Division. Wei Xiangyang oversees the In-Soldier Division. You were once a divine constable. I hereby appoint you as the Deputy Chief of the Soul Reaping Division. The conferral and enhancement of ghostly messengers shall be your responsibility, Li Yu stated calmly. As for why he did not appoint him as the chief, the answer was simple. He was still uncertain whether Zhao Jiyuan was suitable to oversee the Soul Reaping Division. This division is of paramount importance, dealing with the mortal affairs of birth, aging, illness, and death. Naturally, he approached the selection of its chief with utmost caution. I shall faithfully adhere to the divine edict. Zhao Jiyuan responded with utmost reverence. His eyes sparkled with determination, resolved to manage the affairs of the Soul Reaping Division with excellence, so as not to disappoint Lord Zhanyue's divine grace. I shall allocate 1,000 points of divine power, 50 2nd-tier in-soldier artifacts, and 10 3rd-tier in-soldier artifacts to the Soul Reaping Division. I hope you shall not let me down, Li Yu stated with an even expression. He gently waved his hand, directly producing 1,000 points of divine power and the artifacts, handing them to Zhao Jiyuan. This constituted the operational funds for the Soul Reaping Division, totaling nearly 2,000 points of divine power. After all, the conferral and enhancement of ghostly messengers required divine power, as did the In-Soldier artifacts. Initially, he had intended for Zhao Jiyuan to craft the In-Soldier artifacts himself. However, considering that it took Zhao Jiyuan 10 points of divine power to create a 2nd-tier artifact, while he himself could do so with only 5, the disparity was too significant, prompting him to undertake the task himself. As for whether Zhao Jiyuan might embezzle, if a saintly believer were to engage in such dishonesty regarding divine possessions, then what merit would they possess as a saintly believer? Furthermore, as subordinate deities, neither Zhao Jiyuan nor Wei Xiangyang could ascend solely based on divine power. Such ascension was exclusive to the deities of Blue Star. I shall not disappoint my revered deity, Zhao Jiyuan affirmed resolutely. Li Yu nodded, then turned his gaze to Wei Xiangyang. Wei Xiangyang, descend, my deity. Wei Xiangyang trembled with reverence and immediately bowed. You were once a scholar of the great Zhou dynasty, serving as an official in a region, and you led the warriors of Xianyuan in a fierce battle against demons. I hereby appoint you as the Deputy Chief of the In-Soldier Division, responsible for the conferral, enhancement, and training of In-Soldiers, Li Yu commanded. The Soul Reaping Division operates internally, while the In-Soldier Division engages externally. These are the two forces at his disposal. The soul-reaping division resembles a mortal constabulary, while the Yin soldier division is akin to a mortal army. He also imparted the divine arts of conferring Yin soldiers and enhancing Yin soldiers to Wei Xianyang. I shall faithfully adhere to the divine edict, Wei Xianyang exclaimed with elation, bowing deeply. He was thrilled to become the deputy chief of the Yin soldier division, granting him the authority to dispatch Yin soldiers to exterminate demons within the territory of Xianyuan. This would liberate countless human souls from the clutches of malevolent beings. The thought exhilarated him immensely. He truly possessed a heart devoted to humanity. In life, he had fought valiantly for the people of Xianyuan, and even in death, he remained steadfastly concerned for their welfare. Li Yu waved his hand, similarly producing 1,000 points of divine power, 50 second-tier Yin soldier artifacts, and 10 third-tier Yin soldier artifacts, which he entrusted to Wei Xianyang as operational funds for the Yin soldier division. As for the external campaign against demons, you may confer with Li Yu Ming. The cooperation between humans and Yin soldiers is paramount. Li Yu's expression remained neutral. After delivering his words, he took a step forward and vanished from sight. With subordinate deities, many matters no longer required his personal intervention. This is the advantage of having subordinate deities. Moreover, as subordinate deities, they would undoubtedly devote themselves wholeheartedly. In this world, who does not aspire to progress? Farewell, revered deity. Zhao Juyuan and Wei Xianyang bowed deeply. In the county town of Xianyuan, an elderly man rode a donkey, ambling into the city. Along both sides of the streets, numerous vendors called out, selling their wares. Candied hawthorn, sweet and crispy candied hawthorn, steamed buns, soft and fragrant steamed buns, affordable pancakes, sugar figurines, a variety of sugar figurines. The old man observed the various delicacies with great interest, then tugged at the large ears of the black donkey and halted at the candied hawthorn stall. One skewer, please. Certainly. Only 3 copper coins, the vendor replied with a wide smile, handing a candied hawthorn skewer to the old man. The old man rummaged through his pockets and produced 3 copper coins for the vendor. So sweet. He took a bite of the candied hawthorn, his eyes squinting in delight as he exclaimed. The black donkey continued to saunter forward. Moments later, they arrived before a modest courtyard. The courtyard was quite old, evidently showing its age. The black donkey did not stop. Even with the courtyard gate closed, it charged straight ahead. The water rippled as the black donkey passed through the gate and entered the courtyard. Members of the Gu family, come see me at once. The old man half reclined on the donkey's back, speaking casually. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the entire courtyard, startling everyone within. Shortly thereafter, a dozen or so individuals emerged, with a middle-aged man at the forefront bowing deeply. Gu Xiao of the Gu family pays respects to the esteemed one. Where's Guanji? The old man glanced at the middle-aged man and spoke coolly. The eldest uncle has passed away. Gu Xiao replied with a mournful expression, his anxiety palpable. He is dead? The old man's eyes narrowed as he took a gentle bite of the candied hawthorn, his tone turning particularly indifferent. Since Guanji has died, what use do you have left? As the words fell, he lightly shook the candied hawthorn in his hand. Instantly, all the members of the Gu family present, including Gu Xiao, as well as several female relatives and children who had not emerged from the depths of the courtyard, were sent soaring into the air, exploding into a shower of blood that splattered the old man's candied hawthorn, rendering it even redder. Even sweeter now. The flavor is exquisite. The elderly man savored a bite of the enchanting candied hawthorn, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Such delicacies were his utmost favorite. However, the unexpected demise of Gu Anji weighed heavily on his mind. The loss of a precious 9-heart demon lotus and 10 members of the fox clan, each possessing the bloodline of the 3-tailed spirit fox, felt like an irreplaceable waste. Without Gu Anji, who had perfected the blood spirit fox body, his aspirations of ascending to the mid-tier of the 5th rank were now in jeopardy. He muttered to himself, lamenting that Gu Anji had been but a pawn in his intricate game, meticulously orchestrated over 3 decades. Yet now, with such a crucial piece removed from the board, how could he hope to achieve his ambitions within the 5th rank? Within his sect, he found himself the sole remaining practitioner still languishing in the lower tier of the 5th rank. Even his junior sister, who had entered the sect 50 years after him, had already ascended to the mid-tier of the 5th rank. The destruction of his pawn filled him with a simmering rage. He was determined to discover who dared to act so boldly within Sioux County. The elder's expression darkened. As a being of the lower 5th rank, he was invincible in Sioux County. Whoever had the audacity to slay his pawn should be prepared to face the consequences. With a turn of his black donkey, he set forth towards the mountain where Gu Anji had been instructing 9 little foxes. Yet, halfway there, he halted. It was prudent to gather more information. Despite being merely a county town, one could not afford to be too careless, he mused. Having survived to this point, he was no fool. Chapter 83. The diagram of the shadow god's manifestation, bestowing the human race with a combat body. Personal task 11. Task description. As a pioneer of a divine path system, you have sheltered an ever-growing number of human believers, necessitating sufficient subdeities to assist you in managing the increasingly burdensome affairs. Task objective. Bestow titles upon sub-deities. 22. Task reward. Diagram of the Shadow God's manifestation, 1 combat body divine talisman, and 300 units of divine power. Liu stood within the divine domain, claiming his task rewards. As for personal task 10, it involved bestowing titles upon over 50 grade D shadow soldiers, which was akin to personal task 9, requiring the same for grade D ghostly messengers. He had completed this 3 months prior, receiving 22nd tier shadow soldier artifacts, 3 third tier shadow soldier artifacts, and a reward of 200 units of divine power. Now he had just finished personal task 11. A sigh escaped him as a diagram and a divine talisman materialized before him. His internal reserve of divine power surged by 300 units. Currently, he possessed a total of 43,525 units of divine power. Had it not been for the recent expenses incurred in bestowing titles upon temple priests, enhancing the ghostly messengers and shadow soldiers, and conferring sub-deities, his divine power might have reached 50,000 by now. Gazing at the newly acquired diagram and talisman, Liu recognized their immense value. He had not anticipated such precious rewards from a personal task. Name: Diagram of the Shadow God's manifestation. Rank: Special. Effect: when the diagram is activated, it can accommodate 1,000 shadow soldiers, with a minimum of 100 required to form a shadow god manifestation. The rank of the manifestation is determined by the strength and number of the shadow soldiers within, with the lowest being an unranked wild god. This consolidates the dispersed power of the shadow soldiers into a unified whole. The weakest manifestation is an unranked wild god, corresponding to 2nd tier peak strength. However, with more and stronger shadow soldiers, it could potentially manifest as a 9th grade divine tier, or even a legitimate 9th grade divine tier. Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Undoubtedly, this diagram would elevate the capabilities of the Shadow Soldier Division by more than 1 tier. Presently, the division comprised 170 shadow soldiers, including 2 grade A shadow soldiers of 4th tier upper strength, 3 grade B shadow soldiers of 3rd tier upper strength, 15 grade C shadow soldiers of 2nd tier upper strength, and 150 grade D shadow soldiers of 2nd tier lower strength. He was curious to see what level of power could be achieved by forming a shadow god manifestation with these 170 shadow soldiers. Would it be a 9th grade divine tier or a legitimate 9th grade divine tier? The shadow god manifestation would align with the ranks of deities, thus avoiding tiers like lower 5th rank or mid 5th rank. It would either be the 4th tier peak 9th grade divine tier or the 5th tier peak legitimate 9th grade divine tier. With the acquisition of this diagram, the Shadow Soldier Division would greatly enhance its collaborative efforts with the martial practitioners of the 4 Seas, especially in exterminating the demons plaguing Sioux County. This was essential to establishing one of the most crucial fighting forces beneath a deity. A smile graced Liu's face, but he also recognized that this would complicate the impending divine war set to commence in just over a month. In the battle for sub-deities, victory would no longer rest solely on the deities themselves. The Shadow Soldiers would also play a decisive role. At this stage, however, he understood that he was likely the only blue star deity capable of completing personal task 10 and obtaining the diagram of the Shadow God's manifestation. Even the 2nd and 3rd ranked deities in the Divine Path Convention would not stand a chance. Name: Combat Body Divine Talisman. Rank: Special. Effect upon use: it transforms a believer from a mundane body into a martial combat body. This talisman significantly enhances the combat prowess of a particular believer. Among the human race, combat bodies are exceedingly rare, yet those who possess one can typically battle beyond their rank, especially against demons. Liu's smile widened. What constitutes a combat body? It is a physique inherently suited for combat and slaughter. Zhao Jiyuan, Zhao Yongyuan, and Guan Yu are all exceptionally gifted, their martial cultivation far surpassing that of ordinary humans. However, such exceptional talent is merely a manifestation of a specific aspect of their bodies. For instance, Zhao Jiyuan possesses a heart that burns like fire, while Guan Yu boasts an exceptionally strong right arm. In truth, this extraordinary talent reflects only a minuscule portion of their combat bodies. A true combat body is one where every organ is extraordinary, far exceeding that of typical humans. Not only is its combat strength formidable, but its martial cultivation also advances at an astonishing rate. To whom should this combat body divine talisman be bestowed? Liu pondered. In the short term, it would be impossible to acquire another such talisman, as he would need to await the other blue star deities to complete their respective personal tasks before it could potentially appear in the regional trading system. That would likely take a considerable amount of time, unless, of course, he could think of an alternative. As the divine war approached, Liu's gaze deepened. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. This was both a crisis and an opportunity. Each victory in the divine war promises great rewards. Shaking his head, he resolved to maximize his efforts. He faced the divine war with equanimity. He decided to bestow the combat body divine talisman upon Li Shiwu. The young man possessed a resilient character and had endured the hardships of life, growing up on the kindness of others, showcasing the potential of a true protagonist. A gentle smile graced his lips as he cast his gaze beyond the divine domain. With a flick of his fingers, The precious combat body divine talisman transformed into a radiant light, soaring out of the divine domain. He hoped that during the believer's battle in the divine war, the recipient would live up to the significance of this talisman. Liu maintained a calm demeanor. Unexpectedly, Lord Zhao had been elevated to the status of the mountain god of the 100 foxes. To think that the second individual to receive the divine title from Lord Zhangyu after Wei Xianyang would be none other than Lord Zhao. Yongyuan, your grandfather has ascended to divinity, and you are now a descendant of a deity. We should strive diligently. Perhaps one day, we too may become deities. Lord Zhao was conferred this title due to his devout faith in Lord Zhangyu, and we must redouble our efforts in our own faith. Within the temple hall, Li Yuming sat at the head, while Li Deyang, Chen Matzi, Liao Jingxian, Li Xiuwu, and Li Xiuling occupied the left side. On the right sat Zhang Rongwei, Li Xiudao, He Yuanming, Zheng Xinlan, and Chen Ergu. The faces of all present shone with excitement and exhilaration. Clearly, the elevation of Zhao Jiyuan to deity had invigorated their spirits. Zhao Jiyuan was able to receive the imperial edict due to his devout faith in Lord Zhangyue. Why should they not have the same opportunity? They all possessed that confidence. At that moment, a resplendent golden talisman soared in from outside, shimmering before merging with Li Xiuwu. Instantly, a dazzling golden radiance erupted from Li Xiuwu, soaring upwards and even overturning the roof of the temple hall, creating a breathtaking spectacle in the sky. This is... At merely 23 years of age, Zhao Yongyuan, who had already attained a second-tier cultivation level, suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "The manifestation of the battle body. Li Xiuwu has obtained the battle body." The others trembled at his words, their faces reflecting shock. They were no longer the naive individuals they once were. Over the past 10 months, they had learned much and understood the significance of the battle body. Haha. With Lord Zhangyue bestowing the battle body, a human battle body shall emerge from our Four Seas town. Li Yuming laughed heartily, filled with joy. The might of the human battle body was enough to instill fear in demons and monsters. Meanwhile, at the center of an ancient hall, a large bronze bell, covered in verdigris, suddenly tolled. The white-bearded elder seated beside it opened his eyes and gazed at the bell. Chapter 84. One of the 9 human battle bodies. The feathered battle body. Has our human race finally produced another battle body? I wonder which type it is, the elder murmured, clad in a simple gray robe. His white hair and beard framing a face as withered as a dry twig. He slowly rose, his hands little more than skin stretched over bones, resembling the delicate claws of a chicken. This marked the 7th human battle body to emerge in Tianlin County over the past 50 years. Surely, this human battle body would attract considerable contention. The elder stood, his eyes deep and contemplative. He gently pushed open the hall's door, blinding sunlight pouring in, causing him to squint. Standing at the entrance, gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance, he felt a sense of disconnection from reality. Over the past 50 years, he had only opened this door 7 times. Each day, someone brought him meals. His duty was to vigilantly guard the battle body bell, awaiting the moment this ancient relic would toll again. He whispered softly, pondering where this new battle body would arise. Trembling slightly, he retrieved a piece of purple paper from his bosom, turning to strike it against the verdigris-covered bell. Instantly, the battle body bell began to sway gently, strands of verdigris coalescing and imprinting onto the purple paper, forming a map. The elder stepped forward to unveil the paper. Examining the map above, it's surprisingly within the bounds of Xian County. There hasn't been a battle body in Xian County for many years. I wonder which faction will seize this battle body. Our human battle body has once fought against the heavens and earth, slaying countless demons for the great Zhou dynasty. In the past, even the mightiest demon kings fell before the human battle body. Yet now, the elder sighed, lamenting. It has become nothing more than a coveted prize for the demons. Without hesitation, he slowly exited the hall, planning to convey the news to various demon factions. As for which faction would capture the human battle body to consume as a powerful elixir, that depended on their respective cunning. Alas, I am confined here. If only I could devour this human battle body myself. The elder licked his lips, a strange green light glimmering in his eyes. He felt no remorse for the human battle body's fate at the hands of demons, merely regretful that he could not partake in it himself. He too yearned to consume the human battle body to advance further. Returning to the hall, he closed the door and resumed his meditative posture, awaiting the next toll of the battle body bell. In Four Seas Town, a resplendent sun appeared in the sky, radiating brilliant light. The sun shone down, illuminating the world in splendor, but it soon transformed into a flurry of golden feathers, drifting away as a rain of light. This was the fabled feathered battle body. Zhao Yongyuan gazed at the celestial phenomenon, exclaiming, "The feathered battle body. Among the 9 great battle bodies of humanity, it is among the most esteemed." In that moment, envy surged within him. Although he had displayed remarkable talent since childhood, possessing extraordinary martial aptitude, and had reached a second-tier cultivation level at the tender age of 23, he knew that even his exceptional nature paled in comparison to a human battle body, let alone one as esteemed as the feathered battle body. I too desire a battle body. My grandfather has already received an imperial edict, becoming the mountain deity of Hundred Fox Mountain. If I devote myself even more earnestly to Lord Jianyue, perhaps I too might receive the blessing of a battle body in the future. His heart burned with fervor. Witnessing the birth of a human battle body was exhilarating for him. He longed to progress further and understood the power of the human battle body. Provided it could grow successfully, it could stand as a pinnacle human powerhouse even during the era of the Great Zhou dynasty. The feathered battle body, Li Yuming, Li Diang, and the other's eyes gleamed at the mention. This was a battle body said to exist only in legends. The tales of the human battle body had long been passed down through the ages. The emergence of a feathered battle body would undoubtedly strengthen Four Seas Town. We must ensure that all the citizens of Four Seas Town, Sangmu Town, Huangsha Village, Dulong Village, Baihu Village, and Zhanyao Village are made aware of this matter. They must understand that devoutly worshipping Lord Jianyue not only offers the hope of receiving an edict to become a deity, but also the possibility of receiving the blessing of a battle body. Li Yuming immediately commanded. Such a divine occurrence must be publicized to inspire even greater devotion among the populace towards Lord Jianyue. As for the possibility of demons learning about it, he welcomed the idea of demons coming to their doom. Just yesterday, the river god Wei Xiangyang had consulted him regarding the mobilization of troops to eradicate the demons in the Xian County area. Yes, Li Xiaowu bowed respectfully, his expression steady. Moments later, as the golden radiance enveloped him, he opened his eyes. His cultivation, which had been at the limit of the second tier, now underwent a transformation, rising to the mid-tier of the third. His appearance, once merely ordinary, now radiated an ethereal charm, resembling a gentleman stepping forth from a painting. He exuded an aura of tranquility and grace, transcending the mundane. The transformation was astonishing. As he stood there, an impression of ascension and independence emanated from him. Though still clad in his original robe, it appeared ordinary, yet as it billowed, it imparted an otherworldly sensation. The young men in the hall gazed at him with envy. He had become handsome and powerful, a perfect combination. Who among them would not desire such a fate? Li Xiaowu himself could scarcely believe it. Was this truly him? He felt that every movement could unleash power beyond his previous limits, and any strike could extinguish the true energy of enemies. Any attack directed at him would naturally lose some of its potency against his current form. Thank you, Lord Jianyue. He immediately prostrated himself, fervently bowing to the ground with overwhelming excitement. In the past, his greatest wish had merely been to eat his fill, dress warmly, and avoid being devoured by demons. He had never imagined, not even in dreams, that one day he would possess the legendary human battle body. And all of this was a divine gift from the great Lord Jianyue. Thank you, Lord Jianyue. Li Yuming, Li Diang, and the others also knelt, their voices filled with sincerity. This was the bestowed human battle body for Four Seas Town. Li Yu gazed intently at Li Xiaowu, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the very essence of Li Xiaowu's being. Is this the war body of the human race? The feather transformation war body is indeed impressive. I possess 5 third-rank blessing divine talismans and 1 fourth-rank blessing divine talisman. In the upcoming grand ceremony, I can elevate Li Xiaowu's cultivation. With the prowess of the feather transformation war body, Li Xiaowu shall emerge as the most formidable among the believers of the Four Seas. This will prove significantly advantageous in the divine war. Li Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, he opened the personal tasks. The rewards for personal task 11 were already quite substantial. What of personal task 12? According to the regulations, this should be the final task at the 9th rank of the divine tier. Li Yu's gaze fell upon the newly refreshed personal task 12. Chapter 85. The task requirement of 20,000 believers, territorial planning. Personal task 12. Task description. You have acquired a deity. Yet the number of believers is far insufficient to foster your own and your deity's rapid advancement. Cultivate your believers vigorously. They are the very foundation of a deity. Task objective. Achieve a believer count of over 20,000. Task rewards. 101st rank blessing divine talismans, 22nd rank blessing divine talismans, 5 third rank blessing divine talismans, 3 spirit field divine seals, and 500 units of divine power. The task of developing believers requires 20,000 followers. The rewards are quite appealing. A faint smile graced Li Yu's lips as he extended his hand. Instantly, the land register flew to him and landed in his palm. He gently flipped it open, revealing the clear inscription that within his territory, there were 12,252 individuals. As his territory expands, the names of the humans who reside within its confines will appear in the land register. This process typically spans about 2 months. Thus, anyone living within his territory for 2 months will be recorded therein. Naturally, as he is currently at the 8th rank of the divine tier, the land register cannot record the names of human beings at the 6th rank of the law manifestation realm. Once a name appears in the land register, the entirety of that person's life experiences will materialize in detail, and their life and death will henceforth fall under his dominion. It is indeed a display of power. However, this is the authority of a land deity unbound by the heavenly court. Within his own territory, he is a true deity, wielding the power of life and death. Moreover, even without the land register, he can extinguish the life of any human within his territory with but a thought. With 12,252 individuals, the population has surpassed 20,000. Yet, the number of believers remains insufficient. Li Yu maintained a calm demeanor as he perused the believer information. Daily incense offerings, 58,826. Dao level believers, 0 daily offering of 100,000 incense. Tian level believers, 0 daily offering of 10,000 incense. Saint level believers, 1 daily offering of 1,000 incense. A level believers, 19 daily offering of 100 incense. B level believers, 4, 250 daily offering of 10 incense. C level believers, 13, 272 daily offering of 1 incense. D level believers, 1, 540 offering of 1 incense every 10 days. The total number of believers has reached 19,082. Over the past 3 months, Li Yuming and others have performed admirably. Li was quite pleased. Of course, the fact that so many human citizens within the territory revere him is primarily due to his 2 consecrations of divine subordinates. Each consecration is a grand spectacle. Such divine miracles, coupled with the relentless promotion by Li Yuming and others, naturally lead to an increase in followers. Furthermore, the level of devotion is commendably high, with most surpassing the C-level believers. The few remaining 2,000 who have yet to worship him are likely children under the age of 5. At present, he is capable of garnering 58 units of divine power daily, calculating on such a scale that amounts to over 1,700 units of divine power per month. This is beyond the imagination of other deities of Blue Star. After all, there still exists a meager number of Blue Star deities who remain in the obscure realm of wild gods, collecting scant offerings daily. Most deities who have ascended from the 9th rank of the divine tier typically acquire only 3 or 4 units of divine power each day, a figure several times less than his own. Even without expenditure, it would take nearly 8 to 9 months to ascend to the true 9th rank of the divine tier. Yet, as a deity, how could he possibly avoid consuming divine power? No matter how abundant his attributes, it is simply unattainable. However, he still requires 918 more believers. The gap is closing. Wei Xiangyang has conferred with Li Yuming, and they shall commence the extermination of the demonic forces in Xian County in 3 days. With the elimination of the demonic forces in Xian County, and further promotion by Li Yuming, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of human citizens. Li Yu remained unperturbed. He could afford to wait a little longer. Nonetheless, the current state of his territory appears rather chaotic. The residential areas are disorganized, with an excessive number of villages, each with scant population. He needs to streamline the believers within his territory, merging some villages. Under his command, there are 4 slots for village land deities, meaning that outside of Sihai Town, his territory should only require 4 villages. Centering around Sihai Town, he plans to establish 4 large villages. Once Sihai Town evolves into Sihai County, these 4 large villages can then be upgraded to towns. Li Yu directed his gaze beyond the divine realm. His territory spans 20,000 hectares. He intends to construct these 4 large villages 50 miles from Sihai Town in each cardinal direction. These 4 villages will also serve as the future abodes for the 4 land deities he will consecrate. After the first grand ceremony next year, he shall have them constructed immediately. With a multitude of warriors undertaking the task, the pace will be swift. As for the population, he chuckled softly. There are myriad ways to entice the current inhabitants of Tsangmu Town, Dulong Village, Baihu Village, and Zhanyao Village to relocate willingly. Yet as of now, he still has not witnessed any signs of the second saint-level believer. Is it truly so arduous to give birth to a saint-level believer? He shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Should no saint-level believer emerge, he would have no choice but to expend 200 units from the 9th rank divine law fragments to consecrate a subordinate deity. As for those endowed with human merit, Li Yuming possesses 20 units of human merit, accrued during the previous demon slaying in Sangmu Town. However, Li Yuming is his temple steward, and he currently has no intention of consecrating him as a subordinate deity. Consecrating a subordinate deity is crucial. The temple steward is even more so. This should be the largest demonic force in Xian County, located in Tianyuan Mountain. It is likely that they possess the most comprehensive intelligence regarding the entirety of Xian County. An elderly man, mounted on a black donkey, stood at the foot of Tianyuan Mountain, murmuring to himself. The string of candied hawthorns in his hand had dwindled to 2 pieces. Yet they appeared even more vividly red, almost as if freshly pulled from a blood pool. He could even faintly perceive the souls of humans writhing within, lamenting in pain and distortion, just as he was about to venture into Tianyuan Mountain to inquire about intelligence. An exceedingly dense mass of demonic clouds suddenly soared down from the sky, descending into Tianyuan Mountain. The demonic clouds were as black as ink, exuding a terrifying aura that was chilling even from afar. The old man immediately tightened his grip on the black donkey, his brow furrowing. A 5th-rank lower-tier demon? Given the aura of this demonic cloud, it must be a demon from the Ju Duan Mountain. How could a 5th-rank demon from Ju Duan Mountain appear here? Before long, He was astonished to discover that 4 masses of demonic clouds erupted forth from Tianyuan Mountain. One of the swirling mists exuded an aura that instilled fear within him, unmistakably emanating from a mid-tier 5th-grade entity. Among the other 3 mists, 2 also radiated a presence not inferior to his own, belonging to the lower tier of the 5th grade. Only one mist trailing behind possessed a markedly weaker aura, insufficient to reach the 5th grade. Good heavens! 5th-grade demons from the Absolute Severance Mountain, Blood Demon Abyss, and Golden Flood Dragon Cave. Where could they be headed? Could it be that they have stumbled upon a remarkable treasure within the confines of Xian County, prompting the 3 factions to converge for a share? The old man's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. He stealthily followed their path, daring to covet the treasures they had unearthed. Even in the presence of a mid-tier 5th-grade demon, fortune favors the bold. Chapter 86. The elder brother of the celestial ape ancestor storms into the Four Seas town. Fourth brother, this is not a critique from your elder brother. Nestled within this insignificant expanse of Xian County, you are bound to a future of stagnation. Do not be deceived by your reign over this modest territory, feasting on the meager offerings of human blood. The quality of your sustenance is woefully inadequate. Even 3rd-grade human warriors are scarce. Yet within those grand cities, 3rd-grade human blood is plentiful. Heed my advice, once this matter concludes. Accompany me to the Blood Demon Abyss for your training. Amidst the crimson mists, a colossal lion, resplendent in a hue of deep scarlet, stood with an imposing presence and a voice that resonated like thunder. It bore a trace of the ancient beast, the 3-headed golden lion, and its innate talents had propelled it to the mid-tier of the 5th grade. Indeed, fourth brother, you find yourself in a predicament, yet you still require our assistance to resolve it. Why not come to the Blood Demon Abyss, with me shielding you? You could ascend to the 5th grade within a decade. In the obsidian mist lurked a black panther, its lithe body exuding a predatory grace, its eyes gleaming with a cold, bloodthirsty glint. Thank you, dear brothers, for your generous offer. However, should I depart, I fear the monkeys and descendants on the mountain will be unable to defend our domain, inevitably falling prey to the other demon clans. My heart cannot bear such a thought, thus I must decline your kindness, the celestial ape ancestor replied, wiping away a tear, his voice choked with emotion. To the Blood Demon Abyss? What a jest! With my talents, the bounty of human blood I could acquire there would pale in comparison to what I have now. After all, my ascent to this level has been solely due to my dominion over Xian County, where a steady supply of human blood sustains me. Very well. I shall aid you in obliterating that so-called Four Seas town. Focus on your training, and once you truly ascend to the 5th grade, you may wish to depart this trivial locale. The Scarlet Lion waved dismissively. Moments later, the 4 mists approached the periphery of Four Seas town, with the celestial ape ancestors' mist lingering behind. From a distance, the outline of Four Seas town was discernible, several dozen miles away. Who would have imagined that the celestial ape ancestor had 3 brothers, all 5th grade beings? The elder brother, a mid-tier 5th grade, accompanied by treasures of the same rank, was unparalleled among his peers. In this domain of Xian County, only one power could reign supreme. Did they dare to encroach upon my territory? Even if they were but lower-tier 5th grade demons, they would face annihilation today. The celestial ape ancestor mused coldly. And what of the mid-tier 5th grade demons? With my elder brother standing guard, not a hair on my head shall be harmed. Even if they were upper-tier 5th grade demons, with my brothers at the forefront, I could easily escape. Thus, he began to slow his pace, positioning his brothers protectively ahead of him, though the likelihood of encountering such adversaries was exceedingly slim. After all, why would upper-tier 5th grade demons concern themselves with such a diminutive county? Meanwhile, further behind, an elderly human figure rode a black donkey, cloaking his presence as he trailed quietly. What brings them here? The 9-hearted demon Lotus is not far off. I had intended to inquire at Celestial Ape Mountain regarding any formidable entities lurking in this region. Yet their presence suggests otherwise. I wonder what remarkable treasures they have uncovered. The old man licked his lips, consuming the last 2 candied hawthorns in his grasp. The anguished cries of human souls echoed in his mouth, invigorating him further. Within the divine realm, Liu observed coldly as 4 demons, accompanied by a transformed human, entered his territory. This individual, much like the previous one, had long forsaken their human lineage, adopting the form of a demon. Moreover, they had feasted upon many humans. In this world, the lower echelons of humanity had been reduced to mere fodder for the demons, while the stronger among them had betrayed their kind, shedding their human blood in favor of becoming demons. Humanity appeared utterly devoid of hope, he reflected. Were it not for the emergence of the divine path, humanity might have remained in this state of despair for an eternity, forever relegated to being mere sustenance for the demons. After all, the demons in this realm possessed considerable intelligence, fully aware of how to brainwash humans into believing they were destined to be mere food for the demons. After millennia, would humanity retain any semblance of dignity? They would come to accept their fate as natural as the cycles of life and death. At such a juncture, the prospect of rising against their oppressors would be nearly impossible. However, with the advent of the divine path, The situation had transformed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the four demons hovered above Four Seas Town, with the celestial ape ancestor maintaining a cautious distance. A torrent of demonic energy enveloped the heavens as the towering forms of the Scarlet Lion, Black Panther, and Emerald Serpent gazed down upon Four Seas Town. These three demons, colossal in stature, appeared as mountains under the oppressive weight of their terrifying aura. Reveal yourselves, demons lurking in the shadows. The Scarlet Lion bellowed, its roar reverberating like thunder, sending visible ripples radiating outward, engulfing Four Seas Town in its wake. Beneath this formidable wave, all mortals would meet their demise. This was the strike of a fifth-grade demon. Though its range diminished its might, it remained far beyond the capabilities of first- or second-grade warriors to withstand. Impudent! How dare these demons run rampant? A voice imbued with divine authority echoed from afar. Zhao Jin materialized above Four Seas Town, gesturing with his hand as a vast expanse of mist enveloped the town. Wei Xiangyang also appeared, conjuring clouds to shroud the area. United, their efforts barely managed to counter the force of the lion's roar. After all, they were merely fourth-grade limits, while the Scarlet Lion belonged to the mid-tier of the fifth grade. Are you the ones who slaughtered my brother's kin? You, with your fourth-grade limits, dare to covet my brother's territory? Today, you shall kneel before me, and I may grant you mercy. The Scarlet Lion's expression was icy and domineering as it glared down at Zhao Jian and Wei Xiangyang, exuding an air that promised death at the slightest hint of defiance. Within Four Seas Town, countless villagers gazed upon the four colossal demons, their faces devoid of fear. Such a sight would have been unimaginable in the past. Yet now, under the protection of Zhang Yuegong, they stood fearless against the demons. They understood that Zhang Yuegong was undoubtedly watching over them, and these four demons would soon face his wrath. These insignificant human bloods, unafraid of me? The Scarlet Lion perceived the unwavering gazes of the townsfolk, narrowing its eyes in disbelief. Its attention swept across Four Seas Town before abruptly fixating on the furious visage of Li Xiaowu. In the next moment, its eyes lit up with excitement. A human warrior body. It had discovered a human warrior body here. A feathered transformation warrior body. A divine gift bestowed upon me. It roared with laughter, disregarding Zhao Jiyuan and Wei Xiangyang entirely, as a massive paw lunged towards Li Xiaowu. A feathered transformation warrior body. The elder trailing behind immediately exhibited signs of agitation. In such a humble locale, a member of the human race had emerged with a battle physique. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his cavernous maw and swallowed the black donkey beneath him whole. Subsequently, his form expanded, transforming into a colossal black donkey towering 5 or 6 zhang. Charging towards Li Xiaowu with astonishing speed, he sought to snatch the prey from the jaws of fate. Should he consume this transcendent battle physique, not only would he ascend to the mid-tier of the 5th level, but he would also reap immense rewards. This prospect filled him with exhilaration and fervor. Yet, at that very moment, an unimaginable divine might descended from the heavens. In a fleeting daze, he felt as though he beheld a figure of immense stature. Indistinct, yet possessing a pair of eyes that pierced through the veil of reality, gazing down upon him with indifference. Before such an entity, he was but an insignificant insect. Chapter 87. The wealth comes to those at home. At this moment, an unprecedented terror enveloped the elder's heart. Throughout his tumultuous life, marked by childhood suffering and the loss of his family to malevolent beasts, he had once encountered a 5th-level master and been taken to a sect to undergo a brutal trial. He had stood out amidst the bloodshed, ultimately rising to become a true disciple and stepping into the 5th tier. Yet, even during those harrowing trials, he had never felt such profound despair. As he gazed into the indifferent eyes that loomed over him, his body trembled uncontrollably. An insect. He was merely an insect. The master of those eyes could snuff out his existence with but a single finger. Was it a true being of the 6th tier? He had never encountered one, but he surmised that only such an overwhelming presence could emanate such incomprehensible terror. As for the 7th tier, he dared not even entertain the thought. That realm was far beyond his reach. Not only he, but the Crimson Lion, which had extended a claw towards Li Xiaowu, suddenly froze in place. Its massive head remained motionless, its pupils constricting to pinpricks, filled with disbelief and dread. The overwhelming divine might blanketed the surroundings, rendering the air thick with fear. Even the Crimson Lion, boasting mid-5th level strength, found itself paralyzed. A 6th tier existence. How could such a being manifest in this remote area? Its heart brimmed with trepidation, every hair on its body standing on end. The disparity between the 5th and 6th tiers was colossal. Among their demonic kind, 5th tier creatures were considered formidable, yet the 6th tier was recognized as true demons. The terror of true demons was far beyond what any 5th tier could compare. It was filled with regret. Had it known a 6th tier entity resided here, it would never have dared to approach. As for the transcendent battle physique, it had long since abandoned that thought, now solely focused on survival. How to endure the presence of this 6th tier being. The Black Leopard and the Emerald Serpent were also rendered immobile by the overwhelming divine might. their eyes reflecting the same horror and fear. None of them had anticipated encountering a sixth-tier being here. A sixth tier? How powerful must such an existence be? How could it manifest in such a desolate place? A sixth tier? The true power behind the Four Seas town was a sixth tier? A humble town possessed a sixth-tier guardian? I summoned 3 fifth-tier beings to confront a sixth-tier entity? The elder of the celestial ape stood in a stupor, its mind buzzing. The notions of protecting its brothers and fleeing in the face of danger were rendered utterly meaningless. Though it stood at a distance, it too was ensnared in a stasis. Unable to flee, despair engulfed its heart. It was over, utterly over. Regret flooded its thoughts. Why had it not exercised greater caution? Upon hearing of the death of its kin, who had merged with the blood of the ancient beast, it should have departed Sioux County immediately. Yet who could have anticipated that behind such a small town lurked a sixth-tier existence? The 4 fearsome demons were frozen in place, and the elder, now transformed into a large black donkey, was equally immobilized. They hung in the air like 4 massive pieces of amber, impervious to the swirling demonic clouds. Zhao Jiyuan and Wei Xiangyang bowed deeply to the spirit temple of the land before returning to Baihu Mountain and Shunling River, respectively. Below, the villagers of Four Seas Town expressed their excitement at this sight. Thank you, Lord Zhangyue, for your protection. Li Yuming knelt and proclaimed loudly. The villagers followed suit, kneeling in profound reverence. Currently, the villagers of Four Seas Town held their faith with exceptional sincerity. Among the 4,000-plus B-level believers, more than 3/4 hailed from Four Seas Town. The remaining fraction came from Huangsha Village, Songwu Town, Zhanyao Village, and Baihu Village. Spare my life. I hail from Blood Demon Abyss. There too resides a sixth-tier true demon. The Crimson Lion uttered with great difficulty, its voice trembling with fear. The Broken Mountain also harbors a sixth-tier true demon. My master in the Golden Jiao Cave is a sixth-tier true demon. Spare my life. The Black Leopard and the Emerald Serpent pleaded in a state of utter dread. They hoped that the terrifying entity would spare them for the sake of the sixth-tier true demon standing behind them. The elder, transformed into a large black donkey, opened his mouth. He had no sixth-tier being backing him. What should he do? How could he plead for mercy? As thoughts raced through his mind, he decided to take a gamble. My lineage specializes in subduing demons. Though I have taken on the form of a demon, my soul remains that of a human. My death would mean little, but may the human race endure. He spoke with great difficulty, his voice surprisingly fervent. In truth, he was deeply apprehensive. He surmised that the presence behind Four Seas Town was likely not a demon, but a true being of the human race, Lord Zhangyue. He had heard the fervent cries of the townsfolk below, and those bestowed with the title of Lord were generally of human lineage. Thus, he reversed his approach, presenting himself as an unwavering champion for humanity. In the divine realm, Li Yu observed the elder's performance as he transformed into a large black donkey, unable to suppress a chuckle. In his eyes, the elder embodied the resentment of countless human lives, those who had been slaughtered and devoured, their souls not spared but shattered. Such treachery, and yet he sought to deceive him? Without uttering a word, he coolly extended a single finger. Instantly, a colossal golden-hued finger materialized in the heavens above Four Seas Town, suffused with an overwhelming divine might. The very mountains trembled, and the clouds above were shattered. At that moment, it felt as though only this singular finger existed in the entirety of heaven and earth. With a swift motion, the golden finger passed through the Crimson Lion, the Black Leopard, the Emerald Serpent, the Elder of the Celestial Ape, and the large black donkey. Each one seemed to hear the sound of something being crushed. This sound did not resonate in their ears, but echoed within their very souls. Their souls shattered completely. Li Yuming murmured. With a flick of Lord Zhanyue's finger, he obliterates souls far mightier than my own, even surpassing the spirits of the mountain god Zhao Jiyuan and the river god Wei Xiangyang. Awe filled his gaze. This was Lord Zhanyue, a true and invincible divine being. With a whoosh, the corpses of the 5 demons vanished, the heavens returning to their former state as if nothing had transpired. In the divine realm, Li Yu gazed at the absence of the 5 demon corpses, a smile gracing his face. Where did this benevolent child of wealth come from? Not only did he deliver 4 fifth-tier demon corpses, but he also brought along 5 fifth-tier artifacts. A wave of elation surged within him. This was indeed a windfall. Wealth comes unbidden to those who sit at home. In chapter 88, there is neither heaven above nor hell below. A mysterious woman awakens. Although these artifacts do not represent the pinnacle of fifth-tier items, they still hold a value of 2,000 to 3,000 divine power. Each of the 4 fifth-tier demon corpses, while not quite as valuable as the fifth-tier artifacts, is equivalent to half a fifth-tier item. Li Yu chuckled softly. This sensation of wealth arriving at his doorstep, while merely sitting at home, is truly delightful. Had these fifth-tier demons not come to him, neither the Four Seas Town nor the Underworld Legion could have dealt with them. One of these must be the esteemed ancestor of the heavenly monkeys from Tianyuan Mountain. It seems that Tianyuan Mountain is quite affluent. Previously, they had offered a drop of primordial beast blood from the ancient beast Zhujian, and this time they have even provided a fifth-tier artifact. He turned his gaze to the sole 4th-tier demon corpse among the 5. It prompted a moment of reflection. Had this heavenly monkey ancestor chosen to remain at Tianyuan Mountain and await the encirclement by the Four Seas Town and the Underworld Legion? Might this fifth-tier artifact have fallen into the hands of Li Yuming? If it had indeed reached Li Yuming, it would have become an offering for the next grand ceremony. But now, the heavenly monkey ancestor has come to meet his demise, delivering this fifth-tier artifact with him. The possibility of it becoming an offering has vanished. Of course, the heavenly monkey ancestor is already nearing fifth tier. Should the Four Seas Town or the Underworld Legion attempt an encirclement, he would likely escape with the artifact, leaving no fifth-tier offering behind. Every action has its consequences. In this world, all beings are entangled in karma. Liu mused. Even as a deity, he cannot sever these ties of cause and effect. Indeed, he himself is ensnared in this web of karma. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that the path of karma is far beyond his current capacity to resolve. He was merely struck by a sudden sense of wonder. With a thought, he accessed the divine shop and promptly sold off the 5 demon corpses. The corpse of the heavenly monkey ancestor was valued at 220 divine power. The red lion's corpse commanded the highest value at 1,300 divine power. The black leopard, the emerald serpent, and the great black donkey were each valued at 1,000 divine power. Altogether, they amounted to 4,520 divine power. Liu felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, what is there to complain about when such wealth is delivered to him from afar? Subsequently, he sold all 5 fifth-tier artifacts as well. The value of these artifacts was significantly higher, totaling 13,340 divine power. Combined with the corpses, this brought his total to 17,860 divine power. Truly, a tangible benefactor. If I could have 30 more such benefactors, I would ascend to the 8th rank of divine hierarchy. Liu chuckled softly. At present, he has amassed 62,380 divine power. One must accumulate small steps to achieve great distances. After the next grand ceremony, I should have sufficient divine power to ascend once more, he murmured. Upon his next ascension, he would become an 8th-rank deity. At that point, his power would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. However, as an 8th-rank deity, he would still preside over a mere town. In truth, what he yearned for most was to ascend from the 7th rank of divine hierarchy. At that juncture, he would no longer be a mere deity of a town, but would elevate to the status of a city god. Within his divine system, the deity of the land oversees all matters of villages and towns, while the city god governs all affairs of a city. There is neither heaven above nor hell below. When he was a deity of the land, he naturally wielded all divine authority within the villages and towns. When he becomes a city god, he will similarly command all divine authority within the city, becoming a pioneer of a divine system. He was eager to witness the magnitude of change that would accompany his ascension to city god. 3 days later, Li Yuming departed from the Four Seas Town. He was accompanied by 100 warriors, including Li Xiuwu, a transcendent warrior, and He Yuan Ming, a 3rd-tier high priest. Following them at a distance of 100 paces were 170 underworld soldiers, led by Zhang Rongfu and Liu Dao. Zhang Rongfu was one of the earliest residents of Zhangjiao village and a cousin of the high priest Zhang Ronggui. In his youth, he had trained in martial arts but had achieved little distinction. His life revolved around farming, toiling in the fields. Now, however, as an A-grade underworld soldier, he bore a cold and ominous demeanor, resembling a seasoned general. Armed with a 4th-tier underworld artifact, the Heavenly Shadow War spear, and clad in armor, he exuded an imposing presence. Beside him stood Liu Yidao, wielding a sword. Liu Yidao hailed from the lands of the demon horde, a villager brought back to the Four Seas Town by Li Yuming. He once had a wife and children, but they were devoured by demons in the demon lands. Now, as an A-grade underworld soldier, he was filled with excitement and murderous intent at the thought of hunting down demons. In his lifetime, he harbored a profound hatred for demons, wishing to eradicate them completely. Leading their cadre of underworld soldiers, they followed Li Yuming. A chilling aura enveloped the 170 underworld soldiers, obscuring everything in their vicinity. The underworld soldiers traversed the path, causing all spirits to retreat. This gathering of dark energy seemed as if the depths of hell had descended upon the mortal realm. Any mortal caught in the wake of this dark energy would surely fall gravely ill, losing half their life. Simultaneously, at the very moment the 170 underworld soldiers stepped beyond the bounds of the Four Seas Town, deep beneath a mountain on the other side of Shuanqing County, lay a grand tomb. The tomb was spacious yet eerie. Numerous soldier figurines stood guard throughout the tomb, as if faithfully protecting their master. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that these figurines were not merely crafted from clay. Inside each figurine lay the actual corpse of a human soldier who had been vivified into a figurine. Now, these figurines began to tremble gently. Dark energy surged from beneath the earth, enveloping the entire tomb. In the center of the tomb, a coffin quaked. Moments later, the coffin exploded open, revealing a woman with a pale complexion, devoid of any trace of blood. She was clad in luxurious garments, and despite her pallor, she radiated an exquisite beauty. Her figure was perfect. Any excess would render her plump, while any deficiency would leave her gaunt. Who would have thought? The great Zhou has indeed fallen, the woman remarked coldly, speaking to herself. This did not come as a surprise to her. After all, the national advisor had predicted the inevitable demise of the great Zhou dynasty long ago. Warriors awaken, she commanded, gazing at the soldier figurines. As her voice resonated, the tremors of the figurines intensified. Soon, the figurines cracked open, and the corpses of human soldiers abruptly opened their eyes, fixing their gaze upon the woman. We pay our respects, they intoned, coming to life and kneeling on one knee before her in a solemn salute. Yet, they could only utter the words of respect, for the identity of the woman seemed to be a taboo that could not be spoken aloud. No need for such formalities, the woman replied with a nod. Her gaze, however, was fixed upon the Four Seas town. The reason for her awakening was the dense, otherworldly dark energy that permeated the air. Though the distance was great, she could still sense it. That direction. She furrowed her brow. It imparts an oddly intriguing sensation. She resolved to investigate further. Chapter 89. The Princess of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Li Yuming enters the city to slay demons. As Ji Gongyu prepared to exit the ancient tomb and make her way to the Four Seas town, all of a sudden, the ancient tomb's surface cracked open, and a letter emanating a shimmering blue light burst forth. This letter bore a unique and intricately complex seal, quietly hovering before Ji Gongyu. Has someone else awakened? Ji Gongyu arched her slender brows and reached for the blue letter. Her eyes shimmered with a multitude of intricate and profound runes, forming a distinctive character that suddenly imprinted itself onto the blue letter in her hand. With a whoosh, the blue letter ignited spontaneously. Yet a torrent of information surged into Ji Gongyu's mind. Anger flashed across her visage. How dare those demons? They have the audacity to treat our human kin as mere fodder. I, Ji Gongyu, vow to eradicate every demon within the realm of the great Zhou dynasty. Her voice was frigid, her eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Ignoring the strange sensation emanating from the direction of the Four Seas town, she directly led her soldiers beneath the earth, vanishing from sight. She sought to meet certain individuals. Furthermore, she was currently weakened. After such a prolonged slumber, she needed to recuperate. With the assistance of those individuals, her recovery should be expedited. As the princess of the great Zhou dynasty, even though the dynasty had fallen, she would uphold her ancestors' aspirations, cutting through thorns and brambles, to shield humanity beneath a vast canopy. This was the mission of the Ji clan. In the divine domain, Liu suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing through the territory, peering into the distant expanse. He sensed, albeit faintly, a gaze directed towards him from that direction. The owner of that gaze was formidable, and without any concealment, which allowed him to perceive it. A sixth-tier Dharma manifestation? There was no trace of demonic aura in that gaze. It must belong to a human. Within the confines of Xian County, such a powerful human warrior exists? He murmured to himself. Although in his eyes, the sixth tier was merely trivial and easily extinguished, in reality, even during the heyday of the great Zhou dynasty, a sixth-tier Dharma manifestation was far from weak. After all, those of the sixth tier were referred to as true persons. What is a true person? One who dreams not in slumber, fears not in wakefulness, finds no pleasure in sustenance, and breathes deeply. They manipulate heaven and earth, grasp yin and yang, inhale essence, and guard their spirit independently, neither life nor death, neither void nor fullness. In summary, a true person is one who has cultivated their martial path to a profound depth, transforming the false into the true, discerning reality from illusion, with their true power capable of manifesting as a Dharma form, overseeing all things in the world. However, in this realm, most human warriors have become traitors, mingling among demons. It remains uncertain whether this sixth-tier true person is also a traitor. If not, they may easily fall victim to traitors. Liu shook his head. Such matters were of no concern to him. As a deity of a particular domain, he only protected the human citizens within his territory. It is as he always stated, those who worship him shall receive his protection. As for those who do not believe, why should he care for their demise? He hoped that Li Yoming's journey would uncover more malevolent entities. Although I currently possess 660 units of 9th-tier Divine Path Law fragments and 50 units of true 9th-tier Divine Path Law fragments. Once I ascend to the rank of true 8th-tier deity, I will need to appoint several subordinate deities. I might even promote Wei Xiangyang and Zhao Jiyuan in their divine ranks. Their 4th-tier peak strength is still somewhat lacking. Encountering a 5th-tier demon would require my personal intervention. If they possessed 5th-tier peak strength, they could slay 5th-tier demons on their own. Li Yu's expression remained calm. In his view, as the highest deity of a divine system, he should intervene less in the future. Tasks that his subordinate deities could accomplish should be left to them. In doing so, he would appear even more enigmatic and instill greater reverence in his followers. Yet, all of this must be approached gradually. He possessed ample patience. At the county city of Xian County, Li Yuming stood before the city gates, gazing at the towering fortress with a hint of nostalgia. He recalled not long ago, possessing the spiritual talisman bestowed by Zhang Yuegong, which had allowed him to depart from here. And now, he had returned. But this time, He had already achieved a mid-tier 4th-tier strength. Behind him, 170 shadow soldiers followed, ready for his command. Let us proceed into the city, he instructed. Li Xiaowu and He Yuanming flanked him, both curiously observing the grand city. Li Xiaowu, an orphan, had never visited a county city and was awestruck by the immense structure before him. He Yuanming hailed from the world of the Now Tower. Having spent his life shrouded in the shadow of an evil god, surrounded by endless sands, and had never witnessed such a grand city. As for the over 100 martial artists from the Four Seas town, they did not accompany them into the city. Before long, Li Yuming had escorted Li Xiaowu and He Yuanming to the county office, where they paid a visit to County Magistrate Guosheng. Mr. Li? County Magistrate Guosheng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Li Yuming, promptly rising to bow. What brings you here, sir? He adopted a very humble demeanor. After all, he had already received word that the remaining 2 4th-tier great demons from the Drunken Demon Mountain had perished. They had fallen not far from the Four Seas town. The once dominant demon faction of the Drunken Demon Mountain had been utterly eradicated. Even in the 5 Immortal Cave and the Demon Moon Mountain, 4th-tier great demons had met their demise. When he first heard this news, he had been astonished for quite some time. The entity behind the Four Seas town was incredibly powerful. This filled him with fervor, eagerly hoping that the force behind the Four Seas town could emerge and cleanse Xian County of all demons. However, as over 3 months passed without any movement from the Four Seas town, he gradually calmed himself. Yet, he still held on to hope, anticipating that the revered Zhang Yuegong would eradicate the demons from Xian County. County Magistrate, I come bearing the divine decree of Zhang Yuegong to exterminate demons outside the town. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Li Yuming spoke calmly. He did not shy away from showing respect to County Magistrate Guosheng, for he represented Zhang Yuegong. Acting as the deity among mortals, he could maintain a degree of politeness towards others, but would never consider himself unworthy of their respect. Exterminate demons outside the town? May I inquire if Zhang Yuegong has arrived? County Magistrate Guosheng breathed rapidly, excitement coursing through him. Such trivial 4th-tier demons. Why would Zhang Yuegong need to intervene personally? I, Li Yuming, act on behalf of the true deity to handle this matter, Li Yuming replied nonchalantly. Commanding the shadow soldiers to eliminate demons could also be considered his own effort in this endeavor. You intend to single-handedly slay the 4th-tier great demons of Xian County? County Magistrate Guosheng's eyes widened. Although he had been astonished when this temple priest summoned thunder to obliterate the 3 kings of the Drunken Demon Mountain, the priest had hastily fled in the face of retaliation from the Drunken Demon Mountain. Now, how much time had passed? Had he begun to underestimate 4th-tier great demons? Had they already been reduced to mere trivial 4th-tier demons in his eyes? By the way, sir, why did I not see Jiyuan accompanying you this time? Guosheng inquired, taking a deep breath. Such a significant event surely warranted Zhao Jiyuan's involvement. The county magistrate may not be aware, but Zhao Jiyuan has been conferred by Zhang Yuegong as the mountain god of Hundred Fox Mountain, thus becoming a deity in his own right, immortal and ageless. Li Yuming replied with a smile. He has become a deity. County Magistrate Guosheng's eyes widened, his mind reeling. Chapter 90, The Radiant Might of Heaven. Guided by the sword. To become a deity. This was something from legends, a concept he had never truly believed in before. It was the existence of Zhang Yuegong from the Four Seas town that had rendered him half convinced of the existence of divine beings. To be honest, even now, he still held only an 8/10 belief that the revered Zhang Yuegong worshipped by the people of Sihai town was a true deity. After all, the concept of gods was far too ethereal and insubstantial. In all the years gone by, who had ever witnessed a genuine god? These were merely fleeting whispers, mere rumors that could not be taken seriously. It was only due to the profound transformations in Sihai town, having vanquished countless demons, including a significant number of 4th-tier fiends, that he entertained such a belief. Yet, without personally witnessing it, he would never fully commit to that belief. Initially, he had intended to journey to Sihai town to ascertain whether Zhang Yuegong was indeed divine. However, he soon pondered, if the entity were not a true god and he uncovered this secret, would it not backfire? Currently, this figure was safeguarding humanity, slaying demons for Xianzhou. Regardless of the veracity of their divinity, he ought to regard them as a god. Thus, he refrained from traveling to Sihai town. But now, what did the town's priest Li Yuming have to say? That Zhao Jiyuan had been conferred the title of the mountain god of Baihu Mountain, thereby becoming an immortal deity? Could it be true? Although he had previously received news that Zhang Yuegong had appointed a river god of the Shunling River, named Wei Xiangyang, who was suspected to have been the county magistrate of Xianzhou at the time of the fall of the Great Zhou Empire, he was unfamiliar with Wei Xiangyang. Yet Zhao Jiyuan was an old friend. Zhao Jiyuan had served under him for over 20 years. They were exceedingly well acquainted. A once familiar subordinate had, in an instant, ascended to godhood. His emotions were tumultuous, for with an 8/10 belief in Zhang Yuegong's divinity, he equally entertained an 8/10 belief in Zhao Jiyuan's elevated status as a god. Immortality? He felt an overwhelming envy. As a 3rd-tier martial master, his lifespan was limited to no more than 120 years. Now, having surpassed 50, he still had another 50 or 60 years left. Yet the allure of immortality was irresistible. In comparison to a mere 120 years, the prospect of eternal life was but a grain of sand in the vast ocean. At that moment, he even felt a pang of regret. Why had he dispatched Zhao Jiyuan to Sihai Town instead of going himself? Had he done so, might he now be the one conferred with divine status? County Magistrate, I require a comprehensive intelligence report on the demonic forces. Please provide it to me. Li Yuming observed the fluctuating expressions of County Magistrate Guosheng and calmly spoke. He understood full well what Guosheng was contemplating: envy towards Zhao Jiyuan. After all, Zhao Jiyuan had once been his subordinate. Frankly, how many in Sihai Town could claim not to envy Zhao Jiyuan? Of course, he himself felt no envy. As a priest, he walked the mortal realm on behalf of Zhang Yugong. Even the deities Zhao Jiyuan and Wei Xiangyang would need to maintain a degree of respect in his presence. Please wait a moment, I shall retrieve it. County Magistrate Guosheng took a deep breath, suppressing his myriad complex thoughts, nodded, and departed. At that moment, he once again entertained the notion of visiting Sihai Town. With an 8/10 chance that Zhao Jiyuan had indeed become a deity, he was willing to take the risk. Failing to do so, he felt, might lead him to miss the greatest opportunity of his life. At Shinfeng Ridge, Li Yuming gazed at the mountains perpetually besieged by howling winds and ascended step by step. Behind him trailed Li Xiuwu and He Yuanming. Following them were 170 shadow soldiers, their figures steeped in an overwhelming aura of darkness, expressionless, wielding shadow soldier halberds. As they passed, they did not tread upon the mortal realm, but rather carved a path of shadows. The gathering darkness blanketed the ground, severing ties with the earthly plane. However, should any living being collide with this shadowy presence, they would still be assailed by its energies, suffering ailments at best or spiritual demise at worst. Thus, the ancient adage held true: when shadow soldiers traverse, all spirits must take heed. Li Yuming, priest of Sihai Town, comes bearing the divine decree of Zhang Yugong to exterminate demons. The three fiends of Shinfeng Ridge, do you not dare to emerge and meet your doom? Li Yuming's voice boomed from halfway up the mountain, resounding across the entirety of Shinfeng Ridge. This marked his third stop since leaving Xianzhou. At his previous two stops, he had obliterated Wuxiandong and Moyua Mountain, slaying every demon and sending their remains back with the 100 martial artists accompanying him. He had lamented for quite a while over the loss of a fourth-tier fiend's corpse during his last venture. However, the situation at Shinfeng Ridge was distinct from Wuxiandong and Moyua Mountain. The fourth-tier fiends there were merely of the lower tier, easily dispatched by him. Yet, the three fiends of Shinfeng Ridge boasted at least mid-tier fourth-level cultivation, with the strongest among them being of the upper tier. Within the confines of Xianzhou, they ranked among the top 3 demonic forces, second only to Tianyuan Mountain. This level of power could not be vanquished solely by his own strength. The Shadow Soldier Division would have to intervene. Who dares to shout and bellow upon my territory? What Zhang Yugong? Do not disturb my slumber. Dare to shout again, and I shall devour you all. A chilling voice suddenly emanated from the summit of Shinfeng Ridge. Accompanying it was a fierce gale that swept up a multitude of fallen leaves and debris, exhibiting a force capable of engulfing all in its path. Divine might of the heavens, I summon it with my sword. Li Yuming's expression remained stoic as he held aloft a wooden sword. Numerous runes illuminated upon the sword, and as he raised it high, a dense purple light surged forth into the heavens. Boom! Storm clouds gathered. Thunder rumbled. A tremendous bolt of lightning descended, striking fiercely upon the summit of Shinfeng Ridge. Boom! A cascade of stones erupted. Having received further blessings and achieving mid-tier fourth-level cultivation, Li Yuming had finally mastered the thunder technique. Through relentless study, he discovered that employing a sword inscribed with thunder runes could amplify its power. Howl! The Azure Wolf let out a furious roar. You mere two-legged sheep dare to destroy my lair. Humanity seeks its own demise. 3 colossal azure wolves rode the tempest, hovering in the air with a cold, bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon Li Yuming and his companions. The 3 demon wolves were entirely cloaked in azure fur, with the largest among them exuding a terrifying aura, while one on the left bore injuries, its body scorched in several places, its eyes a crimson hue. Fixated menacingly on Li Yuming. Mid-tier fourth level? Is this the extent of your confidence? I shall show you how easily one can crush you with a mere step up. As the words fell, numerous azure wind blades materialized above the 3 demon wolves, morphing into tornadoes that uprooted trees and shrubs, reducing them to powder. The 3 tornadoes surged towards Li Yuming and his companions with terrifying speed. If not now, then when? I call upon the Shadow Soldier Division. Li Yuming bellowed. As his voice echoed, the winds of the netherworld surged. Shadow soldiers manifested, hovering in the air, coldly gazing down at the 3 fiends. An aura of darkness, not of this world, swept forth, sending shivers down spines. Beneath them, the formation of the Shadow God's manifestation radiated a brilliant glow. Chapter 91. The Shadow God's manifestation, bullheaded, one of the 10 marshals of the underworld. Form the formation. Zhang Rongfu commanded sharply. In the next moment, the 170 shadow soldiers, including the elite shadow soldiers Zhang Rongfu and Lu Yidao, coalesced into a towering shadow god-esque manifestation, standing 20 zhang tall with a massive bull's head. The bull head coldly surveyed the approaching tornadoes, snorting forth a gale that effortlessly dismantled them. What is this? The three fiends of Shinfeng Ridge gaped in astonishment at the towering shadow god-esque manifestation, feeling their very souls freeze at its presence. They heard the clinking of chains and beheld a chain as dark as ink, resembling a black dragon, soaring from the hands of the bull-headed figure, charging straight towards them. In an instant, the three demons felt a chill of terror, sensing the breath of death. Even the mightiest among them, the formidable great king of Shinfeng Ridge, who possessed a fourth-tier high-level cultivation, turned pale, his heart gripped by fear. He wished to evade, but under the frigid aura emanating from that terrifying chain, his very soul froze, rendering him incapable of controlling his demonic form. How could this be? Despair flickered in his eyes. It was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what they, mere brothers, could withstand. The clanking of the chains was incessant, and in a blink, they pierced through the three demons of Shinfeng Ridge, capturing their souls. The trio offered no resistance whatsoever, as the manifestation of the Yin god formed by the 170 Yin soldiers was no longer a mere 9th-grade deity but a true 9th-grade deity. With the strength of a 5th-tier limit, it was manifestly beyond the capacity of 4th-tier demons to counter. As the chains retracted, the souls of the three demons were swallowed whole by the bull-headed manifestation of the Yin god. The bull-headed figure smacked its lips and subsequently collapsed, reverting back into 170 Yin soldiers. However, at that moment, all the Yin soldiers, including Zhang Rongfu and Lu Yidao, exhibited a slight waning of vigor. Clearly, the formation of the Yin god manifestation imposed a significant burden upon them. So this is the method of the Yin soldier division? Truly formidable, Li Yuming murmured. Behind him, Li Xiuwu and He Yuanming widened their eyes in shock. They were aware that there were numerous Yin soldiers stationed at Qianling Mountain. Yet they had never witnessed the Yin soldiers in action until now. They had not anticipated such terror. A 4th-tier high-level demon and 2 4th-tier mid-level demons were utterly powerless against the bull-headed manifestation of this horde of Yin soldiers. Follow me into the mountains, Li Yuming commanded, taking a deep breath as he glanced at the colossal corpses of the three demons sprawled on the mountainside. He was determined to venture deeper into the mountains to seek the treasures of Shinfeng Ridge. The grand ritual was approaching, and he needed to uncover more valuable items, from which he would select the most precious offerings to present to the illustrious Zhang Yuegong. He was acutely aware of the great importance Zhang Yuegong placed on every grand ritual, as well as the offerings provided during these occasions. After all, during the grand ritual, Zhang Yuegong's bounties were plentiful, signifying his fondness for these ceremonies. As the temple steward, he understood that if Zhang Yuegong cherished the grand ritual, he must strive to make each one the best it could be. In the divine realm of Sihai Town, Li Yu gazed through Li Yuming's eyes, witnessing the bull-headed manifestation of the Yin god from the Yin soldier division, as well as the scene of the bull-headed figure devouring the souls of the three demons. This caused him to raise an eyebrow. Where did the souls consumed by the bull-headed manifestation go? The 170 Yin soldiers did not exhibit any increase in strength. How peculiar. Normally, one would expect that after the bull-headed manifestation consumed 3 souls, the many Yin soldiers should gain a modicum of power. He murmured to himself, though he did not favor his underlings gaining strength through the consumption of living souls. He understood that while the Yin soldiers acted under the influence of their collective consciousness after transforming into the bull-headed manifestation, they were predominantly swayed by the manifestation itself. The influence of the Yin god manifestation, the bull-headed figure, was intriguing to Li Yu. Was the act of swallowing the 3 souls a notion conceived by the bull-headed manifestation? If so, did it benefit the bull-headed figure? Did the essence of the 3 souls enhance the bull-headed manifestation? In myth and legend, there are 10 great Yin commanders in the underworld, and the bull-headed figure is among them. Could the Yin god manifestation diagram that I acquired through the personal task be connected to the true bull-headed figure? He furrowed his brow. Perhaps within that diagram lies something significant. Did the essence of the consumed souls augment something within the Yin god manifestation diagram? In time, he would surely uncover the truth. Li Yu's expression calmed. Furthermore, the Yin god manifestation diagram was a reward from a personal task. He concentrated and opened the regional trading interface. On this interface, 2 third-tier Yin soldier artifacts were prominently displayed for sale. Third-tier Yin soldier artifacts require the divine techniques of a true 9th-grade deity to craft. These 2 artifacts were not listed by him, indicating that a true 9th-grade deity had emerged in this region. After expending over 10 months of effort, Li Yu marveled. To ascend to a true 9th-grade deity in such a short time clearly required exceptional skill in developing followers or a stroke of luck in obtaining some treasure to accumulate 1,000 units of divine power for the promotion. It seems that soon, the business of 2nd-tier Yin soldier artifacts will no longer be mine alone. After all, once one reaches the true 9th-grade deity level, they can confront malevolent spirits and acquire fragments of the 9th-grade divine laws. It appears I must elevate this business venture. Li Yu gently raised his hand, and immediately, 50 units of 9th-grade divine law fragments soared into the air, hovering silently. He intended to utilize these 50 units to mitigate the divine power consumption required for the casting of third-tier soldier artifacts. If he were to use fragments from the 9th grade divine laws, he could reduce the divine power expenditure by 50%. A third-tier soldier artifact typically required 50 units of divine power to manifest. After the reduction, he would only need 25 units to perform the casting. At that point, he could still sell it at the price of 50 units of divine power, allowing him to profit by 25 units per artifact, significantly surpassing the profits from second-tier soldier artifacts. With a thought, he directly employed the sole 50 units of 9th grade divine law fragments on the third-tier soldier artifacts. Instantly, he felt a profound understanding of the divine technique for crafting third-tier soldier artifacts, comprehending how to conserve divine power in the process. He could gradually begin to sell third-tier soldier artifacts. Liu was satisfied and immediately commenced the crafting of the third-tier artifacts. He believed that the deities of the Blue Star in this region would surely be willing to part with their possessions to acquire one or two. After all, the divine conflict was imminent. What sold best before a war? Far from Seahai Town, a handsome young deity stood within the divine realm, diligently crafting third-tier soldier artifacts. The cost of a third-tier soldier artifact was 50 units of divine power. Selling it for 80 units each seemed reasonable, right? This time, it was finally my turn, Chu Jiang, to make a handsome profit. Indeed, a swift step leads to further advancement. He retracted his hand, gazing contentedly at the freshly forged third-tier soul binding chain. He opened the regional trading interface, intending to list the soul binding chain for 80 units of divine power. However, a casual glance caused him to freeze in place, staring incredulously at the interface before him as if petrified. Chapter 92. The task of eliminating rivals and eradicating malevolent spirits. Chu Jiang rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could he see someone selling third-tier soldier artifacts at the price of 50 units of divine power each? Third-tier soldier artifacts cost 50 units to create and required 4 hours of labor from a true 9th grade deity. What the hell? After laboring for 4 hours to produce a third-tier soldier artifact, you're selling it at cost price? Are you out of your mind? There was already a madman selling second-tier soldier artifacts at cost price, and now a lunatic is doing the same with third-tier artifacts. Must we be so cutthroat? Could it be that this madman is the same one who previously sold second-tier spectral artifacts at cost price? Selling like this, he could ascend to the 9th rank of divine status at the same time as I do. Chu Jiang was thoroughly rattled, staring blankly at the regional trade interface before him. Initially, he had hoped to be the first to ascend to the 9th rank of divine status in this region, reaping substantial profits. Every time he contemplated this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. However, to his astonishment, before he could even begin to profit, someone had already flipped the table. Selling at cost price? What a farce. No. It is evident that anyone capable of selling second-tier and third-tier spectral artifacts at cost cannot merely be acting on a whim or in a state of madness. I refuse to believe that someone who has attained the 9th rank of divinity would selflessly toil for all the deities of Blue Star. There must be some underlying intricacies that I am unaware of. Taking a deep breath, he sought to regain his composure. There are indeed madmen, but it is impossible for one to ascend to the 9th rank of divinity at the same time as he. But where, precisely, did the problem lie? Could it be that the cost to create a third-tier spectral artifact isn't 50 units of divine power? He muttered to himself. There is no such thing as a free lunch, nor are there free laborers. He resolved that he, Chu Jiang, must uncover the issue at hand. Once I discover it, I will outpace you. I will surpass you. He vowed fiercely within his heart. Time continued to pass. Merely half a month later, Liu glanced at the Personal Tasks interface, where it displayed the completion of Personal Task 12, a smirk gracing his lips. Over the past half-month, Liu Ming had swept through the territory of Xian County, eliminating all the demonic forces within. The demons within Xian County had either perished or fled. No demon dared to linger in the entire Xian County region, not even the second-tier minor demons, who were relentlessly hunted down by the spectral soldiers, nearly wiped out entirely. Exhaling, Liu chose to claim his task rewards. Instantly, 100 first-tier divine blessing talismans, 20 second-tier divine blessing talismans, 5 third-tier divine blessing talismans, and 3 spiritual field talismans appeared before him. Additionally, he felt 500 units of divine power manifest within him. During this period, he had transported back a total of 15 fourth-tier demon corpses and 62 third-tier demon corpses, selling them for 7,200 units of divine power. As it stands now, I possess 75,480 units of divine power. The goal of 150,000 units has already reached the halfway mark. Liu felt quite content. Over these past weeks, his business selling third-tier spectral artifacts in the regional trade had flourished remarkably. As a divine being of the 8th rank, it took him merely an hour to forge a third-tier spectral artifact, 4 times faster than a 9th rank deity. With 12 hours in a day, he could craft 12 artifacts. The sale of 12 third-tier spectral artifacts daily is not a significant number for the 100,000 deities of Blue Star. They could easily be sold. After all, he was selling at cost price. The buyers wouldn't feel cheated. Rather, they would experience a sense of having gained something. However, if he were not selling at cost price, the sales would undoubtedly plummet, making it challenging to sell. 50 units of divine power is already a considerable sum for the current deities of Blue Star. Only by ensuring they feel they are gaining something would their desire to purchase increase. Previously, when others listed third-tier spectral artifacts for 80 units of divine power, they lingered unsold for quite some time before he even began selling. The deities of Blue Star would go to great lengths to avoid being the ones to pay the price. Divine power must be spent wisely. As for how a 9th-rank deity could discern the cost price of third-tier spectral artifacts, it is quite simple. He had previously anonymously posted on the regional chat about the cost of third-tier spectral artifacts. Of course, some deities of Blue Star have perished in this area, but not many. After all, as long as one maintains a steady course without particularly bad luck, it is quite difficult for a deity to meet their demise. Each third-tier spectral artifact yields a profit of 25 units of divine power. Producing 12 artifacts a day translates to 300 units of divine power daily. Previously, selling second-tier spectral artifacts, he could only earn 120 units of divine power a day. The profit margin has directly increased to 2.5 times. Liu was satisfied. Earning 300 units of divine power per day amounts to 9,000 units a month. How many deities of Blue Star are still striving for a mere 1,000 units of divine power? With such a business model, one must ask, which deity of Blue Star would not feel envy and jealousy? Unfortunately, it is nearly impossible for a 9th-rank deity to eradicate malevolent spirits with a 5th-tier limit of strength and thus obtain fragments of the 9th-rank divine laws. Liu mused. Without fragments of the 9th-rank divine laws, such a business would not yield him this much profit. If one were to use fragments of the 9th-rank divine laws to reduce the divine power consumption of third-tier spectral artifacts, it could only alleviate 5 units of divine power. If someone were to engage him in a price war, he could always lower his price to match the opponent's cost price of 45 units of divine power. This would still leave him with a profit of 20 units per artifact. It's merely a competition. As the strongest contender, he had nothing to fear. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the refreshed personal tasks. He had completed all the personal tasks of the 9th rank. The upcoming tasks should be those from the 8th rank. He was quite looking forward to it. The rewards from the 8th rank tasks would undoubtedly elevate him to another level. Personal Task 13. Task Description. You have ascended from the 8th rank, becoming a land deity with over 20,000 believers, having slain numerous demons. Yet the threat of malevolent spirits cannot be underestimated. You must exercise caution regarding their perils. Task Objective. Exterminate 5 malevolent spirits. 25. Task Reward. 1 divine talisman for 10,000 acres of fertile land. 1 divine talisman for enhancing qualifications, 200 first-tier divine blessing talismans, 50 second-tier divine blessing talismans, 10 third-tier divine blessing talismans, 2 fourth-tier divine blessing talismans, and 1,000 units of divine power. The task of exterminating malevolent spirits marks the first issuance of such a task. Liu's eyes sparkled. Over the past half-month, Liu Ming had thoroughly investigated the locations of the malevolent spirits within Xian County. There are still 5 malevolent spirits remaining. Now that the demons within Xian County have been nearly eradicated, it is time to extinguish these 5 malevolent spirits as well. However, he was somewhat surprised by the divine talisman for enhancing qualifications. This talisman could actually enhance the qualifications of all his believers. This enhancement would be comprehensive, improving wisdom, physique, comprehension, and everything else. Undoubtedly, this would lead to a significant increase in the number of warriors among his believers. It is akin to a collective evolution. He murmured softly. Cultivating martial arts is, in essence, a form of evolution. With the qualifications of all believers enhanced, and all believers capable of practicing martial arts, this is a true collective evolution. His gaze suddenly shifted to the northern edge of his jurisdiction. There, a severely injured individual staggered in, coughing blood with each step, a fierce rage lingering on their exquisite visage. Is this the owner of that previously intense gaze? A 6th-rank human cultivator. Liu maintained a calm demeanor. It seems he was indeed correct. This person was being relentlessly pursued.